In 2025, the divine forsaken world suddenly appeared. As long as someone fell asleep, they would be dragged into this world. The only currency in the divine forsaken world was lifespan. Dying here would cost a portion of lifespan, while killing monsters would increase lifespan. Players could consume lifespan to bring abilities from this world back to reality. A powerhouse tearing a tank apart barehanded, cleaving an aircraft with one sword, or even using the body to resist a nuclear bomb was no longer a dream. On the very day the divine forsaken world appeared, this young man carried his adopted sister on his back through endless hardships, survived, and became one of the top 100 strongest in the world. Just like in the final battle, when Tan Fong successfully passed through the ancient god relic, after obtaining the divine artifact Eye of Judgment, who would have thought that at this very moment he would be betrayed by the one fighting shoulder to shoulder with him. What he never could have imagined was that the one who stabbed Tan Fong with all her heart was actually the adopted sister he carried every day until his life nearly broke. Even less imaginable was that her reason for betraying him was simply to give the divine artifact Eye of Judgment to that idol she fawned over. In this life, Tan Fong died 10,000 times and could never rest in peace. At the moment the blade surged upward, when the game ended, Tan Fong found himself awakening 9 years in the past. As soon as the troublesome adopted sister was mentioned, she kicked the door open and rushed inside, her face full of irritation as she spoke. Tan Fong, you really are at home. Why did you not answer my calls? Are you trying to disappear on me? You fundamentally do not understand how important it is for me to support Tong Fi. Tan Fong basically did not care about this lunatic venting her emotions. Thinking inwardly, just as expected, on the day the divine forsaken game launched, he and Tan Tudu had a huge fight over Tong Fi. Before the game appeared, Tong Fi was a famous underground idol, while Tan Tudu was his diehard fan. Tong Fi looked glamorous on the surface, but was actually trash who secretly scammed money and bodies from many young women. To prevent Tan Tudu from being deceived, he never allowed her to associate with that man. Yet in the end, Vuan still inserted himself into the girl's life. Hey duck, I am talking to you. Are you pretending not to hear? Because of you he dropped in this month's rankings. If you do not give me money, I will. Tan Tudu had not even finished her sentence. She was struck across the face by Tan Fong. She clutched her swollen cheek, staring at Tan Fong in shock. You dare. Tan Tudu, today I have neither the time nor the mood to waste time with you, but if you dare provoke me again, I will smash your mouth to pieces. Tan Fong tossed a card toward her. This was the money left by our parents. No matter how hard life was over the years, I never touched a single cent. Today I am giving it all to you. Because our parents would not bother arguing with you, but you listen carefully. From now on, I Tan Fong do not have a sister like you. After saying that, Tan Fong decisively turned around and went back to his room. In his previous life, in order to protect Tan Tudu, Tan Fong missed far too many opportunities. There were countless secret realms and treasures that required risking one's life to explore, yet you gave them up. You were also very curious, without that woman dragging you down, just how far you could reach. It's time you would use your knowledge of the divine forsaken world from your past life and surpass everyone. As for Tan Tudu, let her live or die on her own. And as for Tong Fi, I will personally deal with you, Tan Fong thought, then climbed into bed and fell asleep. Not long after, your consciousness entered the divine forsaken world. The class selection hall felt truly nostalgic. You remembered the first time you came here. You panicked and spent several hours just to finish choosing a class before leaving. This time you had to be faster. In your previous life, you chose to be a warrior to protect Tan Tudu. Although warriors were not weak, they were not suitable for you now. Without Tan Tudu holding you back, your solo speed would be much faster. Mobility was the most important factor. After some thought, Tan Fong decided to choose the assassin class. At that moment, a notification panel appeared. The divine artifact Eye of Judgment had completed its binding. Eye of Judgment activated. Unique attribute, Judgment Authority, Passive Authority. Upon entering the divine forsaken world, you would automatically receive the highest tier talent of your class. The Eye of Judgment was actually bound when you revived. So that was how it was. Once a divine artifact acknowledged its master, even if lost it would not matter, or perhaps your revival itself was because of it. Suddenly, a massive black aura wrapped around Tan Fong. Congratulations, you have obtained a hidden class. Currently changing class change complete. You have become Shadow. So this was the highest tier hidden class of the assassin, completely different from the warrior of your previous life. You had only just obtained this class, yet already possessed such power. Each time a class was chosen, there was only a tiny chance to obtain a high-tier hidden class of that class. Yet this Judgment Authority provided an absolute probability. Just what exactly was it? Judgment Authority, the most primal, true, and ancient authority in the universe. An authority that overrode rules and order. You did not possess divinity and could not actively activate it for now, but the passive effect would take effect. Tan Fong read the notice and could not help but marvel. Could a primal authority with supreme privileges truly transcend rules and order? In your previous life, it was not until the 7th year of the divine Forsaken world that a powerhouse escaped the Forsaken land of the gods and reached the land of order. Only then did humanity first learn of the existence of the power of order. Yet in reality, many years passed, and no one ever obtained the authority of order. You would have thought that today, right at the start, you would obtain a primal authority capable of surpassing both order and rules. As long as you could leave the Forsaken land of the gods and reach the land of order, you would obtain divinity. At that time, you would be able to wield this authority. It seemed that in this life you had gained another goal. Class selection complete. Please enter your name in this world. Since your class was born from Shadow, then it would be called Shadow. Your name has been set, Shadow. You are now entering the Forsaken land of the gods. This is a desolate land overrun with countless monsters. They are ready to tear you apart and take your life at any moment. Leave the town and eliminate monsters to obtain tradable lifespan. But if you perish in this world, half of your lifespan will be deducted, including both tradable and non-tradable lifespan. In this area, Shell Town is a safe zone. There are no monsters here. Players cannot attack each other. The rate of lifespan loss is reduced. When Tan Fong arrived at Shell Town, he saw a large crowd dragged into the divine Forsaken world. Where is this place? What is a class? What is green currency? I just finished my night shift. Went home and lay down. Is this some kind of hallucination? I do not know. I even ate fried chicken all night and went to sleep. So why did I end up here? That man pinched his own arm and cried out in pain. This hurts. This is not a dream. It seems we have been dragged into some kind of game. As soon as Tan Fong appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. What class is that? Why does he look different from us? No idea. Looking at the dagger in his hand, it should be an assassin. I'm also an assassin, so why am I not cool? Look, he even has special effects. Tan Fong ignored the chatter and confidently strode forward through the crowd, thinking inwardly that very soon powerhouses from many countries would appear one after another to reshape the order of the world. If he wanted to move ahead of them, then he had to act faster. Time waited for no one. At this moment, a group of people was teleported right in front of the hall floor. It hurts so much. So dying sends you back to town. That thing was way too vicious. Just one bite and half the health bar was gone. How are we supposed to fight this? It is only a level 1 creep, yet the 3 of us charging together only managed to reduce a third of its health. Half of my lifespan has already been deducted. This time, several men in that group turned toward the only woman and asked, "Sister Latu, what should we do now?" Tan Fong glanced at Latu and silently evaluated her. The archer's starting weapon should have been a short bow, yet she was using a long bow. It seemed this was also a hidden class. Latu raised her head at this moment and happened to meet Tan Fong's gaze. Seeing how different he looked compared to the others, she smiled and suggested, "Big brother, it seems you have a hidden class. Want to team up with us? The monsters outside are very strong. One person cannot handle them. Our team has already been wiped out once, so we have experience." So that experience was getting wiped out. Tan Fong thought inwardly, then flatly refused and walked away. One man in that group spoke up after hearing this. "Acting tough, huh? The 5 of us could not beat it. And you think you can do it alone? How ridiculous. We already told you it is very dangerous outside, yet you still want to go alone. Want to die?" Another bald-headed man mocked him, then said, "Stop it. He is a noble hidden class, and even an assassin. If he cannot win, he can still run." The 2 tried checking Tan Fong's information and saw that his class was Shadow, truly arrogant. Latu closed the information panel and told her teammates, "Let's go. Let's follow him and see what skills he has. Maybe we can get some new information about these monsters and conveniently see how he dies." While following Tan Fong, Latu's thoughts drifted. The Forsaken land of the gods, this place was truly too strange and too dangerous. Although she did not know why she had come here, with many years of online gaming experience, she had quickly formed a small team. She never expected that the first monster in the beginner village could wipe out the entire group. That was simply not an enemy a level 1 player could defeat. The shadow player in front of her seemed very unusual. Following him might allow them to obtain important information. Hiding behind a tree, Latu's teammates peeked out at Tan Fong and whispered, "His starting class weapon is different from yours. You use a dagger while he uses a short blade. Not only that, he is faster than me. My assassin agility should be the highest. Even his clothes are different from ours," the bald man said unwillingly. At this moment, Latu saw Tan Fong suddenly turn his head to look behind, startling her. She did not dare stick her head out again for fear of being discovered. A few seconds passed with no movement. When she secretly peeked out again, she discovered that Tan Fong had disappeared. Where did he go? Did he just vanish like that? This be a stealth skill, a starting skill, yet it is stealth. What kind of class is this? Is it really that cool? After looking around for a long time without seeing Tan Fong, Latu's group decided to leave. Let's go back to town and see if there are any opportunities to level up. It is too dangerous outside. We already died once, and our remaining lifespan has been cut in half. That is right, maybe there are hidden rewards like treasure chests. Or we can try finding some NPCs. They did not know that Tan Fong had never left and was still standing at the same spot. Thanks to the skill Shadow Detection, entering stealth and becoming visible only when attacked. Leaving stealth increased the attack power of the first strike. Tan Fong could have easily cut Latu's group in half. Stealth Mastery doubled stealth duration and increased stealth speed by +1. Cannot see me. This shadow class was truly special. Normal assassin stealth at this level was very easy to detect, but the shadow class had stealth mastery. Therefore, no one or monster could detect his existence at this early stage. Recalling what Latu's group said before leaving, Tan Fong could not help but feel pity. A bunch of naive fools. There was nothing in town at the beginning that could improve strength. It was only a shelter for players. In this divine forsaken game, players were essentially prey for monsters. At the same time, Tan Fong's body gradually returned to normal as stealth ended. The duration was not very long. Fortunately, the cooldown started from the moment stealth was activated, so after a few seconds he could become invisible again. Tan Fong opened the attribute panel and read that the base attribute value of all players was 10 points. Different classes granted bonuses based on this. In his previous life, his warrior only gained +3 strength and physique. This time, Shadow actually received bonuses to all attributes. Agility even increased by +8. 3 attribute points 5 points, and another 5 distributable attribute points. Many players would choose to increase strength or spirit early to raise physical or magic attack power, but this was completely wrong. Agility was the most important. No matter how points were allocated in the early stage, damage from any monster would crush players. Only by increasing agility and movement speed could monsters be killed without taking damage. Therefore, Tan Fong allocated all available attribute points to agility. Suddenly, a strange sound not far away startled Tan Fong. There, a normal quality grip lever was biting a lifespan node to advance. It seemed this was the one that had wiped out that 5-person team, Tan Fong thought. After biting the lifespan node, the creep charged straight toward Tan Fong. Tan Fong looked at the wounds on its body and silently assessed. Judging from the injuries on its body, those people had already whittled down quite a bit of its health. After a monster killed players, it would obtain their lifespan. By biting a lifespan node, it could evolve. Tan Fong leaped backward to dodge the monster's attack. Then he used the skill Shadow Concealment to enter stealth. Taking advantage of the moment when the monster paused, leapt high and used break stealth first strike to cleave down, directly stealing the life of the creep. You dealt 174 damage. You have killed a level 1 creep. You have gained 10 experience points. Unexpectedly, it was a one-hit kill. Although attacking the back of a creep could cause lethal damage, this damage was still far too high. At this moment, another notification panel appeared to explain Tan Fong's confusion. Backstab. If you are not within the enemy's field of vision when launching an attack, the damage of this attack is double. So that was it. So there was backstab as well. Multiple class skills activating simultaneously had raised the damage to an extremely terrifying level. He remembered that in the past, the warrior's critical strike only dealt 40 damage, and it took a long time to kill a creep, and he would end up injured. Tan Fong recalled that at the time, although he was injured, he still handed the dropped lifespan reward to Tan Tudu without hesitation. But now everything was different. You have gained 3 days of tradable lifespan. You have gained 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. Those 5 people were wiped out, each losing at least 20 to 30 years of lifespan. Combined, it was definitely over 100 years. After transferring to the creep, only 54 years remain. But it did not matter. Non-tradable lifespan had no use for now. Judgment Authority has been activated. Congratulations, you have obtained the Infinite Evolution talent. Infinite Evolution with Primal Tier talent. You kill monsters in solo mode. There is a chance to obtain evolution points that can be used to evolve skills. Every 24 hours, you can automatically receive 5 evolution points. If you can kill a boss tier monster in solo mode, you will receive 100% evolution points. Current points available 5 points. Infinite Evolution. It can even evolve skills. In his previous life, he had never heard of this at all. Whether equipment or skill books, once they dropped from monsters, they would always remain at that tier with no changes. So this was the power that could transcend all rules and order. Very well, then he would give it a try. Thinking this, Tan Fong used 4 evolution points on Shadow Concealment and Backstab. Skill Evolution successful. Starting skill Shadow Concealment upgraded from normal to bronze tier. Stealth duration increased from 12 to 16 seconds. Attacking will reveal the user. After exiting stealth, the first strike attack power bonus increased from 60 to 90. Cooldown time reduced from 28 seconds to 26 seconds. Starting skill-enhanced backstab upgraded from basic to normal. Passive effect. When attacking from behind the target, damage increased from 10% to 15%. And Fong sighed in admiration. The duration of shadow concealment had increased to 16 seconds. When combined with stealth mastery, the duration doubled to 32 seconds. Now the stealth duration was extremely long. It almost allowed him to achieve infinite stealth. If the skill just now were upgraded again, even a full health creep could be killed in one strike. Right at that moment, a voice rang out. Look at that skinny kid over there. He killed a monster by himself. I told you this game was very simple. Brother Gang Zai, you are really amazing. With your physique, you could beat at least 10 women. Gang Zai laughed loudly and replied, I will protect you. With me here, you can rest assured. And Fong turned his head to look at the couple showing off behind him and happened to discover the nurturer was right above their heads. Thus, he immediately activated the shadow detection skill again and retreated backward. The two were still confused by Tan Fong's actions when they suddenly saw a black shadow reflected on the ground. By the time they saw a gigantic spider and a swarm of small spiders above them, it was already too late. Nurturer level 1. Bronze quality, Spider Nurturer, level 1, tier normal. Tan Fong hid in a corner to observe the enemy. The Nurturer was the newbie boss with about 1600 health, completely beyond the combat ability of ordinary beginners. Moreover, the Nurturer also commanded many small spiders under it. But this was just perfect. Let me use you to test how powerful my newly upgraded skills are. Thinking this, Tan Fong left his hiding spot, rushed toward the boss, and activated Break Stealth First Strike. Attacked the weak point, dealing 338 damage to the boss. At the same time, Tan Fong's position was exposed as the stealth duration had ended. The boss let out a painful screech and swung its two sharp legs toward Tan Fong. Fortunately, he activated shadow concealment again in time. Combined with the agility increased from previous evolution point allocation, he was only grazed by those two legs. Otherwise, with only 130 health left, he would have been dead. When the boss could not see Tan Fong, it began smashing everything around. It had gone berserk. These monsters were very intelligent and would not just stand there attacking blindly. It looked like it was attacking the surrounding environment at random, while the small spiders were on high alert, so he could not casually approach it. But as expected, his guess was correct. A stone flew over and struck the boss's weak point, causing it to take 299 damage. As expected, his main damage source was bonus attack from exiting stealth through shadow concealment, combined with enhanced class skills. Therefore, even throwing stones at enemies still dealt considerable damage. Tan Fong waited for shadow concealment to cool down, then threw stones to trigger special effects similar to Break Stealth First Strike. Backstab, attacking the boss's weak point. After a while, a notification appeared in Shell Town. The rankings were updated. The player Shadow had slain the bronze tier nurturer and was the first to reach level 2. The sudden climb to the top of the rankings immediately shocked countless players. Damn, I have been killed by small monsters twice and still have not figured out what is going on, and someone already soloed a boss. If anyone knows this amazing guy, please introduce him to me. Solo fighting. Is that even possible? The rankings only have one name. Latu's group was stunned after reading the announcement. Sister Latu, this Shadow is the name that just went out earlier. It is him, but how did he reach level 2 so fast? This defies common sense, and he even killed a boss. Our entire team could not even kill a normal monster, yet he alone killed a bronze tier boss. What kind of joke is this? Could the system have made a mistake? The Gang Zai couple who had just respawned were equally stunned when they read the announcement. That giant spider was actually killed by someone. But there were so many small spiders around. Who exactly is this Shadow? The girl beside Gang Zai guessed, could it be that stealth assassin from earlier? At the same time in the forest, you have killed the bronze tier nurturer and gained 300 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 2. Congratulations, you have gained 2 evolution points. Congratulations, you have unlocked the Shell Town ranking board. Congratulations, you have gained 1 reputation point announced to the entire town. You have gained 46 days of tradable lifespan. Greedy Hand Skill Book, Bronze Tier, Attack Power plus 35, Agility plus 4, Equipment Requirement Level 1, Infinite Evolution Points 2, Greedy Hand Skill Book, Bronze Tier. Assassin Type Skill Book. After learning it, you can use it on monsters. There is a 20% chance to obtain additional loot rewards. Learning Requirement Level 1. As soon as the giant spider died, the small spiders scattered and fled. He had been careless. He should have killed the small spiders first to gain more experience. He never expected a bronze tier boss to drop a divine assassin skill. This skill could greatly improve equipment collection. In the later stages, when defeating powerful bosses, there would still be a 20% chance to obtain extra loot. He remembered in his previous life, there was someone in his god-slaying guild whose strength was very average. But he relied on this skill to gain a foothold and became the most sought-after figure. Every time he went out, he needed personal bodyguards. Suddenly, Tan Fong thought of something. Although this skill only had a 20% chance, if combined with his endlessly evolving talent, then would the drop rate not increase without limit. The next morning, Tan Tudu still went to school as usual. On the way, Tan Tudu's friend asked with concern, "Tudu, did you not call your brother to apologize? Yesterday we skipped the exam and secretly went to support Tong Fi. Your brother must be angry." As soon as Tan Fong was mentioned, Tan Tudu became furious. "I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? If it were not for him, we would not have almost missed the entrance time yesterday. He is the one who should apologize to me. He treats you very well sometimes. I really envy you for having such a brother. Good my ass. All he does is meddle in my business, and he is not even my real brother. Having brother Tong Fi is enough for me." Seeing she could not persuade her, the friend changed the topic and said, "Come to think of it, what happened to your face?" I fell down. When the two of them arrived at the classroom, there were already many people gathered around the door. Tan Tudu's friend curiously squeezed through the crowd and then exclaimed in shock, "What happened to Truong Vi? How did he become transparent?" A male student nearby replied, "I am not sure either. Just now Vi said he wanted to catch up on sleep, and after a while he became like this." The other students began discussing animatedly. Truong Vi's situation was not an isolated case. It had spread across the internet. It seemed people all over the world were experiencing this. Some experts believed that as long as someone fell asleep, they would enter a transparent illusion state, but the cause was still unclear. After hearing this, Tan Tudu's friend immediately took out her phone. "I should call my parents to warn them. Tudu, you should also call your brother and remind him to be careful." Tan Tudu snorted and said, "I will not take the initiative to contact him. It would be better if someone like him just died." Turning to the main storyline, after tirelessly grinding monsters, Tan Fong had achieved new results. Greedy Hand had successfully evolved from bronze to gold, an assassin-type skill usable with monster drop probability. The chance to obtain additional loot rewards increased from 20% to 70%. You have learned Greedy Hand +2. Greedy Hand Judgment successful. You have received 2 evolution points and 46 days of tradable lifespan. Aha, not bad luck. He actually gained another 2 evolution points. It takes 3 points to evolve Greedy Hand to +3. Very good, soon he could obtain a 100% additional loot drop rate. Thinking about it, the countries around the world must have discovered this issue. More and more people were flooding into the game, so he needed to speed up. First, equip usable gear. Tan Fong immediately equipped the corrosion blade to increase attack by 35 and agility by 4. It would not be long before they realized that skills and equipment in this game could be applied to reality. When that happened, the world would be drenched in bloodshed. To obtain skills and equipment, 2 conditions had to be met. First level had to reach player tier. Second, sufficient tradable lifespan. Farming small monsters would be too slow, so he needed to find stronger bosses. While moving, Tan Fong suddenly heard the sound of fighting and someone shouting, "Run!" Tan Fong activated shadow detection and moved toward the sound, then saw a group of people struggling. Fast runner, level 2, bronze quality. Just when he was sleepy, someone came to serve as a pillow. Wait, the person there is Wang Meng. He did not expect to meet him here. It seemed the rumors were true. It was said that when Wang Meng first entered the Divine Forsaken game, he formed a team of 6 players, all with hidden classes. Wang Meng's hidden class was Holy Shield Warrior, with base attributes double that of ordinary warriors, and he also possessed an invincibility skill. Tan Fong shifted his gaze to observe the other members. The Prophet Mage dealt magic damage double that of ordinary mages, accompanied by Prophet Fireball. The hidden archer class Eagle Eye Shooter had attributes double those of ordinary archers with the continuous arrow shot skill, while the hidden priest class Divine Wanderer Priest had healing ability double that of ordinary priests and started with a group healing skill. First, they could barely hold off the fast runner, but gradually, with the monster's superior speed, they began to fall into a passive position, as both the archer and mage could not hit the target. Wang Meng's shield was also gradually weakening. "Healer, heal me." The rest continued to whittle down the boss, Wang Meng commanded. Hearing this, Tan Fong thought silently that Wang Meng was being far too optimistic, because he had forgotten this was the wilderness. If the battle dragged on, it would easily attract other monsters. Sure enough, shortly after, another group of monsters appeared behind Wang Meng. These were polluters, level 2 common monsters. Their bodies covered in dark brown mud and specialized in ranged attacks. "Boss, be careful." The young man wielding a blade rushed behind Wang Meng and slashed at the polluter. The result, the blade became stuck in the polluter's body and could not be pulled out. The polluter naturally retaliated and sprayed a mass of brown mud toward Wang Meng's group. Damn it, how annoying, this is ground bind. Movement speed has been slowed. The female mage was approached by the polluter and screamed in fear, "Save me." Tan Fong immediately activated shadow concealment and rushed over. He slashed once and directly killed the polluter. Saving the female mage shocked the entire group. He actually killed a polluter in one move. Someone is helping us. Even a level 1 creep takes us more than 10 seconds to surround and kill. Yet this level 2 polluter was almost instantly killed. How could that be? While the young man with the blade was talking, the polluter behind him was about to strike. Fortunately, Tan Fong intervened again and saved his life. That was a perfect kill. De Li Zai, can you see who that is? The female mage shouted. I cannot see anything. I hope this person is here to help us. Do not get distracted. Keep fighting. Now only the fast runner remains. Maintain the previous rhythm, Wang Meng said. Tan Fong had already leapt onto the treetop to receive rewards. You have killed 2 polluters level 2, gained 40 experience points, 1 evolution point, obtained Venomous Flying Dagger skill book, normal, obtained 8 days of tradable lifespan. Venomous Flying Dagger is a continuous damage skill for mid and long range. Very good, evolve it directly. Venomous Flying Dagger +2, silver, assassin type skill. Maximum casting range 14 meters. Upon hit, Venomous Flying Dagger increases damage by 120 and applies poison. Cooldown 5 seconds. Learning requirement level 2. Extreme poison deals 50% continuous damage per second and applies weakness lasting 5 seconds. Cannot stack. At the same time, Wang Meng raised his shield to block the fast runner's attack, but he was pierced through the body by one of its other limbs. This is bad, the health cannot recover in time. The healer shouted anxiously from afar. Everyone run quickly, Wang Meng said weakly. At this moment, a flying dagger shot over and pierced through the fast runner's weak point on its head, causing the fast runner to take 845 damage, equivalent to half of the monster's HP bar, due to the effect of extreme poison after being hit. Fast runner continuously lost health until it finally died. Your damage contribution exceeded 90%. The loot belongs to you. You have slain the bronze tier fast runner, gained 600 experience points, and advanced to level 3. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 evolution points and 55 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong secretly rejoiced. He never expected the continuous damage of Venomous Flying Dagger to trigger his passive class effects. Combined with shadow concealment, he could remain invisible and throw daggers endlessly in the early and mid stages. No monster could stand against him. Honestly, with this kind of damage, could this even still be considered human? While Wang Mang was still confused, he saw the loot light disappear, meaning someone had absorbed it. So he immediately stood up, looked around uncertainly and said, "Brother, I do not know which divine being you are, but thank you for saving my life." Tan Fong replied while still in stealth, "Thanking me. In the wilderness, do not trust others so easily." Wang Mang fell silent for a moment, then proactively left. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Mighty One. I will not disturb you from checking your equipment. My name is Wang Mang. If you need help in the future, just come find me." Female Mage Hector said, "Mighty One, I am Black Bloom. Can I be friends with you?" "Stop talking, let us go." The male healer covered the female mage's mouth and dragged her away. Watching them leave, Tan Fong thought to himself, Wang Mang is not bad. He can be trusted. Moreover, he has the great Xia government backing him with sufficient resources. What I lack is a stable sales channel so I can sell him what I do not need later. Tan Fong crushed the loot orb and a series of notifications appeared. Congratulations, you have obtained 3 evolution points. Obtained 55 days of tradable lifespan. Obtained sprint leather pants, bronze tier. Equipped sprint leather pants, assassin type equipment, physical defense +9, all element resistance +5, cooldown reduction +15%, equipment requirement level 2. Harvest this trip was not bad. He still had many pieces of equipment and skill books for other classes on him. When his inventory was full, he would return to the village and convert them into tradable lifespan. His current growth speed was already hundreds of times faster than in his previous life. Tong Fi, I will come for you very soon. Scene shifts, a group of people were struggling in battle against polluters and fast runners. Moreover, the number of level 1 monsters was large. Just as they wanted to flee, they instead encountered a gigantic monster. With a single move, it directly sent the entire group back to the beginner village. Many people were also discussing heatedly. Damn it, monsters always appear in groups, and they run away whenever their health is low. We need to reach level 3 to exit the game. How are we supposed to reach level 3? Looks like we need to gather more people. If 3 are not enough for a team, then we need 6 or even 10. A man said hesitantly, I am afraid that will not work. I once witnessed a team of 10 being attacked by a large group of monsters. Moreover, too many people will attract bosses. Just now a group of 40 people attracted something, and the origin turtle one-shot over 30 of them. The area immediately fell silent. After a while, Latu's group was also teleported back to the beginner village. If we cannot reach level 3, then will we be stuck here forever? All of us came here after falling asleep. In other words, what entered here is our consciousness. If we cannot leave the game, our bodies will starve to death, the bald youth said anxiously. Tu clenched her teeth and said angrily, "Damn it, why is this game so difficult? Real or fake, we cannot lose our lives anymore." At this moment, Latu saw the level 3 shadow standing at the top of the rankings. Why did he level up so fast? Must know some method. We must find a way to ask him to bring us to level 3. First, we must leave this game, she said. Thinking this, Latu told her teammates to spread the word that if Shadow helped them reach level 3, she would send him 10 million in cash after returning to reality. She did not believe that Shadow would not be tempted by that sum. Returning to the main character, after another round of monster farming, he had pushed the Greedy Hand skill to a new height. Greedy Hand, Emerald tier. Assassin-type skill usable on monster corpses, with a 160% chance to obtain additional loot rewards. Additional loot obtained has a 20% chance to increase by 1 quality tier. 20% chance to increase additional loot by 1 quality tier. This effect is truly overpowered. If the skill continues to evolve, could it reach 100% or even 200%? At that moment, Tan Fong saw the origin turtle, a bronze tier boss passing by while chewing on green orbs. Seemed to be digesting lifespan. It was about to advance to a silver tier boss. Truly not little at all. It likely wiped out an entire team of 40. What a pity, my inventory is already full. Even if I kill it, I cannot take anything. Better mark this location on the map first. Since it would take some time for the boss to evolve, Tan Fong decided to return to the beginner village to clear his inventory first, and then come back to kill it. Upon returning, he immediately set up a stall and laid out the items he did not need with a notice. Selling equipment and skills, only selling for 10 minutes. If you want to buy, then hurry up. The appearance of Tan Fong instantly stirred up the crowd. Oh my god, when did this person show up? He is wearing 2 bronze equipment pieces, yet still wants to sell 2 more. Is this the person who defeated a bronze tier boss? Look at his name, Darkness. Is this the Darkness at the top of the rankings? At this moment, someone wondered why his face could not be seen clearly. Another person explained that he had activated full concealment because the in-game interface and real-life appearance were exactly the same. I'm acting all mysterious. While everyone was discussing excitedly, a girl slowly approached Tan Fong's stall, glanced over the items, then asked, "This ice spike spell, how are you selling it?" This woman was clearly Grey Rose, who was currently ranked 11 in Shell Town. She had also activated full concealment and was thinking silently. Tan Fong then replied, 100 days of lifespan can be traded. Grey Rose looked at Tan Fong in shock. 100 days, that is too much. Can you sell it a bit cheaper? A normal tier ice spike spell could greatly boost mage builds for farming monsters at this stage. 100 days is already very cheap. Grey Rose proposed another option. Can I use money from the real world? If you have a lot of money, you can buy other people's tradable lifespan first and then trade with me. If no one offers a higher price, I can reserve the item for you. Tan Fong replied. Please wait a moment, Grey Rose said, and then sent messages in the group to ask her teammates for opinions. What should everyone say? Her teammates immediately gave their opinions. We were able to reach level 2 so quickly thanks to your leadership. I have no objections. I do not object either. With Ice Spike spell, our team can reach level 3 faster. Anyway, let us exit the game first and talk later. Alright then, everyone transfer your tradable lifespan to me. After we return to reality, I will transfer cash to everyone. After gathering enough lifespan, Grey Rose returned and carried out the trade with Tan Fong. A level 2 team would have to kill at least 30 or 40 creepers, and their tradable lifespan would definitely exceed 100 days. While Tan Fong was thinking, the transaction was already completed. Accordingly, his tradable lifespan increased from 268 to 368 days. At this moment, Latu stepped in front of Tan Fong, speaking arrogantly, "Finally found you, Darkness. I'll give you a chance. Take me straight to level 3. When we return to the real world, I will give you 10 million in cash. My father is the chairman of Dajung Industrial. You can check however you want. No need to worry that I do not have enough money." So it was her, Jiangla. In his previous life, she was the leader of a criminal group and was later eliminated by the government. The report said that she used cash to buy tradable lifespan as bait. then kidnapped many people to work illegally for her, and took the opportunity to eliminate those who did not obey her in the real world. Truly scum. Thinking of this, Tan Fong bluntly said, "I refuse." 2. Now Jiangla was stunned by Tan Fong's answer and took a few seconds before reacting. Darkness. Although you are very strong in this game, no one knows what this game is yet. If you follow me, I guarantee that in the future you will eat well, dress well, have cars, houses, women, everything you want. If you are not buying anything, then do not affect my business. Tan Fong replied, thinking to himself, what use is cash anyway? The universal currency of the world is tradable lifespan. Seeing that she could not lure Tan Fong, Jiangla's attitude immediately turned hostile. Spit. What the hell is this? I valued you, so I asked you to lead the team. If this were the real world, I would have taught you a lesson already. Say one more word, and I will send your lifespan into the negatives. Tan Fong issued a warning filled with killing intent, making Jiangla terrified. She hurriedly fled with her teammates, and Fong continued his item-selling business. After finishing, he immediately returned to his monster-hunting journey. Elsewhere, Jiangla and her underlings ran to a deserted alley before stopping. He angrily spoke, "That damn darkness not only rejected my conditions, but even threatened me. Wait until I return to the real world, and I will definitely capture and deal with you." At this moment, ManhwaCapped stepped out from a hidden corner and spoke. "Hello, Sister Latu." Jiangla and her people looked at him suspiciously. "My name is ManhwaCapped. You can just call me Old Mao. I am currently level 2 and know some leveling tricks. I can help you level up. Then does that 10 million still count?" Jiangla asked. "What tricks?" ManhwaCapped replied. "I normally would not tell anyone, but since it is Sister Latu, to show sincerity, I can make an exception and tell you once. This situation, if you want to level up, you must take your 5 initial attribute points and put them all into agility. Only then when we sprint at full speed will we be slightly faster than those creepers. Like this, do you understand?" Jiangla's expression lit up. "So that is how it is. Turns out this game is played like this. Damn it, I already put my 5 initial attribute points into strength. Forget it. At least there is someone who knows how to play." Thinking this, she smiled at ManhwaCapped and said, "You are indeed a bit interesting. All right then, take me to level up. You are not as strong as darkness, so I can give you 5 million. Do you accept? Take me to level 3, and after returning to the real world, I will transfer the money to you." ManhwaCapped happily agreed. "No problem. Although that darkness is very strong, it seems his brain has issues. Such an easy 10 million, and he does not want it. Truly an idiot." While these people reached an agreement, Tan Fong had already run back to the Turtle Origin Beast boss. As expected, this boss had evolved to the Silver Tier. Gray mist wrapped around its body, yet it was still advancing. From Silver Tier to Gold Tier would take at least 7 or 8 hours. I am too lazy to wait. Thinking this, Tan Fong used Poison Dart combined with Break Stealth Strike, shot straight at the Turtle Origin Beast, then immediately used Shadow Concealment to hide again. -659, -219, -219. A long string of numbers appeared above the Turtle Origin Beast. It roared angrily and then used an area-wide skill to bombard the surroundings. Tan Fong secretly moved around the boss while thinking silently. Silver Tier boss has 2 to 3 times the HP of a Bronze Tier boss, so it needs at least 2 or 3 poison darts. Turtle Origin Beast is a magic-type boss. Most of its skills are attack skills, area-wide with very high damage. After throwing Poison Dart, one must immediately retreat and escape its attack range. If I get hit, with my current HP and defense, there is only death. I must wait until Shadow Concealment's cooldown ends. Moreover, its attacks weaken before it strikes, then immediately hide again to escape its attack range. Not long after, the Turtle Origin Beast suddenly stopped attacking and lowered its body while trembling slightly. "This is the moment." Shouting inwardly, Tan Fong repeated the same move and took a large chunk off the boss's HP bar. This time the Turtle Origin Beast chose a direction and charged away at full speed. Boss saw its HP drop too low and started fleeing. Very good compared to going berserk before dying. Running away obediently saves me quite a bit of trouble. After speaking, Tan Fong chased after it, stabbed with Break Stealth Strike into the Turtle Origin Beast's back, taking away its remaining HP. System notification. You have defeated a Silver Tier Turtle Origin Beast. Gained 1,800 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 5. Congratulations on obtaining 4 evolution points. You have obtained 124 days of tradable lifespan. Haha, this even helped me increase 2 levels, and I even gained 4 evolution points. Laughing happily, Tan Fong used Greedy Hand on the boss corpse. System notification. Greedy Hand judgment successful. You have obtained 4 evolution points. You have obtained 4 evolution points. You have obtained 124 days of tradable lifespan. You have obtained 124 days of tradable lifespan, directly receiving the bonus reward twice. This Silver Tier boss actually brought me 12 evolution points. and 372 days of tradable lifespan. System notification, greedy hand bonus effect activated. One of your loot items has been upgraded from silver to gold. So this is a gold tier item. No wonder it is an emerald tier greedy hand. It has a full 20% chance for bonus loot to increase by 1 tier. A full 7 or 8 items drop, but my inventory only has 10 slots left. I cannot keep killing bosses and running back, such a waste of time. I hope this turtle origin beast drops a storage ring or something to give me more slots. As he spoke, Tan Fong squatted down to pick up the light orbs on the ground. The moment his hand touched the golden light orb, his expression changed in shock. This is Shell Town. Vuong Man and the squad members had just teleported back. We finally survived and made it back. Luckily, we had boss Vuong Man. Otherwise, we could not have smoothly reached level 3 and returned to the town. That is right. That is right. Big brother Vuong Man is too amazing. This is the hard-earned effort of all of us. It is just a pity there was no time to befriend the big shot. Maybe because I was covered in mud, so the big shot looked down on me. Maybe if you had worn this new equipment, then he would have agreed. While they were chatting, the level rankings were updated. Ranking list, rank 1, Darkness, level 5, rank 2, Vuong Man, level 3, rank 3, Ba La La, level 3. The players were shocked and started discussing. Darkness has already reached level 5. What, jumping straight from level 3 to level 5? What kind of boss did he kill? Just over 10 minutes ago, I saw the big shot selling equipment. How did he gain 2 levels so fast? My younger sister is 18 this year. I really hope the big shot likes my sister. Then I could tag along and have him take me to level up. Forget it, he did not even care about 10 million. How could he care about your sister, damn it? I just reached level 3, and the big shot is already level 5. Is he leaving anyone else a way to live? Aside, Vuong Man stood with legs apart and spoke first. Do not overthink it. Each of us should return to reality and inform our family and friends about this divine abandoned game. The world may fall into chaos. At the very least, we should prepare those close to us. All right, then, we will head off first. After speaking, they all logged out together. In the real world, Vuong Man was lying on the bed when he suddenly groaned softly and sat up holding his head. The teammates around him rushed to the bedside when they saw this and shouted, "Look quickly. Brother Vuong is awake. Notify the captain. Brother Vuong has woken up." "Brother Vuong, what is wrong? Are you okay? You scared us to death. Do you know what you looked like just now? Your body turned transparent. Do not scare me like that, Brother Vuong. I told you yesterday to rest, and I would help you watch the suspects." At this moment, Vuong Man had fully adapted and regained clarity. He immediately shouted, "Hurry, hurry, and call everyone. Gather immediately. Something big has happened." Soon after, an emergency meeting was held at the police station, where Vuong Man worked. After listening to Vuong Man recount everything in detail, the middle-aged police officer sitting at the head asked, "You previously reported that you formed a team with a hidden class and were almost wiped out before someone rescued you." Vuong Man replied, "That is correct. His name is Darkness. When he rescued us, Darkness was only level 3. But when we reached level 3, he was already level 5. Moreover, he jumped 2 levels directly to reach level 5. A male officer asked, "Jumping 2 levels? If he is already level 5 now, then would that not make him number 1 in the world? How did he do it?" Vuong Man guessed, "Maybe he killed some boss." Another male officer asked, "According to what you said, Darkness reached level 3 an hour ago. Then why has he not returned to reality yet? Could it be that he has no relatives in the real world and does not need to inform anyone?" Vuong Man replied, "I do not know about that, but it is possible." As the meeting proceeded seriously, a female officer named Envu suddenly spoke up. "Could this Darkness be a transmigrator? Are transmigrators not usually the ones who rise so quickly?" The entire meeting room turned to look at Envu. Envu became flustered under their gazes and said, "Am I wrong?" The middle-aged police officer spoke up to remind her, "Envu, I already told you to read fewer novels usually. In such a serious situation, do not make such remarks." Next, he looked at everyone and said solemnly, "The information Vuong Man just provided about the divine abandoned game completely matches the intelligence passed down from higher authorities. Recent research has shown that some elderly people died shortly after falling asleep. After collecting data and comparing those who returned to reality, it was confirmed that these people had died multiple times in the game. In other words, if lifespan in the divine abandoned game is reset to 0, then they will truly die in reality." A police officer said this is something supernatural beyond our understanding. The middle-aged officer nodded in agreement. "That is right. It is very likely we are experiencing an unidentified superpower invasion. Higher authorities have issued an emergency order to form vanguard teams based on local regions to explore the divine abandoned game and share intelligence. We must establish a professional force as soon as possible. This is a major event affecting the entire world. Currently, all countries are making every effort to explore this divine abandoned game. If we fall behind in this regard, it means losing initiative on the international stage. Therefore, we must gather intelligence at all costs. And Vu, I appoint you as the captain of Team 1. And Vu stood at attention and shouted clearly, "Understood." The middle-aged officer then looked at Vuong Man and said, "Vuong Man will be the vice-captain. The two of you may choose your own team members." Vuong Man also stood at attention and shouted, "Receive." According to Vuong Man's description, this darkness has a good personality. You can try to befriend him. The reason I appointed Vu as captain is because I believe her personality is more suitable for investigating darkness. I hope everyone can discover darkness's true identity as soon as possible, preferably representing the government. Establish a cooperative relationship with darkness and obtain the information he possesses. The most important task for everyone else at this stage is to maintain social stability. Understood. Everyone shouted in unison, "Understood." The middle-aged officer nodded and said, "Dismiss." At the same time, in Tan Tiudu's dormitory, her roommates were also discussing the divine abandoned game. Truong Vi said that people from the same area would appear in the same novice town when they sleep. Really, no, I want to go home. I have to go back and take care of my parents. They have never played games before, and I am afraid they will not be able to adapt. Do not let yourself become a burden. In fact, we can develop on our own first and then take care of our parents. Aside, Tan Tiudu stared at her phone in deep thought. Such a huge event happened, and yet Tan Fong has not reacted at all. Why has he not come to apologize to me? Why is he so arrogant? Before, every time I got angry, that guy would always try to comfort me. But today, he not only did not coax me, he even hit me. Even my parents have never hit me before. I only skipped school to go see Brother Tong Fi's concert. Tan Fong is hateful. If he does not apologize to me 1,000 times this time, I will never forgive him. Luckily, I went to see Brother Tong Fi yesterday. Otherwise, once the divine abandoned game incident happens, I am afraid it will be very hard to have another chance. Yesterday, we were very close. Brother Tong Fi, I really miss you. Right, if falling asleep means entering the game, then Brother Tong Fi will definitely enter as well. As long as I enter the game, I can find Brother Tong Fi. Truong Vi reached level 3 so quickly, so he must be an expert. I must go ask him. Thinking of this, Tan Tiudu sent Truong Vi a message. Expert Truong Vi, do you have any strategies you can teach me? Elsewhere, when Truong Vi received the message, he covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Oh, Tan Tiudu, even a lofty goddess like you is coming to ask me for strategies. This is a gift from heaven. If I can get Tan Tiudu, then he replied, Zuzu, you asked the right person. Let me tell you a secret. When you enter the game, all your initial attribute points must be added to agility. Otherwise, if your speed is not fast enough, you will be abused by monsters. Tan Tiudu replied, what if I am a mage? Do I still need to increase agility? Truong Vi replied, yes, agility is not completely useless for mages. It can increase casting speed and is especially important in the early stages. Tan Tiudu replied, but what if I still cannot fight even with agility? Truong Vi replied, do not worry, Tiudu. As long as someone in the town reaches level 5, the teleportation array in the town will light up. Then you can freely form teams to level up. When the teleportation array appears, I will find you and take you along. Tan Tiudu had been waiting for these words from Truong Vi. She happily lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, and thought silently, very good. These clingers are indeed useful. I have found someone to shield me. Tan Fong, considerate, giving face to Brother Tong Fi. I am entering the game now, so you can keep putting on airs. By the time you enter the game, I do not know how many levels ahead of you I will be. Then I will not help you level up. Going back a few hours earlier, at the exact moment Tan Fong touched the golden light orb, its information appeared before him. Golden Turtle Origin Ring, usable by all classes. All attributes +8, Dark Element Resistance +26, Weak Point Attack Coefficient +1. Equipment Requirement Level 4. Each attribute increase of 8 points is equivalent to 32 attribute points. This ring is equivalent to the total attributes others can only obtain after reaching level 3. Moreover, it also has Dark Element Resistance, which is very effective against demonic creatures. The base weak point attack multiplier is 15 times. Adding this ring increases it to 16 times, which is not bad. And there is this too. As he spoke, Tan Fong looked at another system panel. Flash, Shadow, Slash, Silver, Assassin type skill. Dash in one direction up to 15 meters and enter stealth mode, lasting 5 seconds and creating 3 slashes against all enemies along the path. Cooldown 12 seconds reduced to 1043 seconds. Learning requirement level 4, slash width 21 meters per slash. Increases attack power by 100 points. 100% counts as back attacks but cannot deal weak point damage. Tan Fong commented that this is an extremely powerful area damage skill that allows movement and even stealth. Learn it immediately while it is hot. There are still some evolution points left. Then evolve Greedy Hand first. System notification. You have consumed 8 evolution points. Remaining points 4. Greedy Hand, Diamond Tier, Assassin skill, can be used on monster corpses. Has a 220% chance to obtain bonus loot rewards. Bonus loot obtained has a 40% chance to increase by 1 tier. Tan Fong murmured, just as expected. Dealing with monsters now will definitely give me 2 extra loot rewards. Killing 1 monster is equivalent to others killing 3. There are still 4 evolution points left, so Flash, Shadow, Slash can be upgraded to level 3. System notification. You have consumed 3 evolution points. Remaining 1 point. Flash, Shadow, Slash, Platinum. Assassin type skill. Dash in one direction up to 21 meters and enter stealth mode, lasting 7 seconds and creating 5 slashes against all enemies along the path. Cooldown 1043 seconds. Learning requirement level 4, slash width 31 meters. Each slash increases attack power by 200 points, so it did not reduce the cooldown, disappointing. But just relying on Flash, Shadow, Slash, I can already achieve infinite stealth. Everything else is trash, but this silver tier warrior skill book Battle Roar can still sell for some money. Speaking, Tan Fong suddenly heard strange noises moving around him. He raised his head to look and discovered several monsters pouncing over. Level 4 4-limbed climber. Perfect timing. I will use you to test the power of Flash, Shadow, Slash. As the words fell, Tan Fong immediately vanished. Next, only several flashes of sword light were seen, slicing the monsters into multiple pieces that fell to the ground. System notification. You have slain a level 4 4-limbed climber. You have gained 80 experience points. You have received 5 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong's figure appeared once more, and he said the monster clearing efficiency has improved. If using poison dart, it would take at least 2 darts to kill 1 monster. And the shorter the battle time, the lower the chance of unexpected accidents. My current tradable lifespan is now 618 days, but to extract equipment and skills into reality, the tradable lifespan must reach at least 2.5 years. Or more precisely 900 days. I should go back and sell the items in my inventory. My current tradable lifespan is already close to the minimum threshold for extraction. As long as I reach level 10, I can extract skills and equipment from the divine abandoned game into reality. On the way back to Shell Town, Tan Fong accidentally ran into Jiangla and Maolap Tuan talking. Congratulations, miss, on reaching level 3. Is it time for you to fulfill your promise? Rest assured, our Dajang Dental Company will never lack that little bit of money for you. Now let us return to reality. This is my phone number. You can contact me directly. Oh right, sell me all your tradable lifespan. I will pay you 10,000 per day. No problem, haha. I said darkness is a blind idiot. Even a big boss like Miss here he does not value. Then we will wait for you in reality. Before logging out, Maolap Tuan smugly thought to himself, haha, even if the game truly affects lifespan, so what? Lifespan can be earned anytime. Only people like me who can turn gaming ability into money are truly smart. Not long after Tan Fong returned to the town, the first thing he did was head to the teleportation array and activate it. System notification. Congratulations, you have lit up the instant teleportation array in Shell Town. You may teleport instantly once per day for free. Additional teleports will consume tradable lifespan. No other instant teleportation arrays have been activated in Jang Hai City. The town teleportation array is originally 2-way. Lighting up only one array is useless. Before players can teleport to each other, players in other towns must also reach level 5 to light their teleportation arrays. I remember in my previous life Tong Fi was in Firefly Town. I can set a reminder so that one day when someone in Firefly Town activates the teleportation array, I will be the first to know. However, inter-town teleportation has little meaning at the early stage. My top priority is reaching level 10, and then heading to the God-forsaken continent. That is where the true beginning of the divine abandoned game lies. While thinking deeply, Tan Fong walked to the plaza and set up a stall with a sign, selling equipment and skills, only selling for 10 minutes. Hurry if you want to buy. The surrounding players immediately recognized Tan Fong and shouted, "The big shot, darkness is here again." The big shot finally arrived. I prepared 150 days of lifespan just waiting for the big shot to sell items. Last time the ice spike spell sold by the big shot sent Grey Rose straight to second place on the rankings. I hope there is a mage skill book this time. There really is a skill book, but it is only a silver tier warrior battle roar skill book. I want that battle roar. System notification. Transaction successful. Obtain 300 days of tradable lifespan. 300 days of tradable lifespan for one skill book. Is it worth it? Short-sighted. If a warrior gets this skill book, their monster killing efficiency doubles. 300 days of lifespan can be earned back in just 2 days. I want that armor. I want these shoes. Soon all items in Tan Fong's stall were snapped up by the players. He immediately stood up to pack away the stall and thought, sold out in just 1 minute. The total transaction lifespan this time is 650 days. My tradable lifespan has now reached 2174 days, but it is still not enough. If I want to extract levels, attributes, classes, equipment, and skills from the divine abandoned game into reality, it is still far from sufficient. Players who failed to grab anything wailed continuously. Boo-hoo, I missed it twice, me too. Big shot, will you sell here again next time? Black Bloom ran over shouting, big shot, I have a treasure, do you want it? At the same time, she took out a leather ring and held it forward, a space ring with an additional 12 storage slots. It does not occupy ring equipment slots or backpack slots. And Fong exclaimed in surprise inwardly, a spatial ring? This is a special storage equipment. Its value lies in not taking up backpack or equipment slots, and each player can only carry up to 3 storage backpacks. Although this item can drop from any monster, the drop rate is extremely low. This prophet was very lucky to obtain it so early. In the past, a 12-slot one like this could sell for over 3,600 days. Then he asked, how do you plan to sell it? Greg Bloom smiled and replied, I do not want the big shot's lifespan. I just want to be friends with you. And by the way, have the big shot take our group to kill a boss. All right, agreeing with a sound, Tan Fong sent her a friend request. System notification. Player Black Bloom has accepted your friend request. Tan Fong asked what kind of boss it was. Greg Bloom replied it is just a gold tier boss. Tan Fong asked its name. It is too far to see clearly, but it is a place with a boat on the swamp looking very dilapidated. Hearing this, Tan Fong was startled and thought inwardly, a dilapidated boat. Could it be the gold tier ghost ship? Gold tier ghost ship is an extremely rare special boss that can appear at any level. Its appearance rate is extremely low, and it drops special items that are very useful. Whenever a gold tier ghost ship appears, fierce battles erupt between guilds. A gold tier ghost ship appearing in a town is likely at level 5. At this level, it is the easiest to kill. Encountering a gold tier ghost ship so early in a small town, and also obtaining a rare storage ring, and being a member of Vuong Man's team. Could she be the legendary Koi Luck player from my previous life? Outwardly, Tan Fong asked calmly, how did you discover this gold tier boss? Greg Bloom replied, after logging out and eating dinner, I wanted to log back in quickly to level with the captain and others, but who knew they would be so slow? With nothing to do, I wandered around sightseeing and found the gold tier boss under a cliff. Tan Fong thought inwardly, in my previous life it was rumored that in Vuong Man's team, there was a member with Koi like luck, who while wandering in the wild could encounter treasure yang, bosses, dungeons, dangerous temples. At first I thought it was just misinformation released by the authorities to cover up their intelligence. I never expected it to be true. It really is her. Black Bloom blushed and said, big shot, why are you staring at me like that? Tan Fong said, nothing. Then the two of them left the town together. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, a man secretly watching saw them leave the town gate and immediately ran off in another direction. At a deserted place nearby, a boss was boasting to his underlings. Back then, I also led my brothers to conquer the Sand City Overlord. Just follow me and I guarantee everyone will eat well and dress well. At that moment, the watcher ran over shouting, boss, that kid took a girl out of town. Hearing this, the boss grinned and said, as expected, that brat could not hold it in so quickly and already brought a girl along. Brothers, follow me. Meanwhile, Tan Fong and Black Bloom were walking and chatting. I can help fight. If the boss drops equipment or skill books you can use, I can give them to you, and the rest will be mine. How about it? Oh, then what about Captain Vuong Man and the others? Your team has all kinds of classes. If assassin gear drops, would that not make my effort wasted? Then let us do as you say. But can I make a small request? Go ahead. If you sell equipment to Captain Vuong Man and the others, can you give them a small discount? No problem. All right, then we will set off after Captain Vuong Man comes online. By the way, big shot, where are we going now? Which gold tier boss are we heading to fight? Hearing Tan Fong say this, Greg Bloom turned pale and said, big shot, you are an assassin, and I am a mage. You can go invisible, but how am I supposed to survive? Tan Fong said, I alone am enough. You just need to observe from a safe place, Greg Bloom exclaimed in shock. Ah, she thought inwardly, one person killing a gold tier boss. Even knowing the big shot is powerful, this is still too exaggerated. Suddenly, Tan Fong's figure vanished on the spot, leaving her confused as she looked around and shouted, big shot, where did you go? Hidden in the forest behind them, the stalkers also saw Tan Fong disappear and whispered, boss, that darkness guy disappeared. Haha, he must have tricked that girl and left her alone in this wilderness. Come, let us go catch that girl first and have some fun, then talk. I told you if you follow me you will eat well and dress well. Look, is that woman not right there? Boss is smart. However, before they could react, anything, Tan Fong suddenly appeared right in front of them and used flash shadow slash to send them back to the respawn point. System notification: you have eliminated 5 players and obtained a total of 12. 2 days of tradable lifespan, only equivalent to killing 2 small monsters. He muttered softly as Tan Fong's figure vanished again and reappeared beside Black Bloom. Black Bloom asked in shock, "Big shot, where did you just go?" Tan Fong replied, "There were a few people tailing us, so I sent them back to the town." Greg Bloom spoke, "Oh, I thought the big shot went to the bathroom." "Oh, right, big shot, now that you have this stealth skill, going to the bathroom must be very convenient, right? You can relieve yourself anytime, anywhere without being seen. Wait, if something falls out of your body, it would be invisible too, right?" Or Tan Fong hurriedly cut her off and said, "Take me to find the boss you mentioned." In the small town, another new player appeared. If Tan Fong were here, he would immediately recognize this person as none other than the best friend who stabbed him in the back, Tan Tudu. "Oh, this is incredible. I can actually feel it. This is amazing. I actually obtained the hidden class life sacrifice priest. It must be extremely powerful. This will definitely be worthy of Brother Tong Fi. I wonder how Brother Tong Fi is doing right now. Does he know the secret of allocating initial stat points? HMPH, I do not know where that bastard Tan Fong ran off to. All day he only cares about himself. Yet when it really matters, he is completely unreliable. Fine then, now that I have a hidden class and Truong Vi promised to help me level up. Tan Fong, you can deal with yourself. I do not care about you at all." As she spoke, Tan Tudu began observing her surroundings and saw the ranking board hanging in the sky. She murmured in shock, "Wow, Darkness is already level 6 and ranked first. Truong Vi is only level 3 right now, yet he still has time to brag about his strength. It seems this Darkness is the real big shot. If I had Darkness on the rankings helping me, I would definitely level up even faster than Truong Vi. But where should I go to find this big shot Darkness?" Just then Tan Tudu heard Vuong Man's group talking nearby. "Damn it, I cannot get in touch with Tudu Theogeo. We do not have time to wait for her. Does anyone have any ideas? Monster farming cannot be done without a support. We are not big shots like Darkness who can play solo. I suggest we find a new support to cooperate with." Hearing that these people were familiar with Darkness, Tan Tudu's eyes lit up, and she hurried over to speak. "Hello, may I ask if you are looking for a support? I am a hidden class life sacrifice priest." At the same time, Tan Fong and Black Bloom had also arrived at the boss location. Looking down from the cliff at the boss in the swamp, Tan Fong spoke, "It really is the gold tier ghost ship. You stay here and hide. Be careful of being ambushed by others. I will handle the boss." Black Bloom said, "All right, big shot, be careful." Tan Fong nodded and jumped straight down. System notification: affected by the ghost ship, this area has become a time turbulence zone. Lifespan drain speed increased by 100 times. Time flows 100 times faster. Staying inside for 15 minutes will consume 1 day of lifespan. The impact of this temporary zone is not very large. Muttering to himself, Tan Fong landed lightly and quickly rushed toward the center of the swamp. Boss information: gold tier ghost ship. Level 5, rarity gold, special. Countdown time 45 minutes 25 seconds. This special boss has a limited appearance duration. Fortunately, there are still 45 minutes left. That is more than enough. Saying that, Tan Fong opened with Flash, Shadow, Slash, and entered Stealth. The boss was immediately struck 5 times in succession, each hit dealing 549 damage. Next, Tan Fong reappeared and used Poison Dart combined with Break Stealth Strike, aimed directly at the boss's weak point. After dealing massive damage, he used Shadow Concealment to hide again and retreated from the boss since he knew it would counterattack now. Only then did the ghost ship raise its oars. Pillars of water erupted like waterspouts sweeping across the swamp. Tan Fong in stealth relied on his agility to dodge continuously. Not stopping there the moment the water pillars vanished, monsters like rotten water ghouls crawled out of the swamp. There were more than a dozen at a glance. Killing the gold tier ghost ship was indeed difficult. First, most people do not know where its true weak point is. The real weak point is not the bones nor the hull, but the ghost bell at the bow. Second, once its weak point is attacked, it will control the surrounding water and launch wide area attacks. The destructive power of the water pillars is extremely high. In the early stage, only warriors wearing silver tier armor can barely withstand it. Fortunately, the base agility of the darkness class is high enough, otherwise dodging would be very difficult. Third, after the ranged attack phase ends, boss will summon 12 rotten water demons onto the battlefield, each possessing the strength of a silver tier boss. The 12 rotten water demons will attack frantically, and most teams will fall into chaos at this point. Moreover, every 3 minutes the gold tier ghost ship will summon another rotten water demon. If not dealt with in time, they will accumulate and eventually wipe out the entire team. However, I am always invisible, so they cannot find me. I just need the right angle, and I can eliminate them all with a single strike. As he thought this, Tan Fong reappeared and used Flash Shadow Slash to send the rotten water demons away, while also taking a large chunk of the boss's HP. On the cliff above, Black Bloom's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg. This is the big shot darkness, the #1 on the rankings. This is way too strong, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. The boss has already lost 1/3 of its health and has virtually no ability to fight back. While she was marveling, she received a message from Tan Fong. "Zyro, hi, I am about to die." Black Bloom panicked and replied, "Huh, what?" Tan Fong messaged, "You do not need to do anything, just wait for me to revive." Black Bloom replied, "Why is that big shot? Are you not clearly at an advantage right now? And in what kind of name is Zyro Hai?" Tan Fong messaged, "Are you not Zyro Hai?" Black Bloom replied, "Big shot, my name is Black Bloom Hai Bu Lin Dai Li Zai, not Zyro Hai. It sounds like a dog's name." Tan Fong messaged, "I understand, Zyro Hai." At the same time, the group that had just been eliminated by Tan Fong revived and angrily rushed back to hunt the two of them. The boss shouted furiously, "Damn it, we were taken out. I once swept tournament after tournament back when I was a legend, and now I am being bullied by some brat." At this moment, a lackey ran over to report, "Boss, we found that girl. She is at the edge of the cliff ahead, and that bastard Darkness is fighting the boss alone below the cliff." The boss snorted and said, "Go, this time I have called all the brothers. I do not believe we cannot deal with him." Returning to the battle between Tan Fong and the boss. The fourth point is also the most troublesome. Its gold tier ghost ship will release a massive soul riot over a very wide area, then impose immobilization for 5 seconds. Now I cannot escape, then so be it. While Tan Fong was thinking, the boss's wide area skill had already spread and engulfed him. System notification, you have died. You have lost 326 years of non-tradable lifespan. You have lost 1087 days of tradable lifespan. This scene was seen by the pursuing group as they arrived. Haha, serves him right, this idiot got arrogant just because people called him Big Shot and dared to challenge a gold tier boss alone. This Darkness dog is really rich. Such a large light orb is worth at least several hundred days of lifespan. Brothers attack. The boss is only at half health now, let us finish it off. We can even get a huge chunk of lifespan. This is only half the lifespan he lost. This big dog deserves it. Today this little dog will eat the big dog." The boss shouted excitedly and led his men charging down the cliff. However, the moment they entered the swamp area, the scenery suddenly changed. The gloomy sky vanished, completely replaced by a clear blue sky. The group stood stunned for a few seconds. When they saw rows of buildings around them, they finally reacted and realized they had revived. The group immediately erupted in anger, shouting, "Damn it, how can this boss be so strong? How did Darkness reduce its HP to half? Is this a ghost story? This is completely unreasonable. We were wiped out by water pillars the moment we entered the swamp. And there were so many small monsters. How are we supposed to fight? Damn, our losses are too heavy. Let us go back again. I do not believe this thing can be that abnormal." A short while later, when Tan Fong returned to the swamp, he saw a pile of light orbs on the ground. He messaged Black Bloom in surprise, "I am back, Zyro Hai. Why are there so many lifespan orbs here?" Black Bloom replied, "A group rushed over just now, but they were all wiped out by the water pillars." Tan Fong replied, "So that is how it is, haha, truly not knowing their limits." Then he looked toward the boss, recalling that in his previous life, he had also suffered greatly at the hands of the gold tier ghost ship. Gold tier ghost ship only releases its immobilization skill once, so the remaining half of its HP can be dealt with easily. When its HP drops to half, there is a certain chance it will disappear and reappear far away, making it harder for ordinary players to kill. But I already grasped its movement pattern long ago. Muttering to himself, Tan Fong charged toward the boss and launched his attack. On the cliff, the group had once again rushed over and shouted, "Boss, look quickly. That brat is really fighting the boss again. Good, we will find a chance to take them down." Greg Bloom, standing not far from the cliff edge, also noticed them. Those idiots came again. Damn it. They only know how to cause trouble. The boss is about to finish the boss. I cannot let them succeed. Thinking this, Black Bloom immediately used a skill. She struck lightning onto the leader and shouted loudly, "The heavens decree, today there will be thunder punishment." Those people angrily yelled, "Damn it, who is attacking us, boss? There is a mage over there." HMPH, that woman wants to die, deal with her." Seeing them rush toward her, Black Bloom cried out and turned to flee. "Stop right there, I am going to deal with you." Those people shouted as they chased closely behind. They did not know that there was another group present here, hiding in the dark and silently observing everything. In the middle of the swamp, the battle was gradually reaching its end. It is finally about to die. No wonder it is a gold tier ghost ship. Even though it is only level 5, killing it alone is still very difficult. My damage is still too low, causing the battle to drag on too long and attract the attention of others. There is a group of people on the cliff who look like they just died earlier. Besides that, there is also a group near the swamp. It seems they want to wait until I finish the boss, then deal with me and snatch the loot. Even knowing this, Tan Fong was not worried at all and used the skill that had just come off cooldown to take away the boss's final bit of HP. System notification. You have eliminated the gold tier ghost ship. Gold tier. You have obtained 800 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 8. Congratulations, you have obtained 7 evolution points and 216 days of tradable lifespan. A good idea indeed, but it is a pity that you miscalculated, he said softly as Tan Fong used shadow concealment and vanished on the spot, leaving the pile of items on the ground without picking them up. At the same time, all players received a notification. Player Darkness from Shell Town is the first on the server to defeat a gold tier boss and has obtained 3 reputation points. The players began discussing. Gold tier boss first kill. Damn, what kind of monster is this Darkness? How can he be so strong? Shell Town, which country did it originally belong to? The first player to defeat a gold tier boss must be a powerhouse from our great Korea, Smekta. In Shell Town, Byung Man spoke up saying that not long ago there was a notice saying Darkness could solo a bronze tier boss. In the blink of an eye, he already soloed a gold tier boss. Why is the gap between people so huge? Standing behind him, Tan Tiu Du frowned and thought silently, this Darkness is indeed the strongest. If he helps me level up, it will not take long before I can meet Brother Tong Fi. Turning to the events in the swamp, after Tan Fong disappeared, the leader of the second group laughed quietly and said, haha, this boss really dropped a lot of loot. That guy ran away and did not pick up anything. He must be scared of us. Ah Guang, use your skill to find that man. Deal with him, and we will monopolize the rewards dropped by the gold tier boss. The player named Guang responded and immediately drew his bow. He used the skill Ghost Hawk Eagle to shoot toward the swamp. Tan Fong, standing in stealth, saw this and muttered, Ghost Hawk Eagle. I did not expect this hunter to have learned an anti-stealth skill so quickly. No wonder they were confident in wanting to deal with me and seize the loot. Unfortunately, my class has stealth level +1 and stealth resistance level 1, making it impossible for anyone to see through my stealth. As expected, Guang did not discover Tan Fong's figure, so he turned to his leader and reported, Boss, there is no one there. That brat probably saw that we had many people and got scared and ran away. HMPH, consider him smart. Oh, let us move over and guard the loot. Stay alert and be ready to fight at any time. The protection period for boss loot ownership is 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the boss loot will belong to us. After saying that, the leader ran toward the dropped items with his underlings. At this moment, several flashes of sword light appeared. Cutting them into pieces, Tan Fong's figure appeared as he said softly, it is much quieter here now, oh right. Where did that Jang Hai girl go? Forget it, I will look for her later. The remaining evolution points from before plus the boss reward only allowed Greedy Hand to evolve one more time. I will evolve the skill first, and then touch the corpses. Very soon the skill evolved successfully. System notification, Greedy Hand, Epic. Assassin type skill has a 300% chance to obtain bonus loot rewards. Bonus loot obtained has a 100% chance to be upgraded by 1 tier. 100% chance to be upgraded by 1 tier. This is practically a complete transformation. I must make all these light orbs explode with loot. Muttering to himself, Tan Fong began using Greedy Hand to collect, causing system notifications to ring continuously. System notification. You have used the skill Greedy Hand. You have obtained 21 evolution points. You have obtained 648 days of tradable lifespan. You have obtained the special item Demonized Spirit Lantern. You have obtained the special item Demonized Spirit Lantern. You have obtained. Tan Fong exclaimed in shock. I did not expect to get 2 Demonized Spirit Lanterns in one go. He took out the 2 Demonized Spirit Lanterns and examined them. Demonized Spirit Lantern, Medium Ghost Flame, special item. When carried, you will not lose lifespan upon death. This effect has a cooldown of 1565 seconds. Soul Absorption, passive. When you defeat one monster, the lifespan drop rate increases by 20% times 2. Affects all enemies within a 100-meter radius. Cooldown 521 seconds. Tan Fong thought silently. This medium ghost flame is not considered equipment but a consumable item. It does not occupy an equipment slot, and the 2 lanterns only take up 1 backpack slot. It is indeed very convenient to use. At this moment, Tan Fong received a distress message from Black Bloom. Boss, save me. Ah, what are you doing? Do not come over. Tan Fong anxiously replied. Jang Hai, where are you? Suddenly a panic scream rang out from the distance. Get away. Do not come over. The owner of the scream was Li Zai, who was being surrounded by a group of lecherous men. They approached while sneering. You damn girl, you sure struggle a lot. You are at a dead end now. Be good and come over. We guarantee you will feel amazing. Li Zai turned her head to look at the cliff behind her. When those people got close, she did not say a word and decisively jumped off the cliff below to escape. Li Zai gripped the staff in her hand tightly. Her eyes shut tight, and she did not dare open them. She fell down, her back slamming straight onto the open ground. A man quickly ran to the cliff edge, looked down and exclaimed, she really jumped. That girl is tough. Li Zai had already disappeared and contacted Tan Fong privately. Boss, no need to save me, I already died and returned to the town. It hurts so much, but luckily all our team's tradable items were left on Captain Vuong Man. Hearing this, Tan Fong felt somewhat relieved and replied, "All right, stay in the town, and wait for me to return. I will bring you the items." Li Zai replied happily, "Thank you, boss, you worked hard." Tan Fong said to himself, "This time I made a huge profit. My tradable lifespan has reached 115 days, and I also gained more evolution points. Continue evolving Greedy Hand." As soon as he said this, the information panel appeared. Greedy Hand has reached the epic level. Further evolution requires 10 times the evolution points. Do you want to spend 210 evolution points to evolve this skill? Tan Fong was stunned by the information and muttered, 210 evolution points. As expected, it is not that simple. The higher the skill level, the more evolution points it consumes. Forget it, I will upgrade damage skills instead. Higher damage means a higher chance to defeat stronger enemies and obtain more loot. The information panel appeared again as he enhanced his skills. You have consumed 8 evolution points and have 13 remaining. Flash, Shadow, Slash, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond. In an instant dash in one direction up to 212,427 meters while entering stealth, lasting 789 seconds, dealing 567 slashes to all enemies along the path. Cooldown 1,210, 43 seconds. Slash range 313.64 1 meters. Each slash increases attack power by 202.50 300 points. You have consumed 235 evolution points, remaining 3 points. Initial skill Backstab Enhancement, Normal, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Passive effect when attacking from behind the target damage increases by 15%, 20%, 25%, 30%. Tan Fong felt his strength steadily increasing and said, after evolving Flash, Shadow, Slash twice, the damage has doubled. Even without stealth, and without Break Stealth Strike, a single skill can deal 30 damage. If using Break Stealth Strike to attack from behind, the total damage of 7 slashes can reach 6 or even 7-0. Gold tier bosses basically drop 2 to 4 silver tier equipment with a very small chance of gold tier equipment. Now, thanks to Greedy Hand, I have obtained 11 gold tier equipment and skill books, plus 2 platinum tier equipment and 1 platinum tier skill book. Not bad at all. And there are even 3 items that the assassin class can use. The information panel appeared. Ghost Ship Twin Blades, Platinum Assassin Weapon, Attack Power plus 136, Agility plus 22, Attack Speed plus 24%, Armor Penetration plus 17, Equipment Requirement Level 5, Unique Special Effect. Each of your normal attacks deals double damage. Tan Fong looked at the weapon in his hand and commented, "This special effect is not very useful since I mainly use skills anyway. But the base attack power is high, and it adds 22 agility. Attack speed also accelerates skill execution and reduces post-cast delay, so it is not completely useless. Plus, it has armor penetration, which is a significant benefit." As soon as he finished speaking, another piece of information appeared on the panel, making Tan Fong clearly feel the enhancement of his equipment as he said, "I did not increase vitality when leveling up, and my current HP is only 350 points. Yet this armor directly boosts it to 419 points. Once I wear this suit, most players at this stage will not be able to break my defense at all. Alright, hide the equipment. It is better to use the original cosmetic of the dark class. This way others cannot see my equipment. They must enter the game interface to check it. Now there is still one last item, a skill book." He tapped the spot he had just discovered. The information panel displayed new data. Phantom Shadow Blur, Gold Tier, Assassin Passive Skill, increases dodge rate by 15%. When dodge is triggered, you are immune to all damage. Tan Fong stared at the panel and said, "I finally got an assassin skill, but I remember this skill being very weak because dodge rate is extremely hard to raise in this game. Moreover, even if you try to raise dodge, other attributes will definitely be low. And if you fail to dodge at a critical moment, it becomes extremely dangerous." And suddenly he shouted, "Learn it." His words sounded bold, but his mind was full of calculations. "However, I am different. I have skills that can evolve infinitely. I can increase dodge without sacrificing other attributes, which is a pure benefit." Tan Fong turned and left while muttering to himself, "It is time to return. The remaining warrior, priest, and archer items can be sold to Vuong Man at a 10% discount. Although they cannot afford them right now considering Vuong Man's character, I can sell on credit. This big fortune is all thanks to Zio Hai. Without this coy luck, I would not have been able to find and kill the level 5 gold tier ghost ship. I must thank her properly." After walking some distance, he encountered the group that had surrounded Li Zai earlier. Tan Fong saw them, but his expression did not change at all, only cold indifference. Those people looked as if they had seen a ghost, every face turning pale. The whole group scrambled to flee in panic while shouting, "It is darkness, run quickly. Do not stop me, idiot. Do not throw me away, damn it. Do not come over here, do not come over here, save my life." Cao Huang looked at them with cold eyes. After that, he quickly dealt with those who had fallen behind. At this moment, only the leader was left. The more he ran, the closer the distance to Tan Fong became. He moved in close. That man trembled in fear until tears welled up as he begged, "I was wrong. I will not dare again. Spare me, big brother, great lord, father, do not kill me. I only have 1 year of lifespan left. But Tan Fong showed no reaction and replied coldly, when you harmed others, did you ever think about this ending? Without letting the other side wait long, he immediately finished him off and turned to leave, leaving that filthy leader screaming in pain. At this moment, the skill interface popped up another notification. Because the player had proactively killed too many people, he obtained the Butcher status. At the current level of Butcher, upon death, 75% of current lifespan would drop. Oppressive aura radiated around Tan Fong, with the Butcher title above his head. As he walked, he thought to himself, it does not matter. I have the Ghostfire Spirit pill on me. Even if I accidentally die once, I will not lose any lifespan at all. Tan Fong quickened his steps and returned to the small town. When everyone saw him, they loudly discussed, it is the darkness, damn, that is real. He killed the golden boss and came back. Why do we not see any good equipment on him? In my opinion, this guy must have relied on luck to defeat the boss alone. That is why nothing dropped. Ridiculous. Go find and kill one yourself and show me. Suddenly someone stood blocking the way. Big Brother Darkness, please stop. Fuang Heen raised a book and continued speaking. Big Brother Darkness, earlier it was our fault. This is an assassin class skill book we just bought using lifespan. Please accept it and let go of what happened earlier. As if waiting, the interface suddenly appeared and analyzed the book before him. Carved strike, normal assassin class skill book. Single target skill, increases attack by 20 points and causes stun for 2 seconds upon hit. Cooldown 22 seconds. Seeing that he remained silent, that man continued speaking. This is a control skill. After a moment, Tan Fong replied, fine. After finishing, he turned around and left, making Fuang Heen's subordinates extremely displeased. Young Master Heen, we were killed by him, yet we even gave him a skill book. Is this not too cowardly? Each of us mobilize our own connections and gather everyone. Just 1 drop of spit from everyone could drown him. Why be afraid exactly? Since when did we have to endure this? Fuang Heen quickly raised his voice. What do you know? That darkness grows so fast and even levels up alone. There must be some huge secret. Now, as long as we find him in the real world and imprison him, we can not only learn the secret, but also turn him into a slave to gather lifespan for us. A subordinate immediately flattered him upon hearing this. So that is how it is. No wonder young Master Heen is so capable. Let us go back. Fuang Heen lifted his chin and spoke with disdain. I will request the clan to send a woman, find a way to extract information from him. That darkness voice earlier sounded unfamiliar, definitely not from our circle. This proves he is a poor nobody. Send an unrivaled beauty straight to his door. I do not believe he will not take the bait. Tan Fong went to meet Lai Tu and made a request. Come on, Zyro Hai, accept the trade. I will give you these items. She immediately beamed and replied, thank you, great lord. But I am not Zyro Hai, I am Lai Tu. As soon as she swung the staff, her whole body floated into the air. This is incredible. I am about to take off. This skill, this necklace directly multiplies my damage several times. Even my mana recovery has doubled. Great lord, truly thank you so much. Seeing this, Tan Fong went straight to the point. No need for pleasantries. According to our agreement, give me those spaces. Lai Tu quickly handed over what he asked for and said, right, here you go. The way, great lord. Earlier, when I was escaping into the forest, I found a cave. It looks like the entrance to some ruins. Are you interested? Tan Fong did not answer, but secretly calculated. First, the Golden Ghost Emperor ship. Now a ruins entrance. Befriending this girl is indeed not a loss, fair exchange. If I had not given her 2 golden equipment pieces, she probably would not have told me this information. With this space ring, the storage space finally reached 27 slots. After some calculation, he spoke. Where is Vuong Man after selling items to everyone? Then I will go with you to that ruin. Hearing this, Lai Tu quickly replied, all right, but their team leader has invited a new priest. They will return in about half an hour. I've marked the ruin entrance on the map for you. There is a stone slab on the ground behind the bushes. I moved the slab aside and hid inside to escape. As a result, after only a few steps, I heard demonic screams from within. I was so scared that I ran away. Otherwise, I would not have been caught up by those people. Hearing the answer, Tan Fong vanished, but did not forget to call back. All right, I understand. I will go to this ruin now. When I return, we will trade with Vuong Man and the others. The process was so fast that she cried out in confusion, great lord. He dashed away with darkness wrapping around him. Tan Fong kept weaving through the trees in the forest while thinking. I originally planned to find a place to grind to level 10, but now that there is a ruin, there is no need to search anymore. There are 3 main types of ruins that appear in the starting town, namely tombs, eroded ruins, and faith shrines. Regardless of the type, even the small monsters are at bronze level, or even silver level. To me, this place is a sea of lifespan and evolution points. After searching for a while, Tan Fong found the entrance to the ruin. As he entered, he thought to himself, initially 3 main types of ruins appear in the small town, namely tombs, eroded ruins, and faith shrines. Tombs bring nothing good. There are many monsters here, and clearing them is extremely difficult. In the end, there is basically also a golden boss. As for the monsters in eroded ruins, they are all corrupted by ancient gods or evil deities. They may once have been humans. Some went mad, or some transformed into demons after death. As for the monsters in faith shrines, they are all followers of ancient gods or evil gods. The map inside the shrine is extremely complex. The latter two, if cleared smoothly, will reward some special items or skill books. Looking at the carvings on these stone walls, this seems to be a faith shrine. These wall carvings look very familiar. This is the faith shrine that judges ancient gods. This place shares the same origin as the Eye of Judgment on my body. The deeper he went, the louder the eerie sounds became. In one area, it also carried a gloomy aura full of resentment. Vuong Man was using a shield to defend. The monster before him roared as if it wanted to devour its opponent. Seizing the moment Vuong Man was distracted, it swiftly attacked and knocked him flying backward. A teammate saw this and shouted, "Healer, heal, hurry and heal. What are you standing there for?" Iodu panicked with trembling limbs and teary eyes and replied, "Okay, what should I do?" Crip continued attacking. The remaining teammate raised his sword to block. "Damn it, it is charging again. Use a skill quickly." She could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground, covering her face and crying, "I am so scared." Iodu's scream startled the birds in the forest into flying away in all directions. After a long while, Vuong Man's group also returned to the small town. Everyone's faces were dark. Lai Tu did not notice anything unusual and ran over shouting, "Captain, why did everyone come back so quickly? Big Brother Darkness has not returned yet. We still cannot buy equipment." Suddenly someone in the team angrily pointed and cursed, "Damn it all. I have never seen anyone as stupid as you. You cannot dodge monster attacks. You do not know how to use skills. Tell me, what can you even do?" Lai Tu quickly tried to mediate. "Why are you being so fierce? She is obviously a newbie. Dying once on the first play is very normal." Even so, Tu Than was still angry and continued, "Lai Tu, move aside. I must scold this kind of person to death." Another teammate added, "Lai Tu did not just die once. Within less than an hour, she died 3 times. She froze slightly, then quickly changed the subject. "Let me go with everyone this time. I just received these 2 items from that great lord. Now I am very strong, so believe that with me joining this time, no one will die." Vuong Man, who had been silent, finally spoke. "All right, stop saying a few words. Lai Tu's proposal is not bad. With her joining this time, it should go very smoothly. Perhaps when we return this time, we might just meet Big Brother Darkness." Tudu shyly spoke in a low voice, "Sorry, I will do my best." But in her mind, curses overflowed, being useless yet blaming me. "If it were not because you people could connect with Big Brother Darkness, I would not bother serving you at all. This is infuriating. A bunch of idiots." Turning to the ruins from earlier, after walking for some time, Tan Fong found a huge door. He slowly walked inside. The eerie sounds grew clearer and clearer. Deep inside were monsters with shaved heads kneeling prostrate on the ground. Were loyal followers of the ancient god. The judged level 10, silver rank. Tan Fong stared at them for a long while. Then he swiftly used Shadow Shield Dash and charged like the wind to attack them. After the previous attack, their health bars only dropped a small amount. Seeing this, he calculated silently. Even using break, stealth, and backstab, their health only dropped to half. No wonder they are level 10 silver bosses. The combined health of these 2 loyal followers even surpassed that of a golden phantom boss. Suddenly, Tan Fong realized something. The loyal followers knelt prostrate in deep reverence. Seeing their behavior, he felt puzzled. Why are they kneeling like this and even facing toward me? I am clearly in stealth state. Could it be that they sensed the divine artifact Eye of Judgment on me and therefore did not attack? Tan Fong suddenly spoke while in stealth state. "You know the way, right? Lead me there." Upon hearing the voice, they jumped up and looked. This moment he had found the answer. It seems they have been corrupted, decayed, and lost all sanity. Now turned into beasts that only know plundering and taking human lives. Suddenly, the 2 loyal followers became agitated and roared as if finding prey. In just a few short seconds, the ones that were reverent moments ago now lunged forward to attack. Turned out that a group of people were entering from outside. Sensing danger, they shouted, "Be careful, monsters are coming. These are 2 silver bosses. We cannot even handle one, yet there are 2, run quickly." It turned out to be the Grey Rose group. Sensing danger, she cast Vanish. They left, leaving only traces of lifespan. Tan Fong walked closer. These people were the group of the girl who bought my Ice Spike spell. It seems they are called Grey Rose. I did not expect them to also find this ruin. However, judging by the current equipment level of players, no one can go deep into this ruin yet. He was no longer in stealth state and revealed himself, walked to the traces of lifespan and said, "These people actually dropped more than 100 lifespan that can be traded. Hard to tell. Yet it turns out to be a minor rich lady. Tan Fong finished collecting and turned to evaluate. Searched around once. Yet there was nothing here at all. No traps, no precious mirrors. Could it be that there were only 2 silver rank minor bosses? In the end, he decided not to overthink it anymore. Forget it. As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Fong immediately dealt with the 2 of them. The interface quickly appeared. You have killed a loyal follower of the ancient god. The judge, silver rank. You have gained 4,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 9. Congratulations, you have gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 188 days of lifespan, tradable. Not stopping there, he immediately followed up with another move, the Greedy Hand. Power released made Tan Fong sigh in admiration. This epic rank Greedy Hand is truly impressive. 32 evolution points, 1504 days of tradable lifespan, 4 golden rank items plus 10 silver rank items, and even golden rank equipment usable by assassins. As soon as he collected the follower necklace, the information panel appeared. Tan Fong put away the item in his hand and spoke. This necklace has quite good attributes. Cooldown reduction reaches 20%. After equipping it, the cooldown of Shadow Stealth is shortened from 226 seconds to 192 seconds. The cooldown of Poison Dart is reduced from 43 seconds to 37 seconds, and Shadow Shield Slash is reduced from 104 seconds to 88 seconds. Later farming monsters will be even more efficient. All other equipment is above level 8. At this stage, no one can wear them except me, so I will keep them for now and sell them later. Suddenly, a circle behind him shook violently, looking like a hidden door. From there rose a strange pillar with an activation button on top. Tan Fong saw it and immediately understood. As expected, only after clearing the monsters here would the mechanism activate. Tan Fong walked closer to the pillar and thought silently that it was a hidden mechanism. Before he even touched it, the button automatically pressed down with a click. Suddenly, the place where Tan Fong stood began to shift. The center sank downward. Standing on it, he wondered, this is an elevator. The large opening above from earlier was now gradually sealed by another door. After a while, the elevator stopped. Tan Fong spoke up. Finally arrived. It feels like we descended 300 to 400 meters. He looked around and exclaimed, this is a hidden maze beneath the shrine. Within ruins, there is a certain chance for a hidden maze to appear. In his previous life, he had found many. Inside the maze are countless traps, but as long as there are people acting as cannon fodder, exploration is not dangerous. It just takes a lot of time. With his current attributes, once those mechanisms are triggered, it would likely mean death. But fortunately, this toy just dropped. He spoke while holding the follower necklace, and the information panel appeared. He immediately summoned a silver rank loyal follower. A loyal follower emerged from the necklace. Tan Fong raised his hand and ordered it to go ahead and scout the path. Having a subordinate scout made things easier, but there was still a chance of danger. So to be safe, it was better to first evolve passive evasion. The interface appeared while he was strengthening. You have spent 11 evolution points. Remaining points 24, Phantom Evasion, Platinum Tier, Epic Rank. Passive Assassin Skill grants 15% up to 75% evasion chance. Activating evasion grants immunity to all damage. Tan Fong advanced deeper while calculating. 75% evasion was already very high. There were still some points left, just enough to evolve Shadow Shield Slash to Epic Rank. The energy consumption notification appeared again, making him ponder continuously. Because evolving from Epic to Specialist tier requires 10 times the points. Therefore, the higher the initial skill tier, the more evolution points could be saved. For example, if a skill is originally Epic and evolves to Legendary, that is its first evolution, and the base evolution cost is only 1 point. Since the target evolution rank is Legendary, it requires 10 times the points. From 1 point multiplied by 10 becomes 10 points. In other words, if he obtained Epic rank skills, he could quickly evolve them to Legendary, Mythic, even Ancient and Immortal rank. But if a skill is only normal, then to evolve it to Epic, it must first undergo 7 evolutions. By then, it would require several hundred points to increase it tenfold. However, there is one advantage. He can upgrade any skill at any tier to Epic rank at very low cost. In other words, from now on, all of his skills would reach at least Epic rank. Now only 11 evolution points remained, so he could only evolve the base skill Shadow Stealth. With 35% cooldown reduction, the final cooldown of Shadow Stealth became 163 seconds. The cooldown was still too long. Moreover, the damage of Break Stealth was somewhat low. It must be upgraded when returning. While he was calculating, the interface appeared again. Man proposes, heaven disposes. The energy consumption panel appeared again. On the other side, the loyal follower had unfortunately stepped on a trap. Tan Fong finally broke free from his tangled thoughts and looked up at the massive rock crushing the monster before him. He was not afraid at all. The summoned creature was dead and could be summoned again after the cooldown. This maze was complex and full of danger, so it could only be explored slowly like this. Hopefully something good could be found. On the upper level of the shrine, silence enveloped everything. The Gray Rose team had not left and were hiding behind a door peeking inside. One person, after careful observation, turned and spoke. "Captain, it has been confirmed that the two monsters have truly disappeared." She was so shocked that she exclaimed, "What? Our lifespan is also gone. Someone must have killed the monsters and taken our lifespan." But who could it be? They had already gone deeper inside. The person who heard her question replied, "At this stage, the only one who could kill two silver-rank monsters so quickly is definitely Big Brother Darkness." Another person who had been silent spoke up. "Big Brother Darkness really came here then. So our lost lifespan was also taken by that big shot." "It seems so. But that is fine, otherwise we would have died again." Gray Rose felt it made sense and pondered. "When we just arrived, I saw a figure. He even seemed to be communicating with the monsters. Was that Darkness? What kind of skill does he have to charm bosses like that? His strength is unfathomable, truly terrifying." Returning to Tan Fong, a loyal follower was pierced through by several spears and screamed miserably. Looking at the trap rising from below, he made a judgment. After 3 hours of exploration, this should be the end of the maze. Based on experience from his previous life, if using piles of human lives, dozens or even hundreds would die. Tan Fong once again summoned another loyal follower. It walked ahead while he followed behind on a rugged winding path with dark abysses on both sides. At the end of the path stood a tightly shut massive door. Tan Fong ordered it to open the door. No matter how hard the monster tried, the door did not budge at all. Seeing this, he thought silently, "It cannot be opened, how strange." And Tan Fong walked closer to the door and lightly touched it. Suddenly, the door slowly opened. Tan Fong quickly retreated backward in alert. Tension was clearly written across his face. Behind the door was a wondrous space, with a coffin wrapped in thorny vines. As he walked inside, he thought silently. The coffin was covered in thorns and locked, and there was also an NPC beside it. The interface appeared, but there was not a single piece of data about this person. Everything was a mystery. Tan Fong looked at that person in confusion, and thought that this was the first time he had encountered such a mysterious NPC. Suddenly, the NPC recited an incomprehensible incantation. Incantation stopped, and at the same time the NPC gradually dissipated. He spoke in shock. "Has this thing disappeared already? Even the sharp spikes on the coffin have vanished as well. The thorny vines also gradually dissolved." Tan Fong felt a bit confused, but still made a judgment. Although he did not see any information about that mysterious woman, he believed it was related to the Eye of Judgment. This coffin emitted a dazzling golden light, meaning it could open epic-grade items, but caution was still necessary, as there was still a chance of encountering coffin monsters or traps. He pointed forward and ordered them to open the coffin. A loyal follower stepped forward and opened the lid. A brilliant, blinding light burst out from inside. Tan Fong exclaimed in astonishment. This is a skill book, an assassin-type skill with both active and passive effects. When he recognized the item inside, multiple information panels appeared at once. Liberation Blessing, Corpse Execution, Assassin Skill Book. Passive effect, hitting a weak point grants 100% bonus weak point damage. Doubling the damage. Beheading, active use causes your next attack to apply the beheading effect, dealing 100% physical damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 60-40 for 4 seconds. Tan Fong looked at the information and spoke. "The passive effect directly doubles my ability to judge monster weak points. Even this active beheading skill is even more exaggerated. After activating the skill, if my next attack deals 300 damage, the beheading effect will trigger, causing the enemy to take an additional 300 damage per second for the next 3 seconds. Total damage reaches 1/200, directly triple. Although skills like Shadow Shield Slash include multiple strikes, the beheading still counts as a single attack. Moreover, this is also a corpse execution skill. I only need 10 evolution points to evolve it to legendary grade. This time it is truly a huge harvest. My burst capability has increased several times over. All thanks to Jang Hai, then I will sell the remaining items to their group. It is time to return." After collecting the items, Tan Fong contacted Li Zai. Jang Hai Bao Wang Meng returned to the small town. "I will sell the items to him." She quickly replied after hearing this, "Big boss, have you finished exploring the ruins already? Then we will also return to the small town." Leaving the previously silent dark space, he returned to the small town to find Li Zai group. The situation seemed not quite right. Tan Fong spoke helplessly. It turned out a crowd had surrounded him. They shouted over one another, "The darkness has arrived. The darkness, dark big brother, can we be friends? Dark big boss, do you still need followers? My nickname is 666. Are you the darkness? I am the chairman of Landing Group of Jang Hai City. I want to invite you to join our team, big boss. We are from Firefly Town. This is my younger sister. She is a huge admirer of you. I have no other intentions. I just want the two of you to get acquainted. Big boss, we are from Short Pants Town. Please take us along. I will marry my wife to you. Big boss, we are from Bitch Van Dao Town. I am from." Tan Fong ignored the greetings and focused on only one thing. It seems the gates leading to other towns have opened one after another. Now I can go to Firefly Town where Tong Fi is. He vanished without a word before everyone, causing the crowd to erupt in chaos. He disappeared, damn it, who told you people to surround him? Are you not the same? Your sister is that ugly and you still dared to introduce her to the big boss. Watch your mouth. I will beat you to death. Who is afraid of who? Tan Fong slipped away in stealth amid the chaos. Then he revealed himself near Li Zai and Zio Hai. She turned and replied upon seeing a familiar face, Big Boss. Li Zai turned and waved toward the distance and shouted, Captain, the big boss is here. Tan Fong looked toward the voice and noticed something. Among Wang Meng group was Zio Du. He was puzzled and thought, Zio Du. Why did she join Wang Meng group? I am afraid Wang Meng people will be harmed miserably by her. Moreover, I must be cautious. The entire world knows of the existence of the darkness, but I cannot expose my true identity, because I still cannot transfer my abilities into reality, and now countless people are targeting me. At this moment, even a single dagger could take my life. When Zio Du saw Tan Fong, she was extremely excited and thought, so this is the darkness. He looks really powerful. Compared to Wang Meng people, they are simply rotten shrimp and spoiled fish. If he can help me level up then, in just a few days I will be able to meet Tong Fi. Setting aside these thoughts, he stepped forward to sell the items. These equipments perfectly suit your team professions. These basic skill books can also improve everyone combat effectiveness. The total comes to 200 days of lifespan, Wang Meng said in panic upon hearing this number. That much, these are all gold and silver grade, I cannot afford it. Tan Fong quickly replied, it is fine, you can owe me. He continued sincerely, thank you. You have helped us so much. I truly do not know how to repay you. If you ever need us in the future, just say the word. We will do our best to help. One team member cheered excitedly. My God, the dark big boss is incredible. Can I really use gold-grade equipment so early? Wang Meng no longer looked as serious as before and said happily, this is a gold-grade skill. It is amazing. In just a moment my strength tripled, and the big boss even allows installment payments. This proves he truly trusts us. Suddenly he realized something and said in confusion, why is there no equipment for the priest? Tu Cheng spoke with disdain. If there is none, then there is none. She already benefits from gaining experience by following us. Zio Du timidly walked to Tan Fong's side and asked softly, hello, big boss. I am the priest of Wang Meng team, may I ask? Is there no priest equipment for me? At this moment, the information panel appeared. Player Zio Du has sent you a friend request. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Tan Fong, on the other hand, showed a cold expression. Then he suddenly disappeared without leaving a single word. Zio Du exclaimed in panic. Where did he go? Wang Meng comforted them, saying, it seems the big boss did not have priest equipment this time. There will be some later. Tu Cheng was as sarcastic as ever. I think he just could not be bothered with her. Li Zai also comforted them. A dark big boss like that is like a divine dragon. You only see the head and not the tail, extremely handsome. Tan Fong continued in stealth and entered a shop, then suddenly remembered something. In his backpack there was still a gold-grade priest staff, and even a gold-grade priest skill book. But such precious items could not be given to Zio Du so easily. As he levels up, there will be a large number of unused equipment and skill books in the future. Selling them takes too much time. The government backing Wang Meng still needs these items. He cannot let Zio Du affect his cooperation with the government. It seems he must quickly find a priest for Wang Meng team and kick Zio Du out. He immediately thought of a talented priest. He must quickly find Zio Zhu. Yizu, one of the managers of the Zhan Shen Guild in his previous life, had a hidden priest class, White Bird Divine Cleric, always accompanied by a white bird that could heal and increase buffs. She was the only powerful priest he knew in his previous life. She alone defeated an epic grade boss and was his extremely strong teammate. Compared to her, Zio Du was basically a useless trash. Right, he remembered Zio Zhu seemed like Tong Fi. Both were in Firefly Town, perfect. Could meet Zio Zhu and bring her into Wang Meng team. Finally, Tan Fong arrived at the teleport gate, and the destination information panel appeared. Firefly Town. The teleport gate quickly sent him to the location. The scenery here was somewhat desolate, and the sound of whistling wind could be heard overhead. After walking for a while, he heard several unfamiliar people talking. Hurry back. The silver-grade boss has less than half health left. Do not let it take advantage, or it will be a wasted death. Damn that beast Tong Fi, bringing so many girls along who would bother competing with him. Truly incomprehensible, just a small star, yet so many brainless fans. I really cannot accept it. Today I must kill that pretty boy. Tan Fong achieved his purpose and thought, so quickly I have found Tong Fi whereabouts. After walking further, he arrived at a desolate area. Tan Fong observed carefully. This is a level 5 area, Crying Monk Valley. The monsters here are fire-possessed and smoke-possessed. The deeper he went, the clearer the chaotic sounds became. Charge, you dare hit me, go die. Run, players were trying to deal with the fire-possessed. He hid in a corner to watch the battle. The two-headed fire-possessed was a silver-grade boss, but the scene was somewhat chaotic. Many players were killing each other. That is, suddenly a group of unfamiliar people appeared before Tan Fong's eyes. They moved forward to block the other players. No one else, it was Tong Fi group. The players from earlier rushed forward as if seeing an enemy and shouted, "Damn beast Tong Fi. Last time you sneak attacked and took my lifespan, now I will play you to death. Do you think you are safe hiding behind a female mage? I have a divine skill specialized in countering mages called Throat Lock. You will die." Before he could even get close, one of the fanatic fans acted first. "Do not even think of hurting Tong Fi," the other player exclaimed in shock. "What?" Tan Fong remained hidden where he was, watching the show while recalling what happened in his previous life. Tong Fi was known as the heaven-defying Dharma god, previously a mage. In his past life, he persuaded a group of fans to choose the mage class, hand over all equipment and skills to him, and quickly rise during the early phase. However, having only one mage was not enough, so those female fans came up with a solution. Some put all attribute points into intelligence, becoming crystal cannon mages. Some put all attributes into agility, becoming harassment mages. Some put all attributes into constitution, becoming tank mages. He thought while imagining this ferocious fan group take my staff. Some even put all attributes into strength, becoming battle mages, smashing people with staffs. In the early stage, his team was extremely strong, stealing lifespan from players everywhere with no one able to resist. But of course, as the game progressed, those female fans would quickly die off. Tong Fi put on a heartbroken expression and said loudly, "Sisters, you have worked so hard. I feel deeply pain. I hope the boss dies quickly so everyone can rest. I hope this world will be filled with love instead of violence." His words ignited the fanatic fans' spirits. Tong Fi Meow Meow stepped forward with blazing resolve and shouted, "It is not hard. Vika, you are the one working the hardest. You work so hard and should not have to endure all this. Sisters, charge and kill this filthy thing. Do not let it hurt Big Brother," the fanatic fans shouted loudly. "Monsters fall before the wind. Tong Fi becomes king. From now on there is only Tong Fi. Big Brother, slowly ascend. We will follow you forever." While those people had not yet acted, the monster had already moved to attack Tong Fi. One person quickly rushed forward to take the hit, shielding that man from harm. Tong Fi knelt on one knee in pain and said, "Oh heavens, sister." That person was gradually dissipating with tears in her eyes, saying, "Fi Ji, it is always like this, walking with you." Tong Fi Meow Meow stood aside and shouted loudly, "Sisters, hold on. As long as we kill this ugly monster, Fi Ji can rush to first place on the rankings. We must surpass that darkness, whatever it is." The fanatic fans who heard this all roared in unison, "Shatter the world, command the winds and clouds, swear to stand shoulder to shoulder with Fi Ji." Continuously unleashed attacks on the monster. Tong Fi was protected by the fanatic fans. That man stood behind them thinking to himself, "It is finally about to die. This silver-grade boss was already this hard to kill. So how could a single person possibly handle a gold-grade boss? That damn darkness definitely cheated. I have so many people helping, yet I am only level 7 now. That darkness dog, what gives him the right to level so fast? As long as I kill this silver-grade boss, I can reach level 8. That damn darkness has been stuck at level 9 for so long. Then I will surpass him in one go and become the #1 god in the game." While he was feeling smug, a hand suddenly appeared from nowhere and firmly grabbed his face. Fast as the wind, Tong Fi head had already been severed from his neck without anyone noticing. It was Tan Fong using shadow image slash. He gripped so tightly that Tong Fi head continuously spewed horrifying pitch-black blood. The entire process was so fast that the fanatic fans had no time to react. When they realized what happened, they only cried out in panic, "Gee." Before the word even fell, Tan Fong had already dealt with them as well. The notification panel that seemed to be waiting appeared instantly. "You have killed two-headed fire possessed. Gained 500 experience points. You have killed player heaven-defying Dharma God. You have killed player Tong Fi Mew Mew. You have killed player Fi Forever Follow You. You have killed player Zio Fi Yua. You have killed." He moved like lightning, slashing horizontally and vertically while continuously attacking the monster. Damage numbers kept appearing non-stop. The surrounding players were so shocked their mouths hung open as they exclaimed one after another, "What instant kill the boss? A single skill dealing several thousand damage. This is way too strong. My skills only deal a bit over 100 damage, yet he reaches several thousand. That is 10 times ours." Moreover, it was an area attack, directly killing Tong Fi and his fan group as well. Who is this assassin? Could it be the darkness? This must be the dark big boss. First one to kill a gold-grade boss. Otherwise, who could possibly be this powerful? Everyone step back and leave this boss loot to the big boss. The dark big boss only killed Tong Fi wicked group and even helped us vent our anger. That is right. Absolutely. Big boss forever the best. Big boss, keep it up. Big boss, I love you. Stop looking and hurry up and leave. Tan Fong saw the attitude of the people around and thought to himself, These people are probably afraid I will make a move on them. If it were me in my previous life, I would have already been attacked by everyone. Leaving Firefly Town, the scene now shifted to a lively small town. The notification panel appeared at the spot where Tong Fi had just revived. You have been killed by darkness. You have lost 106 days of lifespan, tradable. You have lost 18 years and 113 days of lifespan, non-tradable. That man could not believe his own eyes and muttered, I am dead. I was killed by darkness, that darkness night. Why did he come to our Firefly Town? There are hundreds of primitive towns in Jang Hai City. Why did he come here, stealing my boss? After a while, the fanatic fans gradually revived as well and spoke in confusion. We are dead. How did this happen? Even Kaka died. It was darkness who did it. But why did darkness kill Kaka and us? He must be trying to steal the silver grade boss, that bastard, sneaking an attack when Kaka was not paying attention. Shameless, shrimp-brained idiot. While these people were still arguing noisily, Meow Fi Bao suddenly stepped forward and timidly spoke. Tong Fi Jej, can you let me join your team? I'm an archer and have a skill, eagle eye, that can detect stealth. Zio Phi Mew Mew immediately spoke up. Move aside, move aside. Tong Fi Jej already said we only need mages. Where are you looking? Another person also came to inspect. Your monster killing efficiency is too low. It will affect Jej climbing the rankings. Tong Fi only spoke after a moment of silence. Do not say that, everyone. I still believe that love can cover everything. I felt your intense feelings. So even if you are an archer, it is fine. Come, follow us and let us grow together. Meow Fi Bao was so moved that tears flowed as she stammered. Kaka, I love you. This scene gave the other girls even more courage to step forward. Tong Fi Kaka, I am an assassin. I also have stealth. I can make others taste their own attack. Tong Fi Kaka, I have learned area control skills. I can help you freeze him. That man spread his arms wide and said, everyone, we are one big loving family. Anyone who wants to join is welcome. Come, we will forever be of one heart. Those words moved the fanatic fans who shouted excitedly one after another. So warm, following Tong Fi forever without regret. That darkness bastard only knows how to rely on being an assassin to launch sneak attacks. No martial virtue, daring to touch our Jej. He must pay the price, that is right. When we control that darkness, we will let Jej kill him. Let him know the consequence of provoking our Jej revenge. We must kill that darkness. Revenge for Jej, revenge for Jej, revenge. To avenge Fika, kill that darkness dog. People outside hearing the noise also spoke up. What is going on? What is this little star trying to do? The person beside seeing the confusion explained. You do not know. That guy was just killed by someone from outside, really. Hearing this, the person replied, with so many girls protecting him, how could he possibly be killed? Then spoke again. The opponent was darkness. Hearing this, the other exclaimed, darkness level. But the real darkness actually dared to provoke this group. I think the brains of these girls are not normal at all. Tong Fi looked at the ever-growing number of members in his team and thought with satisfaction, very good. With so many witnesses, when I kill that darkness, everyone will know. No matter how strong he is alone, he is useless, especially as an assassin. A brat assassin. How could he possibly compare to a noble mage like me? Tan Fong on this side was still unaware of anything and was using the greedy hand to collect the lifespans from earlier. The information panel quickly appeared. You have obtained 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable lifespan, silver grade loot times 6, gold grade loot 11. Seeing that he had many evolution points, he strengthened himself, evolving the skill Liberation Blessing. The information panel appeared again. You have consumed 10 evolution points, remaining 9 points. Liberation Blessing, Corpse Execution grade, Legendary grade, passive effect. Weak point attack correction increases from 100% to 200%. Weak point damage coefficient doubles. Active use causes the next attack to gain beheading effect, dealing 100% to 150% attack damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 3022 2 seconds to 2518 5 seconds. He looked at the information before him and calculated. The weak point targeting ability increased from 100% to 200%. This is equivalent to doubling the damage when hitting a target weak point. Original weak point before evolution, weak point after evolution. This, if exaggerated a bit, then half of the enemy body would count as a weak point. That means my shadow image slash would always hit weak point damage. The beheading damage has increased, and the cooldown has been reduced from 30 seconds to 25 seconds. It feels like I can really instantly kill a gold grade boss. With the initial corpse execution skill, it could evolve to legendary with 0 evolution points. But to go from legendary to mythical requires 100 times more evolution points. From legendary to mythical requires 200 points. According to this rule, Greedy Hand Corpse Execution grade would need 210 points to evolve. Then reaching legendary would require 400 points. I still have 9 evolution points now. What can I even do with these 9 points? Might as well evolve backstab enhancement. As he finished speaking, the information panel appeared again. Tan Fong stared at the information panel and continued. A silver-grade boss plus a group of players helped me earn over 400 days of tradable lifespan. Damn satisfying. Back to the city. He had not even closed the information panel when someone approached from behind, pressing close. She moved like the wind and swung her dagger at him while shouting, "Die, darkness." The blade was extremely close to his face. As if controlled, the blade deviated from its original trajectory and slid away from Tan Fong's body. Girl did not understand what had just happened and asked in confusion, "Why? Why is this?" She collapsed to the ground, realizing she could not continue fighting, and immediately used a skill. Damn it, stealth. Above the cliff were Tong Fi fanatic fans holding weapons and shouting in unison, "Die, you bastard, darkness. You are surrounded by us." One person shouted with fierce momentum, "We are here to take revenge for Tong Fi Kaka." Tan Fong quickly used shadow seeking. Seeing this, Miao Fi Bao raised her bow and shouted, "Useless. We can detect your stealth." The arrow left the bow and shot straight into the sky. She sensed someone using stealth and shouted loudly, "Good, you are exposed." Zio Fi Miu Miu said righteously, "Sisters, use your strongest skills and smash it to death. Where 5 steps, no grass grows." Girl who used the dagger earlier saw the attacks rushing toward her and shouted urgently, "Wait, it is me." But it was too late, as the attacks arrived simultaneously, causing a massive explosion. Smoke billowed everywhere, making it impossible to see anyone. Even seeing this, Zio Fi Miu Miu still spoke forcefully. "No, it is fine anyway, she was not a mage. It proves she did not truly like Fi. This is the punishment she deserves. Hurry, release the eagle and find darkness." Miao Fi Bao acknowledged and followed the order. Understood. Suddenly a cold chime echoed from nowhere, chilling the surroundings. The information panel appeared instantly. Ghostfire Nail Bell. Special item. Fear Soul active. Release Bell Ghostfire to immobilize all enemies within 100 meters for 3 seconds. Cooldown 521 seconds. Before the fanatic fans could react, they were immobilized. Miao Fi Bao spoke in confusion. "Cannot move." Suddenly, they were all dragged backward. Everyone stared in shock. It was Tan Fong who charged out from nowhere using Shadow Image Slash, moving like the wind and eliminating all the fanatic fans. Still in stealth, he moved toward where Tong Fi was hiding. That man peeked out in confusion. "What is going on? Why did all of them suddenly fall dead? Could it be darkness? Impossible. If he made a move, he should have appeared." Tan Fong pressed his face close to that man's face, slowly exiting stealth, and coldly said, "Tong Fi, you are dead." That man was startled and quickly used a skill, damn it, magic shield. But the shield was completely useless and shattered in less than a second. Tan Fong dealt with Tong Fi so fast that before his eyes could even close, his body had already collapsed to the ground. Blood sprayed everywhere. That man vanished, leaving only traces of lifespan behind. He saw it and spoke with mockery. "Quite a lot of lifespan on him, huh? Looks like this guy still had over 20 days of tradable lifespan. But why do the female fans here not have any tradable lifespan at all? Could it be that they handed over even that little bit of lifespan entirely to Tong Fi? After so long, it turns out they still believe this god-forsaken game is just a game. This kind of brainless behavior is truly terrifying. It is such a pity these lifespans cannot be traded. Added together, they amount to hundreds of years. Yet they can only be used to feed the surrounding monsters." Scene returned once again to the noisy small town. After reviving, Tong Fi turned around and angrily questioned, "Damn it, my 20 days of tradable lifespan are down to only 500 now. That damn darkness. Did you not use detection skills? Why could you not find him?" Miao Fi Bao replied, "Agree. I used the skill but only found the 2 assassin sisters near me." Zio Fi Miu Miu also spoke from the side. "I think looking at my stealth level in the attribute panel, could it be that darkness stealth technique is a higher tier? Oh, right, I also have Eagle Eye here. Its anti-stealth level is only level 1, so I can only see stealth targets of level 1. If the opponent is level 2 or higher, then I cannot see him." Hearing this, Tong Fi said irritably, "That damned darkness comes and goes without a trace. How am I supposed to defend against that?" After cursing for a while, he then became afraid of being forced to log out. "But I did not offend him. The boss was already stolen. He probably will not come kill me again, right? No, that will not do. What if he is jealous of my stunning beauty and wants to kill me for that?" Hearing Tong Fi narcissistic words, the fanatic fans were fired up and shouted loudly, "For everyone's safety, let us go level somewhere else. Wherever Fi goes, we swear to follow." Not long after, in Firefly Town, Tan Fong moved about searching while in stealth. He looked around and spoke in confusion. "Strange. The Tong Fi group is nowhere to be seen. Did they go to another town, or did they log out? This moment he revealed himself and asked a passerby, "Hey, do you know where the Tong Fi group went?" The person was startled and exclaimed in panic, "You scared me to death, dark big boss." "Big boss, they went that way, go kill him quickly, but I have one request. When you kill Tong Fi later, can you spare my girlfriend? Her name is Miao Fi Bao, she is a female hunter." Hearing this, Tan Fong coldly said, "I advise you to change girlfriends." He then thought to himself, his girlfriend seems to be the hunter who can detect stealth. The man continued speaking, "Big boss, I beg you, it was not easy for me to find a girlfriend." Before he could finish speaking, he had already vanished. Tan Fong followed the direction while in stealth thinking, "Even though I know the direction they left, I do not know their destination, so finding them will take time. If only I could find Yazoo." The boyfriend behind still tried to plead, "Please, big boss." While Tan Fong was moving, a silhouette swept past. Seeing that girl image, his mind immediately produced a name, Yazoo. Tan Fong quickly revealed himself and chased after her, calling out, "Miss, please help me." Yazoo heard someone calling and asked back, "Are you darkness?" He did not answer, but quickly produced a staff and said directly, "I heard your class can search targets across a wide area, right? Find Tong Fi location for me, and I will sell you this gold grade staff at a low price as your reward." Yazoo's eyes immediately lit up when she saw it. While trading with him, she asked, "But how did you hear that I can search a wide area? I never told anyone." Tan Fong immediately asked back, "Do not worry about that. Do you want this gold grade weapon or not?" Yazoo was dazzled by the item and quickly replied, I want it, but I cannot afford it." Before she finished speaking, Tan Fong interrupted, "Not even 500 days. Its original price is at least 700 days. She seemed to recall something and said, Actually, I do have it." Without any hesitation, he said, "Deal." The information panel appeared instantly. Transaction successful. Yazoo held the staff and laughed foolishly, a gold grade staff. Tan Fong lightly tapped her forehead, pulling her back to reality. He said helplessly, "Hurry and get to work." Yazoo cast her spell while thinking, "Although this is my first time meeting this darkness, he gives me a strangely familiar feeling." But outwardly she joked, "Big boss, are you not afraid I will take the item and run without helping you?" Tan Fong did not understand her meaning and answered frankly, "What, do you not hate Tong Fi?" Yazoo asked in surprise, "Big boss, you even know I hate Tong Fi. Are you my friend in real life? But your voice does not sound quite the same." Hearing this, he replied ambiguously, "Take a guess." Yazoo went along and said, "I am too lazy to guess," then turned and spoke to the white bird as it soared into the sky. "Go." She no longer looked playful. Only a hard-to-describe serious expression remained. White bird spread its wings and flew out of the crowded residential area straight toward towering Red Rock Mountains. Hidden in a distant corner was a dense crowd of people. After a moment of silence, Yazoo spoke, "Tong Fi has been found." She gave the current location, coordinates 38, 66, 95, 27, "But I cannot guarantee they will not move before you arrive. They might already have left." Tan Fong said urgently, "Add me as a friend and keep watching them. Inform me of any new location at any time." Yazoo hesitated slightly and said, "How long will it take? If it takes too long, then I..." Before she finished, he cut in, "Just a moment." Tan Fong moved forward like the wind, and then suddenly realized something. He stopped and hid behind a large tree. Yazoo, watching from afar, asked curiously, "Why did Big Boss stop?" Tan Fong silently stared at the symbol on the tree trunk and said, "Look around, are there any large trees like this nearby?" Hearing this, she immediately replied, "All right, wait a moment. Big Boss, there is one tree 100 meters ahead and another 100 meters to the left." He raised one hand and lightly touched the symbol on the trunk. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Yazoo asked what kind of symbol this was. The only response she received was a vague answer, "Take a guess." As soon as Tan Fong finished speaking, the three trees suddenly formed a triangular connection, and a pillar of light rose at the center. Yazoo, observing from afar, immediately shouted, "An emerald-grade coffin." Examined the coffin and then spoke, "To think that in the novice village I would encounter the blessing of ancient gods, not bad luck." And it even opened an ancient female coffin. The blessing of ancient gods can appear anywhere on land abandoned by the gods. Generally, there will be strange symbols in a specific area, and when all are activated, the blessing unlocks. Some summon boss monsters, some summon groups of minor monsters, some contain treasure coffins and even unique rewards. Yazoo in the distance did not hold back her praise. "Big Boss is amazing. This treasure coffin must contain at least 10 days of lifespan, right? That would be tens of millions in currency." Hearing her, Tan Fong thought, "This girl estimate is quite accurate. In the previous life at this time, the exchange rate for tradable lifespan in the real world was 1 to 10-0, and this was only the first day. By the second day, it had risen beyond 1 to 50-0. Yazoo observed through the white bird. "Big Boss only used a finger to trace the symbols. I must record this quickly. With my accuracy, maybe I can find many things in the future." Tan Fong stepped forward and opened the coffin. The information panel appeared instantly. You have opened an emerald treasure coffin. You have obtained the emerald skill book Blooming Flower Curse. He was surprised at the skill before him. Blooming Flower Curse, what kind of skill is this? As if understanding the doubt, the panel explained. Blooming Flower Curse Emerald Grade General Skill Book. Usable on a player corpse within 15 seconds after death. A primordial turtle flower will grow on the enemy body and continuously absorb the target tradable lifespan down to 0. No cooldown. After receiving the information, Tan Fong thought to himself, this is truly a perverse skill. He had heard of it in his previous life, so its name is Blooming Flower Curse. It sounds quite fitting. He decided to learn it immediately and continued his earlier thoughts. With this skill, every time I kill a player, I only need to protect the enemy corpse, and the primordial turtle flower will absorb all their tradable lifespan. The good days of Tong Fi are over. This time I will kill you until you go offline. Then I will quickly reach level 10 and extract that ability into the real world, and I will kill you completely in the real world. Scene shifted elsewhere. A wolf bared its fangs and howled in pain. After struggling for a while, it finally fell under the attacks of Tong Fi group. That man thought smugly, I have run this far so darkness probably will not chase me anymore. You stole a silver-grade boss from me and killed me twice. That is enough. There is no need to chase me all the way here. Wait until I reach a higher level, then I will settle accounts with you, darkness. Io Fi Mew Mew suddenly shouted, Brother, look over there, someone is fighting a boss. Tong Fi recognized them at a glance. Those people look so familiar. They seem to be fans of New Jia Chi. Hearing that name, she immediately shrieked. What? Fanatic fans reacted as if their sore spot was poked and roared angrily. Fans of New Jia Chi again. Those filthy vermin only want to help New Jia Chi reach first place. Zio Fi Mew Mew led the charge, shouting, Sisters charge, kill them. We cannot let these bastards affect Jeej climbing the rankings. That group still thought help had arrived and quickly shouted, Great reinforcements are here. Hello everyone, this boss is almost dead, let us defeat it together. Suddenly a staff flew at high speed and smashed straight into the face of the person who spoke. Zio Fi Mew Mew raged, twisted her face, and slammed the staff hard into the ground. A teammate panicked and shouted. Along, Nisa beside him could not restrain her anger. What are you doing? Have you gone crazy? Zio Fi Mew Mew sneered and said, This is the ending for fans of Yu Jia Chi. Hearing the unfamiliar name, she asked in confusion, Yu Jia Chi what? What are you talking about? I do not understand at all. As soon as Misei finished speaking, 2 arrows pierced through her left eye and mouth. Simultaneously, blood gushed out. Her teammates screamed in horror, Run. Miao Fi Bao shouted passionately, Draped in gold to become king, fly far with Fi, sweep and cleanse in harmony. Scour the 8 wastes, dominate the vast universe together with you. Hearts like isolated islands, love Fi until the false becomes true. All for you. The fanatic fans no longer distinguished between players and monsters. They moved together and annihilated everything before their eyes. After a while, only traces of lifespan remained. Tong Fi saw this and spoke with gratitude. My God, thank you all, my loves. I was almost framed by the fans of Yu Jia Chi, who would have thought they were so insidious and cruel. The fanatic fans were also deeply moved and spoke in unison. You do not need to thank us. Traveling north and south, we follow you with one heart. As the group lingered below without noticing, on the cliff above, someone had been observing their every move all along. Tan Fong looked down with eyes full of killing intent. Then he quickly vanished. Down below, the fans did not know what they had seen. Each face turned pale as they shouted, Brother Fi, brother. Tong Fi seemed to see the same thing. A cold voice rang out, You are going to die. As the words fell, a sharp cut swept past lightly, and Tong Fi head separated from his neck. Fans cried out in agony, Brother. But Tan Fong did not stop there. Still in stealth, he closed in on Tong Fi headless body. He calmly used Blooming Flower Curse. Suddenly, a blood-red flower sprouted from that man's neck. The people around exclaimed in shock, What is this? After the strike earlier, Tong Fi was finally revived in the small town. That man roared furiously, This darkness, are you sick? Why do you keep targeting me without letting go? Is it because I have many girls or because you are jealous of me? Damn it, this guy even came to the small town to slaughter. It must also be because of me. Could it be the woman he likes is my fan? Then what does that have to do with me? While he was ranting, the information panel suddenly appeared. Tradable lifespan was continuously decreasing. 403,903,80370. Tong Fi did not understand what was happening. Why is my lifespan already below 400 days? And it keeps shrinking. What does this mean? Is there even this kind of punishment after dying too many times? After a while, the fanatic fans were also revived. Seeing him, they hurriedly said, Brother, this is bad. That darkness released a skill. A cluster of blood-red flowers appeared on your corpse. It seems to be sucking something from you. Hearing this, Tong Fi froze and only managed a few words. What flowers bloomed on my corpse? Then those flowers are absorbing my lifespan. The information panel continued to slowly show numbers. 350340330. He finally understood Tan Fong's intent, that damned darkness is truly vicious. This is trying to take my life. Offline, offline. If I get killed again, my lifespan will be gone. Tong Fi suddenly shouted. Everyone, we log off first. I will return to reality to buy some lifespan and come back to exchange for equipment. Then we will be fully armed and strengthened to fight him again. The fans responded with renewed vigor, flying to wherever their hearts desire. He cursed angrily in his heart. Darkness, just wait for me. This is not over yet. It took me 2.5 years to train to get where I am today. I do not believe I cannot crush you with money. Somewhere else, red spider lilies bloomed blazing across a corner of the sky. Tan Fong had already dealt with all of Tong Fi fanatic fans. Blood-red spider lilies surged wildly from their bodies. The information panel had appeared at some point. Because the player had killed too many others, the murderer level was now Tier 4. Upon death, 96.875% of current lifespan would be lost. Tan Fong ignored the panel and spoke. Another 10 days of lifespan gain. The monsters Tong Fi and his group killed were indeed numerous, but absorption has now stopped. It seems Tong Fi and his group have logged off. The white bird had been observing from the air the entire time. Zhu observed from afar in shock. So this is the strength of the darkness ranked first. Truly terrifying. Tan Fong suddenly called out. Zio Zhu has Tong Fi logged off. She quickly replied upon hearing him. Yes, he and his fans have all logged off. He showed no surprise and continued. Good, keep an eye out from now on. Once he logs off, notify me immediately. Zhu spoke nervously. Yes, big boss, then can I leave now? Tan Fong did not let her go yet and called out. Wait, I also have a skill here. Sword Saint Gold Grade Priest skill. Do you want it? Zhu immediately replied. Yes, yes, yes. He answered succinctly. Wait for me in the small town. She agreed excitedly, yes. After a while, Tan Fong returned to the small town. Upon meeting Zhu, he took out the item. This skill book is worth 500 days of lifespan, but as long as you agree to one thing, I can sell it to you at half price. Hearing this, she raised her hands defensively and said, What big boss, I am not selling myself. He spoke helplessly. What nonsense are you thinking? I mean you agree to join a team and act as their long-term healer. Zhu quickly became serious and replied, Fine, but if they are too weak, I will report it to Big Boss. Tan Fong spoke with assurance. It will not come to that, their strength is decent. I will contact them now. Leaving the small town, the scene shifted to a place of torrential rain where a monster was being slain. After Wang Meng finished the decisive blow, the entire team cheered. Good, finally it is dead. He urgently turned and shouted, Quick Zio, do cleanse the poison for me. She panicked when called and asked, Cleanse poison. Wang Meng grew more urgent and continued. Yes, priests all have cleansing skills. Hurry, I cannot hold on anymore. After fumbling around, Zio Du finally found it and said, Write this skill, watch me. She raised her staff and aimed, then cast Purify. It landed in one shot but hit a tree instead of Wang Meng, who was struggling beside her. That strike made Li Zai turn pale with fright, while Wang Meng's condition grew even more critical. Zio Du spoke awkwardly, I am sorry I misfired. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Meng collapsed to the ground. A teammate saw this and shouted, Captain. After that battle, the whole team returned to the small town. Wang Meng's face darkened as he thought to himself, I must replace this woman, but where can I find a hidden healer class now? The capable ones have already joined other teams. Zio Du remained optimistic and relaxed as she browsed the information panel, thinking, nothing is difficult after all. Did I not easily reach level 4? Great. As long as I keep this up, I will soon meet brother Tong Fi. As if reading his thoughts, Tan Fong sent a message to Wang Meng. I have someone with a hidden white bird divine cleric class, decent strength. Does your team need her? He replied excitedly as if finding treasure. Big brother, since you say her strength is decent, then she must be good. If you are offering, then of course there is no problem. He pointed out the location. All right, she is in Qianghuo town. There are fewer players farming here. You can come directly and level together. Wang Meng replied happily. No problem, we will come right away. There are really too many players in Vesuo town. We were thinking of changing leveling spots anyway. After hanging up, he went to talk to her with some difficulty on his face. About this. Zio Du, there are too many people in Vesuo town now. We want to change to a higher level area to level up. With your current level, it would be too dangerous, so we will not take you along. He tried to hold them back, but I still think I can manage. Without letting Zio Du finish, Wang Meng team rushed toward the teleport gate while calling back. No time, we have to go. Zio Du, take care of yourself. She cursed angrily in her heart. Dogs, if you want to kick me out, just say it. Why find excuses? I have had enough of you anyway. I will go find Dark Big Boss to lead me. After a while, Wang Meng team finally met Tan Fong. He waved from afar and shouted, Big Boss. Suddenly the information panel appeared. You have obtained 800 days of lifespan. Wang Meng began to explain. This is the lifespan from the equipment I bought last time. I still owe you 500 days. Later our captain will come and give it to you. Lifespan in this game is really hard to earn. Hearing that name, he thought to himself, Captain, and could it be in you? While thinking so, he introduced them aloud. All right, this is Yizu. His name is Wang Meng. You two get acquainted. Suddenly a voice rang out from somewhere. Wang Meng, I am here. A player named Executor of Justice walked over to them from afar. Seeing that person, Tan Fong confirmed in his mind, it really is in you, in-game alias Executor of Justice, the only hidden class dragon swordsman, a top 20 global powerhouse of the previous life, and one of the pillars of the great Zia state, the nightmare of countless hostile foreign forces. She walked up and shook hands in greeting. Dark Big Boss, nice to meet you. My name is in you. I admire you a lot. He replied politely, hello. While greeting, he thought, this is the first time I have met someone in godforsaken game who ranked higher than me in the previous life. And you did not beat around the bush and asked directly, Dark Big Boss, your growth speed is too fast. Do you have some secret? I even joked before whether you were a transmigrator or a reincarnator. And Fong remained silent and only calculated inwardly. As I remember from the previous life, this woman was not on Wang Meng team. The Manhwa family has already purchased a large amount of tradable lifespan on behalf of Jang Hai city officials. The dragon swordsman's survival ability is extremely strong. Placing lifespan on her body must make the government very reassured. And you continued without restraint. Big Boss, if you have equipment, please sell it to us in the future. We will buy everything. Also, all the Jang Hai city official lifespan is on me. Big Boss would not kill me, right? And Fong finally spoke. No, I am not that close-minded. Only through cooperation can we win together. Hearing this, she replied happily. I knew Big Boss was smart. Tan Fong immediately understood the subtext. Every sentence was probing him. Just as rumored in the previous life, and Yu appears innocent on the surface, but is extremely shrewd and ruthless. She would become the liaison between the great Zia officials and himself, saving him a great deal of effort. Leaving the game world, the scene returned to the modern world. The player named Fi, forever follow you, spoke into the phone in panic. Oh my God, sisters, have you read the official government notice? The lifespan in the godforsaken game is real. If it returns to 0, then the person will really die in the real world. Player Meow Fi Bao screamed upon hearing this. What is this? Not just a game. I already gave all my tradable lifespan to Brother Tong Fi. The player Zio Fi Yua cried with tears streaming down. I only have a few days of lifespan left. Another player asked loudly in confusion. No way, right? Only died 3 times. How could you lose that much? Zio Fi Yua quickly replied. I killed quite a few other players. Now I have the murderer status. Dying once is equivalent to losing double lifespan. Hearing this, that person shouted, then I only have a few years left as well. The player Zyro Phi Mew Mew spoke tensely into the phone. Damn it, I'm a tank mage in this game. Every time I rush to the front, I killed many people and also died many times. Now I only have 1 day of lifespan left. If lifespan returns to 0, then I will die. No, this is not real. Absolutely not. I do not believe it. Suddenly she realized something and shouted, Brother Tong Fi is buying lifespan. Great. I will go find Brother Tong Fi. He will definitely help me. I will wear Brother Tong Fi outfit from head to toe. Oh right, there is also the latest Tong Fi Ultra Thin Anti-Leg Chafing product. After a while she finished dressing up. Everything on her body was related to Tong Fi. Anyone could tell whose fan she was. Tong Fi Mew Mew ran while shouting loudly, Brother Tong Fi, I am here. At a quiet residential area, Iodu woke up and spoke. Have I returned to reality? There are still some things not clear. She looked at the information on her phone. At the current exchange rate, 1 day of lifespan can be sold for 15,000. Now I have 200 days of lifespan. Then I have become a millionaire. Zyodou read one piece of information, and her eyes widened in shock. She could not restrain herself and screamed loudly, Oh my God, darkness killed Brother Tong Fi, and even killed him 3 times. Zyodou trembled in grief as tears poured out like a flood. She could not stop crying, and it grew more intense. That idiot told me that if lifespan returns to 0 in the game, then one would really die in reality. Although initially there was 100 years of non-tradable lifespan, after dying 3 times, there are only a bit more than 12 years left. Brother Tong Fi, no. But why did Darkness want to kill Brother Tong Fi? And judging from the group chat content, he killed Brother Tong Fi 3 times under the encirclement of dozens of people. That is too terrifying. How could he be that strong? Suddenly a message popped up on the phone from the player Tong Fi Mew Mew. Sisters gather beauties, gather beauties. Brother Tong Fi needs help. Sisters in Jang Hai City can come find him and sell your tradable lifespan to him. He is currently at Dajang Square. The buying rate is 1 for 10,000. Sisters, this is a chance to make money and help Brother Tong Fi. Seeing this, Zio Do hurriedly changed clothes. Brother Tong Fi is actually at Dajang Square, not far from me. No, I cannot just watch his lifespan drain away. I must go help Brother Tong Fi. Luckily, there were those idiots, so I earned more than 200 days of tradable lifespan, just enough to help Brother Tong Fi. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed off immediately. Returning to the game world, a shrimp-headed monster had just been slashed several times. On a beach with blue water and white sand waves of sea monsters were all dealt with by Tan Fong. The notification panel appeared quickly. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 10. Your thought, propriety, integrity, and sense of shame attributes increased by 2. You have obtained 5 free attribute points. You have unlocked advanced class status. You are the first player in Jang Hai City to reach level 10, gaining 7 reputation points. You are the first player in the Great Xia Kingdom to reach level 10, gaining 14 reputation points. You are the first player in the world to reach level 10, gaining 21 reputation points. When there are 7 level 10 players in Jang Hai City, the instant teleport function to the land abandoned by the gods will be activated. The information panel also appeared in other small towns to notify all players. Congratulations, Player Darkness, for becoming the first player to reach level 10. Special announcement. Broadcast worldwide. Players who saw the announcement immediately began discussing loudly. As expected, it is Darkness again. The first to kill a gold boss was also him. The first to reach level 10 in the world was also him. Dark Big Boss is too strong. Moreover, I just heard that Big Boss even killed a small star several times. Tong Fi right, that kind deserves it. Darkness is actually from Great Xia. Knowing that I am the only one with a unique hidden class, but I am only level 8 now. Then what exactly is Darkness? Among our 1.5 billion people of Tianzhu, there is not a single one who can catch up to Darkness. Information panels continued to appear around him. You have consumed 13 evolution points, remaining 0 points. Initial skill enhanced back attack Platinum Emerald. Passive effect. When attacking a target from behind, damage increases by 40% to 50%. He looked toward the distant sea and spoke. Tradable lifespan has only just exceeded 70 days, still far from enough. This time the information panel did not show skill data, but information about him. Tan Fong pondered and spoke to himself. If I want to leave the initial town, I must gather 7 level 10 players to open the teleportation to the land abandoned by the gods. But the current highest level is only level 7, so I still need to wait some time. Coincidentally, I can return to reality first and handle one issue. Then he gradually dissipated into the cool breeze amid the sound of crashing waves. And Fong had now returned to the real world. He slowly opened his eyes. They were cloudy yet bright. The information panel appeared. Do you want to use tradable lifespan to extract abilities into reality? Tan Fong chose immediately. Yes, after accepting the request, the panel listed options. 1. Extract class and level. 2. Extract equipment. 3. Extract skills. 4. Extract bloodline temporarily unavailable. 5. Extract divinity temporarily unavailable. He read through everything before speaking. Extract class. The panel responded. You have consumed 10 days of tradable lifespan. You have extracted obsession, unique hidden class. You have obtained obsession, unique hidden class, class passive activated, strength +3, constitution +3, agility +8, spirit +5. Tan Fong did not stop and continued extracting 2 more levels. A series of related information appeared. After reading the panel, he decided next to extract skills. Suddenly, Tan Fong realized something. Logically, the higher the skill level, the more lifespan required to extract it, possibly increasing exponentially. Unexpectedly, the lifespan consumed when extracting a skill was based on the skill original grade, and not his level, even after evolution. Shadow Stealth only required 900 days base, and the extracted skill synchronized to platinum grade as in the game. Truly great. As soon as he finished speaking, the panel appeared again. You have consumed 900 days of tradable lifespan and extracted Shadow Stealth Platinum grade. You have consumed 262 days of tradable lifespan and extracted Venomous Poison Dart Silver grade. As he felt the power in his body steadily increasing, he spoke. There are still 292 days of lifespan left, but for now I cannot extract other skills. Using such a cheap price to extract skills, and actually getting platinum grade Shadow Stealth is truly a bargain. Titan Wind released a gloomy aura. That aura spread throughout his body. Now my physical strength is twice that of a normal person, and my agility has reached 32 points, surpassing human limits. Combined with unlimited stealth and poison darts that can be thrown up to 14 meters, I can definitely find an opportunity to kill Tong Fi. Tan Fong picked up his phone and browsed the latest information and asked himself, Tong Fi is buying lifespan crazily. Is he planning to replenish in the game and then come back to settle accounts with me? The square is about 7 or 8 kilometers from here. At my current speed, will only take a bit more than 10 minutes to run there. Suddenly the phone vibrated, indicating a new message. He looked at the sender name and muttered, "Hoochie been that middle management bully." Only then did he read the message. Tan Fong. Are your wings healed yet? Not answering the phone. The young lady even looking at you is your blessing, and you dare not answer. Call me back immediately or else I will. Just reading this made him vent, idiot, and he casually blocked him. Tan Fong stepped forward as the aura continued to radiate, tossed the phone aside, and activated stealth. Before disappearing completely, Tan Fong emphasized each word. These people will very soon realize what the true reality of the godforsaken game is. Outdoor space, a grand stage, blazing atmosphere. A name was being shouted loudly, Tong Fi. Below the stands, girls with excited expressions screamed his name repeatedly, Tong Fi. Looking up at the stage from the stands, one could see 2 people, a man and a woman, sitting on chairs. The sound still echoed with the name Tong Fi, Tong Fi. Getting closer, one could clearly see that the man sitting there was Tong Fi, the one being praised by everyone, and beside him was Jiang Li. She glanced sideways and gently asked, "Brother, I heard you were killed by darkness 3 times in the game. Do not worry, I have already sent people to investigate the real identity of that darkness." That man frowned slightly and questioned, "Oh, how is the investigation going?" In front of many people, she put on a bright smile. "I sent people to Firefly Town to contact him, and then we will give him a number he cannot refuse and wait until he returns to reality to take the money, then ha." Jiang Li lowered her head, showing a crafty expression. "Then we will catch him, and at that time we will definitely call Brother Tong Fi over to vent his anger." Tong Fi curled his lips into a vile smile and replied, "Then you must inform me. I heard your Dajiang company has used this method to control some players and force them into unpaid labor, right?" She covered her mouth and giggled. "They are all idiots, trash with hardly any lifespan. The best is still you. Many women willingly give their lifespan to you and are even willing to die for you." Hearing Jiang Li's words, that man also chuckled smugly, with confidence radiating across his face. Suddenly, from beneath the stands, a loud voice drew everyone's attention. "Hey, you people should restrain yourselves and not sell your lifespan to others like that." Normally dressed man raised his voice. "You people not read government news. If lifespan in the game runs out, then you die in reality too." Tong Fi did not know what to say to the man at this moment, seeing no one speak. The man continued pressing forward. "And you too, Tong Fi, you clearly know lifespan is tied to life and death. Yet you still brainwash fans and buy up lifespan. You are harming human lives. We will sue you." That man held his head and thought for a brief moment. As expected, someone had come to cause trouble. In the blink of an eye, Tong Fi stood up holding the microphone and calmly explained, "Everyone, friends present here, hello everyone. I am Tong Fi. I have noticed some disputes. My purchase of lifespan consumed public resources and caused trouble for everyone. So I am deeply remorseful and sincerely apologize for this." The crowd below erupted into cheers. "No, you do not need to apologize. You did nothing wrong." That man continued, putting on a guilty expression, and spoke words guiding public opinion. "I'm extremely grateful to all fans for your support and love. At the same time, I sincerely call for all love to be positive and progressive. I hope everyone can pursue idols rationally during this special stage of the sacred abandoned game. While protecting yourselves, we can work together and support things that bring positive energy to society in a more positive way." Tong Fi's words seeped down into every corner below, moving many girls to tears, while the whole country was affected by the game. "I have also actively cooperated with officials and worked hard in the game, so I used my personal assets to buy lifespan, hoping to become a top-tier idol in the game and someone worthy of everyone's love." He lowered his head and sobbed with choked words. "I did this to repay my fans and hope everyone can gain something beyond the game, live a happy and peaceful life, and work together for a brighter tomorrow. But I never expected it would cause so much trouble for everyone." Hearing these emotion-filled words from Tong Fi, "If all of this caused trouble for everyone, then I sincerely offer my apologies to everyone." The girls below burst into tears, silently saying no, like the last drop overflowing the cup. His emotional speech ignited the entire audience beneath the stands. They screamed, "There is no need to apologize. You did nothing wrong. How can you be so warm, brother, brother?" And these girls turned on the man who had been shouting earlier, "You disgusting lot. Get out of here now. We are willing to help him. Do not insult his sincerity." That man could only utter 2 words, "You people." Tong Fi Mew Mew pouted and shouted, "Do not believe those messy rumors outside. You dare doubt him. Pig-brained fools who believe everything. Lifespan in the game, how could it possibly affect reality?" The crowd stared at her in shock. When did she run up there? Tong Fi Mew Mew was still immersed in her emotions, patting her chest and saying, "I have died so many times for him while offline, even though I have less than 1 day of lifespan left. But I am still standing here. saying even if that were true, if you do not even have the resolve to die for him, then you are not worthy to say you love Tong Fi. The brainless fans below burst into tears and echoed along. That is right. That is exactly it. Tong Fi, I love you. Then like falling dominoes, they shouted together. I have 20 days of lifespan. Here I will give it all to you. I have 17 days. I only have 3 days left. I have. He stood on stage admiring the result he had deliberately created and spoke in a gentle tone. Oh my, I have felt everyone's love. I love you all. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone cheered in delight. And Tong Fi turned to her, held her hand tenderly, and said, especially you. To be liked by someone like you truly moves me deeply. Tong Fi Mew Mew shyly sobbed. Ah, Tong Fi, just seeing you be so affectionate like this. Even if I died immediately, I would still be willing. That man looked at the tearful woman and replied, Dear. Suddenly at this moment, a streak of blue light shot across the sky, rode the wind and flew straight into Tong Fi's head. The people below were stunned by what had just happened. All eyes widened, then panic and fear followed at the sight before them. Yahello also stared wide-eyed as streams of blood poured out. That man's face stiffened, his pupils constricted, blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. A massive hole appeared in Tong Fi's head. His body swayed, lost balance, and collapsed into the arms of the person in front. She stared in shock at the blood splattered on her face. Ah, then as if seeing the brutal reality, she collapsed to the ground screaming. Tong Fi Mew Mew turned back to look at that man's cold corpse and cried out, Tong Fi, brother, what happened to you? The crowd below exploded. Tong Fi is dead, gone. The bodyguards immediately surrounded Yahello and shouted, There is danger. Protect the young miss and leave this place. He emerged into the crowd and fled desperately while thinking, run fast. I must leave this place. Yahello was terrified to the extreme, sweat mixed with tears. I saw it. When Tong Fi died, a lifespan light orb appeared on his body but then vanished into the air. Someone definitely picked it up. She rushed toward the car within the bodyguard's protection. The thing that killed Tong Fi was clearly a skill from the sacred abandoned game. Could it be that skills from the game can also be used in the real world? How could that be done? Instantly killing Tong Fi, going invisible to pick up lifespan. Only one person could do this only. But before Yahello could finish thinking, another bullet pierced through her head, blood splattering everywhere. Yahello's face after ascending became twisted and extremely ugly. Bodyguards looked at the cold corpse and cried out, Eldest Miss. Tan Fong stood in the crowd with a cold expression, killing intent surging, and softly said, Just darkness. After a long time passed, the sky turned toward evening. The latest news simultaneously reported that the star Tong Fi had died tragically at Dajang Square. A devoted fan of Tong Fi donated all of her lifespan, and then died tragically beside Tong Fi's body. Police investigations showed that Tong Fi died from supernatural power. Tudu and So En-heen were left stunned, as if dead when they saw these news lines. She cried in pain, still unable to believe it. Just yesterday we went to Tong Fi's concert, yet now he has. Suddenly So En-heen realized something noteworthy. Throwing darts, invisibility. These are abilities from the sacred abandoned game, Tudu. Are you saying that darkness killed Tong Fi? I heard that darkness killed Tong Fi 3 times in the game. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she herself could not believe it. But how could abilities from the game appear in real life? Tudu stood frozen, her mind in complete chaos. A terrifying thought slowly lit up within her. Darkness killed Tong Fi, that is right. Darkness in the game killed him several times. So in reality, the only one who could kill him is darkness. Throwing darts, invisibility, are these not assassin skills? Without a doubt, the murderer is darkness. Tong Fi was killed by darkness. My world no longer has light. Amid grief and chaos, Tudu calculated silently. If darkness has a way to apply game abilities to reality, then she would approach that man and rely on him. Then, as if awakening from a dream, Tudu shouted to the driver to stop. She had secretly made up her mind. No matter what method, she must become stronger. After getting out of the car, So En-heen hurried over to ask Tudu, but she did not reply. Her eyes deep and contemplative, sinking into thought. From today onward, she had only one goal. Dangerous plans surfaced in her mind, to kill darkness. So En-heen anxiously called again, Tudu, are you all right? You look terrifying. But she no longer heard anything, completely immersed in her world of hatred to take revenge for Tong Fi. Elsewhere, Tan Fong was leisurely enjoying a meal in a quiet small shop. He chewed slowly while thinking, in the sacred abandoned game. Although real-world players are in an invincible state, they still consume energy. If hungry, they still need to eat. At this moment, the phone beside him suddenly rang non-stop. An urgent message appeared. Tan Fong. Ho Map was furious and said you blocked him on WeChat. If you do not come, you will be fired and this month's salary will not be paid. Tan Fong glanced at the sender's name, Duong Tiu Nha. This girl had a decent personality but was timid and often bullied in the previous life. She was also a member of his god-slaying guild. He curled his lips and replied casually, Ignore him. You do not need to go to work anymore. First enter the game and develop. She quickly replied, Tan Feng, you have joined the game already. I heard it is very difficult and many people's lifespan is about to run out. Tan Feng typed a few words lightly. No matter what class you have. When starting, just add all points to agility. Tunha replied immediately. Okay, I heard lifespan in the game is very expensive now. Tan Feng, how about you? How much have you earned? He calmly replied, not much, almost all spent. But she was extremely surprised. Ah, you bought a car and a house, right? No wonder you blocked Ho Map. Hearing this nickname, Tan Feng chuckled softly. Ho Map, that lapdog, the real trouble lies with his boss, Kyan Shishi. Mentioning her, a flood of memories surged in his mind. Shishi, the female department head of the Kyan group. His former company belonged to the Kyan group. This pampered young mistress did nothing all day except pick men to toy with. Hotels with 6 middle-aged foreign men. Even driving sports cars for fun with 3 African-American men. And now she even set her sights on him. Tan Feng frowned. Images and rumors of her became clear. Shishi worshipped everything foreign. Not long after the sacred abandoned game launched, she left Great Zia for North America and led the founding of the Alice in Wonderland Guild, one of the top 3 guilds in North America, especially hostile toward Great Zia. In his previous life, she brought countless disasters to Great Zia and his god-slaying guild. He secretly resolved to deal with her before she went abroad. Otherwise, once she reached North America, she would be hard to handle. If Shishi died, then the Alice in Wonderland Guild would likely never be formed. A vicious thought flashed. It was said many founders of Alice had romantic ties with Shishi. As long as this woman died, those founders would naturally lose their connections. Before the thought could fully form, a sudden call interrupted his train of thought. Tudu suddenly called. He immediately answered hello. The moment he picked up, Tudu angrily screamed, Tan Feng, you can still answer the phone. I thought you died in the game. Since you are still alive, I will inform you. I have earned money to buy a house, so do not bother me anymore in the future. He replied in an extremely calm tone, that is great, anything else? She shouted angrily, from now on do not bother me and I will not look for you either, and do not try to find out where I live. Tan Feng casually replied with a hem and said, if there is nothing else then I am hanging up. Furious shouting came from the other end. Tan Feng, I am cutting ties with you. Hearing this, he agreed happily, okay, and decisively hung up. At the same time, Tan Feng also finished his meal, muttering as he turned back, time to continue leveling up. It will not be long before when someone reaches level 10, they will know that skills can be transferred into reality. He raised his eyes to look at the peaceful sky today and spoke to himself. When that time comes, the world will no longer be peaceful. At this moment elsewhere, so Enhin looked worriedly at her close friend who had just hung up on her brother and said, Tudu, cutting ties with your brother like this is not good. How about you go apologize to him? I think he was truly angry this time. She lifted her chin and stubbornly replied, tell me to apologize to him? Impossible. I already sold my lifespan to the Kyan group and bought the full 2 million. So Enhin was so shocked she could not speak. Tudu looked straight at her friend seriously and said, so Enhin, I already bought an apartment. Let us live together. I will soon get used to darkness. When that time comes, why would I still need him? This time, Truong Vi truck appeared and waved to call Tudu. He quickly walked over and casually put an arm around her shoulders and said, this is for you. It is the assassin skill book you wanted. Do not forget what you promised me. You have to be with me, that thing. Tudu smiled and replied, I know. After it succeeds, I will satisfy your little wish. But in her heart, she kept cursing, you bootlicking trash. Once I befriend darkness who would care about garbage like you. After getting rid of Truong Vi, she happily contacted him, Brother Vuong. I have an assassin's skill book here and it is a control type. Could you trouble yourself to ask whether Big Brother Darkness needs it? If he wants it, I can give it to him. Tudu could not hide her excitement. This dog Truong Vi still has some use. He actually managed to get such a good skill book. This book will be the red thread that connects me to darkness. He suddenly recalled his handsome appearance. Darkness, I will quickly catch up to you. You will quietly stay by my side, heal me, help me eliminate enemies and level up with me. You will let me feel boundless support. Tudu created a beautiful future for herself. Then I will gradually trust you. You might even become my other half until I am strong enough, until you no longer have value for me to exploit. Vicious calculation flashed through her mind. Then I will personally kill you. I will gouge out your eyes to avenge brother Tong Fi. But at this moment, the other side finally replied. The big shot said your skill is trash and he does not need it. You can keep it and sell it for money. Tudu let out a displeased snort. Long before that, in a desolate wilderness, Tan Feng narrowed his eyes, his body carefully hidden when a shout startled him. Be careful, dodge quickly. He immediately went invisible and moved closer to the group that made the sound. Damn it. This is not an ordinary boss. Survive first and talk later. At this moment, a member of the Grey Rose team was holding a shield, trying to block the claws of the golden arthropod while running and shouting, run quickly. It is targeting her. At the moment he was about to be killed, the Grey Rose team member gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." From afar, Tan Fong silently observed the golden arthropod, a level 8 golden boss. He curled his lips slightly, interest flashing in his eyes. Interesting. If I remember correctly, this boss has level 2 anti-invisibility. Tan Fong immediately realized that in front of it his invisibility was useless. The ferocious golden arthropod roared thunderously, shaking the surrounding space. Tan Fong was startled and immediately turned to flee. From afar he silently launched an attack, a sneak strike. It precisely caused the golden arthropod to lose 9126 weak damage and 6078. Tan Fong paused slightly and looked at it while thinking. The effect of attacking outside the target's field of vision, which doubles damage. If the opponent can see through invisibility, it will not take effect, causing my damage to drop a lot. He fell silent for a moment, recalling the lost health of the golden arthropod and thinking, but there is still the effect of the legendary liberation gift. It increased the head and heart weak point damage of the golden arthropod by 200%. Among the 9 strikes of combo /3 are judged as hitting weak points, dealing triple damage to those points. This directly compensates for the lost damage. An image flashed through Tan Fong's mind. No wonder it is a legendary skill. I still have to thank that little girl for helping me find that faith shrine. At this time, Grey Rose was closely watching the battle. She could not help whispering, "Why is Darkness's damage so absurd?" Just one skill directly cut 1/6 of the golden arthropod's health bar. Tan Fong did not hesitate and continued attacking venomous poison dart. The dart struck straight into the center of the golden arthropod's forehead, causing it to lose 1785 weak damage. He muttered coldly, "Venomous poison dart is only at silver tier, so its damage can no longer keep up. I still need to advance my class to obtain a higher level of invisibility." After attacking, Tan Fong slowly landed near the golden arthropod to observe. Suddenly it sprang up and charged like a whirlwind. Grey Rose shouted in alarm, "Be careful." Tan Fong instantly widened his eyes and dodged the attack like a ghost. He unleashed a series of continuous attacks, refusing to give the monster any chance to breathe. Grey Rose and Tudu hid behind a rock watching silently and could not help exclaiming in shock, "What kind of speed is this? Not only is he fast, but his reactions are also extremely quick, and he clearly knows the boss attack patterns exactly. In terms of speed, he is almost equal to the boss, yet every boss attack is dodged by him, as if the two of them had fought this boss countless times together." During this, Tan Fong noticed the two of them while attacking and recalled his past life. "When Tudu and I traveled together, she could not even protect herself, let alone heal me. Over time, I trained this ability. A warrior does not need to risk his life blindly, but must also cultivate attack and evasion skills." His eyes flashed with cold ferocity, and this is why Tan Fong quickly finished off the golden arthropod. He thought to himself that he could enter the world top 100 as an ordinary warrior class. The golden arthropod stared at him in pain and let out a miserable roar as black blood sprayed out. Watching it clutch its wounds and flee in agony, Tan Fong felt much more refreshed. Compared to special bosses like the Golden Ghost Ship that have unavoidable moves, dealing with this arthropod boss was much easier. At this moment, Grey Rose shouted anxiously, "Oh no, this golden boss is actually trying to escape." Without hesitation, Tan Fong immediately chased after it. A horizontal sword slash cut across, ending it on the spot. System notification: you have killed the golden arthropod, golden tier level 8. You have gained 6,400 experience points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 497 days of lifespan. Tradable, the system continued notifying. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 497 days of lifespan. Tradable. The two behind exclaimed enviously, "That is insane." A single golden boss gave 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. Did not end there as the system sound continued. The system panel appeared. Dark Radiance Shield, Platinum, Assassin Skill. After active use, all evasion rates are converted into damage immunity shields for 8 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Required level 8. Conversion rate: every 20% evasion becomes 1 damage immunity shield. Evasion returns to normal after shields break or duration ends. Tan Fong was stunned. He almost could not believe his eyes. It actually dropped such a skill book. If combined with the 75% evasion rate from Phantom Shadow Blur Ultimate, then Dark Radiance Shield can provide up to 3 damage immunity shields. Once I learn this skill, many bosses will not be able to hurt me at all. Immediately after, Tan Fong told the system to directly evolve Dark Radiance Shield to Epic. The system complied, consuming 1, 2, 3 totaling 6 evolution points to upgrade Dark Radiance Shield from Platinum to Epic. Assassin Skill. Damage immunity duration becomes 8, 10, 12, 14 seconds. Conversion rate every 20%, 15%, 12%, 10% evasion converts into 1 damage immunity shield. He laughed heartily in satisfaction. Haha. That means I can directly use 7 layers of damage immunity shields now. I can even explore many high-level areas ahead of time. Tan Fong took out his darts and said, with 22 evolution points left, I will first upgrade the damage of venomous poison dart. System notification. Consumed 3 plus 5 plus 8 totaling 16 evolution points. Venomous poison dart upgraded from silver to emerald. Maximum range increased to 14-17 meters. Attack increased by 120-240. Poison damage increased from 50% to 80% per second. Hitting weak points further increases damage. Lasts 5 seconds and does not stack. He was surprised by the increase in numbers. Evolving Venomous Poison Dart 3 times actually doubled its damage at minimum. Since the base cooldown is only 5 seconds, its sustained output is not weaker than Shadow Shield Slash. Tan Fong was delighted. 2 more assassin equipment pieces also dropped and were used immediately. System introduction, Agile Ring, Platinum, Assassin Accessory, Agility plus 20, Movement Speed plus 20%, Attack Speed plus 20%, Cooldown Reduction plus 20%, Required Level 8, Thick Red Long Gloves, Golden Tier, Assassin Defensive Equipment, Physical Defense plus 18, All Element Resistance plus 15, Constitution plus 12, Health plus 588, Required Level 6. Tan Fong was extremely confident. With these 2 items, his cooldown reduction reached 55%. Shadow Shield Slash base cooldown was 12 seconds, but now only 77 seconds. Plus 51 Constitution, 106 Physical Defense, and 15-17 Health. Not bad at all. With my current stats, I can take 3 hits from the Golden Arthropod without dying. Combined with Dark Radiance Shield, my survivability has greatly improved. This moment, Grey Rose hurried over, her eyes shining as she praised him. Big shot, truly a big shot. Killing this boss was far too easy. Her teammates echoed excitedly. So strong. She immediately blinked and asked, Big shot, do you have any equipment or skills I can use I want to buy? Tan Fong cheerfully opened his inventory and took out an item, Mage Right. There is this golden skill book, Bone Ice Shot. This is an area skill that can release ice orbs and shoot up to 10 times. One price only 800 days. Tudu beside them felt itchy and said, 800 days, that is too expensive. I saw someone selling a level 5 golden skill book for only 400 days. Raised his eyebrows and replied calmly, Bone Ice Shot is a level 7 skill book, and its damage at level 7 is 40% higher than level 5. So 800 days is not expensive at all. Grey Rose did not hesitate and said, I will buy it. 800 days, deal. After selling the item, the system notified, you have lost Bone Ice Shot, Golden Skill Book. You have gained 800 days of lifespan, tradable. Her team members waved happily and said goodbye. See you next time, Big Shot. Tan Fong turned and left decisively without saying a word. At this stage, there are no bosses that can threaten me anymore. First, return to town to spread the news, and then gather location information on silver and golden bosses. This way, I will have an endless supply of bosses to kill and maximize my growth speed. This moment, a message from Vuong Man appeared. Big Shot. Our former priest named Tudu asked me to contact you. She wants to give you a skill book. Tan Fong paused slightly and asked with a hint of mockery. Tudu wants to give me a skill book. That must be some trash bronze tier. He lowered his head slightly and pondered. Now most people outside are guessing that Darkness is the one who killed Tong Fi. And now she wants to give Darkness a skill book. Tan Fong said disdainfully. That trash, tell her to keep it herself. Vuong Man nodded readily and replied, okay. He laughed secretly, haha. I wonder if she wants to get close to Darkness or avenge Tong Fi, maybe both. He immediately relayed the information to Tudu. The Big Shot said your skill is trash and he does not need it. Keep it and sell it for money. She froze and let out a sound. Tan Fong said, Vuong Man, go into town. I have something to sell you. Prepare lifespan. Vuong Man agreed at once, all right. He suddenly spoke seriously. Right, Big Shot. Let me ask you something. Tong Fi was killed by you, right? Hearing this sudden question, he was stunned for a few seconds. Then he answered frankly, that is right, I killed him. This time it was Vuong Man's turn to freeze. He thought to himself that because Vuong Man befriended him, he knew that when Tong Fi was killed, Darkness was always in an offline state, and the motive and timing were extremely similar. Since Vuong Man asked this question, it meant the government had already guessed most of it. Tan Fong asked coldly, what is it? Do you want to arrest me? Then he continued thinking. Besides, in 2 more hours, another player will reach level 10 and be able to extract skills into reality. So this matter cannot be hidden anyway. Might as well take this chance to see how the great Xia government reacts. Consider it a test. That afternoon in the quiet city, a rare stillness appeared. Tan Fong wore a robe that concealed his body and slowly walked to where Vuong Man's group was gathered. The moment he appeared and Vu eagerly asked, Big Shot, did you admit that you killed Tong Fi? He raised his eyes and admitted directly, that is right. However, she smiled brightly and said, "To be honest, we have conducted a detailed investigation into this matter. Indeed, Big Shot, you were also a major suspect for us. We also know that Tong Fi and Jiangla were secretly plotting against you. Moreover, the Dajang Company has detained many players, imprisoned and tortured them, forcing them to work. You killed both of them, but strictly speaking, it was completely self-defense." Their attitude made Tan Fong feel uncomfortable. It seemed that since they could not investigate his true identity, they intended to temporarily maintain cooperation. In his previous life, when cooperating with the government, he had no stains. But in this life, he directly killed Tong Fi and Jiangla, which would likely bring some changes. He gently opened the system panel, his gaze deep in thought, wondering how much this rebirth would change the era of the sacred abandoned game. Tan Fong took out high-tier items one by one and muttered, "This time I can sell the unused platinum items. Since they rely on the government, they will want skill books and equipment of any class. The most important thing is that the government always has sufficient lifespan." When these platinum items were displayed one after another, the eyes of Envu's group immediately lit up. "My God, platinum equipment. There are even platinum skill books. Did the Big Shot kill a platinum boss?" "No, that is not right. I did not see any world announcement," Tan Fong said politely. "My luck was decent, so I found a few treasure chests. Tiu Tayet knows this. I even opened an emerald skill book myself." Wai Tayet smiled gently and replied, "I personally saw the Big Shot open that emerald treasure chest, but with so many good platinum items, and you still say your luck was just decent." Lai Tu, standing nearby, could not help feeling jealous, pouting as she said, "You call her Tiu Tayet, but call me Tiu Hack." He said calmly, "Calling you Tiu Hack is fine too. Then I will call you Hack 2 instead." She shouted angrily, "You should still call me Tiu Hack." Vuong Man sighed softly beside them. People really cannot be compared. Even Envu could not hide her envy. That is right, we spent enormous effort just to kill a silver boss. Yet the Big Shot casually opens platinum and emerald treasure chests. Tan Fong slowly listed the prices. This platinum archer skill book is priced at 2,500 days. This platinum warrior weapon is 1,500 days. This platinum mage skill book is 3,000 days. And this golden equipment with a golden skill is 8,000 days as a bundle, plus the remaining platinum skill books and equipment, a total of 25 items. I will give everyone a discount, 16,000. Without any hesitation, Envu immediately agreed. Her decisiveness shocked Vuong Man so much his eyes widened. "Seriously, Captain N, whatever he says you pay, you are not bargaining at all." Envu replied casually, "How is there even room to bargain at this price? I think it is quite fair. While at it, I will also settle the debt that Tiu Tayet and Vuong Man owed last time," and the transaction was completed. After receiving the payment, he spoke up to praise Captain, and as a true heroine, straightforward and bold, she laughed excitedly. Looking at the system panel, Tan Fong fell into deep thought again. When tradable lifespan exceeds 10,000 days, the unit converts into years. 60 years converted into days is roughly 22,000 days. At the current exchange rate, this equals about 400 million in cash. Even for the Jang Hai city government, this is a huge expense. But the benefits it brings far exceed the cost. Tan Fong looked at Envu's group and thought, with this batch of equipment and skill books, Jang Hai City will have many teams able to develop ahead of schedule. The stronger the government becomes, the more trouble can be avoided in the future, and it may even gain an advantage in international confrontations. At this moment, Envu suddenly called seriously, "Big Shot, the Dajiang Company has detained some players, so we are planning a rescue operation. Do you want to participate?" He fell silent for a moment and thought to himself, "Is the government trying to pull me in to help whitewash the killing of Tong Fi?" Tan Fong refused coldly. "I am not going, but I can tell you one piece of information." His voice lowered, each word striking heavily. "Everyone's guess is correct. I used power from the game to kill those two. As long as you reach level 10 in the game, you can consume lifespan to extract abilities into reality." Before leaving, Tan Fong glanced at Envu and said, "You should understand what this means. Seize the time." Envu's expression hardened as she nodded slowly. "So that is how it is. The Dajiang Company is also buying up lifespan now. Once their people reach level 10 and obtain game abilities, our rescue operation will face much stronger resistance." He replied calmly, "It is good that you understand. Then I am leaving." After speaking, Tan Fong disappeared under everyone's focused gazes. She turned her head and ordered Vuong Man, "Next we need to split up to level. Currently our 6-person team is very high level. When gathered, we can instantly kill any minor monster with massive damage. But if we split up with one person commanding one team, the overall leveling efficiency will greatly improve." Vuong Man immediately nodded in agreement. Vu turned and told everyone, "In short, first everyone should reach level 10. As for you, go offline and report this information upward." He answered loudly, "Got it." On the bustling street, Two players passing by Tan Fong started pointing and whispering, "Look, Darkness is setting up a stall again. But this time he is not selling anything, he is buying instead." Now he was sitting in the middle of the street holding a sign, accepting silver boss coordinates for 30 days and golden boss coordinates for 100 days. Suddenly Lap Tuin appeared and walked over mockingly. "Darkness is still setting up a stall here." He arrogantly pointed at him and said, "Our young miss has said that as long as you help her level up, she can give you 300 million plus shares of the Dajiang Industrial Company. How many times does an opportunity like this come in a lifetime? I advise you to cherish it." Player standing outside quickly retorted, "I'm afraid you have not gone offline. Do you not know that Darkness is the one who killed Tong Fi and your Dajiang Industrial Company young miss in reality?" Lap Tuin frowned and shouted, "What did you say?" Everyone immediately began discussing noisily. "The Dajiang Industrial Company young miss was killed too. I have seen that girl, she was very beautiful. What a pity, such a waste." That man darkened his face and thought this was caused by the young miss herself. Originally, she planned to capture Darkness in reality and force him to do illegal work for her. But the result was that she was killed on the spot. Jianglu is dead. Lap Tuin began to recall when he was attacked in reality. At first, Jianglu offered 10 million to hire Darkness to help her level up, but Darkness refused. When he saw that money, he rushed to help her, thinking he could get 5 million. But when he went to collect the money, he was beaten unconscious. Memories flooded his mind. When he woke up, he found himself locked in some basement, beaten and abused every day, forced to play the game to earn lifespan and scam more people. He did not expect Jiangla to be killed by Darkness. That hateful woman dying was truly satisfying. Now he felt like a clown dancing before Tan Fong. At first he mocked Darkness for being stupid, but in the end the truly stupid one was himself. Suddenly Tan Fong asked coldly, acting like a dog, like that you must have helped her kidnap quite a few people, right? Lap Tuin denied in fear, "No, I was forced. Sorry, I am leaving." Tan Fong snapped angrily, "Get lost." Inwardly sneering, "Trash, forget it." Immediately government personnel came to clean him up. This moment someone suddenly approached with a covered face and said, "I have Silver Boss coordinates. Silver Boss, 30 days, let us trade." Moment later, the scene shifted elsewhere. A group of people appeared in the street, instantly causing lively discussion. "Look, that is a poster. I heard in reality she is Thai, the young miss of the Kayan group. Stay away from her. She has killed many players. Be careful. He is targeting you to steal your lifespan." The three around Thai entered like an arrogant formation. She looked around disdainfully and laughed. "I think this game is nothing special. Spend a little money and you can buy plenty of skills and equipment. As long as your combat power surpasses other players, then, when you meet someone with high lifespan, just kill him and take it." The moment Thai stepped on players' faces to survive in this game was extremely unpleasant to watch. She angrily cursed, "This damn game delayed my flight. I should be in North America now partying wildly with Big Dick and Mark Falk." Her eyes glanced disdainfully at the two trembling players in front of her. "And now I am stuck in Great Zia's Madu, unable to leave the country. Look at these Great Zia men. Every one of them is as weak as a bug. Tony over there is far more attractive." That man smiled and replied, "Young miss, you truly have good taste. We are naturally much stronger than those Great Zia men. We are stronger in that aspect. Later, when we return to reality, you can experience it yourself." She blushed and said, "Okay, I am looking forward to it." At this moment, Thai suddenly asked, "I just heard that the useless Tong Fi is dead. I played with him once before and he could not even last a minute. Truly a piece of trash." She said excitedly, "I heard the one who killed him is called Darkness. Although he is a Great Zia man, he is still #1 in the world. I can reluctantly get to know him." Thai excitedly thought that if Darkness could kill Tong Fi, then asking him to kill an ordinary person would be even easier. Perfect to use this chance to get acquainted with Darkness. She then left, throwing out a cold sentence, "Everyone, I will go offline to make a call first. Send people to contact Darkness." Tony beside her could not help feeling jealous. 3,000 days of lifespan. However, Thai did not care about that gaze. She was busy thinking that Darkness might not be interested in cash, but he would definitely not refuse 3,000 days of lifespan. For him, it would only take moving a finger to help kill an ordinary person. Vicious thought flashed. She laughed secretly. "I will never forget the expression on your face when you rejected me. It will not be long before you die, Tan Fong." The scene shifted. Truong Vai stabbed his blade fiercely into the neck of a polluted creature. In an instant, its body gradually dissipated, and various streams of power appeared around him. Truong Vai bent over panting and wiped the grime from his mouth. "Tiu, do next time when you feed monsters, can you not go so far any further, and I would be meeting my ancestors." She loudly scolded him for making a fuss. "Are you not still alive?" Seeing this, he hurriedly explained, "I had no bad intentions, I was just reminding you." Tiu do continued, "The system says my progress has reached 90%. I want to log out to eat. Come on, let us go." Suddenly Suddenly the two of them vanished, leaving Truong Vai no chance to speak. He clenched his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, she used to call me Big Shot, but after seeing darkness once, she started showing displeasure toward me. Just wait, one day I will strip you naked. On a peaceful sunny day, within a vast high-rise building. In Tudu's new home, she had just woken up and rubbed her eyes while sitting on the bed, clothes scattered messily across the floor. So hungry, Tudu looked at her phone screen in surprise. What, all the food delivery shops are closed, and there are no delivery staff to take orders. Have all of them entered the game? She suddenly recalled scenes from the past, remembering how when she was at home, Tan Fong always cooked delicious meals for her, while she basically did not need to lift a finger or think at all. Tudu's gaze tightened as she sat silently staring ahead. She patted her own face. Tudu, wake up. It is just one meal compared to freedom. This is nothing. She clenched her fists and spoke with determination. Come on, you are the best. You can do it. Without Tan Fong, your life will definitely be better. Sunlight poured down over the sea. From within the dark cave came several loud sounds. A gigantic crab-like monster burst out from inside. Suddenly, a stream of black energy chased closely after it. Tan Fong dove straight down onto the monster's body with force, swiftly splitting it in half. After defeating the monster, he calmly exhaled. In just over an hour, I have killed 4 silver bosses. The overall efficiency is not bad. Every 4 silver bosses bring 16 evolution points. Brilliant lights appeared around Tan Fong. The average profit from each silver boss can reach 3,500 days of tradable lifespan. Now all my equipment is golden or higher. He slowly analyzed. Cooldown reduction has increased from 55% to 75%. The original 12-second cooldown of Shadow Shield Slash is now only 68 seconds. Damage output has surged another step. There are no platinum bosses outside the safe zone of the town, so golden equipment is currently the highest tier. The experience panel appeared before him. If I want to improve further, the only way is class advancement. Platinum bosses later on will all have at least level 2 anti-invisibility. So I need to advance my class quickly and raise invisibility to level 3. I am still short more than 20,000 experience points. Only when invisibility reaches level 3 or higher can the risk when facing platinum bosses be reduced to the minimum. After all, in my previous life, defeating a platinum boss required a tightly coordinated team of 20 people. He turned and walked away slowly, first returning to town to contact the government side and sell everything. Tan Fong thought seriously. I must move ahead of everyone and solo kill the first platinum boss. Glow of sunset spread over the city. System text appeared. Tradable lifespan 105 years. A voice sounded from behind. Bye-bye, Big Shot. Next time if you have equipment, make sure to sell it to us. He ignored it and continued thinking. The shop needs 40,000 days of tradable lifespan. Now I can extract quite a few things. Suddenly a man stepped out from behind a wall and spoke. Hello, you must be Darkness, right? That man raised his hand and said, I have an assassination contract. Do you want to take it? Go kill someone in the real world and rest assured the reward will be generous. However, Tan Fong calmly walked past him. The man quickly stepped in front of him to block the way. Wait, do not leave like this. Just kill an ordinary person named Tan Fong and I will give you the address. You even killed Tong Fi, so this should be easy for you, right? Free money, do you not want it? He was silent for a few seconds and then asked back, kill Tan Fong? Tan Fong felt a bit curious. Did this person provoke him so he wanted him dead? The man chuckled softly. You do not need to worry about that. Your reward will not be lacking. As long as you complete the task, I will give you 3,000 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong lowered his head and stared at that man, thinking, 3,000 days, compared to real-world prices that equals 50 million. Interesting, who wants to kill me? I have never met this person in reality, and he is not someone I knew from my previous life. It seems he is just a messenger. The one who truly wants Tan Fong dead is someone else. In my previous life, I also had a grudge with another person, and it was in the late stage of the game. Seeing his hesitation, that man sneered. What is it, tempted already? Tan Fong remained silent. Being targeted this early must be due to resentment before the game started, and someone who can pay such a price must be someone I have met before. Suddenly, Thai's face flashed through his mind. Kayan Shishi. Tan Fong continued to sink into thought. Only this woman had enough motive and financial resources to hire someone to kill Tan Fong. But with the Kayan group's resources, if they truly wanted to kill me, they could have done it before the game even began. He lowered his head and pondered. Therefore, this contract must have another purpose. Most likely her true goal is to get acquainted with darkness. As for eliminating Tan Fong, it is probably just a convenient extra. After all, Tan Fong rejected her invitation to have fun. Interesting, I have not even gone looking for her yet. and she came to me first. He looked straight at that man and said calmly, "Fine, I will take this job, but I want half paid in advance. Also, the timing of the action is up to me." Hearing this, that man was a little surprised. "Wait, half as a deposit. I need to ask for instructions from above." He tapped a few times on the screen, then looked at Tan Fong and nodded. "All right, half can be paid in advance. I will trade directly with you. Once the trade is complete, you will receive 1,500 days of tradable lifespan." As he confirmed the transaction, Tan Fong thought, taking the deposit counts as interest. "Kai and Shishi, just wait. I will find you very soon." That man continued, "This is the address and information of the target. With your abilities, finding him will not be a problem." When he saw the address, Tan Fong sighed. "Shanshui impression. It is actually where I am staying." Tan Fong quickly left, leaving behind only one sentence. "Fine, you just wait." That man watched his back and felt irritated. "So arrogant for what? You are still just someone working for Miss Kyan like me." Suddenly a voice sounded, "Big brother, please stop." Snow stood before him and said, "I heard you are collecting boss coordinates. I have golden boss coordinates here. Do you want them?" Tan Fong coldly said, 100 days. Seeing boss payment, Snow waved her hand lightly and smiled. "All right then, come with me. It is north of the town, a bit far. I will take you there." Tan Fong felt a bit puzzled. "What boss is it?" Snow replied softly, "The one surrounded by pestilence. That is what the boss is called." His expression darkened. It seems she really has seen the boss. She continued walking without looking at him. "Can you handle going alone, or should you bring a babysitter? That boss has long-range damage," Tan Fong replied lightly. "It is fine, just lead the way." He lowered his head and continued thinking. The one surrounded by pestilence is indeed a golden boss. Tan Fong continued analyzing. This boss has a poisonous aura. As long as you are within its range, health continuously decreases every second. Snow turned to look. Tan Fong seemed unconcerned. "So to deal with this boss, it needs to be killed as quickly as possible. For me now, it will only take a few skills." Snow led Tan Fong to the front of a cave. "The boss is inside this cave. My team cleared all the mobs but could not defeat the boss. I will take you in." Two walked inside step by step as she calmly led the way. Suddenly Snow stopped. She pointed forward and said, "It is right there." Right below them was the pestilence-surrounded creature, emitting several streams of green gas like poison. Tan Fong observed carefully and spoke lightly. "All right, lifespan sent." As he spoke, a system notification appeared. "Transaction successful. You have given 100 days of tradable lifespan." At the same time, he kept thinking, "If I remember correctly, the damage from this poison can be avoided. Then the 75% evasion of Phantom Shadow Blur will be very useful." Snow suddenly hesitated worriedly. Big brother, there is something I need to tell you first. Actually, this is a trap. Once you start fighting, people will come to kill you. I remember they have level 2 anti-invisibility items." Tan Fong seemed completely unconcerned. "It is fine." But Snow continued to emphasize the important point. She was silent for a few seconds and then said, "They asked me to pretend to warn you as part of the plan, then use this chance to investigate you, and in the end, find an opportunity to check your real-world information." Glanced at her and felt puzzled. What kind of ridiculous plan is this? She lowered her head awkwardly and her face flushed. "I was forced to. I wanted to tell you the truth. You should go settle the score with the one behind me. They are also forcing me in reality. I want them to die." Tan Fong stared at her and asked coldly, "Who is behind you?" Snow did not try to hide it and answered honestly, "It is Dong Fuanghin, known as Yun Xian in the game. He said he was killed once by you." Hearing this, he paused. "Dong Fuanghin, Yun Xian. He is the one who initially tried to steal my golden ghost ship boss, but later gave me a skill book to beg for forgiveness." Snow grew increasingly anxious. "Big brother, if you can kill Tong Fi, then you can definitely kill him too, right? I have already laid everything out for you. You cannot sell me out. You should kill Dong Fuanghin. Otherwise, I will suffer terribly." Tan Fong silently reasoned. To think he came up with such a childish plan. "I never even heard this name in my previous life. Maybe he was killed early on. I am here to kill a boss anyway. I might as well kill a dog along the way." As he finished speaking, he left, leaving behind only one sentence. "You play along and call their people here. Leave the rest to me." Snow did not even have time to react and reached out as if to stop him. "Wait, this is bad. This darkness is simply walking into his own death." Earlier, Dong Fuanghin brought 3 teams of 18 people each to fight this boss. Yet in just half a minute, all of them were wiped out. The continuous poison damage was too high. They did not even reduce 5% of the boss's health. No matter how strong darkness is facing such deadly poison, he will only die. I must quickly think of a way to escape. Tan Fong quickly activated a skill, Liberation Blessing. From its body burst blazing red energy. Weakness amplification activated, decapitation effect triggered. He dashed forward like a gust of wind and launched continuous attacks. Shadow Shield slash -700, -2189, -6345, -6752, -2180. Those tree-like bodies were gradually cut down. Snow was utterly shocked by the scene before her. What is this? A single move drained 2/3 of a golden tier boss's health. Over 80,000 damage. Is this still a human? Fong calmly observed from the side. Those tree-like bodies had finally been completely taken down. He quickly flew back toward her. The cooldown of Liberation Blessing's active effect is 25 seconds. With a 75% cooldown reduction, the final cooldown is only 14.3 seconds. There is no need to kill the boss yet. Wait for Dong Fuangheen's people to come and die, and conveniently wait for the skill cooldown to finish. Suddenly a loud shout rang out. Everyone get ready and enter the cave, kill the boss. A group of people wielding weapons charged in madly, killing anyone who blocked their way. Tan Fong stood beside Snow in invisibility and thought calmly. So it is this guy after all. That man planned to act together with Dong Fuangheen, and their plan was for Snow to pretend to block this group. Are these Snow people really that strong? With 10 people rushing in like this, could she really stop them? She quickly created a massive shield to block them. She still did not act and calmly observed. A golden tier shield. No wonder they came to find her to put on this act. With this level of defense, not many people in the early stage could break through it. Snow continued gripping the defensive shield. She had met the blessing ancient god outside earlier, and that was how she opened a golden tier treasure chest. Tan Fong slowly swept his gaze aside and quietly waited for the right moment. When the timing was ripe, he launched his attack, Shadow Shield Slash. In an instant, that group of people was completely dealt with. Tan Fong's eyes flared with light as flames erupted. Curse bloom. Snow could not stop herself from exclaiming in shock. This is too terrifying. A single move killed so many people. And what are these blazing red flowers? Luckily, I did not listen to Dong Fuangheen. Otherwise, I would have died miserably like Tong Fi and these people. After everything was over, Snow finally withdrew the shield. Big brother, let us add each other as friends. If there is a chance, I will tell you Dong Fuangheen's real-world location. Tan Fong showed no hesitation and turned to look at her, all right. Suddenly, Snow's face flushed with a hint of shyness. Big brother, if you need special services, you can also come to me. For you, I will provide lifelong service for free. He seemed to understand something and thought to himself, so that is it. No wonder she was so enthusiastic. Suddenly, Tan Fong controlled the red energy to move behind her. He strode toward the pestilence encircled one and slashed out with a sharp sword strike. You have killed the pestilence encircled one, golden tier level 10. You have gained experience points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 555 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong landed and observed seriously. The lifespan absorbed from more than 10 people was not even comparable to that of a single boss. At this point, instead of farming monsters properly, they ran here to cause trouble. That man was truly seeking death. Seeing Snow still above, he was slightly stunned. You have not left yet. What is it? Snow waved quickly and replied, nothing at all. I am leaving now, bye-bye, big brother. After she left, Tan Fong manifested a gigantic hand. He widened his eyes in excitement and exclaimed softly, it has been a long time since I last saw an assassin's skill book, and this time one actually dropped. System text appeared, dark moment, platinum tier, assassin's skill. Use the blade in hand to release dark light that blinds all enemies within range. Cooled on 60.3 seconds. Required level 10. Range 20 meters, base duration 10 seconds. The higher the target's spirit, attribute the shorter the duration. Tan Fong glanced over it and thought, blind effect, perfect, learn it. He straightened his body and raised the sword forward. As long as I can blind the enemy, then even without being in invisibility, I can still trigger double damage. With this, no matter how high a boss's anti-invisibility level is, it will not affect my damage output efficiency. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes and stared intently at the blade in his hand. The Plague Blade, Platinum, Assassin-type weapon, attack power plus 216, agility plus 42, weak point attack multiplier plus 3, equipment requirement level 10, unique special effect. Any of your attacks will be accompanied by poison. This poison will erupt after 3 seconds and deal 50% of the attack damage. He had obtained good loot and turned to leave the cave. Very good. Another day of plentiful harvest. Evolution points had accumulated to 98 points. It would not be long before he could evolve the greedy hand from epic grade to legendary grade. Only 10,000 experience points left before he could advance his profession. He had been farming areas that were too low level. What had to come would come. The small monsters outside scattered in panic, trying to escape, becoming point farming tools for Tan Fong. Kai. They shielded each other and rushed to flee as far away as possible. He only needed to turn and move lightly to slice through several crabs and shell creatures nearby. Tan Fong let out a relieved breath and felt the power within his body. He could advance his profession now. Golden strands of power floated in a circular pattern around his chest. He widened his eyes and opened his golden pupils to stare at those swirling currents of power. Your obsession profession has advanced. It has now reached the first advancement stage. Tan Fong listened gloomily as notifications rang out continuously. Profession attributes increased. Strength from 3 to 9, physique from 3 to 9, agility from 8 to 24, spirit from 5 to 15. He straightened his body and felt the flow of spiritual energy within him. Profession passive 1, invisibility duration doubled, new. While in invisibility state you can use stealth skill. Profession passive 2, stealth level increased from +1 to +2. Profession passive 3, when launching an attack outside the enemy's observation range, the damage of that attack is doubled, from 2x damage to 3x damage. Fong raised his hand and focused his gaze. Upon reaching the first advancement stage, the attributes had increased to 3 times their original values. Moreover, he could activate invisibility while already in stealth state, meaning that as long as cooldowns allowed, he could remain permanently invisible. Not only that, damage from attacks outside the line of sight had increased from double to triple. Only the first advancement stage, and already this exaggerated. No wonder this was the strongest stealth profession. Suddenly a noisy announcement rang out. Notification that 7 players had reached level 10 in Jang Hai City. The teleportation array to the Forsaken Continent of the Gods will open in 10 minutes. Players who meet the requirements, please prepare to head to the Forsaken Continent of the Gods. Looked up at the system panel with slight surprise. It was already 8:30 p.m. He did not expect so many players in Jang Hai City to have reached level 10. The rankings were full of familiar faces he remembered from his previous life. At this time, the leaderboard had been dominated by foreign players. On the system screen appeared the top ranked from 1 to 4, first place Shadow, second place Grey Rose, third place Yizu, Hebu Lin, Proxy Death King Mang. Fourth place Hyoyu Zuhan. A gust of wind suddenly swept over Tan Fong's entire body. He prepared to leave and felt excited inside. It seemed the impact of him selling too much equipment and skill books had begun to show. Perhaps the fate of the world from his previous life would also change. He truly looked forward to it. Turning to reality, it was already night. The skyscrapers here were still brightly lit and bustling. On the road, a police convoy was escorting criminals back to the station. Captain stood at attention and reported the mission progress clearly word by word, reporting that all core members of the Dajiang Industrial Crime Group had been captured. Additionally, there were 3 other core members still in the game. Their bodies were in a virtualized state, so they could not be arrested, requesting instructions from leadership. Su Fei, the person in charge of this mission, stood opposite and responded, thanking everyone for their hard work, notifying you and request that they find a way to force the suspects offline. The police captain shouted clearly, acknowledged. Teammate beside him spoke up. This method works quite well. Even if criminals hide in small towns and cannot be attacked, their real-world bodies still feel hunger. Su Fei also agreed, exactly. Once hungry, they will definitely log out to eat. As long as the connection is cut, they can be captured immediately. This operation went so smoothly largely thanks to Shadow. He not only provided intelligence on Dajiang industrial crimes, but also warned us in advance that the abilities of the Divine Forsaken game could be extracted into reality. According to what he knew, many places had seen large-scale explosions. If delayed even a little longer, the leaders led by Jiang Le would soon reach level 10. By then, they would have already extracted abilities. Even if we tried to arrest them, then casualties would be extremely high. In some countries, small-scale riots had already erupted, causing thousands of deaths. The squads we sent into the Divine Forsaken game had successively reached level 10, largely thanks to equipment and skills provided by Shadow. Shadow truly was a talent our great Zia could not afford to lose. We must find a way to firmly bind him to our ship. The scene shifted back into the game. The time here had already reached dusk. Hua was speaking to Tan Fong via voice transmission. Big boss, I never expected you to be such a great hero eliminating harm for the people. I admire you so much. He was strolling invisibly through the city and replied, what nonsense are you talking about? Get to the point. She teased while reporting, Big boss, no need to be modest because the government has already announced the news. Dajiang Industry and Song Fei plan to corner, detain, and kill players. Because of that, you killed Song Fei and Jiang Lo under government authorization. Tan Fong remained silent and thought to himself. The government was whitewashing him to facilitate future cooperation. After a few seconds, he asked, have you found the real location of Dong Fangxian yet? Zhu Hua, who knew a lot and updated information, quickly answered easily. That man still has not logged out. Wait a bit longer. If there is news, I will inform you immediately. Tan Fong replied coldly and briefly, all right. Continued onward with countless issues on his mind. Everything else was unimportant. The most urgent matter now was to go to the Forsaken Continent of the Gods. Quite a few people had already used the town's instant teleportation system. However, no one had yet been able to use the teleportation array to the continent. After taking only a few steps, Tan Fong summoned the teleportation array. currently heading toward the forsaken divine continent. His thoughts were clear, and he had no time to pay attention to his surroundings. The current town area could only be considered a beginner village. Only upon reaching the forsaken divine continent could the game truly be said to begin. As Tan Fong had just teleported away, a group of people suddenly appeared beside the spot. They were also coming here. The group discussed in confusion. He disappeared. Who teleported? Nonsense, of course it was Big Boss Shadow. No, that is not right. I have anti-invisibility at level 2 right now. Why can I not see him? Idiot, that proves the Big Boss's stealth level has already surpassed level 2. The converging light stopped in midair. He had arrived. And Fong lifted his face and observed the scenery. It was indeed exactly the same as in his previous life. It was the familiar ruined Jang Hai city. Players from different cities would also appear in the ruins of their corresponding cities when they first arrived at the forsaken continent of the gods. The geographical locations of these ruined cities were completely identical to reality. As for why it was like this, it remained an unsolved mystery. Suddenly from behind him, a dark and extremely sinister figure shot out. Tan Fong sensed it keenly and quickly turned around. A long-tongued earth devourer bared its fangs and lunged forward. He reacted easily and dodged, causing it to crash headfirst into the ground. Tan Fong was currently in a vague phantom shade state, making it difficult for anyone to touch him. He activated Azure Shadow Shield and moved skillfully, forming streaks of blue slashes that minced the Earth Devourer. The system simultaneously sounded a notification. You have killed Earth Devourer LVGY, normal grade. This moment another larger Earth Devourer appeared. Tan Fong leapt high to evade its attack. He lowered his gaze and quickly activated Liberation Blessing, then combined it with Azure Shadow Slash to unleash consecutive slashing attacks. Attacking the Earth Devourer, Tan Fong was so fast his movement could not be seen. It was also easily slain by him. Tan Fong left without looking back as the Earth Devourer gradually dissipated behind him. This was no longer a safe zone like a small town. Monsters lurked in all directions and attacks could come at any time. However, as long as he could find a hidden shelter within the ruins, he could establish a stronghold and dominate the area. Best shelter within the ruins of Jang Hai City lay to the northwest. Tan Fong set off immediately without delay. He leapt across rooftops to move efficiently. This was the hiding place of the Trunk Guild from his previous life. The scenery shifted, transitioning to a gigantic statue standing tall amid desolation. Below it, several dark figures appeared, seemingly a group of people approaching. It was none other than Li Zai's group. She exclaimed in shock that this was the forsaken land of the gods. Wang Mang glanced around suspiciously. Why does this look like the ruins of a modern city? Li Zai fell silent for a moment before replying. These ruins look strangely familiar. She excitedly pointed toward the tallest building in the city. Wait, is this not the ruins of Jiangnan City? Yizu also exclaimed in surprise. That is right. The Jiangnan City building is right there. Li Zai looked into the distance with interest. Some people said they saw Big Brother Shadow brought here. But where is he? Where could he be? Yizu smiled brightly beside her and teased Zio Hai Zai. Do not believe it. He knows invisibility after all. Suddenly an Earth Devourer burst out from the ground. He reacted swiftly and raised his shield to protect his teammates. Be careful, there is a monster. She quickly coordinated seamlessly, holding her staff and shouting a spell, Spirit Guard activate. Two Earth Devourers charged fiercely as if ravenously hungry. They attacked simultaneously with their tails, and Wang Mang's shield reduced damage by 1,100. Yizu behind them tried her best to maintain healing magic and warned sternly, be careful. The attack power of the monsters here is usually higher than the silver boss around the town. Tu Cheng behind them coordinated well, seizing the perfect moment to fire an arrow binding shot. The two Earth Devourers were hit, each one bound tightly and struggling to break free. He laughed loudly in triumph. These monsters are finished. I used all my strength to aim at wiping them out. Li Zai raised her staff with both hands and shouted powerfully, forming a fireball in the air. Grand Flame Ore. The two Earth Devourers had exhausted all their ultimate moves to no avail. She and Tu Than looked at the monsters burned to ashes before them and happily celebrated. They had defeated the monsters. Truly impressive. Wang Mang advanced carefully step by step, turning to remind Yizu, Zio, have the owl fly up and observe the surrounding terrain. She focused her energy into the staff, all right. From the high-altitude viewpoint of the white bird, Yizu could roughly see the distribution of monsters in the ruined city below. Everywhere around here is filled with monsters. The number is very large. The commotion from the earlier battle has attracted the attention of some monsters. They are now moving toward us. Moreover, I do not see any safe zone. What should we do, Captain? On hearing this, Wang Mang shouted excitedly. What, there is no safe zone? Tu Than, standing beside him, was also startled. What kind of broken continent is this? It has already turned into a survival game. Li Zai hugged her staff tightly and swiftly proposed a solution. Can Zio Zhu find Big Boss Shadow? He arrived 10 minutes earlier than us, so he surely has not gone far. As long as we find him, we will be safe. The white bird had been circling in the sky. Yizu suddenly froze through its eyes. There is no human figure at all. Wait. In the northwest, there are many lights. Those are items dropped by monsters after being killed. That is right, it must have been done by Big Boss. His inventory must be full, so he could not pick up the dropped items. Suddenly, many more earth devourers burrowed out around them. Li Zai shouted loudly to warn everyone. Be careful, more monsters have appeared. And Vu reacted quickly and immediately ran while turning back to shout at his teammates. Hurry up. The monsters over there have all been wiped out by Shadow. It is very safe there. As long as we follow the light from the dropped items, we can find Shadow. Everyone shouted in unison with rising morale. All right, everyone be careful, pay attention to formation, do not split up. We fight while retreating. The scene changed, and they encountered several familiar earth devourers. They still bared those jaws and fixated on their prey. Suddenly, in the very next second, they were all cleaved into pieces by a streak of blue light that scattered into the air. Tan Fong stood heroically amid countless corpses falling down. Even without the active effect of liberation blessing, the total damage of Azure Shadow Slash could reach 20 to over 30,000. Dealing with these small monsters meant instant kills. This place truly was a paradise for farming monsters. He continued forward and left. He had arrived. This place was the shelter. Beneath the rubble was a gigantic palace. In his previous life, it had only been discovered by humans much later. This underground palace could provide thousands of resting rooms and dozens of grand halls. It was the largest shelter in Jang Hai City, and also the base of the god-slaying guild. Before it was occupied, this shelter was equivalent to an underground city with many mechanical monsters and a boss guarding it. The larger the shelter, the stronger the guardian inside. Tan Fong entered carrying an overwhelming aura of coldness. In his previous life, after establishing the god-slaying guild, he had gathered 3 teams and 18 elite warriors. All members had reached level 15 and were armed to the teeth before they could barely capture this palace. He descended step by step along the spiral staircase into the pitch-black darkness below. However, this time the information panel suddenly appeared. You have arrived at the shelter. What appeared was an enormous and majestic space that seemed to have existed for a very long time. All around were ancient structures with multicolored souls floating in the air. The purified soul land. Tan Fong covered his entire face, leaving only his cold, gloomy, golden eyes exposed as he looked ahead. Now he only needed himself. The system mission notification sounded. Defeat the area guardian, and you will claim this area. Several small soul-type monsters of different colors made warning sounds. In the next moment, they all charged straight at Tan Fong. Charged forward while slashing the monsters and evaluating them. These are small monsters, elemental souls, golden grade level 12. Tan Fong quickly activated Dark Moment. Everything turned pitch black, and none of them could move. The entire space also gradually sank into a dark void. Seizing this moment, he forcefully moved. Sword paths too fast to see swept across countless souls. Azure Shadow Slash. Wherever Tan Fong went, sword light flew and chopped monsters on contact. In just a moment, he had cleared all the monsters here. Tan Fong sheathed his sword and put it away before analyzing. When they fell into a blinded state, all his attacks gained additional damage. Even normal attacks were enough to instantly kill these level 12 small monsters. The 15 monsters in the main hall had all been wiped out. Yet the purified soul land had dozens of halls and thousands of small rooms. Truly a massive project. Judging by the number of monsters in this shelter, after clearing them all, it should be enough to evolve the greedy hand once more. After eliminating all the small monsters in the area, a massive silhouette seemed to be approaching. It appeared the guardian would soon emerge right near him. The scene shifted. A group of 2 people unknown in origin were using teleportation magic. They also seemed to have moved to the city Tan Fong was in. Hat Luke looked around excitedly. Is this the forsaken divine continent? Ma Enhan was equally astonished, looking at the surrounding ruins. Strange, why does this place look so familiar? He then spoke again. These ruins, she quickly realized, is this not New York? Elsewhere, another group of 2 was also teleported to a random area. One group was teleported amid heavy rain. These were the ruins of Sun Than. Another group was teleported into chaotic warfare with bombs and gunfire exploding. These were the ruins of London. Hat Luke looked up and keenly noticed the issue. Could it be that people from different regions are teleported to the ruins of the cities they lived in? Ma Enhan said loudly in confusion. strange. Could it be that the geographical locations of these cities also correspond exactly to reality? Suddenly, two familiar figures emerged behind them. In hat, Luke turned around and saw countless earth devourers crouching with mouths open waiting for prey. This is bad. Run quickly. Two could only shout helplessly as the monsters swarmed toward them. The scene shifted to another area, the Jang Hai ruins. Items dropped by defeated monsters were scattered everywhere. Wang Mang crawled out from beneath rubble to scout. There are no monsters here. Let us recover first. And Vu excitedly climbed out as well, lavishing praise on Tan Fong, worthy of Big Boss Shadow. I thought we were already strong enough, but in the end we can only hide under the shadow of Big Boss. Jun shivered slightly and coughed awkwardly to remind her. Captain N, watch your words. And Vu did not restrain herself and spoke bluntly. Was my description wrong? His eyes stared in shock at the path of glowing items ahead. Luckily, Big Boss cleared this area. If there were so many monsters, then all of us would have died. But I am a bit curious. If we die here, where would we respawn? Wang Mang said sternly while looking at Envu to discuss matters. Captain N, the six of us should not start exploring this wasteland yet. Wait until every member of the team reaches level 10 before acting together. She had nothing to argue or consider, all right. Yizu continued to borrow the eyes of the white bird to observe ahead. This monster died in a fragmented manner. Something is not right. Why is it severed here? It is as if Big Boss Shadow disappeared here. There are many spoils of war, and they are even golden. I really want to pick them up. Wang Mang pondered and activated a basic skill. I have contacted Shadow, not sure if he still wants these things. The scene instantly changed. A blue sword arc appeared powerfully and cleaved a monster in two. Tan Fong was surrounded by surging power and sigh. Finally, the entire group of small monsters had been cleared. More than 40 halls and 1,000 small rooms. Over 400 small monsters killed, plus 4 bronze grade bosses and 2 silver grade bosses. Not only did it provide over 80,000 experience points, but also raised his evolution points to 205. Only 5 points left to evolve the greedy hand. At this moment, Wang Mang's voice came through. Big brother, where are you, big brother? We saw the items you did not pick up after killing monsters. Can we collect them and then pay you lifespan based on market price? How about it? He received the message and thought to himself, it seems Wang Mang's government squad has also arrived here. Tan Fong sent back a signal. All right, we will contact later. I have equipment to sell. He quickly provided a specific meeting location. All right, big brother. We will wait for you at the ruined fortification number 8955466666. While he was not paying attention, faint lightning arcs appeared in the air behind him. As Tan Fong turned and left, the lightning arcs began to extend and pursue him. He tilted his body. Just as expected, the Guardian had appeared. What appeared was a gigantic soul with full helmet armor and a health bar with an information panel above its head. Purified Soul Guardian Fi San, level 15, grade Platinum. Description: Guardian of the Purified Soul Land, defeated, and you will become the master of the Purified Soul Land. Tan Fong made no move yet and stood still to analyze for a moment. The highest level monsters in the ruined city were level 15. This Purified Soul Guardian Fi San was the highest level monster in the ruined city, and also the boss with the highest grade. If he remembered correctly, this boss had a total of 750,000 health points and was divided into 3 phases. In his previous life, the single target lightning damage of this boss was extremely high. Even as a warrior with a full equipment set, he could barely endure it. But now, he basically did not need to resist its single target skills at all. Tan Fong still used a basic move, Azure Shadow Slash, a single sword strike dealing comprehensive damage. Fi San froze in place, the electric current within its body showing signs of disruption. In the very next second, its health bar dropped by nearly 1/3. Even its neck, a vital point, spewed out a mass of green substance. Fi San quickly counterattacked, gripping the long lightning spear in his hand. He controlled numerous lightning bolts that crashed down fiercely, surrounding the spot where Tan Fong stood. Dodged swiftly and still had time to think. Once struck by these lightning bolts, based on his current defense and lightning resistance, he would definitely die. Any skill or attack from a boss above platinum grade carried a damage amplification effect. Currently, his evasion rate was 75%, so the average hit rate of monsters against him was only 25%. But the hit rate of the Purified Soul Guardian against him exceeded 50%. Tan Fong easily weaved through the gaps, dodging several lightning bolts aimed at him. However, his agility stat had now reached 182 points. Speed allowed full burst movement exceeding 40 meters. As long as he paid attention, he could easily evade before the lightning struck. In his previous life, he had relied on the priest shields and luck to barely get through with guild members. His eyes lit up and suddenly turned sharp and cold. Tan Fong spun around decisively, but this time he raised the sword in his hand. lightly thrusting it forward while activating the skill-piercing slash on Fi San. He would not give the boss any chance. Tan Fong focused on its health bar and thought silently. Head damage of Liberation Blessing. Azure Shadow slash on the Plague Blade directly blasted away 250,000 health points of the boss. Next, the boss would enter Phase 2. Fi San began preparing for the second wave of attacks. He summoned Surging Thunder. The Purified Soul Guardian would enter an invincible state and continuously create lightning orbs and lightning strikes. In this phase, priority had to be given to destroying 3 lightning orbs, or the boss would self-destruct. He suddenly recalled fragments of memories. In his previous life, the entire team had been wiped out because of the self-destruction damage. After that, Xiaodu went mad, saying she did not want to fight anymore. So on the second attempt, she was not taken along, and they cleared it on the first try. Tan Fong continued to unleash precise attacks, venomous throwing dagger. He stood below and looked up at Fi San, seeing its health was less than half and thinking. Each time a lightning orb was destroyed, the Purified Soul Guardian would suffer corresponding damage. Tan Fong immediately charged forward and threw more daggers. After destroying all 3 orbs, it would enter Phase 3. He continued throwing them, causing Fi San's health to drop into a critical state. It seemed extremely enraged, its eyes wide open staring straight at Tan Fong. Fi San unleashed his ultimate move. Streams of electricity swirled around him, forming a gigantic ring. He stood upon this skill. The long-awaited moment finally arrived. It is here, in Phase 3, the Purified Soul Guardian would continuously unleash set-based area skills in his previous life. The guild had provided each participating member with a full resistance equipment set along with 4 priest shields, and healing to barely survive. Tan Fong was filled with determination, his gaze fixed firmly on Fi San. But in this life, there was basically no need for such trouble. He leapt powerfully into the air, mighty momentum forming a golden sphere. Tan Fong opened his eyes wide, his face lifted and filled with resolve. His mouth recited commands while thinking. Below, lightning was still being released non-stop. Liberation Blessing, Dark Light Shield. Then he would attack from the air. Tan Fong was inside the light sphere, looking down at the Purified Soul Guardian Fi San below and thinking. Lightning was still raging on the ground. Then he would attack from above. He used Liberation Blessing inside it, Dark Light Barrier Shield. Tan Fong used Azure Shadow Slash and struck straight down at him. The body of the Purified Soul Guardian Fi San vanished. Landed lightly on the ground, the system screen appeared. You have killed the Purified Soul Guardian Fi San. Platinum grade. Congratulations, you have reached level 11. Your attributes benevolence, propriety, integrity, honor have each increased by 4. You have obtained 10 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have obtained 20 evolution points. You have obtained 20 days of lifespan. Tradable. Tan Fong looked at the system panel above and sighed. Very good. The notification sound continued to ring. You are the first person in the world to kill a platinum grade boss. You have obtained 10 reputation points. Congratulations, you have become the master of the Purified Soul Land. He stood still and calculated alone. The shelter not only provided refuge in the game, but also functioned as a warehouse, and more importantly could be transferred into reality. When the divine Forsaken game unfolded, weapons in reality had already begun to decay. Tan Fong thought of other supplementary weapons, especially nuclear bombs with the greatest destructive power which had become unusable from day one. Aircraft, tanks, and similar equipment could still be used for 1 or 2 months, but would eventually become scrap. In other words, future combat would mainly rely on extracting abilities from the divine Forsaken game. After the shelter was brought into reality, the magical defensive barrier could be activated, and it would become an absolutely safe refuge. Tan Fong fell silent, his face full of contemplation. A stream of golden light appeared. He stood still, murmuring. In his previous life, his god-slaying guild had used this place as a base, continuously developing. Although there were many happy memories, he had also witnessed too many people come and go, quarreling endlessly. Tan Fong said with a resolute expression that this time he would not choose that path. He would develop independently until reaching the peak. Late at night, inside the forest, rain continued to fall without end. Bao Hong gripped the axe tightly in his hands and swung it down with force. Su Than leaned back to dodge and shouted, "Dodge quickly." Xiaodu saw the axe blade before her and screamed in panic, "Save me." After that, she was struck by it. At the respawn point, Xiaodu lay on the ground. Hearing the notification sound, "You have died and lost 14 years of lifespan, non-tradable. You have died and lost 2 days of lifespan, tradable." She looked terrified. "I died again?" Tu Than's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "What nanny nonsense, the boss area is that huge and you did not know, huh?" Xiaodu heard this and angrily retorted, "Who are you scolding? You are Than and you did not pull the boss properly, so you blame me for lacking dodge skills. Go die." He cursed furiously, "Your damn mouth. With such large-scale attack skills, how could I pull it? Idiot." Then the screen displayed a prompt. Player Da Kung Fong level 8 has withdrawn from the team. At this moment a voice rang in her ears. "So En Heen, Zio do that Than Ko guy ran away. The boss is hitting me, save me." After that she was struck again and revived beside Zio do. So En Heen turned to her and suggested, "Zio do, how about we go kill monsters to level up first? Our remaining lifespan is not much. I am afraid." Zio do immediately agreed, "All right." Notification appeared in mid-air. Player Shadow from Jang Hai City is the first player in the world to kill a platinum grade boss and has received 10 reputation points. The surrounding players were all shocked and exclaimed, "The first to kill a platinum boss solo again. This is too absurd. Not many people have even reached the continent yet. Could it be Shadow over there soloing monsters again? Does anyone know his real identity?" Zio do and So En Heen raised their heads listening to the surrounding discussion. Platinum grade. She had never even seen a golden grade boss. This was too strong. She frowned uncomfortably and thought, why are these people so useless? Even a silver grade boss is so hard to kill. But how could that damn Shadow kill a platinum grade boss? Swear inside a pitch-black room, Tan Fong appeared enveloped in fortune. After killing the purified soul guardian, he had reached level 11. After level 10, each level up granted 4 all attribute points and 10 free attribute points. He continued allocating them to agility. As long as agility was high enough combined with infinite invisibility, he could kill many bosses without injury. He looked at the golden light before him in surprise. He did not expect a platinum boss to directly grant 20 evolution points. Then he could evolve the greedy hand once more. Immediately after, the screen displayed a prompt. You have consumed 210 evolution points, remaining 15 points. Greedy hand, epic to legendary. Assassin type skills have a 300 to 500% chance to receive additional loot rewards and a 100% chance to upgrade 1 grade of loot received with a new passive effect. You have obtained 100 greedy space slots usable for item storage. Tan Fong looked at the flickering golden light and praised. Very good, very good. Additional loot increased from 3 portions to 5 portions, and even came with 100 storage slots. The phantom image of the greedy hand, legendary, immediately appeared before him. System notification window appeared. You have obtained an additional 5 portions of loot. You have obtained 100 evolution points, remaining 115 points. Tan Fong muttered while looking at the system. He took out 2 assassin equipment pieces and 1 assassin skill book, but since his current level was not high enough, he temporarily stored them in the warehouse within the shelter. He waved his hand and summoned the devout faithful Shadow avatar. Tan Fong ordered him to gather all loot in the palace and pile it up for him. He lowered his face and began calculating. He still had 115 evolution points, which could be used to evolve skills that had not reached epic grade to epic grade. Next, Tan Fong's figure was enveloped in golden light. The system continuously reported, consuming 42 evolution points. Evolution, Shadow Step, upgraded 3 times to epic grade. Invisibility duration increased from 36 seconds to 60 seconds. Stealth attack increased from 300 to 500. Cooldown reduced from 22 seconds to 1,585 seconds. Seconds, you have consumed 34 evolution points. Evolution, enhanced backstab, upgraded twice to epic grade. Back attack damage increased from 50% to 75%. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points. Dark moment, platinum to emerald to diamond to epic. A burst of dark light exploded. It will blind all enemies within range. Cooldown 60,343 seconds. Range increased from 20 to 30 to 40 to 50 meters. Base duration increased from 10 to 12 to 14 to 16 seconds. The higher the target's spirit attribute, the shorter the duration. You have consumed 33 evolution points. Evolve, Blooming Curse, upgraded 3 times to legendary, can be used on player corpses within 60 seconds after death. The corpse affected by Blooming Curse will no longer exist after absorbing nutrients. Final notification appeared. Can absorb 50% of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan, and can absorb light orbs, non-tradable lifespan, scattered years. Tan Fong was startled when he saw this. What? It can absorb light orbs, non-tradable lifespan. There are quite a few special high-level areas, such as special boss self-explosion zones, where the rate of life consumption increases by hundreds or even tens of thousands of times. In those places, priority is given to consuming non-tradable lifespan. In the future, there will be no shortage of non-tradable lifespan anymore. This truly is a divine skill. This moment, Zhu Hua's voice sounded with congratulations. Congratulations, big boss, on killing the first silver grade boss. Tan Fong asked in confusion upon hearing this. What happened? She smiled and replied, I have good news. Dong Fuanghin has finally logged out. Zhu Hua began to explain. I heard their family will host a banquet at Jiangnan restaurant. It is said their family has acquired quite a lot of lifespan and is preparing to inject it into the game to shift strategy. He looked at the flames before him and praised her, well done. She replied humbly, big boss, this is what I should do. You must kill Dong Fuanghin, otherwise I will be in serious trouble. Tan Fong immediately comforted her. Do not worry, then raised his hand to collect the rewards he had obtained. Even if he put all of these on himself, there was still half the space left. The integrated 100-slot backpack of the greedy hand was indeed extremely useful. He would go find Wang Mang and sell everything to them. Elsewhere, and Vu shouted excitedly, look quickly, Shadow has arrived. She hurried over and called out, big boss. Tan Fong raised his hand to stop her and said, same rules as before, I set the price. Everyone can accept it or not. 30 pieces of junk ranging from normal to bronze grade. Discounted for you, total purchase price 950 days. Vu agreed with a bright smile, all right, big boss. We already estimated the value of the items bought previously, roughly worth over 1,000 days. So I will round it up and send you 2,000 days. He calmly agreed after hearing the offer. All right, this batch includes silver, gold, and platinum grade items. Their total value reaches 18,000 tradable days. She bent down to look at the system screen and exclaimed, platinum grade. I only have one gold grade equipment right now. Big boss really is big boss. Even platinum grade equipment is sold. That is amazing. This time the development speed of Jang Hai City will be even faster. Shadow, big brother, thank you. Tan Fong replied coldly, no need, just helping each other. His eye ran over curiously and asked, why does your backpack have so much silver? Are you Doryman or something? He replied coldly with a reminder. Perhaps your backpacks are full now, right? This friendly reminder. There is a staircase beneath the stone wall in the center of the city ruins. Below it there is a teleportation array that returns to the original town. Then Tan Fong turned to leave and added, but if you want to come back, the first time will cost 500 days of lifespan. Subsequent returns will not consume lifespan. Consider it yourselves, I am leaving. And Vu pointed at his back with excitement. Look, look. I told you big boss is a reborn one. Otherwise, how could he know such hidden information? Wang Mang looked helpless and said, Captain, and please stop. I am a bit scared. She struck a seductive pose and pouted, asking, what do you think? What if I seduce Shadow? Two froze on the spot with incredulous expressions. Tan Fong quickly left the area. At this moment, the system appeared and asked, do you want to consume tradable lifespan and extract abilities into reality? He raised his hand and touched the screen, synchronize level, synchronize profession evolution. Immediately afterward, a notification sounded. You have consumed 27,000 days of lifespan. Level synchronization completed. Profession advancement synchronization completed. Tan Fong looked at the appearing golden light. Next was skill extraction. Previously, he had extracted Shadow Step, but it was only level 1. This time, he would not only raise the level of Shadow Step in reality, but also extract more skills. The system notifications continued, consuming 1,960 days. Shadow Step upgraded to level 10, consuming 900 days. Extract enhanced backstab, consuming 1,000 days. Extract greedy hand, consuming 3,200 days. Extract Azure Shadow Slash, consuming 5,366 days. Extract Phantom Shadow Blur, consuming 16,099 days. Extract Blooming Curse, consuming 11,313 days. Extract Dark Light Shield. Extraction synchronization completed, remaining 7,480 tradable lifespan. Tan Fong calmly gave the order. Next is equipment. Immediately a series of messages appear. Consuming 3,600 days. Extract Heavy Concealment Belt, gold grade. Looked at the system screen and calculated. The progressive necklace not only reduced cooldowns, but more importantly could summon silver grade progressive constructs, which were now nearly invincible in reality. In a single round, his entire fortune was nearly exhausted. Now only 486 tradable lifespan remained, but his real-world strength was now almost no different from in the game. Tan Fong's figure quickly disappeared, but he still needed to earn more lifespan so that the next offline extraction could be fully synchronized. Afterward, he sat quietly on the bed in the darkened bedroom. Tan Fong sat still and muttered, She knows my address, so to ensure safety I need to leave here first. If I want to extract the purified soul land, it would cost 1,300 years of lifespan. So, for now, I can only find a temporary place to stay. Looked toward one direction and raised his arm. Tan Fong activated the greedy hand. He watched as all items in the room were taken away, and then smiled like a proud new father. Haha, the space provided by the greedy hand is indeed useful. All of my belongings were directly stored away. Next, Tan Fong climbed out the window and quickly left. Sat on the window ledge, opened his phone, and searched for Dong Fuanghin at Jiangnan Restaurant. 15 kilometers from this residential area. Tan Fong looked down and calculated based on his current speed. He jumped down and swiftly departed. It would only take 10 minutes to arrive. Tan Fong's figure turned into an afterimage and vanished. Inside Jiangnan Restaurant, the lights were still on. A voice sounded in praise. Under the current situation, skills and lifespan in the game can affect the real world. This is a huge opportunity for our Dong Fuang family. This time Heen has done very well and has initially built influence in the game. Fuang Heen smiled modestly. Grandfather, this is simply what I should do. Upon hearing this, the Dong Fuang family head laughed and affirmed Heen growth. He was very satisfied. This time they had collected a large amount of tradable lifespan, and all of it would be used to buy equipment and skill books. Raised his hand and calculated. The goal is to let our family's core members reach level 10 as quickly as possible to seize the leading advantage. This will expand the family's influence in reality. With parallel development, the Dong Fuang family will surely dominate one region and even establish a 10,000-year noble clan. An eternal dynasty will no longer be a dream. Fuang Heen's expression darkened slightly. That man glanced at the Dong Fuang family head and cursed inwardly. This damn old man is already half buried, yet still clings to the patriarch position and even dreams of immortality. After I capture Shadow, the first thing I will do is force him to reveal his secrets and then make him farm lifespan for me. Once I become number 1 on the leaderboard, all of you will die. The family head suddenly seemed to recall something and asked, right, how are the arrangements we discussed last time regarding dealing with Shadow? Fuang Heen spoke with confidence. Rest assured, grandfather, I have found a reliable woman to extract information about Shadow's identity. News will come soon. The Dong Fuang family head instructed, remember, capture him alive and make Shadow work for the Dong Fuang family. Only then can it bring great benefits to the family. That man immediately replied, yes. Tan Fong knocked out the guards outside. Hearing the cheers inside, come let us raise our glasses and celebrate the revival of the Dong Fuang family. Dong Fuang family 10,000 years. Dong Fuang family 10,000 years. He calmly thought, unexpectedly these worldly people even have guns. Phantom Shadow Blur and Dark Light Shield cannot guarantee 100% evasion, and he still could not extract defensive items into reality. If a bullet hit his heart or head, he would definitely die. Tan Fong raised his hand and used the believer necklace to summon a loyal devotee, muttering to himself that caution was still better. He looked at it and thought, the loyal devotee has claws for close combat and blue flames for ranged attacks. Then gave the order, go in and leave no one alive. Thinking that as a silver-grade boss, the loyal devotee had extremely strong damage resistance and could endure gunfire for a very long time. The people inside were shocked and stared in disbelief at the loyal devotee stepping in. They looked at it in horror. It is too big. Who are you? The loyal devotee roared and charged forward. Fuang Heen stood up and shouted in panic, no, this is a monster from the Divine Forsaken game. Shoot it down. The loyal devotee was shot by the group, but still charged forward madly. It let out a groan and emitted a stream of blue light. Next, the loyal devotee raised its hand and pierced through the chest of a nearby person. Fuang Heen watched in terror as it killed another. The Dong Fuang family head was seized by the loyal devotee and screamed in panic, Heen save me. That man abandoned him and fled immediately. Damn it. Fuang Heen did not look back as he ran like a dog being chased, repeating in his mind that he must escape quickly. As long as he escaped and entered the game, he would be safe. His face was filled with panic and calculation. As long as he reached level 10 in the game and extracted his abilities into reality and returned, nothing would be able to threaten him. Fuang Heen looked hesitantly at the blue glowing figure nearby. Wait, that is. His vision was suddenly reversed. Fresh blood splattered. Fuang Heen's eyes widened full of disbelief. Tan Fong passed through, leaving behind his body split in two. Fuang Heen stared wide-eyed and forced out each word, Shadow. Immediately afterward, red spider lilies bloomed everywhere. Blooming curse skill appeared. Tan Fong turned back and received the notification that he had absorbed 27,000 tradable lifespan and 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. He smiled faintly and thought to himself, this really was a bountiful harvest. The red spider lilies around Tan Fong quickly withered and vanished. He looked around and muttered, one strike, and the effect of blooming curse achieved great merit, not only erasing all corpses and blood traces, but also draining the lifespan of those people completely without leaving a single drop. Tan Fong watched streaks of red light rise. His non-tradable lifespan had now accumulated to 23-27 years. In the future, even entering self-explosion zones would no longer be too stressful. Suddenly, a hurried voice rang out. Hurry, call the police. There were gunshots and miserable screams in the private room just now. The police rushed over quickly. This was a banquet of the Dong Fuang family. He opened the door and muttered in shock. It looks like there was a gunfight. There must be casualties. Strange. The police scanned the room in question. The private room was in chaos and clearly there had been a fierce battle. But why was there no one inside? Did you see anyone leave the restaurant? Tan Fong left invisibly. leaving behind the noisy chaos inside the restaurant. No, this is strange. Where are the Dong Fuang family members? Did they all disappear? Report it to the police first. He looked straight ahead and decided. The next target was the Tine Thai group. Tan Fong walked alone on the road while calculating. But the headquarters of the Tine Thai group had moved to North America before the game descended. And now only the CEO's daughter Tine Thai Thai was still confined within Mado City. He had to act before she left the country. He quickly departed. From Jang Hai to Mado was nearly 300 kilometers. Walking would take 2 to 3 hours, far too time-consuming. Tan Fong appeared in the room and decided he needed to find a mount. His figure immediately entered the game. The system voice sounded, "Welcome back to the Divine Artifact game." Tan Fong stood up and said, "There are still a few silver and gold grade bosses in the ruins that can be farmed again." Just then a message from Envu appeared. Big brother, there is good news." He froze in shock on the spot. He spoke excitedly. Zio Hai just discovered a tomb entrance, but there is a gold-grade vengeful spirit guarding it. Cannot beat it, Tan Fong asked suspiciously. A tomb entrance, how did she discover it? And Vu recalled the scene and said, "On the way back to the starting town, we detoured a bit to compete for small monsters. Halfway through, we realized one person was missing." She added, "After searching for a long time, we found Zio Hai had stepped into a pit and fallen down. Since this was a special ancient tomb area, even the team chat could not be used." And Vu continued calmly, "We followed the pit entrance inside and saw a gold-grade level 12 boss wielding a blade and chasing us. Luckily, we ran fast. Now we have returned to the shell town. If Big Brother wants to go to the ancient tomb, I will send the coordinates." After listening, Tan Fong could not help but sigh. True luck is true luck. Wandering through city ruins, and a single misstep leads to discovering an ancient tomb. And ancient tombs are like faith shrines or cursed ruins. All are random opportunities appearing outside the system. His voice sounded in reply, "All right, send me the coordinates." And Vu gently bargained, "If there is anything Big Brother does not need, remember to sell it to us." Tan Fong agreed decisively. "All right," inwardly laughing and thinking Envu really was shrewd. Right after that, he appeared at the coordinates she sent. Tan Fong looked at the huge well opening before him and exclaimed, "This well is the entrance. Such a huge well, and someone could fall into it just wandering around. That Zio Hai woman really is a talent." Quickly jumped down. The moment Tan Fong landed, the screen displayed a notification. "You have entered the Tomb of Resentment. Your remote connection will be blocked." He stood up and walked forward. A gigantic shadow saw someone and let out a threatening growl. Vengeful Spirit, level 12, grade gold. Its entire body emitted black aura as it stared at Tan Fong. He carefully observed it. A vengeful spirit. In his previous life, he had never encountered this boss. But judging from its form, it was clearly a physical type with high damage and wide attack range. Tan Fong stood still and watched it charge over and immediately understood why Vu's group had fled in panic. The equipment and skill books he sold them truly did not improve much. Wang Mang, as a holy shield warrior, had around 5,000 health. Yet this boss could chop away half his health in a single strike. He watched it approach and thought, if he took a solid hit, he would definitely die. Tan Fong used Liberation Blessing, Azure Shadow Slash. Streams of blue light appeared and sliced across the vengeful spirit. He turned his head to look at its severed corpse and calculated, this boss has very high defense. The damage of Azure Shadow Slash was only 80% of normal. Severing it was useless. It could not withstand the follow-up head severing damage after being hit by Liberation Blessing. Green blood flowed from the vengeful spirit's feet, and it began to swell. Tan Fong retreated backward and exclaimed upon seeing this, "Not good." Its corpse turned into a cloud of mist that enveloped him. Tan Fong swiftly slipped out of the bone layer. He looked at the remains and realized corpse explosion. "I was careless and could not dodge in time. Luckily, Phantom Shadow Blur was activated. Otherwise, I would have died." Tan Fong observed the golden light within. In his previous life, there was once when his team killed an unfamiliar boss. A member happily went to pick up loot, and the boss suddenly exploded, killing him on the spot. Some teams were even wiped out entirely by boss self-explosions. But that usually only happened with platinum bosses or above. He did not expect a gold boss in an ancient tomb to also self-explode. Raised his hand to summon the greedy hand. Then the system voice rang out. "You have killed the vengeful spirit, gold grade, obtained 1,100 days of tradable lifespan. You have killed the vengeful spirit, gold grade, obtained 20 evolution points. Obtained skill book Dark Knight Ring Slash, platinum grade. You have used greedy hand, obtained 6,300 days of tradable lifespan. You have used greedy hand, obtained resentment armor, platinum grade." Tan Fong was extremely happy at the windfall. Very good. Both the equipment and skill had usable items. The system displayed the introduction of his new skill, Dark Knight Ring Slash, platinum grade, assassin type skill. Converts shadow power into blade energy, dealing dark elemental damage to all enemies within 5 meters. With an additional 500 dark elemental damage, Cooldown 10.57 seconds. Required level 11. Tan Fong raised his hand and lightly touched the screen. It was even an elemental damage skill for assassins. The shadow profession had slightly higher spirit than strength, so his magic attack was higher than physical damage. The screen displayed stats: Strength 9, Physique 9, Agility 24, Spirit 15. First try evolving it to Epic Grade. You have consumed 1 plus 2 plus 3 evolution points. 36 remaining. The system sound continued. Dark Knight Ring Slash. Platinum to Jade to Diamond to Epic. Dealing dark elemental damage to all enemies within 5 to 7 to 9 to 12 meters. With additional 500 to 750 to 1000 to 1300 dark elemental damage. Cooldown 10.57 seconds. Required level 11. He looked at the system screen and decided. After evolving the skill, the range increased from 5 meters to 12 meters, and the additional damage rose from 500 to 1300. Tan Fong calmly said, "Since this is an area skill, the additional damage is not considered very strong. The total damage per cast is still lower than Azure Shadow Slash, but for clearing small monsters it is truly divine." Two of his skills appeared in his mind as he calculated. Azure Shadow Slash has a 5-meter range, but is a linear skill, while Dark Knight Ring Slash is a circular skill, so when surrounded its clearing efficiency is far superior. Tan Fong immediately equipped the armor. The system prompt appeared: Resentment Armor Platinum Grade, plus 55 Physical Defense, plus 45 All Elemental Resistance, plus 42 Damage Block, plus 777 Health. Equipment requirement level 1. Resentment after being attacked gain 30 base attack power. He muttered while looking at the system panel. The resentment effect is not very useful, but the base defense, elemental resistance, and damage block are all very high. It can replace the gold grade level 5 Ghostfire armor he was wearing. Tan Fong walked forward. The remaining loot totaled over 20 items. Selling them would net over 10,000 days of lifespan. Now he could go deeper into the ancient tomb. Hopefully something good would drop. Best of all, amount would be perfect. On Xiao Du's side, the monster swung powerfully forward. He and So En-heen were struck by that energy, with faces full of terror. 3 beams of light appeared, and the 3 were revived at the resurrection point. Truong Vi was furious and roared. He grabbed her collar and shouted, "Xiao Du, your head is only for height and not for thinking. Every time because of you the entire team gets wiped. I only have 2 years of non-tradable lifespan left." Truong Vi shoved Xiao Du hard to the ground and threatened, "Do not let me see you at school or I will deal with you." After that he immediately logged off. So En-heen anxiously ran over Xiao Du. He looked at her and advised, "Xiao Du, come with me to the small town where my parents are. I heard there is a community support group there that specializes in helping the elderly and people who are not good at games like us." Xiao Du cursed inwardly with an unwilling expression. Truong Vi and those people just wait. How dare they shout at me? A bunch of trash dare to show off in front of me. I do not believe none of the guys who used to chase me are stronger than you. Right after that she quickly left saying, "So En-heen, go by yourself." Inside the bedroom, Xiao Du suddenly sat up from the bed. She took out her phone and sent a message asking, Han, can you help me level up?" He replied with a mocking smile, "Fine then, level up once and stay with me for 1 night so I can see what the school's aloof goddess looks like in bed." Xiao Du was so furious she cursed him as a turtle. "You disgusting worm, you think you are something special, you even want to take my body, get lost." She lightly smiled and sent a message, "Zhuo Hu, I understand this. I actually have always liked you. It was just that before my older brother Tan Fong stopped me, so I did not dare accept you. Now I have cut off relations with Tan Fong. I can finally be with you openly and honestly." Xiao Du stared silently at the hateful friend message that popped up. "Idiot, do you want me to laugh myself to death? You can even cut off ties with your own brother. Who knows how you will treat me in the future, get lost." She lowered her head and sent messages to others. "Young Master Rui, there is no one at my house. Can you come over and keep me company? By the way, help me level up too." The other side immediately replied, "Xiao Du, I am now platinum talent and already soaring high. I can have any girl I want in the future. Stay far away from me." Xiao Du had no choice but to message someone else. "Brother Xiao Ma, I am so bored. Can you take me along to play? I am waiting for you in Shell Town." Right after that, the other side also coldly mocked Xiao Du. "Everyone already knows about what you did to Zhang Wei. Believe it or not, I can use the new skill I just learned, Savage Slam, and punch your stomach twice right now." She threw the phone aside, hugged her knees, and cried bitterly, "Damn it, these damn men. When it really matters, there is no one I can rely on. My lifespan that is not controlled by fate is only 2.5 years left. What should I do?" Xiao Du's eyes filled with tears. She stayed silent for a while, then called out, "Tan Fong." She raised her hand to wipe away her tears. "That is right. He definitely will not abandon me. He will definitely have a way to resolve this. I have to go back and try to find him." That night, the lights in the apartment buildings were still on. Xiao Du stood still in front of Tan Fong's door. She silently looked ahead and pondered. Later, when I go in and see Tan Fong, I will apologize a little and be gentler. He will definitely forgive me, but clearly I did nothing wrong, so why should I apologize? She raised her hand and kept calculating in her heart. No, I cannot think like that. Zio-do, lowering your head is only temporary. First, just pretend to be gentle. Then ask him to take me leveling up. He will definitely agree. From childhood to now, the person he cherishes the most has always been me. Her face flushed as she decided that once she leveled up and no longer worried about lacking lifespan, she would completely cut off relations with him. Just do it like this. Zio-do, you really are a genius thinking of this. She immediately raised her hand and knocked on the door. Tan Fong, open the door. Zio-do kept knocking and shouting. Tan Fong, open the door. Tan Fong, stop sleeping and open the door quickly. Tan Fong, I am back. Tan Fong, can you open the door already? Tan Fong, her face full of anger. She lifted her foot and kicked at it while shouting loudly. I told you to open the door and you did not. I already gave you face, did I not? Zio-do looked at the empty room inside and muttered in confusion. Where did Tan Fong go? The bed, the table, the clothes, everything is gone. She raised her phone to call and heard a prompt. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently powered off. Zio-do stood in place and whispered, Tan Fong. The phone voice still rang. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently powered off. She said irritably. Where did you go? Elsewhere, deep within the tomb of resentment. Tan Fong passed through streams of blue light, leaving behind the corpses of monsters. He looked at the coffin in front of him and had reached the end of the path. Tan Fong summoned the loyal vanguard and thought silently. Along the way, I killed over 200 small monsters and even a few bronze and silver bosses. I am already close to level 12. Just open this coffin and the final boss of the tomb will appear. Hopefully it is a platinum boss. It received the order and walked forward, reaching out to open the coffin. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in shock. Streams of black chi spread out from inside and wrapped around the loyal believer. After that, it was dragged into the coffin by the black chi. The loyal believer was invaded by it and screamed in pain. The screen displayed a prompt. The devout believer you summoned, Silver Robber, has been destroyed. Tan Fong looked at the black chi swirling around him and pondered. This is the boss, Bone, Poison, Death, Gold Robber, damn it. To actually run into such a disgusting thing. This boss has no physical form and is completely immune to physical damage. In his mind, he recalled his previous life, remembering that in his previous life, someone had once released this boss. As a result, it spread all the way to a nearby base. The people did not know the truth and casualties were severe. Tan Fong watched the black chi with full vigilance, calculating that if it possessed him, unless teammates helped drive it away, or a special profession used an invincibility skill to preserve life, otherwise the main body would surely die. His whole body emitted white light as he used Dark Night Ring Seal. Tan Fong saw the true body of Bone, Poison, Death, and pondered that it was hiding within the poisonous bones. A thin ray of light pierced through its body. The system sound appeared announcing, you have slain a gold rank boss, Bone, Poison, Death. Tan Fong looked at the body of Bone, Poison, Death that had been cut in half and wondered. This boss's strength clearly surpassed platinum rank, yet it was classified as gold, and the dropped items were also only gold rank. He looked at the orb emitting cold golden light. Fortunately, I had just learned the Dark Night Ring Seal skill that deals magic damage. Tan Fong reached out with his greedy hand to grab the orb, sighing and complaining. It was not easy to finally clear this tomb, yet the spoils are only gold items, this really is. Suddenly a bell appeared in his hand. You have obtained a rare item, Mount Summoning Bell, he cried out in shock. It really is a mount. Tan Fong looked at the bell in his hand with emotion. Lin Liyu's koi luck truly lives up to its name. The system screen displayed information, Mount Summoning Bell. Spectral Night Stalker. After use summons, a Spectral Night Stalker, level 11, can assist in combat and serve as a mount, required level 11. He looked at it appearing and felt a bit surprised. Spectral Night Stalker. This is one of the fastest mounts obtainable. Its status panel appeared. Spectral Night Stalker, level 11, rank, gold, strength, 148, constitution, 150 years, agility, 191, spirit, 130 years. The mount will gain the same amount of experience as its owner to level up, if the mount's summoning bell is traded. The mount's level will return to its initial state, runs swiftly when used as a mount. When activated, it increases movement speed by an additional 245%. Night Stalker. At night, the mount will always be in level 1 stealth. Attacking will break stealth and deal an additional 120 stealth breaking damage upon revealing itself. Must wait 60 seconds before entering stealth again. Next, a skill panel of the Spectral Night Stalker appeared. Pounce. Continuously pounces a single target 3 times. Each hit dealing an additional 267 physical damage. Cooldown 12 seconds. Howl. Increases allied units' attack, physical defense, and all elemental resistance by 35 points. Lasts for 1.8 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. Tan Fong looked at it and exclaimed, both a mount and a combat beast. And it even comes with stealth, not bad. This is truly a huge profit. Sunlight gradually rose over the city. Rode the Night Stalker and left. In the blink of an eye, it had carried Tan Fong far away. He looked toward the Night Stalker and decided that next he would reach level 15 and accumulate enough lifespan to reclaim the mount. The next time he logged out, he would immediately go to the demon capital to deal with Shishi and end everything. It carried Tan Fong flying over tall buildings. He looked at the massive building ahead and evaluated it. Jang Hai Arena, vast in area, with 2 more arena levels below, complex terrain and countless monsters. This is a suitable place to level up quickly. Night Stalker carried Tan Fong and rushed forward, confirming this place. He ignored the monsters on the city wall and deemed it a paradise for the strong. The monsters were startled and looked over together. Tan Fong descended and jumped down from the mount. Calmly looked ahead. He used Shadow Shield Slash to strike downward. The next day in that city, and Yu swung her sword and killed a monster in front of her. She saw the golden light radiating from its body and rejoiced. Great, we won. Nai Liang, the son of a section chief in Jang Hai City, excitedly praised, as expected of Captain N. The damage is too strong, thinking inwardly. The hidden class dragon sword knight is indeed powerful, and you really is the woman I chose, Q Hui Kingjian said. This gold boss was only level 8, and it still took us more than 10 minutes to take it down. I really do not understand how Big Brother alone took down a platinum boss. He raised his hand and sneered, just a small assassin, merely relying on sneaking around to farm bosses. When will he ever amount to something? Inwardly disdainful. Luckily, this girl has no backing. With my status as a second-generation official, defeating her would be as easy as turning my hand. Yu raised her head and pointed toward the sky, mocking, is that so? But would not a poor marksman like you be even better at wearing down a boss? Nai Liang gritted his teeth and tried to retort. I am an upright person. I would never do that kind of thing. That man spoke maliciously behind her back. I heard the Phantom has low quality, and in real life is vicious enough to kill without hesitation. I know a hunter in the Mado police force who has already reached level 3 in anti-stealth ability. Nai Liang raised both hands and proposed. In my opinion, it is better to find a way to set a trap and expose the Phantom's real identity in the real world, than not dislike him. People like this can only be at ease when controlled and used by our government. Otherwise, incidents like Song Fei and Jiang Li will continue to happen in the future. Do we have to clean up the aftermath every time? And Yu and Wang Meng exchanged glances. After that, the two of them burst into loud laughter at the same time. Nai Liang's face flushed red with embarrassment from being laughed at. Zio Ma, perhaps you do not yet understand the issue. Right now, it is not him begging us to handle the aftermath, but us having to step forward to resolve things for him. Only then can we ensure our stance aligns with his and thus cooperate with him. His face turned red as he responded, clenching his fists and cursing loudly, damn it. That Phantom is just an assassin. As long as the anti-stealth level is high enough, how could he not be controlled? Nai Liang jumped up and shouted, you people with no backing dare to lecture me, and you wait. See how I smear that Phantom and catch him. When the time comes, I will make you kneel before me and beg me for forgiveness. Wang Meng ignored him and asked, what did the boss just now drop? And you heard this and replied, 1 gold equipment for priests, 1 silver equipment, and 1 silver skill book. Tilted her head up at the sky and wondered, Big Brother acts so casually yet sold us several gold items, even platinum gear too. Just how many bosses has he killed? Or could it be that his talent is treasure vault, and all of this came from opening chests? Hearing that, he said worriedly, Captain N, this might sound a bit overly cautious, but I am still somewhat concerned, and you asked in confusion. About what? In Wang Meng's mind, he thought of that hotel and said, you must have heard about what happened at the Jiangnan Hotel, right? The incident where the entire Dongfang family vanished while gathering at the Jiangnan Hotel. And you listened in silence as the other party spoke. If I say if that matter was done by the darkness, would we still have to clean up the aftermath for him? We still do not clearly understand the darkness's temperament. What if in real life he is truly a serial killer with crimes that blot out the sky? He turned her head to look toward the rubble and replied, I know this case is being watched very closely by the higher-ups. Everyone is suspecting whether it is connected to the darkness. But at present, there is not a single piece of evidence that can prove it was done by the darkness. You smiled and added, however, even if this case really was done by the darkness, I would still choose to continue cooperating with him, even if the higher-ups refuse to clean up the aftermath for him. I will personally handle everything for him. Wang Meng asked in shock. Why, she put her hands behind her head and replied, who would not want to kiss the darkness's ass. He exclaimed in surprise. Huh. Tu Cheng rushed over and shouted, Captain N, Captain N. We found an area ahead that looks like an arena, but all the monsters inside are already dead. He continued in astonishment. There are corpses all over the ground, and we do not even know which team was strong enough to wipe out every monster inside. You hurried forward. Go over and take a look. They arrived. Golden orbs of light appeared everywhere. Nai Liang stared at the items in front of him and cried out, that is insane, this many drops. There must have been several hundred small monsters at least. Who on earth is strong enough for this? Hearing that, she replied with certainty. It was definitely the darkness who came through. Everyone carefully watch your surroundings. Do not run into him. That man looked extremely displeased as he questioned, what makes you so sure the darkness did it? And you replied calmly, because on the rankings, he is in first place. Our official team is right behind him. But this is not something we could do, so it can only be him. Nai Liang raised his hand and snorted coldly. So what if I had a stealth skill? I could do it too. It would just take a little more time. She ignored him and walked aside to send a message to Tan Fong. Big brother, are you still here? You cleared so many monsters. You must have a bunch of equipment and skill books you do not need. Sell them to us. Right after that, Nai Liang stiffened as he felt a shadow fall over him. He jerked his head up and saw him appear while riding the spectral Night Stalker. Nai Liang let out a scream and collapsed to the ground, sobbing. And Yu's face lit up with sparkling excitement. Big brother, is that a mount? Where did you get it? Tan Fong looked down from above and said, from the coordinates you provided, I got it from that tomb. He turned to look at Lai Tu and said, I have to thank you a lot, Zio Hai. She scratched her head and gave an embarrassed smile. Tan Fong sat on the back of the spectral Night Stalker and continued, let us trade then. You can also gather up everything on the ground and take it away, same old rules. And you stood straight and replied, I understand. If I am not satisfied, I can choose not to buy. I know, Big Brother's prices are always fair. Tu Cheng looked at the stream beneath Nai Liang's feet and reminded him, hey, you peed yourself. He was furious, his face dark as he cursed inwardly, damn darkness, you bastard who hides in the shadows. You dare make me lose face in front of so many people, just you wait. He turned toward Tan Fong, and he drove the Night Stalker forward like an arrow. On Tan Fong's body right now were 3 stacks of power that made everyone look on in awe. Darkness, level 13. Executor of Justice, level 10. Wang Meng, level 10. Hakbo Lam Dai Lai 2, level 10. Remaining tradable lifespan, 245 years. Evolution points, 255 points. Tan Fong was fairly satisfied. This time after clearing the ruined arena, a pretty good gold tier skill book dropped. Skill name, Silent Concealment, gold tier, activates stealth on the spot. As long as you do not attack or move, it will maintain stealth indefinitely. If you attack proactively, the strike will additionally carry 300 stealth breaking damage. Cooldown 120 seconds. Requires level 13. Confidently affirmed that this skill could not only strengthen my stealth ability. What is even more terrifying is that if used in reality, combined with the invincible state when logging into the game, I could completely vanish in the real world. Immediately he shouted loudly, evolve to epic tier. The system announced, consumed 11 evolution points. On the skill screen, Silent Concealment displayed the evolution path by each upgrade tier, golden, platinum, emerald, diamond, epic. Stealth breaking damage increased by 300.4. Tan Fong did not expect that other skills could also evolve. The system immediately displayed values and power for other skills one after another. You have consumed 34 evolution points. Deadly Poison Dart has evolved to epic tier. You have consumed 200 evolution points. The skill Gift of Liberation has evolved to mythic tier. Gift of Liberation, legendary mythic weak point attack effect. Adds 200%, 300% weak point damage multiplier. ×2 skill level. The system's non-stop notifications even made him sigh in admiration. Mythic tier skills are indeed terrifying. Now aside from some special fiends, hitting any monster is a weak point strike. Tan Fong's gaze suddenly stopped, discovering something else. There is also this necklace. That necklace contained unmatched power. Deceiver's Necklace, platinum, assassin type accessory, increases physical attack power. Drove the Night Stalker onward, his eyes on the equipment interface as he calculated inwardly, counting both skills and gear. I now have 4 levels of stealth. At this stage, no one can break my stealth. And this set 2, Curtain of Darkness, my evasion immediately reached 83%. Curtain of Darkness, gold tier, Constitution +5, Spirit +5, evasion rate +32%. Equipment requirement, level 12, suddenly. An earth-shaking explosion erupted right before his eyes, forming rolling black smoke that covered an entire corner of the building. Tan Fong hurriedly reined in the spirit beast, his eyes filled with doubt, that is. A hazy figure gradually emerged from behind the building. It was a gigantic monster wrapped in metal armor, its 2 arms made of chains and axes, terrifying beyond measure. He exclaimed in shock, Steel Saintess, who has the guts for this, to actually summon this boss. Recalling the horrifying memories of the Steel Saintess, in his previous life, she appeared in the ruins of Jang Hai city. Over 1,000 people participated in the battle to kill her, and in the end, the total number of deaths reached more than 400,000 times. Sanctuary flashed through his mind. In truth, she was the guardian of a hidden location called the Sacred Wind Hall. the second largest hidden location in the Jang Hai ruins. Tan Fong's eyes sharpened, full of vigilance. Originally, I planned to deal with Shishi first before summoning this boss, but now she has appeared, then I will take her without hesitation. He sent the Night Stalker rushing across the rooftops. The Steel Saintess swung her gigantic axe, as if she were destroying the entire world. One unlucky person was crushed beneath the axe blade. The witnesses stammered, unable to speak. It is way too strong. The axe blade did not pause at all, continuing to fall, blood and screams blending together into a hellish tableau. Tan Fong watched silently. They already want to fight the Steel Saintess now. That is ridiculously arrogant. Wait. From afar, someone riding a tiger charged into the battlefield like a gale. Tan Fong immediately recognized him. That was Tran Vo Dan. Recalling the past, Vo Dan, the one who possessed the hidden class temple knight, had fought me for 9 years in my previous life without a winner. A true old friend. This man was cunning and sinister. Every time he was about to lose, he would think up all kinds of filthy tricks to escape safely. Back then, the boundary between the two factions had been clearly drawn. In my previous life, the Steel Saintess was precisely slain by Vo Dan's Temple Knights Guild. So among players a saying spread. In the west there is the Godslayer. In the east there is the Temple. You each controlled the western and eastern regions of the Jang Hai city ruins. When the Temple Knights Guild first began recruiting members, they signed an overlord pact with them, guaranteeing members' safety. But the life tax reached as high as 50%. Most members were in truth nothing more than black slaves for the few strongest leaders in the guild. Tan Fong's gaze gradually turned icy. Perfect, Vo Dan. This time do not even think about escaping. The axe blade in her hand still swung wildly, tearing through space itself, taking advantage of the chaos. Tan Fong appeared like a phantom right in the eye of the storm. Without any warning, he activated a skill, Dark Night Ring Seal. A blazing red beam erupted, swallowing everyone around. System rapidly issued notifications. You have slain player Sama. You have slain player Tu Fuong Fuong. You have slain player Tiu Du Nhe. You have slain player Ngyu Ban Hu Hong. You have slain player Lem Goy. Vo Dan in the distance was shaken, his eyes full of disbelief as he stared at the battlefield. What? Who did this? Could it be the darkness? We have no grudge with you. Why did you kill our people? Icy voice sounded right behind him. Because I do not eat beef. Immediately after, Tan Fong activated instant slash and slowly released his hand. Petals drifted down, and from the scent of death flowers immediately sprouted. Crimson red and then life origin blossoms. A magic circle appeared, enveloping them, making those who had just fallen revive in shock at themselves. Vo Dan roared furiously, "You bastard darkness! What does you not eating beef have to do with us?" The subordinates behind him screamed in panic, "Boss, my tradable lifespan has dropped to 0. That man angrily pointed straight at Tan Fong. It must be that damn skill of the darkness. The subordinates heard this and their blood boiled. Guild master, let us gather people and go back to counterattack. Counterattack. Vo Dan's face darkened as he growled, "Idiot, are you tired of living? We have to go somewhere else to develop and earn back the lifespan we lost." In another corner, Xiao Du looked at her trembling hands, tears streaming down. "Darkness, why did you target me? I do not have much lifespan left anymore." System's cold voice rang out. Life origin blossoms. Absorbed 4 days of tradable lifespan and 1 year of non-tradable lifespan from Xiao Du Nhe. Tan Fong froze. Xiao Du was among that crowd just now. He grabbed a blood-red ray of light and pondered. It only absorbed this tiny bit of lifespan. It seems she truly has no way out anymore. So she chose to join the Temple Knights Guild as a black slave. She brought it on herself. Suddenly, the axe blade cut through the air and shot straight toward Tan Fong. Thunderous explosion rang out, gray smoke engulfing a vast area. He immediately activated a skill, Phantom Rain Shadow Veil. Tan Fong flickered beneath the blade and sneered inwardly. The early stage of this boss is not difficult at all. The Steel Saintess spun around searching. Her eyes flashed with a trace of rage. She swung her chains repeatedly, going berserk as she hacked wildly at the air. The entire space seemed to be twisted by each slash. Suddenly spotting the pattern, Tan Fong's eyes lit up. She only knows how to repeat the motion of swinging the chained blades. Immediately, he leapt into the air, analyzing the current tactics and executing several physical attacks at fixed points or within set ranges, activating Gift of Liberation. After each attack, a decapitation effect followed. The burst damage from the severed heads caused massive damage. Next was Plague Perception. After attacking, 3 seconds later poison burst damage would trigger. Ada's health points continued to drop. This was a weak point assault tactic. Finally, a flash cleaved across the Steel Saintess just as Tan Fong shouted, "Sever head." After using the spell to spawn red dwarves, her upper body instantly exploded. Steel Saintess let out a scream of agony. He swept his gaze over the scene and thought inwardly. The reason she could become a guardian is because of her terrifying second phase. Watching Ada's demonic arms gradually grow out, Tan Fong analyzed silently. When her health drops to half, the demon sealed within her body will awaken. All damage she receives will be reflected equivalently onto the attacker. A vague memory surfaced, along with rumors that within the demon's belly there is a teleportation gate. Those swallowed by it will be transported to an unknown place, rumored to be the bottom of a volcano. But in his previous life, no one ever succeeded. He suspected some fool had confused this with mechanics from another game. From above, Hao Bo stood watching the battle below, his voice filled with amazement. This darkness is truly vicious. Using just one skill, he already pushed the boss into phase 2. Someone asked skeptically, "Are you sure it was done by the darkness? This is a platinum rank boss." Hao Bo nodded firmly. "I watched it from start to finish. This boss was released by the Temple Knights. Then shortly after the darkness suddenly appeared and killed all of them. He only used a single move and took half of the boss's health." The rooftop erupted into heated discussion, everyone's eyes glued to the confrontation below. Tan Fong's gaze sharpened as he reasoned calmly. However, the Steel Saintess's phase 2 has one weakness. When she launches an attack, the damage reflection effect is briefly nullified. After careful analysis, he quickly reached a conclusion. In other words, as long as I strike while she is attacking, I can avoid reflected damage. Moreover, whether it is Shadow Shield Slash, Sever Head, Plague Blade, or Deadly Poison Dart, all of these skills deal continuous damage. If I use them, I will still suffer reflected damage. With my current level, I would die in an instant from my own skills. Tan Fong glanced upward, a plan flashing through his mind. Those players up there have been watching for a long time. Perhaps I can make use of them at that moment. A burly man charged in, his voice overpowering the crowd. Move aside, let me see what is going on." Cheers of relief rang out. "Big brother is safe, you are here. Safety comes first." Bo excitedly reported, "We have been observing for a long time. We have memorized all of this boss's skills." Tutu also chimed in. But suddenly after the boss lost half its health, it stopped moving, and its body changed a bit. It might have new skills. And Quan folded his arms, his eyes sharpening. So before this, the darkness was solo fighting the boss. She immediately confirmed that is right. After the boss entered phase 2, the darkness also vanished. He frowned in thought, then quickly ordered Tutu, "Use red eye to check whether the darkness is still here." She replied without hesitation. Okay, immediately, Tutu's body transformed into a black and white rabbit and lightly hopped down to the ground. In that form, she ran around the Steel Saintess, searching for traces of Tan Fong without being detected at all. After several minutes of thorough searching, Tutu returned and reverted, reporting that she could not find the darkness's position. "He should no longer be here. My level 3 anti-stealth could not detect him, which proves he must have left. I do not believe he could have level 4 stealth." And Quan immediately leapt down from the high floor, smiling confidently. Tutu, keep a close watch. If the darkness comes back, inform me immediately." She was briefly surprised, but quickly complied. Big brother, and understood. Big brother and Quan. Seeing the scene before them, someone cried out in alarm, "Is that guy trying to die? He actually wants to solo a platinum boss." The person beside him seemed to realize something and spoke urgently. "Wait, I think I have seen that guy before." The murmurs all converged on Quan. Back in the starting town, he defeated a gold rank boss without taking a single hit. So it turns out he is the big shot safety number 1. It is said his class is Soul Martial Artist, and when rolling he gains 100% evasion. It is rumored this big shot was once a top global soul build streamer, with extremely fast reactions. Steel Saintess seemed to spot her prey, her eyes blazing blood red as she lunged forward. She immediately swung her axe and hacked toward Quan. But his expression did not waver in the slightest. The instant he saw the attack, and Quan slid a long distance, dodging the earth-splitting blow. The Steel Saintess extended her horrifying skeletal hand to grab him, but he flipped like lightning. The hand only managed to crush some rubble. More and Quan advanced, the tighter she pursued. On the walls, the spectators all exclaimed in admiration, "This big shot is insane. His rolls are so calm, taking no hits at all. That is just too cool." Wang Yuan also praised him. "This safety number 1 is impressive. Every time he perfectly dodges the boss's attacks." Jiasu beside him asked in confusion, "But why does the boss's health drop a little every time he rolls?" Hearing this, he suddenly realized, that is true. I also saw flashes of slash marks appearing on the boss. Is the soul martial artist really that monstrous? At this moment, Tutu's eyes shone with trust. Perfect evasion is just basic operation. The strongest part of Big Brother and Quan is still his attacks. The Steel Saintess continued reaching out, trying to grab and Quan. Her voice rang out firmly from the other side, as long as the roll successfully triggers evasion. Then the big shot's next attack can strip away 50% of the enemy's defense. Quan swung his sword, countless blue lights spiraling around the blade. He spoke calmly, "Take this." How Bo could not help but marvel such special effects. Tutu also nodded. This hit probably deals 4-digit damage. Shot forward like a blue arrow, wearing a smug smile. Each sword strike pierced through the steel saintess, crisp sounds ringing out with every movement. Under the moonlight, the blade pierced through gaps. One sword became 3 afterimages, steps flowing like drifting clouds. Under dozens of consecutive thrusts, her 2 arms were severed. Final operation. The blade licked blood, power accumulated, one decisive strike. Tutu clapped excitedly. Look quickly. Without realizing it, the boss now only has 1/3 of its health left. Quan slowly turned his back, brimming with arrogance. Crescent rift slash is my sword path. He wore a calm smile as if it were nothing. Suddenly, from behind, streaks of blue light abruptly pierced through his body. -1001. Damage reflection. -1299. Damage reflection. Everyone gasped in shock and screamed, "Big Brother and Quan." Now everyone was confused. Why did Big Brother and Quan die? He clearly dodged every attack, that is right. Moreover, his skills all hit the boss directly. Yet the boss did not lose health, but clearly the boss's health bar dropped a lot. So why is this happening? Fong had been observing the entire time. In his heart flashed a trace of gratitude mixed with mockery. Thankfully, there was this safety number 1 constantly posing there, which forced the boss to continuously use attacks. Recalling the recent battle process, Tan Fong calculated silently. During that time, I kept attacking non-stop and finally reduced the boss's health down to 1/3. His gaze turned cold. That old soul martial artist's operations and damage were quite high, which is why he died to reflected damage. But this class trait of his fundamentally cannot defeat the steel saintess. Rolling cannot attack, and attacking triggers reflection, truly courting disaster. Suddenly, the steel saintess let out a deep voice and turned around, seeing her staggering, retreating figure. Tan Fong quickly realized the problem. This is bad. Because her health is too low, the boss wants to return to the sanctuary church. If she goes back, she will recover health. Then all previous efforts would be wasted. Glancing toward the observation deck, he reasoned, the death of that soul martial artist frightened those people. I fear they will not attack the boss anymore. But if the boss does not attack, then her damage reflection effect will disappear. Tan Fong's eyes now gleamed with determination. There is only one option left, to use a forceful method. Tan Fong quickly appeared in front of the steel saintess to block her. He could not let her return. Jiasu saw him appear and shouted loudly, "Look, it is the darkness." Could it be that all the attacks and the boss earlier were done by the darkness? That is far too terrifying. Huang Yuan sighed with emotion. I thought safety number 1 was the real big shot. Turns out he was just a clown. The darkness is the true big shot. Tutu was no less shocked. It is the darkness? Impossible. My level 3 anti-stealth did not detect him. Could it be that his stealth has already reached level 4 or even higher? That lackey standing above stared greedily at the item. The loot dropped by that soul martial artist is still on the battlefield. I really want to take it. Tan Fong adjusted his skills. Black light shield 10 layers. Each layer of the shield can block 1 hit. She hurled the axe toward him. The axe was just a hair away from hitting him. Tan Fong's eyes sharpened. He firmly decided that now was the moment. Seizing this opening, he used his skill to slip past the axe, Shadow Shield Slash. However, the black light shield was reduced to 7 layers. Among the 9 slashes of Shadow Shield Slash, the final 3 slashes struck reflected damage after the boss attack ended. If not for the black light shield blocking 3 hits, I would have died for sure. The steel saintess was countered and staggered in place. After that, Auto leapt high into the air. She poured all her strength into attacking him, and Fong hurriedly dodged. His skills were heavily reduced. The black light shield was left with 0 layers. Although he successfully avoided the attack, he was engulfed in a sea of flames and evaluated inwardly. The damage ratio of this flame spray is too high. Even with over 80% evasion, the 7 layers of shielding were shattered in an instant. If I were slower by 0.5 seconds, I would have been killed on the spot. That lackey was sneaking closer and closer to the dropped item from earlier. Unexpectedly, a strike hit his head and blood sprayed out. Tan Fong immediately stopped this little stunt. Trying to steal my loot, not a chance. At this moment, the game system announced, you have obtained 612 days of tradable lifespan from safety number 1, 67 years of non-tradable lifespan, blooming flower curse, absorbed 355 days of tradable lifespan from the lackey and 20 years of non-tradable lifespan. Tan Fong watched him dissipate and muttered, this safety number 1 is rather interesting, so I will not use blooming flower curse on him. but his lifespan really is abundant. Dying once should not matter. At this moment, the steel saintess let out a shrill cry and reached toward him with one hand. Tan Fong's expression turned solemn. His mind began to analyze. He could only rely on black light shield and normal shadow shield slash to slowly wear her down. She continuously launched vicious attacks. He easily evaded them all, dodging while thinking. Although the probability is low, it is relatively safe. Tudu stood above watching the fight, unable to believe her eyes. This darkness is far too strong. What methods does he actually have? Huang Yuan beside her voiced his thoughts. At first I did not know what the darkness relied on to take first place, but now I finally understand. At this moment, Tan Fong unleashed his skill. His eyes lit up. The final move, he slipped past her body, leaving behind shattered trails of sword slashes. The system announced you have killed the Steel Saintess, level 7 gold. You have obtained 48 experience points. You have obtained 120 evolution points. Congratulations, you have obtained the Sanctuary Church Key. Two others watching shouted in disbelief. He really soloed it. Is this the #1 darkness on the rankings? After dealing with her, Tan Fong used the skill Greedy Hand Mythic to claim the rewards. He crossed his arms and examined the rewards. Dark Flame Gift, Spined Bone Leather Armor, Emerald, Assassin Type Equipment, Physical Defense plus 95, All Elemental Resistance plus 120, Damage Reduction plus 77, Constitution plus 77, Equipment Requirement level 13, an emerald tier piece with even higher defense than other defensive sets. His left eye seemed to gain new power. Assassin Intuition Emerald. You can perceive the outlines of stealth units to a certain degree. Gain plus 2 levels of anti-stealth. Required level 13. After studying it, Tan Fong said to himself, it is actually an anti-stealth skill. Push it directly to legendary. You have consumed 1 plus 2 plus 30 evolution points. Remaining 97 points. Assassin Intuition, Emerald to Diamond to Epic to Legendary. You can observe the outlines of stealth units to a certain degree. Gain plus 2,345 levels of anti-stealth. New legendary effect combined with the passive of Gift of Liberation brings the total to 350. Even with my eyes closed, I can hit enemy weak points. After reading everything, he decided to use the remaining 97 evolution points. First, evolve Ghost Shadow Blur to Legendary. You have consumed 80 evolution points. Remaining 17 points. Ghost Shadow Blur, Epic to Legendary. Passive grants 75% to 85% evasion rate. Activating evasion renders you immune to all damage. Level 5. From afar and you led a group rushing over. Big shot, I am here. Did anything good drop? Tan Fong looked puzzled. And you? Is this girl holding some kind of leash? She probably did not hear him and instead excitedly flattered him. Great God. I did not check the rankings earlier. Who would have thought that in just one night you reached level 13? Is this not far too strong? Wang Meng beside her chimed in. We farmed all night and only reached halfway to level 11. Your speed is way too fast. And you quickly knocked him on the head and scolded him. Stop spouting nonsense. Do not talk about a man being fast. Then changed her expression and turned back to flatter the great god. Am I right? Tan Fong did not mind and began trading. Just happened to drop good items. I already listed the prices. If you want to buy, just take them directly. She quickly agreed. 40 to 50,000 days. Bundle deal. The system displayed a notification. Transaction completed. After finishing the trade, he asked, besides that there is another good thing for sale. Do you know about hideouts? Yu raised her hand and answered confidently, we have heard of hideouts. There are no safe zones in the Jang Hai city ruins. Player groups can occupy hideouts as bases. We can store all items in a hideout, and at critical moments it can deploy a defensive magic barrier to resist outside invasion. Hearing this, Tan Fong asked again, what you know should be about small hideouts dropped by gold bosses, right? She confirmed his guess was correct. But our Jang Hai city government has not found any hideouts yet. In Motto, the authorities destroyed a medium-sized hideout. That is how we learned this. Hearing that, he took out the golden key and began explaining. If that is the case, then you should understand the value of a hideout. It turns out this key is related to the sanctuary, hideout key of Sacred Wind Sanctuary. This is what the boss just dropped. This hideout covers an area of 800 mu. You can go back and discuss what price you can offer. Then I will consider whether to sell it to you. Yu and Wang Meng were dumbfounded and shouted together. 800 mu. She quickly calculated that the larger the hideout, the stronger the defenses and infrastructure. An 800 mu hideout is enough for every member of the Jang Hai city government to have a private room. And Yu immediately wanted this hideout and cautiously asked, how much do you plan to sell such a large hideout for? Tan Fong did not rush to name a price and only told her to go back and negotiate first. Whatever price you can afford, I will consider your offer. He had other calculations in mind. In his previous life, this hideout could be sold for 2 years of lifespan if sold to the government. Combined with his own lifespan, it would be enough to extract all skills and equipment tiers into reality. And you agreed, all right? I will immediately arrange for people to report back. There is one more thing I want to ask you. Tan Fong replied decisively, go ahead. She went straight to the point. We just received news that 7 gold rank bosses have appeared and gathered in Dark Moon Town. Many people have already been killed. We are willing to offer 10 years of lifespan in exchange for your help in eliminating those bosses. Did not agree immediately and instead analyzed sharply. 7 gold rank bosses. Even if they gather together with the government's strength, it would only take some time to kill them. If you came to ask me for help, then you must have encountered something troublesome. Seeing that he guessed correctly, and you gave a thumbs up and laughed, as expected of a big shot, your guess is spot on. Each of those bosses looks grotesque. We thought of killing them one by one, but who knew the boss we killed came back to life? Not only revived, but the attributes of all 7 bosses suddenly surged, causing our team to be wiped out instantly. From her account, Tan Fong caught the key point. Boss minions can revive. He subconsciously recalled that stone tablet. Could it be the puppets created by the ancient god stone tablet curse? If it is the ancient god stone tablet, then it absolutely cannot be missed. System announced, transaction successful. You have obtained 10 years of lifespan. Tan Fong turned and left, agreeing to the request. Send the location. I will head there immediately. And you happily sent her regards. Big shot, good luck. In his heart he calculated, and you is a very pragmatic girl. The drops from 7 gold bosses can be sold for up to 45 years, plus the extra 10 years she gave me as payment. She is truly very courteous. Tan Fong leapt onto the spectral Night Stalker. 1 man and 1 beast shot off like the wind. Suddenly, it seemed that he noticed something. Turned out below, 3 girls were beating a single girl violently. Zaidu was slapped hard by the one with red eyes and a bandage on her nose. You have only joined the guild for a short time, and you already want to seduce the guild leader. She was beaten until her face was swollen, and she cried, I did not. But the girl with twin horn-like hair gnashed her teeth and cursed. Do you think I am blind? I warn you, stay away from the guild leader or I will tear you apart. Tan Fong watched silently from above as the 3 of them kept kicking Zaidu. Curses rang out non-stop. Slut, you whore. Recalled his previous life and looked down with disdain. It seems after Zaidu joined the Temple Knights, she ran into internal power struggles. In his previous life, he dealt with plenty of this kind of ridiculous power play for Zaidu. Tan Fong ignored them and opened the gate, sneering inwardly, take your time experiencing life. They were too busy beating her to notice their surroundings. Cries and screams echoed endlessly. Stop hitting me, it hurts, I am going to die. Beat that little vixen to death. Who knows how many men you have seduced? He stepped into the gate thinking that beneath the massive wall at the center of the Jang Hai city ruins, there is a secret room that can return to the starting town. Information that almost no one knows. Passing through the gate, Tan Fong stood before a formation and analyzed silently. Teleportation is not free. The first time costs 500 days, the second time 1 day, and the third time 2 days. Each teleport requires lifespan and the cost doubles every time. He reconsidered everything, because over time the starting town will gradually develop into a higher tier region. Small monsters will evolve into bosses, and hidden treasures will appear. Tan Fong silently decided that things like the ancient god stone tablet this time are treasures that cannot be missed. At this moment the system appeared and asked, do you wish to teleport back to the land abandoned by the gods, Dark Moon Town? Hearing the unfamiliar name he wondered, Dark Moon Town. Is this not a town that only appears in later stages? Why did I never hear of it in my previous life? Teleport. The system received the response, and as the notification appeared, Tan Fong had already arrived. Consumed 500 days of lifespan. Teleportation in progress. As he walked, he quietly observed his surroundings. This place was actually quite lively. But why are most of the people here elderly? In front of Tan Fong was a group of 3. The old woman kept muttering, finally back in a safe zone, my heart. The youth supporting her reminded her of the agreement. Granny, according to the deal, we already brought you to level 3. The man beside him also chimed in. During leveling, you were allocated 72 days of lifespan. You only need to trade that much to us. Hearing this, the old woman waved her hand and stood up shouting, what, you want money? Are you not a public welfare organization helping us level up? 2 young men hurriedly explained one after another. Granny, we are not asking for money. When we formed the team, there was lifespan dropped from monsters we killed. We already shared part of it with you. You only need to give us this portion. Did we not agree from the beginning? The old woman became unreasonable and cursed them back. I do not know any damn agreement. You youngsters asking money from an old woman like me is shameless. The 2 still did not get angry and continued explaining. Granny, this is not right. We leveled you up for free. The dropped lifespan goes to us. That is correct, unless we did not form a team. Otherwise, you would not get lifespan or experience unexpectedly. She provocatively shouted back. Do not touch me. I will call people, Lao Lai. Guild members, Dream Sand River, you are all trash. She was yelling, Someone grabbed her collar before she could finish her sentence. Lao Lai. Before the two men could understand what happened, she was thrown to the ground. The old woman herself was stunned. Tan Fong held a dagger and jumped onto the old woman, looking like the god of death coming to reap lives. Blood gushed out. The two young men stood there dumbfounded. What? After finishing it, he left and reminded them, her lifespan is on the ground. Take it yourselves. The green-haired youth praised. 666. The other man stammered and asked his identity. May I ask which senior helped us just now? But he only replied lightly, just a casual move. The two collected the old woman's lifespan and did not forget to thank him. 72 days exactly. Tan Fong felt annoyed inside. Cannot make a move inside town. Truly inconvenient. Thank you, big shot. He thought it over. Dream Sand River Guild. So their origin is actually in Dark Moon Town. Tan Fong recalled information about the guild. Since its establishment, the guild has committed to public welfare activities, helping elderly people survive in lands abandoned by the gods for free. Later, it received government recognition and strong support. Judging by member count alone, Dream Sand River can be considered the largest guild in Huaxia. He kept thinking that in such a chaotic environment, more people like them are needed. At night, moonlight illuminated the forest. A monster was completely wrapped in vines. Siu Ran stood guard and shouted to her mother. Now Mom used the skill. Mother Siu Ran immediately used her skill. All right, lightning strike. The lightning struck the monster. Father Siu Ran rushed forward. He chopped down and split the monster in two. Watching it dissipate, he rejoiced. Success, Siu Ran praised. Dad, Mom, you are amazing. Mother Siu Ran said excitedly. See, as long as we learn from others, everyone can fight small monsters. The three of them left, then he remembered something, right? Ran, your good friend Xiaodu. Has she joined the Temple Knights Guild? I heard the member tax of that guild is very high. She replied, yes. I told her to join Dream Sand River with us. Siu Ran recounted everything. I told her Dream Sand River is a public welfare guild. There are many people like us here, not good at games but helping each other with guides as well, but she did not agree. Mother Siu Ran added, but now she is already level 10, so Temple Knights people took her away. Father Siu Ran spoke his thoughts. Even if they brought her to level 10, they only treat her as a tool. She continued, I heard the Temple Knights membership contract lasts 3 years. Once signed, you become a slave for 3 years. If you lack ability, it is better to steadily kill small monsters and slowly earn lifespan and experience. He agreed, just like us, only kill small monsters. Retreat and call for help when encountering bosses. Is that not good? Siu Ran listened silently and then said dejectedly, but Xiaodu feels he is not an ordinary person. After all, he is a hidden class and is indeed stronger than us. Suddenly, a volley of arrows flew in from nowhere. Father Siu Ran was hit. A weak point strike. His health dropped. Seeing her father's back riddled with arrows, she screamed. Dad, Mother Siu Ran covered her mouth and screamed, oh my god. The Blackstream Dragon leader was the shooter. He laughed arrogantly. See my damage, just 1 round and I can kill him. His follower retorted, nonsense, Dream Sand River has no strong people. All trash. Another chimed in, exactly, anyone with skill would not bother preying on those old people. Sat high above looking down at Siu Ran and her mother and ordered, you two hand over all the lifespan you have. She clutched her clothes in fear. The government forbids killing outside wilderness zones. Are you not afraid of being hunted? The Blackstream Dragon sneered. Government my ass, do they know who I am? Shut up, I give you 3 seconds. Siu Ran hurriedly told her mother while preparing to attack. Do not think anymore, Mom, I will hold them off. You quickly call for help through the guild channel, okay. He grinned cruelly and ordered his subordinates. Tired of living, go kill the adults, keep the kid for fun. 2 subordinates jumped down toward her. Suddenly they were torn sideways by Tan Fong's mount. Siu Ran stood there in shock, staring blankly. He had not yet understood what happened and just spoke, girl. Single sword slash severed his head from his neck. The last word barely uttered by. Tan Fong stood tall holding the head of the Blackstream Dragon leader. The man's face frozen in terror, darkness. The Blackstream Dragon members who had just revived at the safe point all collapsed. Could not help complaining. Damn it, why did I lose so much lifespan? My tradable lifespan is completely gone. Same here. Could it be because we were in a murder state? Even then it should not drain everything. He stood up to encourage himself. At this rate I will die. I need to quickly kill some small monsters to recover some lifespan. Suddenly a golden light flashed. That power suppressed all 3, making them unable to resist. Several people walked over and spoke. Black Dragon is still a dragon, burnt chicken, flying bison, unable to move. You are the ones, these 3 have been killing players everywhere, finally caught you. The newcomers introduced themselves. We are government hunters. Please provide your real information. We will detain you according to law. If you resist, we will drain all your lifespan immediately. On the other side, flowers floated beside the body of the Blackstream Dragon leader. Siu Ran happily said to the person beside her, thank you, big brother Darkness. Thanks to you, otherwise Mom and I would have been miserable. Tan Fong thought in surprise. Unexpectedly, this Su Ran girl is quite good, kind-hearted, and very brave, completely different from Xiaodu. How did those two ever become close friends? But it is fine that now they go separate ways. He silently turned into a small beam of light before the stunned faces behind him. Mother Su Ran stared at the golden orb in shock and asked, "Where did he go? Is this the lifespan dropped by Dad?" She then gently asked, "Daughter, why did that person suddenly leave?" While Su Ran remained dazed. Who would have thought the top-ranked darkness would have such a good character? Scene shifts to another place. The atmosphere here was extremely gloomy. Someone in the group spoke. Did not Captain and say the darkness would arrive in a few minutes? It has been almost half an hour. What is the darkness doing? The leader asked those beside him. Do you think the darkness can kill those bosses? I think not. They can revive, infinitely reviving bosses. Does he really dare? While they were not paying attention, Tan Fong had silently slipped past. He calculated inwardly. The ancient god stone tablet will add one effect and reduce one effect on equipment. If lucky, the added effect could even change class traits. Some even saw the world rank 7th expert summon 7 stone tablets during battle to manifest an ancient god phantom to kill a legendary boss. The clustered bosses created by the ancient god stone tablet have special mechanics and differing abilities. Sometimes these bosses are invisible with extremely high stealth, causing passing players to die inexplicably. Sometimes the real boss is actually a hidden summoner hiding somewhere, leading to the boss being killed and revived infinitely. The currently known information is that they will be resurrected after being killed, and all bosses have rampage attributes stacked together. According to the government, as long as one is killed, it will be resurrected and become more rampaging. So if all of them are killed at the same time, can they still be resurrected? In the end, he came to a conclusion. This was worth trying. Tan Fong raised his hand to summon a being, first putting on the necklace of the faithful, and then using the name Loyal Believer to probe a bit. As soon as it appeared, it rushed forward. Its sharp claws continuously attacked the gigantic bosses, but the damage was negligible. Suddenly, a boss turned its head back with a furious gaze. In the blink of an eye, that believer was attacked by a stream of black smoke. The smoke devoured it, leaving only the head and half the torso. Seeing this, Tan Fong became alert. All of them were level 10 with no damage reflection, and their attributes were twice as strong as ordinary golden bosses in that case. He swung his hand and used Dark Knight Ring Blade, always cautious. Crimson power rapidly enveloped the bosses. In an instant, all of them were beheaded by something. Tan Fong stepped forward to inspect. There was no loot. The corpses of the monsters in front of him fused together to form one. The gigantic boss left him at a loss for words. The enormous monster had many eyes, and most notably a huge, grotesque maw. Tan Fong maintained a defensive stance while analyzing. It seemed killing them simultaneously was correct. Now it was time to enter the next stage. The symbols on the body of this gigantic boss were Ancient God Script, Calamity, Ancient Fall God Thought. When rearranged and translated, it became Ancient God of Calamity, Yudos. He attacked while carefully observing. Next, it was probably necessary to focus on different positions according to the order of the words. It was not for nothing that he had spent so much manpower and resources conquering ancient god ruins to study their scripts. Then Tan Fong rushed up and slashed at a character on its arm. After that came the character near the wrist, then the character on its chest. Finally, Uthos spat out a large mouthful of blood in pain and returned to its original form, but now its body was completely shattered. Suddenly, coffins appeared surrounding him, and it also awakened. Strange thing was that its body began to melt. Each part of Yudos began to scatter everywhere. Tan Fong watched them searching all around and thought the scripts on the coffins were being raised corresponding to each monster. It seemed at this stage it was still necessary to kill them near their corresponding coffins. He had seen the ancient god stone altar before, so this was probably the final stage. Then they all headed toward him again, but Tan Fong was still very confident in his own ability. Come on. On the other side of the forest, a loud sound suddenly appeared, frightening birds into scattering. The group who knew nothing earlier questioned each other. Was it an earthquake? Was there movement in the valley? Was the boss about to go berserk? Go take a look. They mocked that haunted guy for not having arrived yet. I think even the haunting could not defeat this boss. He definitely would not come, but one member pointed forward. Look quickly. In front of them was a pile of ruins along with several empty coffins. The boss head. All three were suspicious. Did the ground crack too? Was it really an earthquake? Could the boss have died from the shock? This moment, all three received a message from Envu. Everyone retreat. The boss has been dealt with by the darkness. The two froze like stone statues. What? Then all three came back to their senses and chatted excitedly. Just now we were still wondering whether the haunting could take down these 7 bosses. In just a little over 10 minutes, the bosses were already wiped out. I did not even detect that man ever appearing, the cursed monument of the god of calamity. Now I somewhat understand the higher-up's decision. On the other side, Tan Fong held the stone tablet in his hand and spoke to himself. This time the gains were not bad. His level had increased to 14. 7 bosses plus the Hand of Greed yielded a total of 294 evolution points. Most importantly, he had obtained this ancient god stone tablet. With its mechanism, the government side would absolutely be unable to fully understand it in less than a month. Moreover, the losses would certainly be extremely severe. As he looked at the system, an information panel appeared. Inside this tablet was hidden cursed power from the ancient god of calamity. Othot 2, active activation. Attach a curse to any piece of equipment. Curse would randomly grant 1 enhanced attribute line based on the equipment characteristics and your profession. But at the same time, it would also come with 1 negative attribute line. Tan Fong summoned the armor and said, attach it to the Black Flame Ritual Second Bone Hide Armor. This emerald-grade equipment with the Black Flame Ritual effect could weaken the target defense and elemental resistance by up to 35%. A massive surge of power enveloped his entire body. He had attached the Curse of Othot 2 onto the Black Flame Ritual Second Bone Hide Armor. The Curse of Othot 2. Enhanced attribute. The maximum stack count of the H-Flame state increased to 15 stacks. Negative attribute reduced the equipment basic attributes by 31%. Tan Fong analyzed while sighing that the maximum stack count of the H-Flame state had increased to 15 stacks. With this effect, he could completely reduce a boss defense and elemental resistance to negative values, truly worthy of being an enhanced attribute from an ancient god stone tablet. Compared to it, that negative attribute was hardly worth worrying about. Then he raised his hand. Next came skill evolution. Evolve the skill Instant Shadow / to Legendary and see what new effects would be obtained. You spent 210 evolution points, 115 points remaining for Instant Shadow / From Epic to Legendary, dash rapidly in one direction up to 30 to 40 meters and enter a stealth state lasting 15 seconds, previously 12 seconds. Deal 9 slashes to all enemies along the path. Cooldown 12 seconds reduced to 8 seconds at level 4. Slash width increased from 5 meters to 6 meters. Each slash deals an additional 500 to 700 physical slashing damage. New effect. Each successful hit grants 1 shield stack equal to 100% of maximum health, up to 9 stacks. Shield duration up to 60 seconds. Tan Fong spoke to himself. Later, if Blink Shadow / hits them all 9 times, then my effective health will increase tenfold. My tolerance for mistakes will also be greatly enhanced. Very good with my current grinding pace. I only need 5 more hours to reach level 15. At that time, I can set off for the demon capital. Return to the main game space. Those women were still beating Xiaodu non-stop, calling her a slut, a bitch, a little fox spirit beating you to death. He could not help thinking, they are still hitting her. These women are really ruthless. Both of them stopped and complained, oh heavens, so exhausted, my back and waist hurt so badly. I have beaten her until my hands are smoking. That is enough for today. This will be a lesson you will never forget, you bitch. Before leaving, they even spat on her. Xiaodu's whole body was beaten until it trembled uncontrollably. With great difficulty, she managed to sit up, but could only hug her legs and cry. It is all because of Tan Fong. Did he really mean it when he said he would cut ties and no longer care about me? Do men not know that what girls say is always the opposite? Luckily, I already signed a contract with the Holy Temple Knight. For the next 3 years, I do not need to worry about survival. Although I have to hand over 50% of my lifespan, I still have plenty left. I will definitely develop faster than those idle trash. Xiaodu raised her staff and began chanting, Holy Light Healing. Once I grow strong, those who look down on me will definitely pay a heavy price. Holy Healing Art consumes all mana and instantly restores all vitality of the target. Tan Fong, just wait. You crazy women should wait as well. Her spell instead slipped and struck his body. Xiaodu was drained of all mana and collapsed on the spot. Using force again, strange. Where did I put it again? Scene shifts to the abandoned district of the demon capital. On the ruined street, a group of people were surrounding and attacking a boss. Seeing it attack, the man hurriedly raised his shield to block. But they did not know that, in a hidden corner, there were 3 people watching the battle. She curled her lips and said unhappily, Men of Great Xia are really too weak. Just one boss and they need 18 people. Are they that afraid of death? The man beside her narrowed his eyes slyly, my dear. Do not say that. They are working hard for us. We should thank them. On the surface, she said, you are truly polite. But in her heart, she thought, these Great Xia pigs, their damage is pitifully low. Even a gold boss takes them this long. Meanwhile, the group on the other side was about to finish it off. Hurry up, pour in more power. It only has a little health left. The mage and the team kept shouting encouragement. Keep going, one last hit. Suddenly a sharp spear pierced through his throat. Tony carried the spear on his shoulder and pretended to sigh. Hard work, everyone. Thank you, weaklings, for offering up this gift. As soon as everyone saw them, they erupted in chaos. Damn it. It is the Black Peach Group, a gang of bandits formed by a mysterious Great Zia woman colluding with foreigners. How can there be such beasts, leading outsiders to slaughter their own people? But very quickly, everyone encouraged each other and charged forward. Do not be afraid, everyone. They only have a few people. Let us charge together. She sneered arrogantly. Trash like you dare to resist. I will torture and slaughter all of you, Great Zia pigs. Prepare to die. The man beside her quickly attacked and blasted open a huge gap. Thunder peak shock. Ada also began to wield dual blades and rush forward. A blink of an eye, the sharp blades had taken the lives of everyone there. She laughed coquettishly with contempt. Men of Great Zia really are nothing but a bunch of useless trash. It seems the Great Zia authorities have already spread news about us. But what use is that? All of Great Zia is nothing more than a dump full of garbage. These people are just ordinary players. How could they possibly compare to us who are backed by powerful forces behind the scenes? Although my true identity has not yet been exposed, for safety it is best to leave Great Zia early and head to North America. By then we can establish a guild dedicated to Sun Hell Great Zia. Two men beside her also praised in unison, good idea. What will the guild be called? Ah, she leaned over and replied, call it Yahello. Then she lay flat on the ground and said, that is it for today. It is time to log out and party hard. Ah, she sat among the tall, muscular men and said, for the establishment of the Yahello Guild, let us all make a big splash together. Turning back to Tan Fong, Envu raised his hand and called out, great expert. The price for the hideout has been reported. Can the two of us discuss it a bit? Tan Fong replied calmly as usual. Fine. How much? 1,500, too low. I already said 1,500 was definitely too low, so I argued for Big Brother and secured 2,000. Fine. Leaving the central abandoned zone, he secretly evaluated in his heart that crafty Envu even wanted to squeeze my price. Dust and smoke filled the ruined space. On the other side, there was a group of fully armed people. She smiled awkwardly and said, sorry to trouble you, Big Brother. Do not take it to heart. I have too much lifespan. The higher-ups were worried, so they arranged troops to escort me. Did not pay much attention. It is fine. The authorities still do not know my true strength. These people only know a few skills at best. At this moment, a system notification appeared. Transaction successful. You have lost the hidden sanctuary church key. You have obtained 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong turned his back and said, let us go. The soldiers behind could not help whispering among themselves. Just this thing costs 2,000 years of lifespan. What do you know? That is a hideout that can hold several hundred to even 1,000 people. Aside from Ying, no one is generous enough to give it up. Let us go, Big Brother and Ying, goodbye. He spoke while walking. This time Envu really gave lifespan at just the right moment. Just enough to fully prepare weapons and set off for Motto. You have consumed 712 years of tradable lifespan, upgraded to level 15. You have consumed 1,617 years of tradable lifespan, extracted the skill Grace of Liberation, mythic rank. You have consumed 712 years of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong looked at this information and immediately realized that aside from equipment not yet extracted, his level and skills had all been fully synchronized. His real-world strength was now almost equivalent to that in the game. Notification. Your hunger level has reached 90%. Yet he still spoke calmly as if nothing happened. It has been so long since I ate anything. Log off first and deal with this hungry stomach. Scene shifts to some hotel. Tan Fong sat alone, making the atmosphere noticeably heavy. The man who did not know life from death said to the person beside him, boss, this kid is awake. That man hoisted a club and threatened him. Brat, hand over all the lifespan on you right now. Otherwise, your ending will be no different from the others in this hotel. The apocalypse is really wonderful. You can kill anyone you want. Beside them lay a motionless woman. He was a little displeased, silently staring at the two of them. What are you staring at? Hurry up and hand over the lifespan. Why are you still standing there, boss? I really want to chop him to death. One of them stayed up late and sneered disdainfully. Damn it. This kid has been scared stupid. Forget it. Just kill him. Great. Just a short moment, a wave of red aura appeared, leaving them no time to react. A loud boom sounded. Dark night ring slash. Immediately after the building began to shatter into fragments, Tan Fong said while eating noodles, the more power extracted into reality, the more energy the body requires. With my current strength, ordinary food like this is no longer sufficient. After eliminating Kayan Shishi and her Yahello guild, I must find a way to obtain the nourishment of the divine tree. He tossed the bowl of noodles, climbed onto the back of the night corridor and left. But Shishi is extremely cunning, even harder to find than Song Fei. Right, earlier I accepted a mission to kill Tan Fong. I can use that as bait to lure her out, still not full at all. It is best to head to the demon capital first and find something to eat along the way. Scene shifts to the Mado region. She blushed and praised baby. You guys are really amazing. Ta could barely walk and could only cling to the person beside her, being able to fight with everyone with all her strength, then sweetly fall asleep and enter the game. This feeling is truly wonderful. My dear, your skills are unmatched, soft hacking amazing. You are really so hot. At this moment she received a message from someone. Dear miss, and Ying just sent news. Tan Fong is dead. He said he will meet in the real demon capital and hand Tan Fong's head to you, then collect the remaining payment. But she knew clearly meeting in Ying in reality would be far too dangerous. No need to meet. Tell him to take a photo and send it over. He said he does not use a phone, afraid of government surveillance. If so, then Ying is also an enemy of the authorities. Recently, they have been hunting us more and more fiercely. If we use this opportunity to pull Ying into Yahello too, then those great Zia pigs will no longer be a threat. Coordinates 6722-8331. Tell Ying that I want to meet him in the game first. I will arrange a play to probe and see which side Ying is really on. Then she sent another message to someone else. Tianxing Giant baby, are you there? I miss you. I have something I want to ask your help with. The benefits are too many to count. The other side, he had already used silent concealment while sneering, meeting in the game. As expected, she is a truly cunning woman. When standing still, you will permanently enter stealth state, silent concealment. This coordinate is the Evil Spirit Academy, not far from me. After finishing his words, Tan Fong instantly logged into the game to see what tricks you still had left. The motto ruins, Evil Spirit Academy. He stood on the rooftop, coldly looking down at the people below. Black Peach A. Our government has already located you, the Black Peach group. I advise you to give up resisting and surrender immediately. Otherwise, we will use forceful measures. She placed a hand over her chest and laughed. Tianxing Giant, go back and report to the single men of Great Zia. Remember this well. We are no longer the Black Peach group. Now we are the Yahello Guild. Ada did not hesitate at all. She stripped off her clothes and startled the government people. Our Yahello Guild specializes in hunting the men of Great Zia. They pretended to be righteous while blushing as they stared. Black Peach A, damn it. The Great Zia government will definitely punish you. You have the nerve, shameless baby that is far too bold. She rubbed her chest and purred seductively. You Great Zia pigs, come here, do you like it? As long as you help me act this play well, tonight we can be even bolder. Tan Fong watched without emotion. Is that him, Q Hao Nan, codenamed Tianxing Giant? The notorious mole, he once provided intelligence to the Yahello Guild. And it was not until the 7th year after the Divine Descent game arrived that he finally exposed a flaw and was eliminated. On the other side, he still tried to act. Black Peach A, stubbornly refusing to repent. Today we will definitely capture you. He felt their performance was not bad. Interesting, so she and Q Hao Nan had colluded from early on. The two of them staged this play, nothing more than to probe my stance. If I help Shi, I will become an enemy of the government faction. But if I do not help, Shi likely will not dare to meet Ying in real life. Tan Fong smiled and plunged down. Since that is the case, then let me show you my sincerity. Minus 42,357. Weak point strike. Dark Knight ring slash. You have killed player Tianxing Giant. You have killed player Yun Da Vaivu. You have killed player Ngu Fi Ngu. You have killed player I Am Justice. You have killed player Zhang Feng Warrior. Everyone around Shi was stunned. What did you just say? Tan Fong strolled up leisurely. Hello, Black Peach A, I am Ying. She looked at him and could not help sighing inside. Handsome, so handsome, I like someone this strong. Ada clenched her teeth. What a pity he is a Great Zia pig. Why does such a powerful man have to be from Great Zia? Great Zia is dying. You are not worthy. The people with Shi stood to the side babbling. Over 40,000 damage. Is this the #1 strength in the world? Heh, Mr. Shadow, would to see you, bro. In the blink of an eye, their heads flew straight off, and the system also displayed the damage taken from the attack. Tan Fong spread his hands. I do not understand what you are saying, but I guess you are definitely cursing me. Shi hurriedly denied it. They were not cursing you, they were just greeting you. He sighed coldly. Then I am truly sorry. In the future, to avoid misunderstandings, it is best to speak Great Zia language here. At the same time, Tan Fong suggested, start the trade right before that, put on your clothes first. Ada tidied her outfit and asked, where is Tan Fong's head, secretly thinking, this dark one really is a freak, but I like that type. He replied coldly, it is with me, but I cannot bring it into the game. If you want, I can show it to you in real life. She quickly opened the system window. It is fine. I have already witnessed the power of the dark, so I believe you will not lie to me. A notification rang out. You have received 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong immediately turned around. Then it is settled. I am leaving, but she called for him to wait. You have strength, I have money. Can we cooperate long term? I have a new assassination target here. If you are interested, come to my place tonight. Whatever you ask for, I will satisfy you. Tan Fong did not refuse. Instead, he asked back, you want an assassination? How much is the reward? Shi smiled brightly. Let us meet and talk. The reward will be many times more generous than this one. Tonight at Mado Harbor, I will wait for you. Tan Feng muttered, a home at Harbor U, could it be her yacht? Here, after both of them left, the space became extremely quiet. The government people finally revived. Hao Nan sighed inwardly, that damn dark one. I knew you would definitely betray the government. Inside, he was smug. Success. Shishi has successfully joined hands with the dark. If so, then I will receive Shishi's reward. Then Hao Nan ordered, those idiots in Jang Hai City who spend all day chasing the dark, they must be made to give an explanation. Qing Yue, you lead everyone to collect the lifespan first. Later, there may also be an operation. Wondered, the dark really is colluding with Ad Big U. If that is true, then even if we die, we must find a way to eliminate the dark. But the gap between me and the dark is unbelievably huge. Before I even saw his shadow, I was already killed. Night also arrived at Chi's yacht. Tan Feng appeared at Mado Harbor as agreed. He spoke up, I am the dark, here to see it big. The subordinates immediately said, so it is Lord Dark, miss has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come in, someone reported. The dark has arrived. Prepare to set sail. After that, Tan Feng was led away by them. Yacht was still drifting on the sea. In the room, Shishi wore a seductive red dress, holding a wineglass in her hand as she waited for him, Big Brother Dark. We finally get to meet at last. Who would have thought, even in reality, you are this mysterious? Tan Feng went straight to the point. Speak. Who do you want to kill? You start trying to flirt. Yet there is not the slightest hint of affection at all. It is rare to have such a beautiful scene, and a beauty like this as well. Do not talk about such boring things. Come, let us drink first for tonight's spring night dream. Tan Feng had already expected this. He still drained the glass in one go. Shishi saw it and laughed happily. That is more like it. Then she pushed him down into the chair. Then she hugged Tan Feng's arm. What is it, Dark? How does it feel? What, in that glass of wine? There is a family secret formula that I personally refine. Anyone who drinks it will obediently listen to me. Shishi laughed smugly, as expected. Even the Dark is still just a man, so strong, right? Otta looked at him with a bewitching gaze. Do not rush, just relax and enjoy. When the two of us reach the highest wave together, I will lift your hood and savor your face. I am sure you will be extremely handsome. For now, keep your mystery. A sharp scream rang out. Oh my God, Great Zia actually has a man this magnificent. No wonder it is the Dark. Oh my God, how could it so hot? So scorching, this is the Dark's. It is too big, I can feel it, it is a little hot. I am ready. Come out, Dark. Hurry and come out. Just as Shishi was excited, she suddenly realized something felt different. The Dark's body abruptly turned into flames. Otta shouted in a hurry, it is too hot, this is fire. Shishi still survived, screaming in shock. What this made Tan Feng surprised, a protective glass necklace. I did not expect you to have something this good. It saved your life. This is a common gold accessory. It creates a shield that negates damage up to a maximum limit. Otta looked over and clearly saw the face of the person beside her. Shishi panicked. Tan Feng, why are you here? Weren't you killed by the Dark? He exposed the truth and admitted it. The reason is of course only one, because I am the Dark. Otta was flustered. You are the Dark, then who was that man? Turns out that was only a loyal puppet believer. A blissful version he created as a substitute to drink the poisoned wine for him. After learning the truth, Shishi immediately kowtowed. Big Brother Tan Feng, no. Tan Feng, Daddy, I am sorry, Dad, I was wrong. Spare me. All my lifespan is yours. From now on I will be your slave. You can call for service anytime. Tan Feng asked Otta, where are the 5 foreigners who came with you? She looked up with a sweetly ingratiating face. Dad, if I tell you, will you let me off? Her head was twisted backward in the blink of an eye. He showed clear disappointment and decided to eliminate her on the spot. It seemed those 5 were not here. The system notified that 659 years of tradable lifespan were obtained. Tan Feng thought to himself that he originally wanted to sweep everything in one go. But unfortunately, he should first use Shishi's phone to call the government. The sky was dark, the vast space calm and silent. A rescue boat sped over, responding to a report that a mass murder had occurred on a yacht. Among the dead was the heiress of Chairman Kyan Group. According to the caller, the killer's skills closely resembled those of Shadow in the game. The identity of the opponent could basically be confirmed. The investigation team immediately set out for the scene. Onan was furious upon receiving the report. This Shadow was truly lawless. My Shishi, killing so recklessly was clearly a provocation against the laws of our nation. Made up his mind that once aboard he would use the investigation skill on the corpses. Once Shadow's position was confirmed, he would immediately open fire at full power to ensure the target was killed. I will definitely avenge you. The forensic preliminary report stated that the cause of death was a broken cervical vertebra. Unknown DNA samples were found in the mouth. There were also burn marks. How Nan was enraged. That damned Shadow. Not only killing, but also humiliating the dead. Using the dying words of the deceased, he steeled his resolve. Tian Xing Jian Q Hao Nan, I will definitely drag you before the law. The moment he received the news, his entire body tense. How Nan instructed the investigation team to advance together. Be careful, Shadow is here, 6 o'clock direction, full power. Open fire. As the shout rang out, something suddenly rushed over, only to see his visor shatter, fragments shooting out with it. How Nan collapsed to the ground. The other members cried out in shock, Captain Q. The entire team quickly deployed a collective shield. Ching Yue said angrily, Shadow, you killed an investigator. Do you want to become an enemy of the government? Tan Fong calmly announced, you do not need to worry. The reason I killed Hao Nan is because he had long provided government intelligence to the Cayenne group in exchange for benefits. He was an informant. The evidence is definitely in his mobile phone. You can investigate slowly. At this moment, another member immediately reported, Captain Lin. We found communication records between Captain Q and the Cayenne group in his phone. Wait, she is epic in the game. Ching Yue hurriedly ordered, bring it to me. That person blushed and tried to stop her. Wait a moment, it is inside, but she cut him off. Wait for what? Is there something I cannot see? Afterward, Ching Yue herself was stunned. The phone contained intimate photos of Hao Nan and Shishi. She looked flustered. What are all these things? I already said to take it slowly. Ching Yue could only sigh afterward. Everything Shadow said was true. So when Shadow killed us in the game last time, it was merely a show for Shishi to see. After Shadow gained Shishi's trust, he sought her out in reality and killed her. Then personally called the police to lure Hao Nan out and kill him as well. In an instant, he helped the government resolve 2 major troubles at once. This man was truly terrifying. Ching Yue stared at the phone for a long time. The other members asked curiously why she was looking so closely, but she ignored them and focused on her thoughts. Fortunately, he is not an enemy of the government. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. I even fired several shots at him just now. It would be fine if he bore ill will toward me. But if his relationship with the government soured, that would be troublesome. Thinking this, Ching Yue spoke up, Shadow, thank you for helping me. I apologize for the shots I fired at you just now. Very quickly, she decisively fired a shot at her own leg to show remorse. Everyone anxiously called out Captain Lin. She slightly raised her eyes and said, Shadow, I still hope. I hope you will continue to maintain cooperation with the government. Teammates hurried to support Ching Yue. Was that really necessary, Captain Lin? She replied. We do not know what kind of temperament Shadow has. It is better to be cautious. Tan Fong looked down from above at that moment. Light Night Rain. Her real name is Lin Ching Yue. She destroyed her own leg just to avoid forming a grudge with me. No wonder she will become the future commander of the Motto government forces. Scene shifts back into the game. The ruined city landscape. In an instant, Dungeon Xiao Du's group was being continuously attacked by headless monsters. Feng Tian called out, Xiao Du, hurry and support me. She replied, okay. But Xiao Du's foolish action angered him. What are you doing again? Truly a piece of trash. Healing skill was cast onto a distant monster again. Immediately a beam of energy swept through the 2 of them. Xiao Du and Cheng Tian were quickly resurrected at another location. He shouted in frustration, dead again. But I clearly did not see anyone around, right? It must be Shadow. Why does he keep targeting me? Could it be he knows I want to avenge brother Song Fei? He angrily slapped her. Idiot. Shadow does not have time to target you. It was a platinum boss. The headless assassin Zia Luo wiped us out. Did you not read the system notification? It was triggered by the healing skill you used. If the guild leader dares assign you again, next time I will self-destruct. It hurt badly. Suddenly Zia Luo appeared again. They cried out in panic, this is bad. This boss actually followed us all the way here. Run quickly. Scene shifts to the Eastern family estate. A fruit platter was smashed to the ground and shattered. The woman was extremely furious. Trash. This was a perfect opportunity to kill Shadow. Yet your government just let him go like that, she shouted. You have been lying low in the government for so many years. Why are you so useless at this critical moment? I do not want to hear any reasons. He slaughtered my entire Eastern family. The blood of the Eastern family cannot be shed in vain. No matter what method you use, Shadow's blood debt must be repaid with blood. Your father-in-law died by his hand. What are you hesitating for? At this moment, her young child spoke up, Mother, I have a plan that can kill Shadow. She immediately asked, Nan Tian, what plan do you have? The divine game is abandoned. Only adults over 18 can participate. You still cannot enter. Boy's gaze was sharp. Mother, although I cannot enter the game, I can use my brain. Does Shadow not like killing people? Let us send some people to provoke him. Then arrange for them to go to Father's fireworks factory and prepare in advance. When Shadow kills them, we will detonate the fireworks factory. Then countless fireworks will serve as his burial goods, letting the whole world witness his death. Even if we fail, the Shadow cannot touch us. Hearing this, she felt very satisfied. It seems we did not educate our child poorly. She then continued the phone call. Did you hear that surnamed Su person? You are not even as useful as your son. The person on the other end also agreed. Fine, but this matter must be kept secret. The government's attitude toward Shadow is still mainly to win him over. My eldest and second brothers will not support us doing this. She hurriedly hung up the phone. All right, leave this matter to me. After that, the woman turned to ask the boy, so, did that lowly commoner still refuse to hand over her lifespan? Nan Tian replied shyly, I am sorry, mother. I could not hold back and accidentally beat her to death. Inside the Divine Game ruins, the remains of Mano City. Xiao Du and the others were also fighting here. Suddenly some people panicked. Did you see that? Over there some people suddenly died. Someone is in stealth assassinating them. It must be Shadow. Streams of energy continuously attacked them. Shrill screams rang out, run, Shadow has gone mad. Shadow is massacring innocents everywhere. Tan Fong was leisurely standing at the spot he had just found. He sighed with satisfaction. This place is not bad. I will extract the hideout here. The system asked, do you want to spend more than 1,315 years of lifespan to extract the purified Soul Land hideout into reality? Then it asked Tan Fong to confirm the location on the map. After extracting the hideout, all original materials planted on it would disappear. Are you sure? He spoke up, confirmed. Strange circular zone appeared beneath Tan Fong's feet. Extraction completed. The water surface split apart to reveal a castle below. Tan Fong sighed that it was time to go retrieve the Book of Revelation. At this moment, he received a message from Wang Meng the Big Shot. Someone reported that you were massacring players, but I see you are not online. So this definitely has nothing to do with you. Next, I will conduct a deeper investigation. Turns out it is a platinum boss attacking players, named the Headless Assassin Yahello, with extremely high stealth capability. No one can see her. Big Shot, can you intervene? Over there, the number of attacked players keeps increasing. And Quan was shocked. What kind of absurd boss is this? I am already anti-stealth level 3, yet I still cannot see it. Because last time the Steel Maiden had been suppressed by Shadow, she was still uncomfortable. He said to Bunny, I cannot see the boss either. Otherwise, with just me, I could hold it back. This boss is probably something even Shadow would be helpless against. She reminded him, keep your voice down. Do not let the boss come over. Anyway, let us first go to a higher place with a better line of sight. Suddenly, a banana peel was forcefully flung at them, and Quan nimbly dodged. Oh my god, who throws banana peels here? But Bunny and Hao Bo did not make it. Headless Assassin Yahello appeared. He also realized the situation and panicked as he shouted, Bunny, Hao Bo. And Quan landed lightly, cursing Yahello in his heart. Damn it. He provoked it. Come on, I'm afraid of you or what? It quickly flew over, raised its hand high, and slashed straight at his position. This made Quan panic a little. Damn it. I rolled too early. Struggled quite a bit, rolling several times before barely dodging its attacks. While rolling, Quan asked Yahello in frustration, are you not tired yet? He was still continuously rolling around it, and Quan was gradually reaching his limit. Almost there, rolling to the extreme already. Suddenly Yahello's figure jumped away. He panicked. It disappeared, and Quan's head spun around so dizzy. Suddenly a stealth breaker strike was unleashed. Yahello unexpectedly reappeared from above and attacked him, and Quan could not avoid his fate and was killed by it. From above, a strange stream of energy suddenly appeared. Tan Fong leapt down gracefully and used a leg technique, stealth breaker strike, directly finishing off Yahello. He softly asked, your name is Yahello. A few minutes before Tan Fong appeared, Xiao Du was being criticized by everyone because she had used the wrong skill and activated the headless boss, causing it to lock onto her all the way to the resurrection point. Xiao Du could only lower her head and endure it, tears welling up. I did not mean it. Everyone despised and rejected her, guild leader. With this level, our team does not dare take her. We do not need her either, dying without even knowing why. Wu Ming reminded coldly, be careful, not afraid you will pull another boss again. Xiao Du, it seems you are not suited for combat. From now on, you will be responsible for searching information about hideouts. Find a gold hideout, and I will give you 3 years of lifespan. Find a platinum hideout, and I will try to give you 10 years. He thought to himself that seeing her as a stealth class, he thought he had found a treasure. Wu Ming continued, from now on, I will give you 1 day of lifespan every day. Otherwise, you dying every day is a waste. Xiao Du received a system notification of 2 days of tradable lifespan. Her remaining tradable lifespan was 2 days. 13H32. Xiao Du hesitated. Thank you, guild leader. The surrounding people felt extremely uncomfortable seeing this. Damn it. She really benefited. So she gets to see the guild leader every day. I get it now. This is her scheme, damn little fox. We should do this too, sounds good. Suddenly a voice asked from the other side, who exactly is Yahello? At the same time, its body lying on the ground also dissipated. Tan Fong's sudden appearance left everyone stunned. Wu Ming stared in shock as well. That man suddenly slammed his fist onto the head of the person standing next to him. Not only that, the entire space seemed to be undergoing fluctuations. The guild members all turned to look at Xiao Du. Wu Ming said nothing and kicked her flying. Tan Fong was dealing with Yahello when he saw a familiar figure flying toward him from afar. At the same time, Yahello had split into multiple bodies, appearing around her. Everyone was stunned. There are actually 4 more, not 4 but 5. One was just killed by Big Shot Shadow earlier. No wonder it felt like it was everywhere, so they are multiple clones. Yahello had just been kicked away, and upon seeing Shadow now it was like seeing a savior. "It is Shadow, that is great, I am saved," screamed Big Shot Shadow, "Shadow KK, save me KK, save me." At this moment Tan Fong unleashed Shield Shadow Crash. Several Yahello monsters tried to seize the chance to attack Yahello, but very quickly they did not escape his moves. The system notified that Tan Fong successfully eliminated. Monster and all its clones, inadvertently including Yahello, received the rewards. Muttered inwardly, "What a feast!" Tan Fong's greedy hand appeared. Aside from the boss's 1,520 days of lifespan, a large number of lifespan light orbs also dropped. The boss had just absorbed non-tradable lifespan from other players and had not yet digested it. And Vu and the others rushed over noisily. "Big Shot, if you do not need it, then sell it to us," he thought to himself. "These guys really are everywhere." Tan Fong said softly, "You came at the right time. There is another place with good items. If the price is right, I can take you there to get them." Everyone agreed immediately. "Deal," then he continued. "The people from Wang Meng follow me." "And Vu you cannot," she asked. "Why?" He explained. "It really is a place women cannot go." And Vu pouted unhappily. "Why, Big Shot, are you discriminating? So sad. I even planned to seduce you. Who would have thought you like men?" Tan Fong flicked her on the forehead. He began to guide everyone. "There is a divine fist tower outside the north gate of the city ruins. After challenging it, you can obtain many good items. However, the NPCs inside hate women. If there are women in the team, the difficulty will increase tenfold." Vu was furious she could not go along. "Trash NPCs, sexist bastards. Wait until I level up, I will definitely kill you, Yahello. Let us go explore the mountain over there and kill some monsters to vent our anger. Big Shot, see you later, bye." Shadow sent a team invitation. "You guys follow me." Everyone was excited, first time teaming with Big Shot. "I am a bit nervous, so tense. This is a chance to learn Big Shot's techniques. What is going on?" Big Shot looks like he is walking slowly, but his speed is even faster than us running. "This, how am I supposed to learn anything? Shadow's agility is just way too high." Tan Fong thought to himself that more than 20 items had dropped. Among them were 2 pieces of assassin equipment that could be used. The system introduced the newly dropped item, Pale Infiltration Bone Blade, Emerald, an assassin-type weapon that increases movement speed and grants dodge chance when dealing damage. Tan Fong evaluated it. The attack power was nearly 80% higher than the 216 points of the diseased blade, and it also increased armor penetration, strength, and agility. Not bad. Equip it. The system continued by introducing the Dark Shadow Blade, Platinum tier, deals damage and removes 1 random buff. Sighed inwardly, dark element damage against a single target is too low, but the buff amplification and dispel effect is quite good. Evolve it to legendary. The system quickly upgraded the Dark Shadow Blade. Tan Fong was surprised. As long as he hit a weak point, it could refund 3 seconds of cooldown for this skill. That meant the cooldown for this skill was only 0.78 seconds for him. Only then did he realize something was off and turned around, only to find that no one was behind him anymore. Where did the Wang Meng group go? At the same time, about 2 kilometers away from where Tan Fong had agreed to meet. Everyone was exhausted and resting on the ground. Tu Cheng panted heavily and said, "Shadow moves way too fast. Who can even keep up?" The other members complained, "Captain, I really cannot go on anymore." Wang Meng had to encourage them. "Keep going, keep going." The entire group quickly arrived in front of the tower. Tan Fong raised his head and looked. "This is the place. After entering, an NPC will give us a trial. This NPC is very underhanded. The stronger the player performs, the more expensive the items he sells. So later I will only use 1% of my strength. Everyone do your best. As long as we take down 1 gold boss, it is enough." When he turned around, he saw the entire group collapse in despair. Wang Meng panted and tried to appear fine. "Do not worry. We will definitely complete the mission." So he turned and walked ahead. "After clearing the trial, we can buy good items from the NPC. I will not disappoint everyone. Later, remember to only talk in the team channel throughout so the NPC does not hear." Tan Fong opened the massive gate of the tower. Above stood a mysterious hooded figure waiting. "Welcome, welcome visitors from Blue Star. The descent of the God-forsaken game must have made everyone anxious and uneasy. This is the Divine Authority Tower. As long as you pass the trial, you can trade with me. Once you are ready, tell me." Tu Cheng was shocked. So this game even has NPCs, someone else asked. Wait, big brother, how exactly do we fight the boss in the trial? He replied calmly, during the fight just listen to my commands. It is very simple. However, this teammate is extremely meticulous. Can you explain in more detail? How long will the fight last? How many phases does the boss have? What skills does it use? Is it mechanic-based or stat-based? Does it have mobility skills? Does it have an instant kill move? Are there time limit skills? Does it lock targets? Where is the weak point? The questions piled up so much that Wang Meng had to whisper to him, "Big brother, do not mind it." He is nicknamed Steady as a dog. Previously, during an operation, an accident caused 2 teammates to die. Since then, he has been extremely cautious. Tan Fong decisively turned around. "We are ready, let us begin," causing that teammate to panic. "Wait, I have not yet finished." Before he could finish, the NPC spoke lazily. "Now begin to enjoy yourselves." A spatial gate immediately appeared before them. When it emerged, it was the Black Liquor Stone Water Puppet level 20, tier equal. Everyone was shocked, level 20. Our highest is only level 11. Tan Fong gave the order, "It is fine, Wang Meng go up." He responded, understood, and immediately used shock barrier to suppress the monster, causing the water puppet to reel in anger. Wang Meng was knocked flying and crashed into Tan Fong, boss. He reminded them, "No need to worry about me. Archer used precision barrage. Swordsman used triple slash on landing." Everyone followed his orders. Understood, countless arrows flew toward the monster. Another person leapt up and slashed at its shoulder. The water puppet roared furiously. Its entire body radiated overwhelming pressure and smashed the floor with a punch. Tan Fong had already noticed its state. Shouted loudly, "The boss has entered berserk. Leave it to me. Everyone stay away from the black oil." The juniors hurriedly dodged the attack. That was really dangerous. Tan Fong leapt into the dark aura. Shadow strike. Instantly, the monster took 4,500 weak point damage. Berserk state removed. 2 juniors cheered. "Boss, did you take off your equipment? This damage really does not match your status at all. Boss, you are acting too well. You stayed stuck in the corner the entire fight. This NPC will definitely think you are a newbie." Tu Cheng pulled his bowstring and asked, "If the stronger the player, the more expensive the item sold? I am really curious how you know all this," Tan Fong explained. "The God-forsaken game has many secrets. A lot of information is buried in the ruins. Usually ask yourself whether you try to explore, whether your accumulated knowledge increases." These words directly left the juniors speechless. Suddenly the monster roared and gathered a dazzling golden energy sphere in its mouth. He informed the group, "Pay attention. Next, the boss will rotate clockwise and breathe fire. You must dodge it. Black oil on the ground combined with fire can kill in 3 seconds. Some juniors failed to keep up with the rhythm and were scattered. Lao Qiu, run the other way." Tan Fong did not hesitate and changed plans. No time to dodge. Wang Meng activate Immortal and help him block. He immediately obeyed and charged forward using his shield. Said with satisfaction, "Good coordination. Once the fire stops, use your highest damage skills and burst with full power." The juniors charged forward without hesitation. Everyone worked together, and in just a few moves, the monster was torn apart into 5 pieces. The system also announced that the Black Liquor Stone Water Puppet level 20 had been defeated. Tan Fong analyzed thoughtfully. The difficulty of this boss is that when its health drops below 70%, it enters berserk. Once berserk is dispelled, its strength is only equivalent to a silver boss. At this moment, the mysterious figure appeared again. "Blue Star players, congratulations. You are the first to pass my trial. Now, as long as you pay lifespan, you can exchange for the Divine Tree Revelation Tome from me." Only then did the name above the mysterious figure's head appear. Lao Qiu raised his head to observe. This NPC is named Weekly. He actually has 6 fingers. As soon as he finished speaking, the star beneath the hood lit up brilliantly. Lao Qiu was instantly blown away and vanished. Wang Meng stared in shock at his disappearance. That idiot, why? Why did this NPC suddenly attack? Tan Fong reassured them. Lao Qiu was just too impatient. No need to worry. NPCs and players cannot attack each other unless a player violates a taboo preset by them. The taboo set by this NPC is related to his fingers, so as long as you do not mention it, everything will be fine. He looked at Weekly with some hesitation. "Big boss, can you defeat that man?" He rubbed his chin and calculated. For now, it is not possible. In fact, these NPCs are all powerful beings who obtain divinity from unknown sources. They are bound by eternal rules from Lam Tin to act as NPCs in order to harvest the lifespan of players. At this moment, the NPC spoke impatiently. "Choose the sacred book you need. Take out your life to exchange for it." then get lost. Yuang Man was shocked. What the hell is this? Using lifespan to create living materials in reality. Things like food, water, drinks, if these sacred books are obtained, then no matter what kind of disaster happens in reality, supplies will still be guaranteed. No wonder he is the dark Big Brother. He always brings us good stuff. He and Tu Than cheered nonsense. Has Big Brother ever disappointed us? There is even a sacred book and a mechanical maid. I want to buy this. Tan Fong joined the exchange. You have lost 90 days of tradable lifespan. You have obtained the sacred book of Jang Hai City. A total of 9 books. He was temporarily satisfied as he thought. These 9 sacred books are enough to meet his daily needs. In addition, there is an achievement in the Divine Fist Tower that grants reputation rewards, so he must obtain it. And Tan Fong asked the NPC again, I want a challenge alone at the highest difficulty. Is that possible? Weekly seemed hesitant. You, with your performance just now, you cannot even clear floor 1, yet you still want a challenge, the highest difficulty. These words made him curious. What is the highest difficulty like? That man calmly explained that difficulty is divided into 5 tiers, and the highest difficulty is the 5th tier. The boss is still the cracked skull black liquor stone golden puppet. However, its attack power, health, defense, and cooldown speed are all increased by 500%. The 2 Vuong Man stared wide-eyed. 500%. Just now we were sweating bullets dodging skills. Can the big boss really dodge it? With health and defense increased 5-fold, how long would it take to kill it? During that time, there cannot be any mistakes at all. The NPC reminded him, if you die during the challenge, then the lifespan you drop will belong to me. Are you sure you want a challenge? And Fong answered without hesitation, absolutely. Weekly did not stop him. If you want to give me your lifespan, then I will fulfill it for you. This is only the early stage of the game, yet players of Lam Tin are already this arrogant, truly seeking death. Immediately the monster appeared. It was the cracked skull black liquor stone golden puppet. 500% intensity. He took out his weapon and observed the enemy. Wiggly can strengthen summoned creatures, so 500% is not the upper limit. Back then, when I killed this guy, he had strengthened the summoned creature up to 2000%. Just right, I want to test this new weapon. And Fong swept his hand and threw a toxic venom dagger. Immediately, the black flame gift was activated. The target defense and all elemental resistance were reduced by 7%. He then used a skill to activate the special effect of the bone blade. Speed increased by 100%, lasting for 5 seconds. In an instant, his figure swept past like a shadow. He easily dodged the attack from the puppet, and Fong appeared directly above its head. A single strike pierced straight into the monster brain, activating the special effect of the bone blade. He activated the speed increase of 100%, lasting for 5 seconds again, and quickly vanished. Tu Than stared in shock. Invisible again. Why is the cooldown of Big Boss invisibility so short? Vuong Man retorted. No, it is because the Big Boss speed is too fast, so it just looks like invisibility. And Fong used the gift of liberation. The next attack would produce a throat cut effect. Then through the shadow shield / skill, he activated the black flame gift. The target defense and all elemental resistance were reduced by 64%. He was extremely satisfied with this result, truly worthy of the benefits brought by the ancient god stone. If it did not stack layers for the black flame gift, then the maximum damage of shadow shield / would only be around 18-0 at most. Than could not keep up with Tan Fong's shadow. This is the first time I have seen the darkness make a move. It looks like shadow shield /, but the shadow shield / I have seen only has 3 slashes. Vuong Man was so shocked he could not close his mouth. In just an instant, 1/3 of its health was gone. What skill is this of the big boss? Above, Weekly was also observing. The divine game had just been launched on Lam Tin, yet there was already someone this strong. What kind of talent level is this? He only saw Tan Fong's eyes shine brightly as he unleashed the finishing move, throat cut, dealing 200% damage per second for the next attack. The puppet spat out blood, its whole body unable to withstand it. Continuous execution effects appeared on it. When he landed on the ground, the system rang continuously. Congratulations, you have completed the achievement of challenging the 5th tier difficulty of the Divine Fist Tower. You have received 5 reputation points. All achievements completed. Along with completing the previous 4-tier difficulty challenges, you received 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 reputation points. Congratulations, you have completed the solo challenge of the Divine Fist Tower. For the first time in the world, you have received 5 + 10 + 15 + 20 + 25 reputation points. Player Tan Fong has completed the highest difficulty challenge in the first Divine Power Tower. This is a global special announcement. The players outside were in an uproar. Divine Fist Tower. What is that? The city I live in is just a pile of ruins. I have never seen any tower building before, my god. Has the darkness gone ahead of us again? Weekly cursed furiously. Damn it. You are a cheater, a cheater. You Lam Tin people are too cunning. If I had known earlier, I would have charged each book 10-0, no 100-0 lifespan. Blinding light burst out from his body to drive people away. Get lost, all of you. All of you get out for me. Do not let me see your faces again. The juniors panicked and covered their eyes. What is this NPC doing? We are doomed. That man is going to use a big move. They only saw weakly condense a beam of light like a four-pointed star. It was so dazzling that no one could resist it, until the space gradually dissipated. Vuong Man suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. He was stunned. This is outside the Divine Fist Tower. We did not die, we were just teleported out. Tan Fong spoke helplessly to remind him. I told you not to worry. NPCs cannot attack us without reason. Everything has been taken. Let us disband. I have to log off to eat. The two Vuong Man hurriedly saw him off. Thank you, big boss, for broadening our horizons. If there is another chance next time, you must call us. He did not mind. All right. They waved goodbye together. See you again, big boss. Tan Fong returned to the real world and received a notification. 9 sacred books had been extracted, consuming 90 days of tradable lifespan. He did not hesitate and requested to spend 106 years of lifespan to purchase luxury furniture, daily necessities, food, and an all-purpose robotic maid. A sweet female beastkin appeared. Master, this is our first meeting. I can help you handle all matters in the house. If you have any needs, you can tell me. I will come to serve you. Tan Fong lay sprawled and asked, help me clean the house once and then cook me a really good meal. She immediately rushed to mop the floor, understood, starting to clean everything at once. Now in the real Jang Hai city, on the ground lay a person completely covered with a white cloth. Nai Luong read the report. This is the 3rd female murder victim found this week. Like the previous 2 bodies, their limbs were sawed off, and their eyes were gouged out. The murderer must be the same person. Fi coldly asked, has the investigator found any clues? That man shook his head regretfully. The killer knows the investigator very well, and the time he left the house happened to be outside the effective duration of the investigator's skill. He immediately ordered his subordinates to ask Envu how long it would take for the police search to enter. We cannot delay any longer. We must catch this murderer. The subordinate immediately replied, understood. Suddenly Nai Luong hesitated and spoke. That Tafai noticed and asked, what is it? Did you discover something else? That man pretended to be righteous and suggested, could it be done by the darkness? I compared the online and offline times of the darkness and found that they coincide exactly with the times the girls died. He rubbed his chin, unconvinced, relying only on timing. That is not enough to prove anything. These words made Nai Luong anxious, but I think we can start from this angle. Now rumors are spreading that the darkness is the killer, and our authorities are covering up that man brutality. Fi raised his hand to interrupt. Enough, Zio Ma. I know last time the darkness made you lose face in front of Envu, but you cannot bring personal emotions into work. I will send personnel from the Technology Identification Department to support you 24/24 to resolve the case as soon as possible and bring justice to the deceased. After saying that, he ignored him, but behind him, Nai Luong could not suppress his twisted expression and ground his teeth in response. Next day in the divine game, Ruins of Mado City, Tan Fong appeared on top of a tall building. He muttered, the Evil Spirit Academy is a platinum-level shelter. Although it is no longer hidden, its barrier strength is said to be the strongest in all Hua Zia. The system notified you have consumed 274 years of tradable lifespan to create a guild shadow. Tan Fong satisfiedly obtained this shelter and registered it under the guild name. This way he also has a refuge in the ruins of Mado City. Shelters can also be teleported between each other. In the future, traveling between Mado City and Jang Hai will be much more convenient. He walked swiftly across the grand hall. He stepped onto the wide corridor. Tan Fong frowned in thought. Strange. I have already reached the deepest part of floor 3, yet I have not seen a single monster. Someone has already been here, and it was a group with considerable strength. Suddenly someone was heard laughing loudly. This time you have nowhere to run. Turned out a group of 3 were bullying one girl. No, this cannot be. Do not come any closer. They forced her to the edge of the cliff. Do not worry. We will not kill you right away. Madame Dong Fuang said we must bring you before her first, so her son can love you properly. Tell me the real location of your sister immediately. Otherwise, we will kill you until all your lifespan is gone. And by the way, self-destruction is useless, because members of our 2 La Hall Guild are waiting for your sister at the respawn point. One of those men laughed maliciously. How about this? Let us make a deal. In the game you killed Madame Dong Fuang twice. You must have taken quite a lot of her lifespan, right? I estimate at least 30 years. Hand over 30 years of lifespan to us. Then play with us for a few rounds, and we will let you go. How about it? Eyes filled with tears as she shrank back. Play? How do you want to play? The man in front laughed loudly. He directly pulled down his pants in front of the girl. What else could it be? Of course we are playing this. He choked back sobs and pretended to think, finally showing submission. Then you must guarantee that after playing you will let me go. They laughed disgustingly. Of course, hurry up. Start with me first. Another man echoed, then it is my turn. The girl sat down and edged closer to the leader. In an instant her expression changed. Her eyes turned sharp. She leaped up with a weapon in hand. Toxic venom dart flew out, only to see one of the three react swiftly and use a lightning shock needle. He pinned her down, causing her health to drop. The men laughed loudly. "Little girl, you are not being honest." She had no choice but to watch the leader squat in front of her. That man licked his lips greedily and gave her one last chance. "Open your mouth." But she calmly curled the corner of her lips. "See you again." Instantly, a white silk slash sent his head flying. Another man who was pressing on the girl was startled. "What is this silk thread?" The silk had already coiled around his neck. With a tight squeeze, his body was split into two halves. Tan Fong hid and observed. That was chain blade. Could this girl profession be? Girl sprang lightly and stomped hard on the ground. She coldly looked at the lifespan orbs on the ground. "Go die." A bunch of beasts. He saw this and silently confirmed. Blade of Yellow Springs. Then he heard her snarl in hatred. "Just you wait, Dong Fuang and Gaiet. I will definitely kill you." Ghost Spirit had just used the Yellow Springs blade, moving like darkness. This was also the only hidden profession in the assassin system. He remembered that in his previous life she ranked 10th strongest in the world, but because she was an enemy of the Chu family in Motto, her real-world identity was exposed. After killing thousands of enemies, she was finally exhausted and died under siege. And at that time, after Tan Fong Guild heard the news, they were all deeply saddened. Unexpectedly, he could meet her here. Tan Fong quickly revealed himself and called her name, Ghost Spirit. "But who is Dong Fuang and Gaiet?" "Dong Fuang, was he not already killed by you?" Ghost Spirit saw Tan Fong appear. She rushed forward to attack, complaining, "Damn it, there are still accomplices." Hearing this, Tan Fong tried to explain, "No, I am not." Ghost Spirit did not care. She swung her blade and attacked him. "Talk too much, die." The Yellow Springs blade was thrown out. Tan Fong remained standing still as the blades danced around his body. They were already wrapped in razor wind. Unexpectedly, he appeared behind Ghost Spirit. "Fine, then I will play with you." Ghost Spirit was startled when she saw Tan Fong behind her and instinctively leaped away. She hurriedly used shadow concealment and stayed alert toward the opponent ahead. Ghost Spirit quickly vanished from Tan Fong's sight. He laughed with great interest. "Ha ha, invisibility." Then he used a similar move against Ghost Spirit, but more advanced, shadow concealment. Ghost Spirit broke into a cold sweat and widened her eyes to observe. She could not see him at all. Ghost Spirit Yellow Springs blade had level 4 anti-invisibility, yet it still could not detect that man. Wait, could this person be the darkness? As soon as she thought of it, Tan Fong spoke near Ghost Spirit, making her jump in fright. "I am right here." By reflex, she threw her blade again to protect herself. She thought angrily, "Damn it, Ghost Spirit already has level 4 invisibility, yet he can still see me." Finally, she decided to use her ultimate move, Evil Ghost Soul Pursuit. Blade flew as if it had a soul straight toward Tan Fong, yet unexpectedly he showed no fear at all. When it brushed past his body, he only made a soft sound. Tan Fong observed the blade and evaluated it. "This blade can lock onto my position." Although Ghost Spirit eyes could not see him, her weapon could. Anyone targeted by Evil Ghost Soul Pursuit has nowhere to run. So Evil Ghost Soul Pursuit began chasing Tan Fong. He ran while praising Ghost Spirit in his heart. Truly unexpected. This profession can actually pursue targets and ignore invisibility. Quite interesting. Tan Fong now ran circles around Ghost Spirit. The Soul Pursuit followed but seemed to backfire. Ran around Ghost Spirit. The Soul Pursuit tightly wrapped around her, and Tan Fong swiftly jumped out. Evil Ghost Soul Pursuit is powerful indeed, but it is still not enough. Ghost Spirit was bound tightly by her own skill. He grabbed her blade chain and yanked Ghost Spirit up. "Ghost Spirit, can you listen to me now? I am the darkness, not someone sent by Dong Fuang and Gaiet. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago." Ghost Spirit struggled in midair and replied, I believe you now. Let me down." Tan Fong continued questioning. "I ask you, is the Dong Fuang and Gaiet you mentioned from the Dong Fuang family in Jang Hai City?" Ghost Spirit obediently answered everything she knew. "Yes, that is right. However, that woman married into the Chu family, so her relationship with the Dong Fuang family is not very close." After hearing this, Tan Fong understood. So one fish still slipped through the net. It seems when I killed the Dong Fuang family, Dong Fuang and Gaiet was not there. Ghost Spirit was extremely shocked and exclaimed, "What, the Dong Fuang family was destroyed by you?" Ghost Spirit cried out happily, "That is great. Then Dong Fuang and Gaiet and the darkness are enemies as well. Quickly let me down. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can cooperate." Tan Fong immediately released Ghost Spirit and let her drop down. He told Ghost Spirit that cooperation could be discussed later. "But first tell me why you want to kill Dong Fuang and Gaiet." Ghost Spirit seemed touched on a raw nerve. She clenched her teeth and spoke with extreme hatred. to avenge my father. Ghost Spirit recounted that day. Before the divine game descended, Dong Fuang and Gaiet drank and drove, then crashed and killed my father. But that woman still walked free because the Chu family found someone to take the blame. My father could not accept it, so he found evidence to convict Dong Fuang and Gaiet. As Ghost Spirit recounted this, tears soaked her eyes, but the next day my father was salvaged from the river. Afterward, the authorities concluded that he suffered a mental breakdown and jumped into the river to log himself out. I went to Dong Fuang and Gaiet house to demand an explanation, but was beaten half to death by the Chu family bodyguards. At that time, I was in despair and had already thought about death, but now the game appeared. After I entered, the first thing I did was kill Dong Fuang and Gaiet. However, in the game, her lifespan must be completely drained before she can be truly killed. After reviving, she hired many hunters to kill me, and what happened afterward you already saw. Ghost Spirit cried as she begged Tan Fong, "Dark Big Brother, I beg you, please help me kill Dong Fuang and Gaiet." Hearing Ghost Spirit desperate plea, yet seeing that she was already consumed by hatred, Tan Fong replied, "I refuse." Ghost Spirit emotionally begged the man before her, "Dark Big Brother, I beg you, please help me kill Dong Fuang and Gaiet." He responded coldly and decisively without hesitation, "I refuse." He hurriedly said, "Do not worry, I will not ask you to help for free. What do you want? As long as I can do it, I will give it to you. I can be your servant. I will dedicate all the lifespan I earn, equipment, skills, everything to you." At this point, tears overflowed from the corners of her eyes. "As long as you help me kill Dong Fuang and Gaiet, even if you tell me to become your slave, I will accept it willingly." I was shocked by what Ghost Spirit was willing to do just to kill that person. Tan Fong refused. "No, I cannot help you kill that woman. Your enemy can only be ended by your own hands." He emphasized, "Before that, I will help you until you can reach that step. As for whether you can do it, that depends on your own fate." Ghost Spirit asked emotionally, "Help me, how will you help me?" Tan Fong took the initiative to propose, "Join my guild, become my person, and I will help you complete your revenge." A notification appeared. "Darkness invites you to join the Shadow Guild." Ghost Spirit read the information. The Darkness Guild had only him inside. Joining was enough. She made her choice. System notification, Ghost Spirit has joined the guild. Then Tan Fong's status changed as well. "You have accepted the friend request from Ghost Spirit." He guided her step by step. "It seems you have agreed. Now you only need to do one thing, that is to advance your profession." He explained in detail what profession advancement is and how to advance. "She must search for clues herself. After you succeed, come find me." Ghost Spirit silently listened to these words. "If you cannot do this," Tan Fong left behind a sentence and departed, "then give up on revenge." More than anyone else, he believed that the potential of the Yellow Springs blade was limitless. As long as she grew steadily, her future would definitely keep improving. When she matures, she might even be able to help him. Returning to the deepest part of the Evil Spirit Academy, he advanced upward. Suspended in midair was the mutated succubus Stana level 15, Platinum tier defense. Tan Fong was surprised. "So this is the guardian of the Evil Spirit Academy." He charged without hesitation and attacked with Dark Knight Phantom Blade, dealing 26,348 damage to a weak point. Tan Fong knew clearly that in the first phase, only one of the boss 4 heads was activated, and it was immune to physical damage. Therefore, he could only use elemental skills with slightly lower damage. He had the White Forest Bone Blade to increase speed, and after Phantom Blade critical hits reversed cooldown time, allowing him to transform into a mobile killing spirit. Each Phantom Blade he threw moved at extreme speed. The succubus was continuously struck at weak points, and her health kept dropping. He had already calculated that in the second phase, all 3 heads would be activated simultaneously. The 3 heads became furious and sought revenge. Then she leapt aside and began launching wild attacks at the surrounding environment exactly as Tan Fong predicted. Separate energy beams shot out from the eyes of the 3 heads. He casually twisted his body and nimbly avoided those attack trajectories. After counterattacking, the succubus' health kept being reduced. She was heavily wounded. Tan Fong decided to end it. The disco dance stops here. The area where she was hovering exploded. System notification. You have killed the mutated succubus Sana and gained 50 experience points. You have obtained the key to the Platinum Evil Spirit Academy shelter. New notification updated. You can now advance your profession. He chose to advance. A series of notifications continuously popped up. Your phantom profession has advanced. Currently first advancement, second advancement. Profession attributes increased. Strength 927, Physique 927, Agility 2472, Spirit 1545. Level 15, non-tradable lifespan 4515 233 days. Tradable lifespan 566.25. Strength 129 147. Physique 184 202. Agility 268 376. Spirit 101 131, Health Points 2 608, Physical Damage 535. Cooldown Reduction 85%, Damage Resistance 77, Physical Defense 330, reduces physical damage by 24.8%. Lightning Elemental Resistance 458, reduces lightning damage by 31.4%. Dark Elemental Resistance 304, reduces dark damage by 23.3%. Ice Elemental Resistance 278, reduces ice damage by 21.7%. Fire Elemental Resistance 278, reduces fire damage by 21.7%. New Profession Passive Skill 4. When attacking while in stealth, you will not exit stealth, and attacks that break stealth still take effect. Fong held the golden key and sighed. The profession bonus attributes have tripled, and attacks no longer lose stealth effects. Phantom's second advancement has achieved a qualitative transformation. A few minutes earlier, outside the Evil Spirit Academy, Ghost Spirit was facing enemies. You still dare to come. They stated their purpose. We did not know before that you still had a chain blade. Truly frightening. This time I have summoned everyone from the Tula Hall Guild to see where you can run now. One man charged forward. I will not show mercy like last time. He slashed down with a powerful electric hall strike. Ghost Spirit activated Shadow Concealment. Lan Chi Registration Stealth appeared. Threw a blinding bomb toward her. Ghost Spirit covered her eyes because the light was too strong. At the same time, a heavy kick slammed straight into her waist. And stomped down hard, filthy woman. I will teach you a proper lesson. In Ghost Spirit palm, a vial appeared. She nearly shouted, do not break it. The green liquid vial was snatched away. The group picked it up to inspect. Self-destruct poison. After using it, you lose half your lifespan and return to the respawn point. Right. Xiang Yu, the leader, laughed with interest and asked, this woman has quite a fierce personality. He pressed Ghost Spirit beneath him. But I like that very much. That filthy tongue licked her face. Ghost Spirit clenched her teeth and endured the humiliation. System notification. The Platinum Evil Spirit Academy shelter now belongs to the Shadow Guild. The barrier has been opened, and all members not belonging to the Shadow Guild are considered intruders. Next instant, a bolt of lightning erupted. The entire group was blown apart. Cleanup in progress. Finally, when everything turned to dust, a notification reminded, cleanup complete. Ghost Spirit realized in shock that the Evil Spirit Academy was actually a shelter, and now it belongs to our guild. That means, in just a few minutes, the darkness killed the Guardian and obtained the key. A series of item information appeared. Emerald Mutated Succubus Ring usable by all professions. All attributes 22. Cooldown reduction 30%. Required level 14. Unique effect increases skill range by 25% and area damage by 10%. Platinum Poison Drama Trap. Assassin System Skill. Hunters place a trap with stealth level 5. When enemies step on it, they take an additional 500 damage with poison element. Also slowed for 5 seconds with continuous poison damage, reducing speed by 50%. Poison damage per second 100%. You can place up to 3 traps. Placement cooldown 10 seconds. Maximum trap duration 600 seconds. Tanfong muttered, 2 drops usable by assassins. This ring is not bad. Pure Shadow Slash and Dark Knight Phantom Blade are both area skills, so for me this is a huge boost. He also remembered he still had 363 evolution points, enough to strengthen Backstab. Evolve to Legendary System Update. You have consumed 340 evolution points, remaining 23 points. Strengthen Backstab, Epic to Legendary, Passive Effect. When launching an attack from behind, the target damage increases from 75% to 100%. Legendary Special Effect. When in stealth, all your damage is considered backstab damage. Tanfong liked this skill very much. Stable backstab damage combined with the profession evolved permanent stealth greatly improved both output and safety. Li Zai happily reported the news. Big boss, big boss. I found another ruin again. Do you want to come take a look? He asked curiously. Where is it? Stepping on the rocks around the entrance of the shrine in the ruins of Jang Hai City, there were several murals very similar to those in the Newbie Town ruins. Tanfong was puzzled. Then why did you not explore it yourselves? With your level, you should already be able to deal with a platinum boss. Li Zai explained helplessly. We wanted to fight too, but while clearing monsters, a teleport annihilation sphere appeared. When we touched it, nothing happened. It said only the Chosen One can enter. So boss, do you know who the Chosen One is? Already understood the situation. All right, everyone wait for me. Oh right, I found some more equipment. You girls prepare lifespan. I will bring it back for you. He thought to himself that since both shelters had teleportation, traveling from the Mado ruins to the Jiang Hai ruins was much more convenient now. Li Zai reminded him that lifespan in Jiang Hai government was insufficient, so boss could sell it to officials in Mado instead. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Jiang Hai city ruins, the sky was shrouded in a dull orange hue, and the scenery was desolate. Li Zai was alone in this barren place. Tanfong appeared behind her and asked, where is the ruin? She jumped in fright and screamed, Boss, you almost scared me to death. He smiled awkwardly yet promised, I will pay attention next time. Dai Li Zai led him to a mountain mine overlook. The ruin entrance was below the cliff. Tan Fong wondered how she discovered it. She replied, that is a long story. Dai Li Zai glanced at the sheep beside her. I also have a mount here. It is this little sheep. She recounted what happened before. When I was playing with it, a silver boss suddenly appeared. It startled us badly, and in the panic I fell off the cliff. Fortunately, I got stuck on a tree below the cliff, and that is how I saw this cave. At this moment, Dai Li Zai led him to the cave entrance. It is right here. Be careful or you might slip and fall to death. After I died and came back, I called Captain and Wang Mang to explore together. Tan Fong landed beside her and praised. It really is you. You can find things anywhere, she revealed. Boss, your movement technique is amazing. Big brother Wang Mang jumped down like this too and slipped and died. The two of them walked inside. Dai Li Zai reported, there is a maze ahead. We have cleared all the monsters and explored the entire route. Tan Fong reminded her, if you can avoid dying, then do not die. Do not let your lifespan drop, otherwise it will be very dangerous. She obediently listened, understood. I know a skill that can absorb other people's lifespan. If lifespan is too low, it might be directly absorbed. We have countermeasures that can restore non-tradable lifespan. He was surprised. You have a stable replenishment source. She revealed, we lured some monsters that absorbed non-tradable lifespan into a hidden spot in the city ruins. After killing them, we kept all the dropped non-tradable lifespan and retrieve it whenever needed. Tan Fong guessed immediately. This method is not bad. Was it Envu idea? Dai Li Zai was shocked. Boss guessed exactly right. He thought to himself that she was the one who came up with this idea in the previous life, and eventually everyone used this method. She pointed ahead. The teleport annihilation sphere is right there. When Dai Li Zai touched the energy stream, the notification displayed that you are not the chosen one. The mechanism did not move. She helplessly said, see, there is a notification. I am not the chosen one. Boss, want to try? We all guessed this shrine might be related to the previous shrine in the town. Better let you handle it. Tan Fong stepped toward the energy sphere and raised his hand. His palm touched the center of the glowing sphere. Suddenly, the sphere emitted dazzling streams of light. The blinding light forced Dai Li Zai to cover her eyes. When the light faded, she stared blankly at the center. Boss and the sphere were gone. As expected, Boss really is the chosen one. On Tan Fong's side, the system notified that you have entered the dimensional ice cave. Your remote communication system will be blocked. He activated shadow concealment and entered the dimensional ice cave. A new notification updated your mission, protect the dimensional ice crystal. Tan Fong was surprised. The dimensional ice crystal. He remembered that when this thing is attacked by anything, it erupts with a freezing ice tide. He walked toward the floating crystal. So that is how it is. Monsters will emerge from caves like these and do everything they can to attack the crystal. If they succeed, then I only have the path of death. An item appeared in Tan Fong's hand. Death itself does not matter. What matters is that this mission can fail. If that happens, I will never be able to return here and will not obtain the reward. He decided that the only option was to evolve the poison drama trap. System notification, you have consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points, remaining 17 points. Poison drama trap, platinum to emerald to diamond to epic. Placing a trap with stealth level 5, 6, 7, 8. When enemies step on it, they take 500, 700, 900, 1200 additional poison damage. Also slowed for 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds with continuous poison damage. Slow effect 50%, poison damage per second 100%. You can place up to 3, 5, 7, 9 traps. Maximum trap duration 3, 600 seconds. Blue energy light wrapped around the ring. Reminder notification. Mutated succubus ring effect activated. Skill range increased by 25%. He glanced at it. The enhanced trap perfectly covered the entire passage. As long as monsters pass through, they will definitely trigger it. Deep inside the cave, red glowing eyes appeared. They are here. Monsters rushed madly from the darkness of different cave entrances. They were blocked by an energy barrier. Vines grew out and strangled them. Some were constricted to death, struggling desperately to break free. Their health continuously dropped and they could only scream in pain. Tan Fong calculated carefully that as long as he remained in stealth, all damage would be considered backstab, allowing these monsters to be instantly killed. Protecting Athena, quite interesting. Suddenly an arrow shot from afar. Tan Fong frowned and immediately noticed it. He created a protective shield to block the arrow. Tan Fong protected the ice crystal behind him and coldly glanced toward the mastermind who fired the arrow. It was a monster wielding a bow and arrows. Tan Fong was quite surprised. There are even ranged monsters. Outside the ruins of Mado City, group returned to report to Fuang and Gaia. She asked coldly, you mean your guild abandoned the hunt for Ghost Spirit because she is a member of the Darkness Guild? The messenger confirmed, yes, we cannot do this anymore. Please find someone else. She lowered her voice threateningly. According to you, the threat from the darkness is greater than the threat from me, lowly commoners. Do not forget that I hold all your information in my hands. In the real world, I can kill you easily. Fuangangayat's eyes narrowed sharply. Suddenly, a fist flew straight into her face. Punch sent her vomiting blood and falling backward. That man raised a knife and slashed down. Bitch, I have endured you for a long time. I cannot beat the darkness, but I can still kill you. Opening your mouth to insult people so freely. Continuous curses rang out. Die, you bitch. System notification: Fu Engia Ku Thien has been killed. Returning to the present, Fuangangayat screamed in rage, rebellion, rebellion. In reality, at the Chu family, she sat on the bed cursing those two La Hall commoners. They even dared to kill Dong Fuang people. Husband quickly send people to arrest them. The man on the phone was surprised. To La Hall, did you hire them to capture Ghost Spirit? Fuangangayat confirmed, yes, Ghost Spirit and the darkness have joined together. So those people are afraid of the darkness retaliation and dare not continue. Instructed, we will deal with those commoners after killing the darkness. I have already arranged people from Crane, Dragon Hall, and Motto to make things difficult for the darkness. The plan has begun. It will not be long before revenge is taken for your family. Fuangangayat gritted her teeth. The darkness and those commoners too. She swore, just you wait. I will avenge the Dong Fuang family and wipe you all out. On Tan Fong's side, he had just fired a sword strike into the head of the ranged monster. Watching it be defeated, he said disdainfully. So what if it is ranged? My dark shadow blade returns cooldown time when striking a weak point. So I can kill them one by one. System notification: protection mission successful. Please receive the reward. Tan Fong was surprised. It is over already. The crystal in front shattered and made clattering sounds. Then it completely shattered into fragments. Shimmering chest appeared before him. Tan Fong was overjoyed, an epic tier chest. He eagerly wanted to see it. Last time the epic chest opened gift of liberation, so what could he get this time? When the chest opened, a dazzling light spilled out. Along with it, a person appeared. That figure gradually took shape before his eyes. Tan Fong was shocked and felt a sense of familiarity. This is. He still remembered the NPC beside the previous epic chest. She was murmuring an ancient incantation. Tan Fong guessed this was ancient god speech. She was saying that he had passed 2 trials and was the chosen one. He felt something strange. Clearly, he could not understand the words, yet understood her meaning perfectly. Was it because of the eye of judgment? She continued, the ancient gods have perished, and you are the inheritor of the power of judgment. Before him, her body shone brilliantly as blinding light swept across. From within that light, her legs and arms appeared. Even her soft white hair manifested. The other party looked at Tan Fong and introduced herself. My name is Assassinating. I will follow you and witness you becoming the true god of judgment. Assassinating handed him a bell. Please accept the gift I prepared for you. The system displayed information. Summoning bell of Assassinating. This bell was forged by the Judgment Envoy Assassinating using the power of rules. You may use it once at levels 25, 35, and 50 to summon the Judgment Envoy Assassinating. Each summoning grants a chance to challenge a special relic. If you succeed in all 3 challenges, Assassinating will relocate to your shelter and provide skill upgrade functions. Tan Fong accepted it and understood. So the previous shrine was level 5, and this one was level 15. Yet both were discovered by Dai Li Zai. Her luck stat was truly unbelievable. Assassinating reminded him, please choose a skill. You have 1 free chance to upgrade the current level of a skill. He pondered, upgrading a skill. There are 2 criteria to judge a skill book strength in the game: quality and required level. According to Tan Fong, knowledge skill quality is fixed and cannot be increased, but he could use infinite evolution to forcibly raise skill quality. Even the most basic shadow concealment could be turned into mythic if he wished. For required level, it is the level a player must reach to use the skill, and it also determines the skill power. Shadow concealment level 5 and level 50 are completely different. However, high-quality skills are extremely rare, and high-level high-quality ones even more so. But in the future, none of this would be a problem. He only needed to spend lifespan to raise skill levels. So he made his choice. I choose to upgrade Gift of Liberation to the highest tier. Assassinating knelt and reverently kissed his hand. As you wish. System reminder, Gift of Liberation Mythic level 10 to level 16. Attack and weak point modifier increased from 300% to 410%, doubling attack and weak point coefficients. Active use causes your next attack to inflict throat cut, dealing 200% to 310% damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown reduced from 15 seconds to 697 seconds. It was time for her to say farewell. Then I look forward to meeting you again next time. A gate appeared before him. Tan Fong knew it was the teleport exit. Suddenly, he noticed a sphere floating beside the chest. Wait, there seems to be something else inside. System update: congratulations, you have obtained the epic equivalent exchange agreement of BAP 5. Assassin defense Greaves leg slot. Physical defense 198. All elemental resistance 198, damage resistance 198, damage reduction 198%, required level 15, special charm resistance 198. Equivalent exchange art, sacrifice one piece of equipment or a skill book of epic tier or below to randomly obtain one piece of equipment or skill book of your profession. Tier and quality remain unchanged, cooled on 1 hour. Tanfong held the booklet in shock. Equivalent exchange, truly a good thing. There were still many emerald tier equipment and skill books at home. All could be converted into assassin gear. He happily stepped into the teleport gate. This was truly a huge harvest, and he needed to properly thank Dai Li Zai. Tanfong returned outside. Dai Li Zai was already yawning repeatedly. Asked as soon as he saw her, "You did not go upgrade in this hour and waited here for me." She said happily, "Boss, you are back. I thought I should guard this place to prevent you from being ambushed when you came out." Tanfong handed the magic book to Dai Li Zai. "Thank you. This skill book is for you. It dropped in this relic." She happily accepted it. Platinum Escape Magic level 13. "Thank you, boss. With this skill, my survival rate will be much higher." After that, she mounted the flame beast and waved goodbye. "Boss, see you again." Tanfong gradually disappeared from the game. I should log off and fill my empty stomach too. At this time in the ruins of Jang Hai City, the silver tier shelter of the Holy Night Hall Guild, a woman excitedly announced, "Brothers and sisters of the guild, let us remember this great day. Our Holy Night Hall finally has a home." That man nodded in satisfaction. "Although this home is not large, it is a wonderful beginning. With this place, we no longer need to fear sudden boss appearances killing us." Odan emphasized, "With this home, we have a safe place to rest when tired. For all of this, we need to thank one person. That person is Xiaodu." Everyone turned to look at the girl behind. That man introduced her. She was the first to discover this place. Let us give her a big round of applause and welcome her to the stage. Cheers calling her name rang out. Xiaodu. Stage lights shone on her as she spoke. "First, I want to thank my teacher for tireless guidance. Then I want to thank my friends who helped me when I was in trouble. And I also want to thank those who hated me. Their ridicule and insults pushed me to become stronger." Those mentioned by Xiaodu smiled happily. She became emotional and said, "Finally, I want to thank my parents. If only they had not died, then they could see the Xiaodu of today and would surely be proud." Xiaodu wiped her tears and sobbed. So many people to thank. Vodan reminded her, "Xiaodu, tell everyone how you overcame the difficulties and obstacles to find this shelter." She slowly recounted, "Before this, I had a dream. Deity appeared in Xiaodu's mind. In the dream, a powerful warrior guided me to claim this shelter. It was very vague, yet extremely real. I came here wanting to try my luck and unexpectedly found it." Those listening laughed mockingly. "A dream? This girl is really humorous. Is she serious?" Vodan chuckled and thanked Xiaodu for her wonderful speech, then asked, "Did you dream of anything else last night?" Xiaodu replied, "Yes, leader. I dreamed of a vast shelter with many people inside. It was magnificent and must be a platinum tier shelter." The others laughed even louder. "Truly a dream. It seems we will be moving into a bigger house soon." That man praised it as an extremely wonderful dream and said, "Now this is the reward you deserve. System notification, you have received 1 year of tradable lifespan." She happily thanked him. Vodan put an arm around Xiaodu and declared, "I hope everyone can learn from Xiaodu's dedication to the greater good. As long as we work together, our guild will stand firm in these difficult times and grow stronger." He ordered them, "All right, disperse, upgrade if you need to, explore if you want. Xiaodu, keep looking for shelters. Do your best, everyone is counting on you." Xiaodu warmly replied, "Understood, guild leader." After some time, inside the ruins of Jiang Hai City, Xiaodu arrived at this desolate ruin. She looked around. "I followed the feeling from the dream, so it should be nearby. But why can I not find it?" At a distance, 3 people were secretly observing Xiaodu. They whispered curiously. After the meeting ended, she came straight here, so she must be searching for something. Someone guessed, could she be looking for the platinum shelter from her dream? Another interrupted, "Look, she is about to enter the building, let us follow." Xiaodu entered the corridor and murmured, "This is terrifying. It is exactly like the dream, yet not quite. And I keep feeling like someone is watching me." She reassured herself, "Xiaodu, you can do this. You are a hidden life priest profession. Nothing can harm you." Suddenly, a grotesque face appeared before Xiaodu. She screamed in terror as if to pierce the space. She was frightened unconscious by its appearance while it looked toward the trio hiding at the entrance, scaring them stiff. "What kind of monster is that? Disgusting. Charge and kill it." Many of them were seized by the monster's tentacles. Mouth was forced open as its tentacles thrust inside. The blood in this person's body had been completely drained. His complexion turned hollow and ashen. The system displayed lifespan reduced to 0. The remaining 2 fled in desperation. "Run quickly. This monster can drain a person to death." As Tudu had just awakened, a shrill scream rang out beside her ear, "Do not do this." He jolted upright in panic. and glanced toward the source of the sound. There the monster was draining the remaining two at the same time. Tudu crawled in terror toward the pit and fell down. She plunged headfirst to the ground in searing pain. Tudu staggered as she struggled to her feet. It hurts so much. Where exactly is this place? Before her eyes appeared a place identical to the one in her dream. Tudu was stunned. This was the entrance from her dream. She had finally found it. This was the platinum tier hidden refuge. She had to inform the guild leader immediately. She hurriedly sent a message. Guild leader, I found it. I found the platinum tier refuge. Vodan was shocked. What, do not go anywhere. I will bring people there right away. Join my team so I can see your position. Tudu replied, all right, I will wait here. System notification, you have joined a team. A clacking sound rose behind her, sending a chill down her spine. Seeing the monster's head floating before her, Tudu's entire body trembled violently. She forced herself to steady her mind, determination flashing in her eyes. Tudu gripped the staff in her hand, muttering as if hypnotizing herself. Do not be afraid, Tudu. You can do this. You will definitely defeat it. She repeated it again. Tudu, you can do it. You will definitely defeat it. You are no longer the person you used to be. Magic power spread around Tudu's body as she realized she was the noble hidden class life priest. The highly toxic creeping goat vine shot toward the monster, tightly binding its body. Waves of magic power radiated around Tudu. The monster's health was steadily decreasing. Tudu focused her mind. Good, I have trapped it. It is being continuously corroded by my attacks. Next comes. She released a thick cloud of smoke, foul, poisonous miasma. Watching the monster engulfed by the toxic smoke, Tudu revealed that this toxin caused decay far stronger than ordinary poison. The poison gradually spread throughout the surroundings. She panicked and tightly covered her nose, her heart tense. This is bad. This place is an enclosed chamber. The poisonous smoke is spreading everywhere. Tudu was growing short of breath. She was done for. She could not hold on anymore. She tightly gripped the staff, anxiously searching for a solution. Right? I am a life priest. I have a detoxification spell. Tudu shouted and cast it. The detoxification art, streams of energy enveloped the monster's body. It was momentarily stunned, unable to understand what she was trying to do. Meanwhile, Tudu herself had been poisoned to death. System notification. Player Tudu has committed a foolish act. Vodan received the news and sent a message asking, Tudu, where are you? Why did you return to the hidden area? She reported, Guild leader, there is a monster inside. I was killed by it. He was startled, a monster. After Vodan dealt with the monster, he asked again, are you talking about this silver tier soul-draining hood monster? That is not right. This soul-draining hood is slow, and its attacks are very weak. But anyone it captures will have their lifespan completely drained. How could you still be alive? Vodan praised Tudu, you are truly impressive. You found the only way to survive. She revealed, Guild leader, I knew I would definitely die if it caught me. So I decisively self-destructed. When he learned this, he was shocked. Ah, Tudu, you are truly a genius. Tudu happily ran over to them. Thank you for the praise, Guild leader. I will come over with everyone now, secretly delighted inside. It seems the 3 trackers following me are completely dead now. This is the fate of those who dare oppose Tudu. After a while, she arrived back at the original location and pointed at the gate ahead. Guild leader, beyond this door is the platinum tier refuge. He promised. Well done. Once we take this refuge, I will reward you, Tudu replied. Thank you, Guild leader. Vodan assigned tasks. Big Head lead people to clear the surrounding area and ensure no other players come to cause trouble. That man assured him, Guild leader, rest easy. Anyone who dares cause chaos I will deal with. Even if darkness comes, it will be useless. Vodan shouted with great momentum, brothers charge. Kill the guardian inside and the refuge will be ours. They all responded in unison, charge. Kill the guardian, holy temple knights will be victorious. Move out, advance inside. After a long time, the gate still had not been pushed open. Someone behind grew impatient. What is going on up there? Charge already, hurry up. The underling helplessly turned back to report. Reporting to the guild leader, the stone gate cannot be opened. Vodan stroked his chin in thought. In this game, every refuge has a guardian. Could it be that I understand now? He confidently believed that this stone gate itself was the guardian. Someone hefted an axe and charged forward to strike the gate. Then let me try. The gate took 320 points of damage. They joyfully realized that damage numbers appeared. That is right. The stone gate truly is the guardian. Guild leader, you are wise. Vodan gave the order. This platinum tier refuge is free for the taking. Brothers, smash it for me. The gate was being destroyed amid smoke and dust. System reminder to Tan Fong, your refuge, soul-purifying land, is under attack. The current stability of the entrance gate has dropped to 993% and continues to deteriorate. The stability of the magic barrier remains at 100%. Instant teleportation to the refuge has been locked. Do you wish to use war teleportation? Remaining uses today 1 out of 1. He was astonished that someone had found the entrance to soul-purifying land and was attacking the refuge. Tan Fong decided to return. With the attack power of these people, it would likely take a year to break the gate. In that case, I will ride the wolf over to take a look after some time, outside the soul-purifying land. He froze when he saw the situation below. A group of people were chasing a girl. Stop right there. Do not even think of running. Run again and we will kill her. Another man rushed in front to block her path. Where do you think you are running? His mace smashed straight into the girl's body. Her entire body was flung backwards several meters. Divine sacred strike had been unleashed. One of the girl's limbs was pinned to the ground by a sword. They advanced and sneered as they spoke. We already said this area is managed by us holy temple knights, yet you still dared to break in. Tunha rebuked them. I was only passing through. I did not barge in. It is obvious you are just looking for an excuse to rob me. Tan Fong recognized her. It was Duong Tunha, a colleague from his company, a kind girl who had even warned him before. He grew suspicious as he thought about the guild's behavior. The leader acted arrogantly. We say you broke through, so you broke through. From that he understood. It seemed the ones attacking soul-purifying land were the Holy Temple Knights Guild. The two of them put on vile grins and said, "Old rules, I go first, then I follow." A blade flashed past above their heads. Two heads quickly separated from their bodies. Tan Fong appeared coldly from the refuge. Tunha was shocked. That was darkness, no, those eyes. Person before her gave her a familiar feeling. It was Tan Fong. Tan Fong casually snapped his fingers. A crisp sound rang out. A curse of blooming flowers was activated. Cursed blossoms bloomed across their bodies and slowly drained blood. Streams of red aura drifted toward him, further accentuating his sense of mystery. Tunha gaped in shock and asked, "Tan Fong, is that you?" Tan Fong did not answer and vanished from the place. She stared blankly at the empty space and blurted out, "He disappeared." Tunha was confused. That was clearly darkness. So why did his gaze look exactly like Tan Fong's? No, it must just be a coincidence. Before this, she had seen Tan Tudu join the Holy Temple Knights Guild. If Tan Fong were darkness, he would never allow his younger sister to become a slave. Sometime later, outside the soul-purifying refuge, Odan knelt down to greet him. Big Brother Darkness eternal and unrivaled across the world. That man kicked an underling out as a scapegoat. These idiots dared to rob others on the road. I deserve death 10,000 times. It is my fault for failing to discipline them. Thank you, Big Brother Darkness, for teaching them a lesson for me. He thumped his chest and guaranteed that ever since Big Brother Darkness saved them from the Headless Holla, everyone in their guild had become his fans. They followed Big Brother Darkness's positive energy values and strove to become the happiest guild in the game and reject all filthy evil. That is right, Darkness, I love you. Darkness flies slowly. We will follow you forever. Vodan fawned forward and asked, "May I ask what brings Big Brother here this time?" And Fong replied, "Nothing important. I heard you were attacking a refuge." That man confirmed, "Yes, how did you know, Big Boss? Could it be that you also have your eye on that refuge?" His eyes suddenly flared with fire. That refuge is mine. Vodan froze like stone, unable to believe he had provoked someone he should never have touched. The underlings all stiffened and shouted, "What?" Vodan broke out in cold sweat. "No, that cannot be, Big Boss. There are rumors your refuge is in Motto. One person can only have one refuge." An underling reminded him, "Guild leader. If a guild is established, then under the guild's name it can also own one." He had an ominous feeling. And Fong confirmed, "That is right, exactly so. Motto and Jang Hai City are both my refuges." Only then did they finally understand. We are invading Darkness's refuge. The sky has fallen. The ringleader who caused the trouble burst into tears. This refuge belongs to Darkness. How could this happen? Darkness never appeared in my dreams. Vodan clasped his hands and begged, "Big Boss, we truly did not know that refuge was yours. What should we do now? How should we compensate?" Tan Fong replied, "You damaged the gate of my refuge. Repairing it will cost quite a lot." He made his demand. "How about this? Pay me 500 years of lifespan, and we will call it even, guild leader." Number 500 years struck Vodan like a boulder, leaving him utterly stunned. Indeed, Vodan had already fainted and lay stiff on the ground. An underling stepped forward to play along. "Big Boss, look, our guild leader has fainted. Could you lower it a bit?" Tan Fong coldly asked, "Do you know how much it costs to repair this gate?" That man blurted out that he did not know. He reminded him, "Then get lost." Vodan was revived by having his philtrum pressed and muttered weakly, 505. "What sin did I commit?" That man grabbed her by the collar and dragged her over. Vodan roared in her face, "It is all your fault, Tudu. You want to ruin me, ruin our holy temple knights." Tudu lowered her eyes, sorrowful and unable to speak. Only after a long while did she reply, "That is right. It is all my fault. I dragged everyone down." Tudu spoke up bravely, "Whoever did it should bear it. Big Brother Darkness, if you want to punish someone, then punish me. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I am willing to be your ox or horse, your servant for life." All the lifespan I earn in the future will be handed over to you until it is enough to compensate for your losses. Looking at Tan Fong's back, Tudu continued speaking, hoping to persuade him. You can beat me, scold me, or even abuse me. As long as you like, as long as you spare the guild, spare everyone. These words deeply moved the guild's side. Vo Dan called out to Tudu with guilt. Tan Fong coldly called out a name, Tran Vo Dan. That man was horrified. You even know my real name? He cast a deathly glance at Vo Dan and asked, do you think she is worth 500 years? That man was immediately terrified by that surging killing intent. Vo Dan could not hold back and punched Tudu away. Get lost, you disaster. Now I understand you dragged us into Big Boss's refuge, and now you are pretending to sacrifice yourself. Clearly you are trying to curry favor with Big Boss, becoming Big Boss's servant. How could such a good thing ever fall to you? Keep dreaming. Tudu lay in a corner pretending to be dead and thought to herself. The plan to get close to darkness failed again. While Vo Dan knelt down begging, Big Boss, we are just a small guild. We really cannot produce 500 years. Please, Big Boss, be flexible. Anything we can do, we will agree. Tan Fong relented slightly. Fine, then I will not make things hard for you. 100 years of lifespan. For the remaining 400 years, gather those in your guild who are in a slaughter state. One head deducts 1 year. Killing a murderer will remove your own murderer state. Just right, you can use this chance to clear your own murderer status as well. Dan happily accepted. This is a good method. Our guild has over 2,000 people. I will give you the 100 years first. System notification. You have received 100 years of lifespan. That man shouted to announce it. Wait a moment while I gather them. Hurry, bring all murderers here. Vo Dan acted efficiently. Everyone move. Do not keep Big Boss waiting. The system displayed that repairing the refuge would cost 7 days of lifespan. He decided to conveniently repair the refuge as well. System reminder, repairing the refuge will consume 7 days of lifespan. Do you wish to repair it? Tan Fong naturally agreed. Players, the system has deducted 7 days of lifespan. The refuge has been repaired. Notification displayed. Your murderer level is now 4-3. Vo Dan clapped and flattered. Killing is truly wonderful. Killing is truly good. These are people who secretly violated guild rules, so they needed Big Brother Darkness to teach them a lesson. Tan Fong suddenly announced, from now on this refuge will be protected by your guild. That man was stunned. His voice was filled with threat. This is also a warning to those who violate rules in your guild. Behave properly and take turns guarding it for me. If you let others attack again, I will come for you. Vo Dan verbally agreed, understood, guaranteed to complete the boss's mission, but inwardly cursed that damned darkness wants to tie our people down here. A series of notifications appeared. Your refuge, Evil Spirit Academy, is under attack. The current durability of the magic defense barrier is 998% and continuously deteriorating. Do you wish to use war teleportation? Remaining uses today 1 out of 1. Tan Fong was surprised. He thought to himself, it is still not over. Now it is Evil Spirit Academy again. Tan Fong chose to use war teleportation. He prepared to leave. Everyone knew Evil Spirit Academy was his refuge. I want to see who dares provoke darkness. Vo Dan had been waiting for this and shouted, darkness has teleported away. Let us go, we should head back too. An underling asked worriedly, but did darkness not tell us to guard this place? That man pointed at her. Of course we will guard it. You Tudu are responsible for guarding this place. She froze me. Vo Dan confirmed, that is right. Did you not always dream of this place? Then stay here and guard it as you wish. Do not go anywhere. If anything happens, report it immediately. Tudu could only sit there and listen to his orders. If you leave your post, I will drain all your lifespan. At this moment, in the ruined city of Motto at the Evil Spirit Academy, those people continued their acts of destruction. Brothers use force and smash it. Blow this main gate open for me. 2 people watching from above could not help but marvel. Barrier durability 517%. Are these people tired of living? They even dare provoke darkness. They look like foreign players, and their guild is called Motto H Long Haul. Person they mentioned, Tan Fong, was already here. He thought it over but could not figure it out. Motto H Long Haul. He remembered having no connection to this guild at all, so why were they targeting him? The leader shouted, come on brothers, let us unleash a full power strike together. They condensed their power into a dark sphere. Hand over all your strength to me. That man charged forward excitedly. Dark flame, demonic dragon break. A brilliant flash burst forth as the power slammed into the gate. The aftershock from the attack spread backward, knocking several people off balance. Cracks appeared on the gate. System notification, the barrier durability decreased by 13%. They grew excited. One more hit, and this gate will be destroyed. 100 years of lifespan is about to fall into our hands. This lifespan is far too easy to earn. Tan Fong saw through it. It seemed they were being manipulated. The only enemy of his still alive could only be Dong Fuang and Gaia. A sudden roar erupted from behind, leaving them stunned. A massive dragon soared up from behind. He exclaimed in shock, "A dragon!" The dragon's roar produced sonic waves that slammed into them, making them dizzy and disoriented. The leader's vision spun as he cried out, "I cannot move." Several underlings panicked and pointed to the sky. "Look up there quickly," he discussed in shock upon seeing the fireball. "What kind of skill is that? A meteor? No, that is not right. The shape of this meteor is far too strange." The meteor descended from high above toward the ground. Scorching heat waves spread out. They were completely surrounded by those blazing flames. Yet they were still safe. One of them could not believe it. That man was confused. "I am not dead. This meteor only dealt a little over 3,000 damage. I thought it was stronger. Seems having a lot of health really is the right choice." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword slash swept past his head and severed it. The head rolled away as his body collapsed backward. Voices rose from within the smoke and dust. "How the leader is dead, that is strange. We cannot even make a move." One bold girl guessed, "Could it be darkness? But I do not see him anywhere." The two behind her reminded her, "You cannot use normal logic to judge Darkness's abilities. He might even be permanently invisible now." In truth, Tan Fong was hidden right before them. He recognized them as members of the Sky Vault Guild. His gaze focused on her, the only hidden class soul painter. It was her. Truong Kanhayan. Her in-game name was Thap Lai Than Sun Veen. 10-mile green mountains. Tan Fong recalled the brushstrokes she had drawn earlier. No wonder those two skills looked so familiar. Dragon, Roar, and Meteor were both drawn by her. Soul painters can learn summoning and magic type skills. Unlike mages who chant spells, soul painters only need to draw to release skills. The better the drawing, the stronger the power. This class excels at breaking defenses, battlefield combat, and team battles. But its weakness lies in single duels. If ambushed, it will definitely suffer. Kanhayan spoke into the air. "I have something I would like to discuss with you. Senior Darkness, are you there?" Tan Fong's voice rang out. "What is it?" The companions were shocked. "Darkness really is here." He stated her request. "I wish to enter your refuge to find something. This item is related to my class advancement. Please rest assured I will pay sufficient compensation." Tan Fong thought to himself, no wonder in his previous life this evil spirit academy ended up controlled by the Sky Vault Guild. It must have been when Truong Kanhayan advanced her class and discovered this refuge. It was just a pity he acted first. The guild leader of Sky Vault was known as Old Man Truong, formerly the president of the Motto Chamber of Commerce, who became a game streamer after retirement. At 73 years old, he live-streamed with his granddaughter and was very famous online. Both of them had excellent skills and were often seen participating in small competitions with good results. Mainly because Truong Kanhayan had lost her biological father early, Old Man Truong doted on his granddaughter even more. He even played games together with her. After the Divine Descent game appeared, Old Man Truong built a platform and founded the Sky Vault Guild, using Evil Spirit Academy as its base, developing steadily and becoming a top 10 guild in great zeal. Tan Fong's face suddenly flushed. The reason he understood them so well was because he had once been obsessed with watching their live streams. He cleared his throat softly, then allowed them to enter directly to talk. The main gate of the refuge opened. Kanhayan entered and stood before Tan Fong to report. "My class is Soul Painter. To advance my class, I need special materials, and these materials are inside Evil Spirit Academy. We heard that Senior Darkness once sold a refuge to the Jang Hai city authorities for about 2,000 years of lifespan." He continued excitedly. "Coincidentally, my class has a great demand for this material, so I wish to purchase Evil Spirit Academy. I wonder if Senior Darkness has any objections." Tan Fong pondered silently. The Sky Vault Guild had earned several thousand years of lifespan in such a short time. "No wonder, Old Man Truong," he replied. "Sorry, this Evil Spirit Academy is not for sale, but I can grant you guest access, allowing you to freely enter and exit the ground floor." Hyan hesitated and proposed. "Then how about renting? 500 years to rent the first floor for 3 years. What do you think, Senior?" He became alert. He had already agreed to grant her access, so her class advancement issue should have been resolved. Yet she remained fixated on renting it, even willing to pay 500 years. It seemed the Sky Vault Guild had another purpose. Their true aim was to build a relationship with darkness. She added that to show sincerity, they would add another condition. "If Big Boss agrees, then the HLMADO Guild who previously attacked your refuge, we can help you wipe them out completely." Tan Fong asked bluntly, "This is equivalent to declaring war on a guild. Do you not need to consult Old Man Truong?" Kanhayan was surprised. "Senior actually knows my grandfather. Do not worry, he listens to me the most. Besides, this guild is so small it can be crushed easily." Tan Fong agreed. At such a young age, yet so decisive. I greatly admire that. Sign it. She cheered happily. All right. System notification. Upon successful rental contract, you received 500 years of lifespan. He reminded them, you may use the first floor as you wish. As for the damaged defensive barrier, no need to worry. The mama layer at the boundary will automatically repair it. Jang Hai happily ran off. All right then, we will not disturb Big Boss anymore. Cuteness made Tan Fong blush. He had not expected her to be even more energetic in person than on livestream. It was time to handle serious matters. He checked the warehouse in his system. During this time, he had gained many good items through equivalent exchange. The cooldown was over, so he could do it again. Tan Fong released a stream of energy from his palm, Buffy's equivalent exchange, consuming one item to randomly obtain another. System update, you lost training intelligence. You obtained the Crimson Edge Blade. Crimson Edge Blade Emerald Tier. Assassin finishing move. Condenses fresh blood into the blade when attacking a close-range target. Adds 4,800 blood element attack. The lower the target's remaining health, the higher the damage. Maximum damage increased 200% when the target's health is below 30%. After hitting, it restores 200% of the damage dealt as health. Excess healing is converted into a shield. Tan Fong frowned in surprise. It actually rolled a finisher. He knew about this. A limit break finisher. Finishing skills accumulate during combat. Once fully charged, they can be released. The power and effect of this final skill are extremely strong, and if used correctly can reverse the battle in an instant. Tan Fong was stunned. Crimson Edge Blade. This was a finisher with extremely high single target damage. At Emerald tier, it already added 4,800 elemental attack and health, even surpassing his legendary corpse execution skill by a tier. System notification, you have spent 1 How and gained 30 evolution points, remaining 555 points. Total blade. Crimson Frenzy Blade from Emerald to Diamond to Epic to Legendary adds 4,800 to 6,000 to 7,200 to 9,000 blood element damage. When hitting, restores 200% to 300% to 400% to 600% health. Excess healing converts into a blood element shield. He was delighted. If this skill received more damage boosting buffs, its damage could exceed 100,000. There were still 555 points left, enough to evolve another mythic tier skill. Notification continued. You spent 500 evolution points and have 55 remaining. Deep Darkness evolved from legendary to mythic. Passive grants stealth levels increased by 2 to 3 per activation, with each addition not exceeding 31 seconds. This skill provides up to 5 to 7 stealth levels. Legendary effect grants 200 to 300 armor-piercing attacks when breaking stealth per stealth level. New mythic effect reduces lifespan consumption rate by 90% while stealth. Tan Fong struck a bargain. Lifespan loss reduced by 90% while stealth. Excellent. Entering berserk zones in the future would no longer be stressful. The newly updated information has currently reached level 17. This is exactly the right time to equip the Emerald grade gear exchanged during this period. Sharp Eye Blindfold, Emerald, Assassin type equipment, Constitution 20, Spirit 20, Anti-Stealth level 2, Critical Recalibration 88%, Required equipment level 17, Unique effect, Sharp Gaze. When activated, increases critical recalibration by 133% for 30 seconds. Cooldown time is 120, 55 seconds. Information on the second item. Fragile White Gloves, Emerald, Physical Defense 75, All Elemental Resistance 60, Strength 25, Agility 20. Special effect reduces health points by 12% to increase basic attack power by 30%. Third is the Emerald Stealth Belt. All attributes 18, movement speed 27%, stealth level 2, special effect stealth. Removes self-collision effect after use, lasts 3 seconds, cooldown 60. 27 9 seconds. Is the Damp Ring Emerald. All attributes 15, water elemental resistance 888. Special effect, all damage gains an additional 179 points of water elemental attack. Tan Fong was fully equipped. He sighed. Aside from the greaves, he now had a full set of Emerald grade equipment. Tan Fong had a complete combo, Shadow type, equipment overview and not stealth. Head, Sharp Eye Blindfold Emerald, weapon, Invasive Pale Bone Blade Emerald, right ring. Newly equipped Damp Ring armor, Song of Radiance gift, Assassin Bone Armor Emerald, gloves, Fragile White Gloves Emerald, legs, exchange equivalent to Flying Calf Abnormality, boots, Invisible Boots Emerald. He reverted to his original appearance. It had to be said that low-level equipment in this game was truly ugly. It was better to switch back to the illusionary outfit of the Shadow class. Finished, Tan Fong was eager. It was time to go attack the next hideout. At this moment, in the real-world outskirts of Motto, the sky was submerged in the dim orange of dusk. A vehicle had stopped at the gate of the Motto headquarters. The two soldiers were chatting. How many did we bring back this time? The other replied, 4 people. Surprised why so few, that man was helpless. These days not many people were willing to sell their lifespan. Another voice rang out. "We are here. Get out of the car. Get out." Tu and Kayat got out of the car and asked, "This is the buyer place." Tu and Fong continued, "No wonder they are rich. The house is quite grand." An order rang out. "The four of you wait here. I will go report to Dong Fuong Fu En Han." One man asked unhappily, "You are not even letting us go inside to sit." Tu and Kayat laughed and asked, looking down on us poor ghosts. Tu and Fong urged, "Hurry up. I still have a match later." The guard thought to himself, "A bunch of idiots. You will know soon enough." Ko and Gayat walked out and asked, "You are here to sell lifespan, right? Convert the lifespan into light orbs and throw them on the ground." Scarface coldly warned, "Are you joking, Fu En Han? We have not received the money yet, and you already want us to hand over the goods." Her voice turned icy. "Do you not understand? I will say it again. If you do not want to die, then convert your lifespan into light orbs and throw them on the ground." The soldiers behind raised their gun barrels toward them in unison. Fu and Kayat asked casually, "Hey Fu En Han, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that you want to rob us like we do?" As soon as the words fell, he had already taken the initiative to annihilate her subordinates. Fuong and Gayat stood in front of Nam Thien. Fu and Kayat had a hidden class insect tamer. Controlling one insect was enough to level up. Moreover, he could use enhancement equipment on insects. He gleefully sent the flying insect toward them. This time it seemed they had encountered a fat sheep. Tu and Kayat excitedly announced, "Brothers, cleanly take down this beautiful Fu En Han," just as the guards fired their guns at them. One man used a platinum-grade shield golden barrier to block it, making the guards furious. "Damn it, we cannot shoot through his shield." Scarface leaped down from above and unleashed a golden apex shock strike. 8 guards continuously fired at the opponent. Tu and Fong used extremely fast movement speed, his fingertips pointing toward them. From his fingertips, a stream of firepower shot out. Surging force powerfully annihilated the opposing side. Tu and Fong was a hidden class gun archer, able to fire guns with his hands, each finger corresponding to a different type of ammunition. At the same time, someone dashed straight toward the guards. One guard was reporting that the main gate had encountered an enemy class requesting reinforcements. Her figure had already flashed past. Hui Lin rushed toward her with an excited expression. The distance was rapidly closing as she shouted, "Die now Dong Fuong and Gaiet." A foot slammed straight into Kui Lin's face, causing her objective to fail. Kui Lin was sent flying far backward. The one who delivered that strike was Tran Ditch, now standing beside Fuong and Gaiet and warning, "Be careful Fu En Han. They are stealth-capable classes. Capture them alive. I want them to be my slaves forever. Go harvest lifespan for my son. They are very strong. It seems the success rate is only 50%. Scarface shouted, "Look, they also have a class user." Tran Ditch stepped forward to evaluate them. Skills include one strike certain kill and equipment that counters weapons. It seems you are a gang that only targets the rich. You lot have probably pulled off many jobs. Truly excellent. I hope you have extracted enough levels, equipment, and skills. Only then will the battle be exciting enough. He stood alone before a whole group of people. Tran Ditch showed no fear and cursed, arrogant brat, Tuan Kayat insect charged from behind. The battle had begun. Go die. We used extremely fast speed to avoid the insect venom. Then Tran Ditch lowered his head to the ground, just as the sharp tail of the insect was about to pierce down. Flipped upside down onto the ground and used both legs to clamp the insect. The others were shocked. It was clamped. How could this be? My insect can fly at 200 km per hour. Tran Ditch side was executing a sequence of high-difficulty movements. He actually used his legs to force the insect tail to stab into its own rear. Tuan Kayat's side did not expect this move. As Tran Ditch's legs separated, the insect fell to the ground, no longer moving. He landed calmly and walked forward. I had already set up a barrier around myself, so I can sense any movement. He was the only hidden class user, the plague origin, relying on superhuman methods of eating and cultivation to spread disease. Killing intent around Tran Ditch flared up. "Then I am going." He teleported and dashed toward Scarface. That man exclaimed so fast. Scarface raised his shield, iron wall defense. That man challenged, "Come and try." His eyes revealed shock mixed with fear, because as a surge of energy flew out from the shield, Tran Ditch had already jumped up, lifting one leg to prepare a stomp. He brought that foot straight down onto the opponent's head. The entire body of that man staggered and was about to fall backward. Tuan Kayat's side panicked. "He is coming over. Quickly shoot him with your gun." Tuan Fong fired at the opponent. "Do not let him get close." Dense barrage of bullets came, but he successfully dodged them all. Tuan Fong mocked his actions. "Idiot, jumping into the air when facing a gunman is no different from self-destruction. You have no way to avoid it. Die." After that, Tran Ditch was flipping his body mid-air. He activated Resonant Roar. Sound waves formed rings and surged forward. Glasses Tuan Fong was wearing had shattered into fragments. That man fell to the ground. Tran Ditch sneered in disdain. To die directly from sound shock waves. It seems the extraction level was a bit low. Seeing his entire side wiped out while the enemy side remained intact, Tuan Kayat panicked and fled in terror. Trandich grabbed his head and yanked him backward. Tuan Kayat knelt down begging for mercy. "Spare me, big brother, spare me." He replied calmly, "Rest assured. I will not kill you, 2 die and 2 live, just enough to fulfill the 50% promise to Fu En Han, oh right. Where is your invisible accomplice? He should have been knocked unconscious already." He said in shock, "Invisible? We do not have anyone who can turn invisible. My 2 brothers were already killed by you." Tuan Kayat suddenly remembered. "Are you talking about that short guy who got off the car with us? We do not know him. We only happen to be selling lifespan together." At the Motto ruins, outskirts of the magic leaning tower, and Fong had teleported here. He was surprised by the scene before him. He moved toward the deserted gate. The gate guarding monster was nowhere to be seen. It seemed someone had already gone ahead. Tan Fong entered the gate while stealth, looked up at the towering bookshelves inside. Within this magic leaning tower, there was a massive library filled with mechanisms like a gigantic 3-dimensional maze. Deep within the library was sealed a terrifying monster. Legend said it was a princess transformed by an evil white dragon. Seeing traces of plundering, Tan Fong immediately knew every corner had been searched. It seemed these people had explored quite deeply. He remembered the teleportation mechanism to the highest floor was here. He pulled out a book from the shelf, found it. As long as he took the postpartum care treatise, it would activate the teleportation magic. At that moment, Tan Fong teleported to another location. He entered inside, where a group of people were staring in panic at the scene before them. For them was the manifested despair princess. Tan Fong was shocked. They had already reached the Guardian, so many people. Seeing them blasted out of the formation, he assessed that their equipment was not very good. The mortality rate was extremely high, yet they still managed to survive until here. He did not rush to intervene, and instead focused on observing what happened next. Because he encountered someone familiar, Tu Fan was commanding the group. People behind moved to the front. "Do not be afraid. If you die, then revive and run back here." He suddenly realized that this group was Phi Koa Heavy Industry. Tan Fong had some information about this place. Phi Koa Heavy Industry was a heavy industry conglomerate in Motto City. After the Divine Game abandonment incident occurred, leader Hong Tu Fan reacted quickly and exchanged the company funds for lifespan, then led the employees to form the Phi Koa Heavy Industry Guild. Illusionist was Hong Tu Fan profession. The signature of an illusionist was the teleport gate skill. She could set an entrance at point A, then move to point B to set an exit, forming a teleport gate. Anyone could use this gate. As long as the gate was not destroyed or attacked, it would continue to exist. As long as the entrance and exit were set near the respawn point and the boss, those who died in battle could revive instantly and rejoin the fight. This way they could also reclaim their lifespan. Relying on this skill, their guild battle tactics became bizarre and changeable. In the previous life, it developed rapidly and became one of the top 20 guilds in Dai Ha. However, facing the Despair Princess Guardian, a Platinum Cup level 18 boss, their tactics were completely meaningless. The Despair Princess absorption and digestion speed of lifespan was hundreds of times stronger than other monsters. In other words, the lifespan lost by players she killed would be absorbed instantly and become her own strength. If this situation continued, she would soon advance to an emerald-grade boss and fully restore her health. By then, everyone here would be completely annihilated, and the massive lifespan consumed by this feeding would be enough to destroy Phi Koa Heavy Industry. Tan Fong revealed himself and called out, "Guild Leader Hong, give me 10 years, and I will help you resolve the boss. The assassin-type drop items will belong to me." She guessed in surprise. "You are Shadow," he confirmed. "That is right." Tan Fong kindly offered a sincere warning. "You cannot defeat this boss. If you do not want to accept my conditions, then withdraw quickly." One man pointed at him and cursed, "Hey, who the hell are you? What makes you say we cannot win? Opening your mouth asking for 1,000 years? Are you insane? Get lost." Tu Fan hurriedly interrupted. "Hong Tu Than, do not be rude." His mouth was tightly crushed by Tan Fong. He decisively threw that man into the teleport gate. Notification sounded. Dark Night Ring severed half of Tu Than body inside the gate, seeing half of his upper body disappear. Tu Fan anxiously called out, "Son." She turned to scold him. "Shadow, my son was rude to you. Disciplining him was enough. Why did you destroy my teleport gate?" Tan Fong replied calmly, "You will understand very soon. Remember, 10 years, and I can help you deal with the boss." After speaking, he vanished from the place, leaving the group stunned. Tan Fong thought to himself that they still did not know the boss was about to advance. If the gate had not been destroyed, these young people would likely all die here. He snapped his fingers lightly, producing a crisp sound. He rode the wolf and dashed downward from the tower like flying. Still thinking to himself, Phi Koa Heavy Industry being wiped out was a small matter. Losing the chance to earn 10 years of lifespan was the real loss. Tan Fong landed on the road below, and the wolf stopped. He observed the surroundings. It seemed Ming's prediction was correct. The remaining people could supply the final lifespan needed for the boss to advance. That sign indicated the boss had already progressed. It would be better to wait until the boss reached Emerald grade before killing it to obtain even better rewards. Hui Lin sent a message, Senior, I have found Dong Fuang and Gaia. She is hiding in a manor outside Fan AM Mountain, but there is a rather powerful class user protecting her. I almost died by his hand. Replied, come here and explain in detail. I will wait for you at the Dry Bones Cemetery. She agreed, all right. He secretly admired her. Motto was so vast, yet she had actually found the person. This Hui Lin's subordinate truly had ability. Not long after at the Dry Bones Cemetery. When he met Hui Lin, he ordered, speak. What traits does that class user have? She explained everything she knew in detail. He is a melee fighter with tremendous speed and strength. His main attack method is grappling. He can see through my stealth. There is smoke and fog around him within about 10 meters. Tan Fong was startled, grappling, so that is how it is. That man is the only hidden class plague origin. 10 meters is just the minimum range. The disease space around him can sense objects, perfectly countering your stealth. He can use disease to strengthen his body, and his recovery ability is extremely strong. It is said that a high-level plague origin can achieve true immortality. Hui Lin was terrified. Immortality. Does that not mean there is no weakness? Could it be that I will never get revenge in this life? Tan Fong denied it. No. Disease strengthens his body while amplifying his desires and eroding his mind. Therefore, weak mental power is the weakness of a plague origin. As for your Yellow Springs Blade class, when it advances to the second stage, it can evolve into a new form. He revealed that it was the Yellow Springs Demon. Lin's eyes suddenly glowed green. Tan Fong urged, quickly advance your class to the second stage. That is your solution. Lin suddenly understood. So that is how it is, Senior. Why do you understand my class so well? He reminded her solemnly. The divine tool is abandoned and the path is vast and profound. Think carefully. During leveling, have you ever seriously explored it? Focus on cultivation. Keep your feet on solid ground. Accumulate step by step to achieve greatness. Hui Lin accepted the encouragement. I understand, secretly thinking that effort in reality was what made the leader strong. He stood atop a grave boundary and said, this Dry Bone Cemetery is the best place for you to level up. The monsters here not only respawn quickly, but after you annihilate them, you can upgrade your unique weapon into the Yellow Springs Chain Blade. But speaking of drawbacks, it is dangerous. The monsters here are all elites with health, defense, and attack power 3 times that of normal monsters. Tran Fong left the grave boundary and continued. But as long as the technique is appropriate, he demonstrated a few moves for Hui Lin. As long as each attack accurately strikes their weak points, annihilating them quickly will not be difficult. Cheeks flushed red with excitement at the sight, truly strong. Tan Fong placed his hand on Hui Lin's shoulder to steady her. Go all out and stake everything with your life. Only by betting everything can the path of revenge be completed. She stood there in silence, pondering these words. His figure had already departed. Lin was confused. Did I feel wrong? He caught a fleeting moment when he mentioned revenge. It was at that very instant. At the same time, in the ruined city of Jang Hai, Dai Lai Tu leaned against her sheep and complained, I am exhausted. She studied the map in her hand. Her stomach growled with hunger. But this area was still not fully explored. She decided to persevere a bit longer. Suddenly, a ripe fruit fell near Dai Lai 2 feet. She reacted on instinct. She picked it up in surprise and sniffed it. What is this, a fruit? It was bright red and looked like a large black plum. Dai Lai 2 did not hesitate and took a bite. She delighted in the sweet flavor filling her mouth. It was truly delicious. A system notification sounded. Experience points plus 50. Dai Lai 2 was stunned as if discovering a new world. What kind of divine fruit is this? It can even increase experience points. A long trail of fruits extended toward her. There are more over there too. Dai Lai 2 did not think twice and picked them up to eat. Notifications kept appearing. Experience points plus 50. She clicked her tongue in admiration. So good, what kind of fruit is this really? At this moment, Envu asked, Tiu Hak, where are you? Come to this corrupted coastline quickly. She asked curiously. Her sister Envu reported urgently. Something happened. Ma Nai Luong was captured by a boss earlier. That idiot carried more than 500 years of lifespan. Hurry and come rescue him with us. Dai Lai too picked up the map to check. I am near the decayed coastline. And Vu asked sharply, really? Then wait there. We will head over immediately. Dai Lai too continued her previous task, savoring the ripe fruits. Ma Nai Luong really was an idiot without family ties who would want to cooperate with him. But speaking of it, this plum was truly delicious. Before long, she followed the trail of fruits into an unfamiliar place. Before her eyes was a gloomy coastline with a monster sitting there. This was the decayed coastline. Mouths appeared all over the monster body. Its back was turned toward her. Dai Lai too hid and did not act rashly. This was the decayed coastline. What kind of boss was that huge fat creature? Suddenly she saw a familiar figure lying unconscious nearby. Wait, that was Ma Nai Luong. Dai Lai too understood at once. So this was the boss sister and Vu mentioned. It was the Spirit Devourer Androsin level 20, Emerald Grade Defense Bloodline. Time remaining until existence reversal, 10 hours, 52 minutes, 44 seconds. It was currently chewing another monster. Dai Lai too covered her mouth in shock. This boss was actually eating other monsters. Its hands were kneading the flesh of that monster. Soft, bright red flesh was being heavily kneaded by the Spirit Devourer hands. This made her even more nauseated. That man was actually using his hands to mash monster flesh. And Vu called from behind, "Tiu Hack, we are here. Have you seen Ma Nai Luong and the boss?" She shared her impression. This boss is truly disgusting. It seems to be using other monsters as food, and it is even emerald grade, but I do not know why it is not attacking players. And Vu warned cautiously, "Observe for now and do not act rashly. We cannot handle an emerald grade boss. We still need to request reinforcements." Watching it sit there with its whole body trembling, she grew curious. But what exactly is this boss doing? This posture is very strange. Looking at the fruits it was excreting, and Vu speculated, could it be defecating? That pile is huge. Dai Lai too suddenly felt something familiar. The shape was very odd, that is right, it looks just like. Two of them turned to look at what she was eating, and Vu blurted out, "Black pear." Dai Lai too spat out all the pears in her mouth in horror and shouted, "No, what did I eat?" Startling the two of them badly. "Hey, keep your voice down, calm down a bit, Tiu Hack." The boss heard the noise and turned to look. They panicked. "This is bad, the boss has been alerted. It activated gluttonous ancient god enchantment." Vu only had time to cry out, "We are done." The boss exerted itself and roared toward them. Waves of sound struck them, causing piercing pain. Both their eyes turned red as they shouted, "I am so hungry." Seeing them like this, Dai Lai too was shocked. "Hey, what is wrong with you all?" They were running toward the boss meat cauldron, and they bent down and ate the contents like mad. Nai Luong ate as if insane, hungry, so hungry. His body rapidly swelled and became fat. Vu was also continuously eating. Dai Lai too hit above in terror. "Oh my god, they have gone crazy, eating themselves into fat monsters, strange. Why am I fine?" The boss hand was reaching toward Nai Luong. It lifted him up, preparing to put him into its mouth. That entire body was dropped into the boss' mouth. Dai Lai too realized the danger. The boss eats the fattest one. I must call reinforcements quickly. But that was already the elite squad. In the end, she still had to ask that man for help. He called Tan Feng, "Great Shadow Boss, save us." He replied calmly, "Tiu Hack, what happened?" Dai Lai too hurriedly explained the situation. "We encountered an emerald grade boss called Spirit Devourer Androgen. Sister and Captain Wang Mang are about to be eaten." He thought to himself, "Is this Spirit Devourer not the bloodline monster I have been searching for? This little hack really is my lucky star." Tan Feng spoke. "Send me the coordinates. I will come immediately." He quickly moved toward her. Besides the magic leaning tower, the keys to 3 other platinum-grade hideouts in the magic map were already in hand. It was just right to deal with a bloodline monster, and the Despair Princess was almost done advancing as well. Seeing Tan Feng arrive, Dai Lai too sighed in relief. "Great boss, you finally came." He asked for the location. "Where is the boss?" She reported that it was ahead. "Sister and Wang Mang have been eaten. Hurry and save them." Look at his preparing that familiar posture again. Dai Lai too immediately knew. It seems to be defecating again. A round sphere wrapped Nai Luong's body and shot out. She turned pale. It defecated Ma Nai Luong it had eaten. Could it be that sister and the others will also? He revealed, Spirit Devourer Androgen is a subordinate of the gluttonous ancient god. He devours all living beings without discrimination. He emits the ancient god enchantment, causing players to enter a gluttony state. The more players eat, the fatter they become. Then he eats the fat players and digests all their lifespan. There is only one way to avoid the ancient god enchantment. That is to eat its excrement. Although disgusting, it is said to taste not bad. Tiu Hack, you did not fall into gluttony. Could it be you already? Dai Lai too covered her mouth and burst into tears, unwilling to recall the past. Stop talking. She was both collapsing and urging him. Great boss, please hurry and save them. Tan Feng flew to Nai Luong's side and placed his hand on that flesh sphere. Then he threw it flying to the side. The boss was stunned by this sudden turn of events. He controlled the Nai Luong ball and smashed it straight into its abdomen. Its mouth was struck by that blow and immediately began to retch. The people it had swallowed were all flushed out along with the liquid. Meanwhile, the boss body was punched heavily downward by Tan Feng. He activated a skill, Grace of Liberation. Along with it, phantom shield impacts were launched in succession, causing the boss to continuously lose health. Tan Feng was testing it. The execution gauge was full. Let me try this. Crimson blade waves cascaded down onto the boss body. System notification. Player Shadow of Dai Ha is the first in the world to defeat an emerald grade boss. Obtained 30 reputation points. Dai Lai 2 was shocked. Oh my god, the damage reached the millions. This is way too overpowered. Other players also read the news. Player Shadow of Dai Ha is the first in the world to defeat an emerald boss. Obtained 30 reputation points. They burst into discussion. It is over. Dai Ha has Shadow. The future is about to erupt. Who said Shadow comes from Dai Ha? We just investigated. Shadow ancestor comes from our great Han Kingdom Simida. Tan Fong alone received new notifications. Congratulations, you have obtained 50 experience points. Congratulations, you have obtained 60 evolution points, remaining points 336. Congratulations, you have obtained 300 evolution points, remaining points 696 equipment. Obtained times 5 skills, obtained times 6. Congratulations, you have obtained Spirit Devourer Bloodline. Do you wish to activate it? Thought to himself that bloodlines were a special system in the Divine Abandonment game. Some special monsters could grant bloodlines after being defeated. If one found a bloodline compatible with a class, it could greatly enhance combat strategy. Tanfong commanded the game to activate it. System notification. Spirit Devourer Bloodline, Strength refreshed. Each point of Strength converts to 13 physical attack. Constitution refreshed. Each point of Constitution converts to 1,050 health points and 15 physical defense. Agility refreshed. Agility effects increase movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed by 32%. Spirit refreshed. Each point of Spirit converts to 13 elemental attack power and 15 elemental resistance. You can absorb any skill and gain additional attribute calibration based on quality. Additionally, your appetite increases by 200%, and you gain a passive 15 points of all magic resistance. Next was a system skill card. Wide maw condensation forms a blood-colored mouth to devour projectiles. Thrown attacks from enemies. Based on the number of projectiles devoured restores health. Cooldown time is 60,279 seconds. The Devour skill gained additional attribute calibration. Tan Fong analyzed silently. So-called attribute calibration refers to the value gained per attribute point. For example, 1 point of strength can increase 3 points of physical attack. Coincidentally, this boss dropped a bronze-grade poison blade. It can coat weapons with poison. Though useless, he decided to test it. System notification. You have used a link slot for the bronze poison blade skill. Your strength refresh. Each point of strength converts to 333 physical attack. And Fong was surprised. A bronze skill only increases 3. That is far too little, but wait. The devoured skill has become a passive, meaning it can still evolve. System update notification. Consumed 242 evolution points. Bronze poison blade evolved into legendary poison blade. Strength refresh. Each point of strength converts to 3 to 5 physical attack. He became even more certain. It really is possible. If he continues devouring to the mid and late stages, his attribute gains would be hundreds or thousands of times higher than others. He is invincible again. Wang Mang said while catching his breath, "Big boss, thank you for saving us." And Vu was terrified. If not for you, we would have almost ended up like Ma Nai Luon. Dai Lai too rushed over and hugged Vu's bulky body. It is okay, sister, and even if you gain weight, you are still very beautiful. An undefined kind of beauty. She got to the point. Big boss, right now the Jang Hai authorities have no lifespan. As for this reward, Tan Fong replied, "It is fine. You just need to help me find some assassin-type skill books." After speaking, he vanished. "All right, I will leave it to you all. I am off," and Vu trembled slightly. "This mission can be considered complete. Let us return together." He warned, "No one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. Do you hear me?" Dai Lai too agreed, "Yes, sister," and leaving the magic leaning tower, let us return to the moment when Tan Fong jumped off the tower. The Despair Princess was still casting magic. Tu Fan ordered everyone to hold on. The boss only has 1/3 of its health left. Tiu Thai activate the Divine Tree of Life. She obeyed, understood. Tiu Thai chanted the spell. Divine Tree of Life continuously restored health to allies within range. The teleport gate has been destroyed by Shadow. Everyone try not to die. Give it everything you have. We are about to win. Healing energy caused the teammates to recover, and their spirits surged. Waves of power struck toward the Despair Princess. Tu Fan rejoiced. Thankfully, we have Tiu Thai Life Priest class, or we would not have been able to successfully clear this hideout. Suddenly, a tentacle whipped toward the one holding the shield. The person was instantly struck and logged out of the game. The Despair Princess absorbed the energy and revived. Its eyes became abnormally radiant. Tu Fan sighed, did not expect the opponent to be this hard to kill. A beam of light flared from the Despair Princess body. The entire top of the leaning tower nearly exploded from the violent surge of power. People inside were blasted by scorching heat. Their bodies were incinerated into ash by the flames. From that, an egg condensed. supported by a root system beneath. System information displayed, Despair Egg, level 30 Emerald grade, HP 1000W out of 1000W. At the silver grade hideout of Phi Koa Industry, the human faced tree in the courtyard. Someone asked in shock, "What the hell happened? Why did everyone die? Did you defeat the boss?" Fan reported no, we had reduced her to the last sliver of health, but for some reason her health suddenly fully recovered and she turned into an egg, then released a powerful area skill that wiped us all out. She was shocked. Fully recovered health. Health only recovers when a boss advances, could it be? Image of Tan Fong, and his words immediately surfaced in her mind. Fan was astonished. Shadow already knew the boss would advance. That is why he judged that our human wave tactics would fail. A platinum boss advancing becomes emerald grade, something our guild cannot defeat. Could it be that only Shadow can be found after all? Tan Fong was currently observing the egg. He wondered, an emerald grade boss Despair Egg is strange. It just advanced to emerald grade, so the boss should not have undergone such a drastic change in form yet. This egg does not seem to have any offensive capability. Could it hatch into an even stronger boss? Then fired a concealed blade at the egg to probe it. One stab into the egg reduced 28,765 health. The health bar barely dropped, looking no different from before. Tan Fong frowned. 10 million health is even higher than an epic boss. This Despair Egg is very strange and cannot be allowed to hatch. He continued launching attacks. Although its health was absurdly thick, dealing with it would be very simple. It has no anti-stealth level, so it cannot see me at all. I just need to keep using skills, and then use the power of the ultimate skill. Crimson Blade shot out. The health reduced by around 108,767. The second Crimson Blade slashed out, and cracks appeared on the egg. Several Crimson Blades cascaded down onto the egg. Watching it completely shatter, Tan Fong stepped forward. No matter how much health it had, killing it was only a matter of time. His footsteps stopped, his gaze fixed tightly on what lay ahead. On the ground, a young woman was lying unconscious. This person was the Despair Princess, level 1 HP 10 out of 10. Tan Fong was stunned. A girl, so this is the true form of the Despair Princess. Could it be that the legend of the princess cursed by the white dragon is real? She only has 10 HP, which also means that I must kill her for it to count as killing this boss. He took out his shadow dagger and looked at her HP 10 out of 10. Tan Fong hesitated, unsure of what to do. Suddenly dark clouds rolled in across the sky. Tan Fong was shocked to see a dragon tear through the dark clouds and appear. It was a dragon. Its information displayed, Prayer of the White Dragon Athos, level 100 mythic grade. The entire sky turned crimson red as lightning erupted across the white dragon body. He became alert mythic grade. Why would a mythic grade boss appear here? Could it be that the legend of the white dragon cursing the princess is real? This is the hidden boss. The Despair Princess body slowly lifted. He focused on the movement around her. Her body gradually rose toward the white dragon. Tan Fong vaguely heard the sound of a heartbeat. Despair Princess opened her eyes, a surge of energy radiating around her. The two hovered in the sky, staring at each other in silence. Suddenly, the Despair Princess embraced the white dragon. Then her body gradually faded away, the crimson heart in her chest beating violently. The lower half of the Despair Princess body vanished. Even the head of the white dragon began to dissolve. As its HP gradually drained, the body was consumed by flames. Staring at the lone heart floating before him, Tan Fong was stunned. It vanished. What exactly is going on? System notification. As the heart flew to him, you have prevented the resurrection of the deep-sea ancient god Lexus. Item obtained, Cursed Heart. When the time of the curse is frozen, it will beat endlessly until that moment arrives. Use it to become a vassal of Lexus and continuously devour lifespan to welcome the descent of the master, or destroy it. Once the sealed time returns to the flow of time, you will obtain a mythic grade item. Tan Fong understood clearly. Using it or destroying it. If used, it might grant an extremely powerful special skill. But judging from the description, this is essentially a curse and a parasitic item. In the end, Lexus might seize my body. There is no need to take such a risk. Destroy it directly. The moment his hand clenched the heart tightly, a burst of light flashed. Tan Fong stared blankly as the blinding light surged over. His body seemed to be swallowed by the dazzling light. Tan Fong opened his eyes and a distant figure entered his vision. What is going on? I was teleported to another place. No, this is still the magic leaning tower. My body, what is happening? Could it be that I triggered some kind of experience? He was still confused. A girl ran over joyfully calling out, "Eights." That was the despair princess within her memory. She asked him, "Are you leaving again today?" Atex turned back and greeted her, "Your Highness the Princess." He apologized, "Sorry." The enemy suddenly summoned a white octopus monster to attack the harbor. "As a guardian of the kingdom, I must go provide support." He refused to listen, "Liar. You clearly agreed today to teach me wind riding technique." Ates coaxed her gently, "Do not be angry. It is still early morning. When I return later, I will teach you." The princess naturally did not believe him. "Do you take me for a 9-year-old child? Am I not already 10? My father said even if one runs at full speed from here to the coast, it would still take 7 days and 7 nights. How could you possibly return within a day?" He scolded him to his face. "My father always lies to me, and now even you are lying to me, you men. Not a single one of you is good. All lies and betrayal. I have seen it all." Ates landed on the ground and said, "Enough. Where did you learn such words?" He handed the princess an item. "Here, take this. Then explain. This is a vow bound under its witness. Whichever side breaks the agreement will lose their wings and never be able to fly again." The princess blushed and replied, "No, I give it back to you. I do not want Ates to lose his wings." Reassured her, "Do not worry. I will not break my promise. Do not underestimate my wind riding technique." A pair of enormous wings appeared behind Ates, vast and wide. Her eyes lit up. No matter how many times she saw Atex transform, it was always breathtaking. He reminded her, "Wait for me to return and we will have dinner together. Before that, let my 3 shadows play with you." Watching Atex soar into the sky, the princess waved goodbye. "Have a safe journey." She told herself, "All right, if Atex works so hard, then I cannot fall behind either. Shadows guard, follow me. Now I will prepare the ingredients, and when Atex returns, we will have a grand dinner." He thought silently, "These two are the Despair Princess and the White Dragon. It seems I have entered the time sealed by the cursed heart." Princess was diligently picking mushrooms in the forest, directing the guards to work non-stop, from gathering mushrooms to hunting rabbits. The princess seemed tireless as she moved on to setting up fishing nets. By the time dusk fell, the twilight covered the entire castle. She looked at the dishes on the table and let out a breath, exhausted to death. The princess stared speechlessly at the food: poisonous mushroom chicken soup, molten stone steamed dish, volcano pizza, black rock wine jelly stir fry, cold fin fish, scrambled eggshells with tomato. All of them were Atex's favorite dishes. She waited expectantly. He should be returning soon. The princess waited until she fell asleep right at the dining table. Quinn came to call her, "Your Highness, wake up. It is very late. You should return to your room to rest." The princess muttered sleepily, "I fell asleep." "What time is it now?" he replied. "It is already evening prayers, and when the next bell rings it will be midnight." She sprang up anxiously and asked, "What, so late already? Where is Atex? Has he still not returned?" Lu Hein replied based on frontline reports, "The battle situation is extremely tense, and General Atex may not be able to return for some time." Princess slammed the table and stood up, refusing to believe it. "Atex is very powerful. He is the guardian of the kingdom. Any enemy before him is nothing but a sheep waiting to be slaughtered." Lewin spoke sadly. "It is said the enemy sacrificed tens of thousands of lives to summon an extremely terrifying monster. It comes from the deep sea, its body as massive as a fortress, covered in thousands of tentacles and countless eyes. Ordinary people would go mad just from seeing it. If the intelligence is correct, then even a powerful general like Atex will have to endure a bitter battle." She trembled in fear. "No, Atex." Suddenly a cracking sound rang out, causing her whole body to stiffen as if struck by paralysis. The princess looked at the scale in her palm that had shattered. She dragged Lewin and ran. "If Atex does not return before midnight, he will lose his wings. Scholar Lewin, take me to see my father. He is a knight commander and must know how to Chinese letter the vow." He was dragged along helplessly. "Wait, slow down, my waist." She said apologetically, "Sorry, scholar. But if he loses his wings in battle, everything will be over. We cannot afford to miss it." When she opened the door, she saw a familiar silhouette. He suddenly appeared in front of them and asked, "What are you doing? Why are you so flustered?" The one most shocked was Princess Atex. She hurriedly threw herself into his arms and burst into sobs. "This is wonderful. You are back. You are safe." Ates gently stroked the princess's head and said, "Of course I came back. We already made a promise after all," she replied. "They said the situation at the front line was very bad, so I thought that." Lu Hein quickly asked, "General Atex, how is the battle situation at the front line?" He reported that there were some complications, and it took some effort, but it has been resolved. The remaining aftermath can be handled by the army itself. He was full of admiration. "No wonder you are the guardian of the kingdom." Atex strode toward the dining table and said, "I am starving. Could it be that all these delicious dishes were made by Her Highness the Princess?" She happily showed off, "Of course, it is just that they have gone cold now." He sat down and ate heartily. "Completely fine, so good. The preserved meat has a rich flavor. The mushrooms are tasty, and the rock wine jelly is extremely crunchy," she advised from the side. "Eat slowly or you might choke." The next day, they went to that leaning tower. Ates reminded her, "All right, We will now learn the wind manipulation technique. However, the princess felt sleepy and yawned. He bent down and asked, "What is wrong? Want to sleep?" She retorted, "Nonsense to prepare a lavish meal for you. I was busy all day." 8X suggested changing the schedule. "Then we will study tomorrow." The princess hugged his leg and refused. "But I still want to experience the feeling of wind control a little." "How about this, 8X? You transform into your true form and take me into the sky to experience it." He hesitated. "But the kingdom has strictly forbidden taking you to do such dangerous actions." The princess blamed 8. "It is clearly your fault for coming back late. I worked so hard to make so many delicious dishes for you, and yet you betrayed me. Ungrateful, heartless, shameless man." I had no choice but to give in and said, "All right, stop talking. I agree only this once, and absolutely do not tell the king. Otherwise, I will definitely be scolded." 8 released his power and focused his energy toward his wings. He transformed into a majestic and enormous white dragon. Princess watched with eyes shining in admiration. She rushed forward and hugged the white dragon's head. 8 reminded her, "You must pay attention to safety." Her body was lifted by energy as she climbed onto the white dragon's back. After sensing that the princess was safely seated, he announced, "Hold steady," preparing to depart. The princess joyfully shouted, "Let us go." 8X flapped his wings and flew into the sky, taking the princess to experience the journey. He flapped his wings and carried her flying along the forests. Lewin below had already noticed the actions of the two of them. The princess excitedly lay down on the scales of the white dragon. She looked down at the kingdom below in the night and exclaimed, "So this is the world that 8X sees." 8 asked, "Very beautiful, right?" The princess replied, "Not just very beautiful, but incomparably beautiful." Suddenly, a bell sound rang out in the quiet night city. The princess hesitantly asked, 8, "You will protect this place forever, right?" He affirmed, "Of course, your highness the princess." She slowly fell asleep on 8's body and said, "Thank you." He carried her back to her room and gently covered the princess with a blanket. Then he quietly walked toward the door and opened it. The king had been waiting outside for 8X for some time. "You are badly injured, 8X. That monster was so cunning." He replied, "Fortunately, I did not die. I just need time to recover. As for that white beast, I burned it to ashes with dragon fire." He reminded him, "The Marisa Empire seems to be carrying out some kind of ritual, and this monster was a gift from that ritual. I can feel a terrifying wave about to sweep across the entire continent. All of us must prepare, 8X. Even the dragon race like you is no exception." 8X listened and said, "Everything will follow your arrangements, your majesty." As the night grew deeper, he returned to the Leaning Tower. 8X removed the armor on his body. Fresh blood splattered across the floor. He covered his mouth and coughed once. Fresh blood flowed out from inside. The ground was already a pool of blood coughed up by 8X. From his chest hair, something crimson was imprinting itself. 8 reached out to touch it. Blood stains spread all over his body. The thing on his chest was gradually spreading, veins bulging clearly. 5 years later, when monsters spread everywhere and attacked all things, they continuously smashed against the city walls ahead trying to break them. A panicked announcement rang out. "The enemy is attacking, monsters. Their army is entirely monsters." People in the city fled in chaos. "Save us." A gigantic monster prepared to stomp its foot down on 2 children. Its hand grabbed the 2 of them. They looked extremely tiny in the palm of the monster. The king and 8X stood silently watching their kingdom being destroyed. He looked worriedly at the ravaged kingdom. So many monsters. The Manga Empire has truly gone mad. King realized their insane intention. They want the entire world to be buried along with them. After that, the princess hurriedly ran toward them. She shouted, 8, the enemy has attacked the city." The princess looked at him sitting on the city wall and asked, "There are many non-human monsters in their army. Ordinary soldiers cannot resist at all. Are you still not going to act? The kingdom desperately needs you." 8 slowly turned his head and said, "Your Highness the Princess, I was just about to go find you." He instructed her, "The magic tower is very safe. Please stay here and do not go anywhere." She agreed, "All right. I will only stay here, 8X. Go and repel the enemy quickly." He refused. "No, Your Highness, I will stay here to protect you." The princess firmly refused. 8, what are you saying? You are the guardian of the kingdom, and what you must protect is the nation. The imperial capital is about to fall. The people and soldiers are being slaughtered. What you must do is transform into a dragon and incinerate all the enemies. I only need your shadow to protect me, just as you have always done before." 8's back was as unmoving as a mountain. The aura he emitted was gloomy to a frightening degree. His calm voice sounded, 5 years ago, we discovered that the Manga Empire was conducting a secret ritual. The ritual is called Forsaken by the Gods. Its effect is very simple, sacrificing lifespan to summon a non-human entity. The more lifespan sacrificed, the more terrifying the summoned monster becomes. This ritual is extremely ancient but rarely used, because no one is foolish enough to trade their own lifespan for an ugly monster. However, for the Manga Empire, this ritual is hope. The Manga Empire is located in the Inner Sea Archipelago, surrounded by powerful nations. Their land is rich in resources. And more importantly, there is a plant filled with magic called blood flower. This plant can only grow on Maraga's soil, and the magical power it emits greatly extends the lifespan of local residents. The average lifespan of Maraga citizens is 700 years. Thus, a vortex of conflict lasting thousands of years centered on Maraga and spread across the entire continent. To end the endless wars and power schemes, Maraga sent envoys with extraordinary strength to other nations. They signed contracts forcing the envoys to be loyal to those kingdoms. The originally weaker side in the struggle. After receiving the envoys, the situation was immediately reversed. Maraga believed this would maintain balance and bring peace. However, they underestimated the malice of human hearts. The appearance of the envoys made the nations realize that the people of Maraga were the greatest threat to the continent. The countries quickly and secretly reached a consensus. The people of Maraga must be completely exterminated. Curses, plagues, division, brainwashing, waves of disasters swept through the Maraga Empire. Even those envoys who were once loyal became lackeys of other nations. The continuous destruction of Maraga's land by various countries caused the blood flowers to gradually wither without blood flowers. The balance between nations vanished, and Maraga lost its final value. The petals of the blood flowers became the last snowflakes that triggered the avalanche. The Maraga kingdom faced an attack from elite forces of the human kingdoms. The homeland was completely destroyed. The people were brutally slaughtered. No resource of Maraga was allowed to fall into the hands of other nations. Even if it had to be destroyed, this was the sole reason behind all the catastrophes. The darkness, the dying people of Maraga instinctively clutched at the final glimmer of light. All of them had been abandoned by the gods. Their bodies were like dried skeletons drained dry. Atex continued. Rather than calling it a ritual, it would be better described as a curse. Every citizen of Maraga was marked. Their lifespan continuously drained away. Monsters took root and sprouted within their bodies. Countless monsters burst out by tearing through their flesh. Their sole purpose was to destroy humanity. Adex hesitantly spoke. "So that is why, Your Highness the Princess." Her gaze turned vicious as she looked at the scene before her. When he turned back to look, red fleshy growths had already appeared on his face. Atex said softly, "I can no longer transform into a dragon. I can only turn into a monster." Princess Huang Hot asked, "Atex, how did you become like this?" He replied, "The truth about the Maraga people is known by only a few. They have a more widely known name, the dragon race, and the envoys of Maraga are mostly called guardians of the kingdom by humans." She stood there in shock, silently digesting this information. Ates declared, "The unstoppable wave of darkness has swept across the continent. Your Highness the Princess, the end of the human world has arrived. Now I only wish to protect you alone." Down below, civilians were mercilessly crushed by monsters. Some were pinned beneath massive rocks, completely unable to resist. The monsters smashed enormous boulders down onto the ground, and the kingdom sank into thick smoke and raging flames, as if the end days had arrived. Tuin called out anxiously, "Your Highness, more and more monsters are coming. The royal capital has fallen. Are you truly not going to lead the troops to retreat?" He had no options left. "We have no retreat. The magic tower is one of the major centers of magical power. Once it falls or is destroyed, the combat strength of the mages will drop drastically, and there will be no way to stop these monsters." The king's expression was solemn as he watched the battle situation below. He personally entered the battlefield and cleaved a monster in two with his great blade. After exhausting himself, the king planted his blade into the ground and panted heavily to recover. The king thought silently, "Truly, time passes so quickly. Ates, do you remember when we first met? We looked about the same age, but in truth you were already nearly 100 years old back then. After all, 100 years to your kind is merely adulthood. In those years, we always fought side by side, killing together, drinking together, talking about everything." At that moment, a blade of sword light shot toward the king. He thought to himself, "As I gradually walk toward death, you remain forever youthful. You cannot understand the difficult choices I had to face after becoming king." Two of them stood in opposition. He could not understand humans, and likewise, humans could not understand him. The king stood alone amid the shattered battlefield, towering flames surging skyward. He recalled the day when the princess was still wrapped in swaddling cloth, until the moment she was born. Ates looked at her with the gentlest gaze imaginable. He saw him holding the princess in his arms, and only then did I understand. At this moment, a colossal monster stepped forward, the ground trembling with each step. It was forming a mass of power, like a raging storm that slowly spread outward. The violent wind howled toward the king who stood there. The torrent of power poured out violently from the monster's mouth. The blinding light of unleashed power gradually swallowed him. The king realized that I had truly been wrong. A thunderous explosion erupted from the direction of the castle, shaking faraway lands. He stood atop the tower and looked toward that place. That explosion made Ates understand that the imperial capital had completely fallen. They would soon advance here, would they not? Monsters flew in from the sky, he shouted. Monsters are coming. They crashed violently into the barrier, erected from within the tower. The princess revealed that the magic tower was protected by a powerful barrier. They were nearly unable to breach it. Luwin leaned on his staff and stepped forward, calling out, "Your Highness the Princess." She was startled, Scholar Luwin. His body was covered in wounds as he spoke. "General Ates, I am acting under His Majesty's orders. I am here to escort the princess away." She said anxiously, "Heavens, Scholar Luwin, you are badly injured." Ates agreed. "All right, I will use the wind to send you both to the designated location. Has contact with the support team been made?" The princess asked in shock. "Wait, what do you mean?" Luwin replied. "Everything has been prepared." He delivered grim news. "Your Highness the Princess, His Majesty has fallen." He then revealed, "Everything was arranged in advance. Once the imperial capital fell, I would take you to a neighboring nation to seek refuge." The princess asked anxiously, "Then will General Atex not go with us?" He explained, "If I leave this place, where could I go? These terrifying monsters share the same origin as me, the Manga people. I have long become a target of everyone, no matter where I go. Humans will hunt me to the end." Atex sat down atop the high tower where knights had fallen, which was the dragon's tomb. "I belong here by nature. I will guard this place forever until my life is exhausted." These words struck the princess numb on the spot. She immediately flew toward where he was sitting. The princess hovered before Ates. "Then let me become Ates's dragon knight. Do not forget, I was born here. This place is my home. I will protect this place together with Ates. Do not underestimate me. My wind manipulation technique has reached complete mastery. Come, form the contract. How should it be done?" He lifted his head and looked at the brave girl before him. His hand gently rested in the princess's palm. Atex handed her a scale, "Truly helpless against you. Fine as before the contract scale." She clenched it tightly in her palm. "So it is that simple, all right. Then we are bound forever." Atex continued her words, "Forever, never to meet again." Princess was stunned and seemed to realize something was wrong. What? She was quickly dragged backward by Luwin, and he was already in a hostile stance. "Scholar Luwin, the princess is entrusted to you." The princess screamed in anguish, calling his name Ates. He warned her, "Go quickly, Your Highness the Princess. You should not stay with a dragon. You have a place you belong to the world of humans." But from behind, Luwin's palm pierced through her back and seized her heart. Both Atex and the princess were horrified as time seemed to freeze at this moment. Veins bulged across the old man's face. His eyes burned crimson. Luwin spoke with difficulty, "General Atex, be careful. There are not only Merga people." His body transformed into a monster with grotesque tentacles. It gripped her heart and laughed smugly. "What a fresh body. How rich the lifespan is. Ates, killing the one you love. Will that be enough to avenge the flames that burned me?" Savage laughter echoed through space. "Ha ha, white dragon Ates." He grabbed that heart and said, "Killing the one you love. Is it enough to repay the grudge of me being burned alive?" Then without hesitation crushed it. Fresh crimson blood splattered out from between his fingers. 3 shadows of Ates rushed forward in an instant. Lethal shadow image struck toward Sithos, that monster. Each tentacle on his body was severed into pieces. He cried out several times. Sithos said arrogantly, "It is useless. The princess has already been taken by the shadow." She forcibly endured the pain in her chest and tried to call out, "Ates," but she no longer had any strength. The princess's eyes drooped as tears streamed down. Sithos lay on the ground and spoke. "White dragon is so arrogant. The small amount of lifespan your human race sacrifices is merely the tip of the iceberg to summon my body, just like this body now. It is only one of my countless avatars. My seeds have already spread outward. They will parasitize everywhere and devour living creatures. When the time is ripe, they will break out just like that human old man. Your entire race will transform into revenge monsters and sweep across the world. Moreover, you are also deeply trapped in the curse and can turn into a monster at any time. You should know very well, sooner or later your beloved princess will also meet an extremely tragic end. Moreover, you can do nothing about it. You might even become the monster that kills the princess. You hate your own powerlessness and hate even more the humans who caused all of this. Hatred, regret, sorrow, anger, despair fill your heart. These emotions are so intense and so beautiful. What if I told you that I can change all of this?" He introduced himself saying, "I have heard your heart beating violently. I am Sithos, the ruler of the old world, an omnipotent god. I can not only help you repel the monsters and protect the kingdom, but also resurrect the princess so the two of you will never be separated again. Moreover, all of this only requires you to make a deal with me. That is to hand over your heart to me. That is all." Atex sat there in silence, unable to say a word. Sithos gave him a choice: die together with the princess in the tower and be completely devoured by monsters, or let the princess become your dragon knight. Then the two of you will protect the kingdom forever and become true guardians. The lifespan of this body of mine is almost exhausted. You do not have much time left to hesitate, White Dragon. The body on the ground gradually became blurry and indistinct. The shadow held the princess in its palm and silently observed. Heart was offered up. Sithos said excitedly, "My dear White Dragon, it seems you made the correct choice. I will bestow supreme blessings upon your heart and let it beat forever." From that heart, a stream of energy poured down into the princess's chest. The one you love deeply will receive this heart, receive my power, and awaken once more. Although you have lost your heart, you will not die, nor will you turn into a monster. He declared, you will become a guardian dragon and stay by her side forever. The entire tower erupted with power and light that spread across the sky. Atex transformed into the form of a dragon and let out a roar. He stood atop the tower, wings spread wide under the night sky. Dragon fire poured down from his mouth. Everywhere sank into an inescapable sea of flames. Atex continued to spew flames, devastating every corner below the kingdom. Sithos was extremely confident. With the empowerment of Sithos's power, it was enough for you to purify the entire kingdom. Atex continuously spewed fire, incinerating the people below. The flames surged high and never faded. The excited voice of Sithos echoed, even more lifespan. Streams of lightning spread out from the top of the tower. The princess's body was lifted up. Sithos gradually invaded her. The lower half of the princess's body was already occupied by his tentacles. Sithos declared, everything belongs to me. He thought regretfully that his current strength was too weak, unable to directly parasitize the powerful dragon race, and could only temporarily use a human body. But that did not matter, as long as he made good use of this white dragon. Gathering enough lifespan would only be a matter of time. Suddenly he discovered something strange. The kingdom had already been completely destroyed. So why was the white dragon still lingering in the sky and not returning? Two white dragon scales floated before her eyes. He realized these were vows of never meeting the princess again, vows of forever protecting the kingdom's tower. This was the oath the white dragon made before forming the contract with him. Only then did Sithos understand. That man had already foreseen his plan, which was why he imprisoned himself to death in the leaning magic tower. Would that damned white dragon rather transform into an undying death than be used by him? In that case, he would turn this leaning tower into a nest and hunt the lifespan of those who came seeking prey. One day, Sithos would be fully resurrected and rule the world once again. Stars shifted and seas turned into fields. Countless eras passed since then. Fong returned to reality and looked at the leaning tower before him, his heart filled with surging emotions. Were those images the background story of this game? Tan Fong suddenly realized something was wrong. That feeling was far too real and was even connected to the origin of the monsters in the game. It seemed similar to history. He looked in shock at the black currents of air before his eyes. System notification. Congratulations, you have obtained a mythic tier skill. Lethal shadow image. Creates 3 shadow clones that exist for 7 seconds. These clones will use the same skills as the original and deal 100% damage. Cooldown time 60, 27, 9 seconds. The black shadows created by the white dragon. If you wish to maintain them, you must consume a large amount of mental power to protect what is important. For 15 years, the white dragon never abandoned them. Tan Fong knew this. In his memory, this was the skill of the white dragon 8s. This skill alone could increase productivity by 4 times in a short period. So this was an epic tier skill, truly terrifying. Update notification. Congratulations, you have obtained the key to the Leaning Magic Tower Refuge. Congratulations, you have obtained 50,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 19. Congratulations, you have obtained 360 evolution points. Congratulations, you have obtained 7 pieces of equipment. Congratulations, you have obtained 3 skill books. Congratulations, you have obtained the Skull City Ruins Gate Key. Congratulations, you have obtained the level 20 Skull City Ruins map. He curiously opened the map to take a look. Skull City is a new map. Why have I never heard of it? Where is it located? Seeing the red circled location on the map, Tan Fong frowned. An island in the inland sea. Could this place have once belonged to the land of the Manga Empire? He speculated that this was very likely related to Manga, the homeland of the White Dragon. That place must hide many secrets and even rarer treasures. Reaching level 20 would allow entry. But I am currently level 19 and almost there. In that case, I should first sell this key. At the heavy industrial zone of the fake Tree Face courtyard, subordinates were asking for instructions. Guild Master, what should we do next? We cannot possibly defeat an Emerald tier boss. Someone suggested contacting Darkness and having him take action. She was also out of options and could only do that. I will now contact someone in Jang Hai City. I heard they have a good relationship with Darkness. I will ask them to pass along the message for us. He appeared right beside them and said, Guild Master Huang, there is no need to trouble yourselves. We can trade directly. Zai Qing was shocked. Darkness. When did he get in here? You ghostly fellow Darkness, what exactly are you trying to do? Tan Fong fully revealed himself to reassure them. Relax. If I had malicious intent, you would all be dead already. Friendly notice. The refuge barrier can be open. Otherwise, anyone could casually walk in like I did. Hui Fen asked curiously. Darkness. What trade were you talking about? Took out the key and said, naturally the Leaning Magic Tower refuge trade. How about it, Guild Master Huang? Are you not interested? Shiqiang was shocked. What, the refuge key? Darkness can kill an emerald tier boss. Someone did not believe it. Impossible. Hui Fen agreed immediately. Want it? Of course I want it. Name your price. Tan Fong repeated, just as I said before, 1,000 years. She accepted right away. All right, thank you. Shiqiang thought. Darkness, you are truly shameless and despicable. You planned all of this from the beginning, did you not? He pointed straight at he and cursed. First you attacked us. Then you took advantage of the chance to destroy the teleportation gate, making us lose our combat strength and causing the entire team to be wiped out. Now you pretend to be a good person and sell to us for 1,000 years. I have never seen anyone as despicable as you in my life. She coldly warned him when she saw her son had gone too far. Prince Than stepped back. He put on a righteous look. Mother, we cannot be deceived by darkness. This key originally belonged to us. The guild paid too heavy a price for it. We cannot let it slip away. Tan Fong calmly gave a sound and asked, so what do you want? Zai Than proposed that you return the key to us and then compensate us with 1,800 years of lifespan. Then we will not pursue this matter. He sincerely mocked. Guild Master Huang, you have a capable son. All right then, let us proceed according to his words. Tan Fong raised the price to 1,800 years, not selling even if it is short by a single day. Zai Than had just been smug. Mother, see this. With a petty person like him we must. He suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, what did you say? Her expression darkened. He replied, I sincerely came here to do business with you. Yet you just insulted me. I will not take action against you, but the price will not drop. It is now 1,800 years, not selling even if it is short by a single day. Hui Fen said nothing and struck her son until he spat blood. He only managed to shout you. She ordered Zio Qi take the team and bring Prince Than to level up. I am not allowing him to return. If not allowed, then do not come back. Zio Qi dragged him away at once and replied, understood Aunt Huang. He struggled fiercely and resisted. Wait, I have not finished speaking yet. On what basis did you hit me? Hui Fen apologized toward Tan Fong with guilt. Darkness, I failed to teach my son properly and let you see a joke about what you just said. I think it is possible. He showed no concession. 1,800 years, do I need to repeat it? She agreed to the condition. 1,800 years is fair. I heard you sold other refuges in Jang Hai City for 2,000 years. However, our guild suffered such heavy losses this time. Can we pay in installments? Tan Fong agreed. Fine, pay 1,000 years first. The remaining 800 years I will come to collect in 10 days. Hui Fen replied with thanks. I agree. System notification. You have lost the key to the Leaning Magic Tower refuge. You have received 1,000 years of tradable lifespan. After completing the deal, he left immediately. I am leaving, inwardly thinking that this fake heavy industry guild still had potential. If he sold them a good refuge, and they developed well, they could become an important strategic force of Great Xia. Hui Fen announced to her subordinates, everyone from now on our fake heavy industry will use this platinum tier Leaning Magic Tower refuge as our base. From now on, the guild will collect 50% lifetime tax until the outstanding balance is fully paid. The rent is high but very worthwhile for future development. I hope everyone can work even harder. They replied in unison. Understood, Guild Master, we will surely unite as one. On Zai Qi's side, she was doing ideological work for Zai Than, telling him not to hold grudges. What happened today was indeed your fault. He stubbornly said, do not bother me. That damned darkness, sooner or later I will make him pay. Teammates ahead reported, be careful, there is a silver tier boss ahead, the human-faced spider emperor. Enter combat state. Healer, come quickly. Zio Qi acknowledged and said, I am here. They reminded each other. Be careful, the boss uses poison. Remember to cast detoxification technique. She replied, I got it, rest assured. Zai Than ran off in the opposite direction, gradually leaving them behind. He said disdainfully, a bunch of idiots, slowly fight it yourselves. Every time I see Zio Qi, I feel nauseous. I do not understand what my mother is thinking, insisting on pairing us up. This entire guild is full of tame rats who only know how to develop slowly like crawling turtles. They simply do not understand that, in a divine game like this, one must seize every possible opportunity to be the true path. Darkness must have used this method to surpass ordinary people. He took out a dark bottle emitting mysterious purple mist. Do these people really think I am an idiot with no trump card daring to oppose darkness? This is the treasure I obtained from an emerald tier treasure chest. Item information displayed. Abyssal vase reaching inside allows random extraction of powerful skills from the abyss, cooled on 48 hours. Abyssal puppet curse, an epic tier abyss magic that can transform a corpse into a puppet you control. The corpse retains all abilities it had while alive. He held the eyeball in his hand and said smugly, "This skill is powerful enough. As long as I find a chance to kill darkness and use this skill to enslave him, I will be invincible." The bottle also had an important note. The abyss possesses infinite extraordinary power. But remember, when you stare into the abyss also stares into you. At this moment, at the desolate bone grave of the demon capital ruins, each attack of the ghost spirit struck the skeletons. She finally defeated this one. Its health was reduced by 5,608. System notification: your weapon has advanced from silver to gold. Your experience has met the requirement for class advancement. Do you wish to advance? The ghost spirit exhaled. Finally enough experience to advance. He was fully prepared and shouted, "Advance." Surging streams of power erupted, and the surrounding space glowed with crimson light. Magic power soared skyward. Notification displayed golden selected chain blade, the exclusive weapon of the golden selected blade. The chain blade can freely change form. Golden selected suppression -2 length. Passive stealth +2. Unlocked golden selected eye. Golden selected touch. Golden selected eye, mental attack that can cause the target to fall into an illusion. The higher the spirit, the longer the duration. Golden selected touch can track enemies based on the scent of objects. There's a 50% chance to deal double damage to professions of lower rank than oneself, and apply the white spear flame burning effect. The ghost spirit sensed higher damage, faster speed, and mental attacks that countered the source of the plague, Eastern Moon, the Overseer King. "This time I will definitely settle you and avenge my parents." She sent a message notification. "Teacher, I have advanced. Gratitude will be repaid immediately." Tan Fong did not need to think to know. It seems the ghost spirit succeeded in advancing. This girl was indeed very persistent. She sent the message and hurriedly went offline. It seems everything was for revenge to seek Eastern Moon. He rummaged through his memories. In the previous life, she succeeded in her revenge, but due to being too soft-hearted, she let a pet dog go. Afterward, her true identity was investigated by beast tamers. Then she was surrounded and hunted by enemies from all sides. The prolonged battle caused heavy losses of elite forces for the authorities. In the end, the ghost spirit died of exhaustion. Thus, the authority weakened, and the Mado region experienced months of unrest. This girl, although with limitless potential, was too young, with an unstable mind and messy actions. Very easy to go astray. Tan Fong decided to go protect her to ensure safety, and also go offline to make sure she did not repeat similar mistakes. In reality, outside Amado at Eastern Moon's manor, the guards inside the manor were complaining. "How much longer until we can rest? I really want to go down the mountain to find a girl." Two shared the same thought. "Actually, I feel Lady Eastern still retains some elegance. I have felt the same for a long time." One fantasized, "Once our level is high, we will kill the Overseer King and then capture Eastern Moon to have fun." A teammate beside him warned, "Wait, look quickly." Ahead within the thick smoke appeared the familiar silhouette of a person. Fang Yue sat there waiting for them, wearing extremely alluring clothing. The two were shocked. Eastern Madam, why are you here and dressed so provocatively?" She spoke seductively. "I can no longer endure my weak and useless husband. I need someone else to fill my emptiness. Can the two of you do it?" Both drooled greedily. "Madam, is this true?" Then they rushed forward competing. "I go first." "No, let me first," Fang Yue replied. "Fools, you can come together." As both approached, a blade/flew past their heads. Fang Yue's figure gradually dissipated. It turned out that was the ghost spirit disguising herself to lure them. After eliminating the two, she immediately left. The ghost spirit was now at a place where poisonous miasma spread. True plague lord lay in wait for intruders. He opened his eyes and said, "A rat has slipped in." She remained in stealth and gently landed on the ground. The ghost spirit frowned and vigilantly observed the situation ahead. Suddenly, from above, the true plague lord swooped down, captured her in an instant. From Chen Yi's lower body, a burst of gas exploded. The accelerating airflow launched him downward like a missile. He slammed the ghost spirit to the ground. "There is an ammonia barrier deployed throughout the manor. It is my ammonia aura. As long as you come close, I can sense it." I was wondering who it was. His hand tightened around her neck. So it was the clown who escaped that day. He lifted the ghost spirit high as poisonous gas spread densely. "You are much stronger than before. If I let you grow for a while longer, you might actually become a worthy opponent. How exciting. I really want to kill you right here. No, I must endure it and wait until you grow a bit more. But I am almost unable to hold back." I was nearly driven mad, damn it. Should I kill or not, kill or not? A cracking sound rang out. The ghost spirit's neck snapped. Chen Yi realized too late that he had lost control and crushed her to death. He was horrified. "No, what have I done? Damn it." Suddenly, from behind, 3 sharp claws pierced through. Chenya spat blood. Ghost spirit behind him exerted force and drove the claws in her hand through the opponent's back. He froze in shock. Were you not already dead? She reminded him, golden selected eye. You were already caught in my illusion long ago, fool, die. Chenya stammered, illusion, since when? Pupils of the ghost spirit's eyes glowed red. When you looked into my eyes, your death was already certain. Only now did he realize, so it was when I grabbed your neck. Chenya's body collapsed to the ground, admitting defeat. I lost. You are indeed not a bad opponent. Fang Yue in the room above flung open the window and shouted, what is all that noise outside? Are you letting me sleep or not? Do you believe I will deal with all of you? He glanced toward Chenya's corpse. There only his nose remained. Fang Yue screamed in terror, this is bad. An intruder, guards, come quickly. The guards received the order and went on full alert. Protect Madame Dongfeng and search thoroughly for the intruder. Nan Tian rubbed his eyes and sat up, asking, Mother, what happened? She replied, the enemy has come again. Nan Tian, stay here and do not run around. Mother will contact your father immediately. Nan Tian comforted her. Do not be afraid, Mother. I am already 18 and a professional now. I will protect you. Fang Yue moved and hugged her son tightly. My son is so touching. If that useless father of yours had even half of your qualities, it would be wonderful. Suddenly there was a click as the door slowly opened. She turned back, warily asking who it was, while Nan Tian shrank in fear, hiding his head. The guard's corpse fell inside. Outside lay bodies everywhere. Fang Yue panicked. All the guards are dead. How could this be? Could it be darkness? Has he already learned our plan? Ghost spirit behind her calmly asked. What plan? Seeing her reveal herself, Fang Yue questioned. Who are you? I have no grudge with you. Why did you attack us? The ghost spirit replied, no grudge, Dongfeng Yue. You really do not recognize me anymore. She removed the hood from her head. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Who exactly am I? Fang Yue was shocked. So it was you, you damn brat. You are still alive. A strike pierced through her chest. The ghost spirit said gloomily, die, demon. You caused my parents' deaths. Now I will make your son watch as I kill you. He begged, Dongfeng Yue, I admit defeat. I only have one request. Do not harm my son. The ghost spirit lifted her up. Ridiculous. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Fang Yue tried to persuade her. This is a grudge between us. My son is innocent. The ghost spirit roared, shut up. When you killed my parents, did you ever think of today? Die. With those words, her body was destroyed. Flesh and blood scattered everywhere. The scene terrified Nan Tian. She exhaled lightly after washing away her vendetta. Ghost spirit glanced at the child behind her, who had been watching the whole time. The boy shrank back when he saw her look at him. Her footsteps immediately moved away. The sound echoed in the silent room. The ghost spirit spared the child and left. Nan Tian behind her let out a smug laugh. The boy spoke up. I have long been sick of my mother's constant control. So I really thank you, sister, lucky fortune. Today there is young woman meat to eat again. Ghost spirit's steps halted as three shadows appeared ahead. She abruptly turned back to see what was happening. The group of people were like puppets lifted by strings. Nan Tian controlled each string and captured her alive. I want to play with her for a while. It turns out he possessed the unique hidden profession Spirit Corpse Weaver. Spirit Corpse Weaver has no direct combat power, but possesses innately powerful mental strength, allowing control over corpses. Corpses strengthened afterward retain all abilities they had in life. The ghost spirit was quickly blasted away. She let out a muffled cry as her body flew backward. Finally, the ghost spirit fell to the ground, coughing blood. The puppets flew toward her one after another. The first even fired a projectile. Just as the ghost spirit thought her end had come, they collapsed beside her one by one. The pain she braced herself for never arrived. The ghost spirit looked up in confusion, not understanding why they were lying before her. A voice spoke, offering her a piece of advice. Ghost spirit. Nan Tian's head was in this person's hand. Showing mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself. The dog was trampled underfoot. She looked at the newcomer in shock. Who are you? It was Tan Fong who taught the ghost spirit a lesson. Against enemies, the ghost spirit must never harbor mercy. She immediately guessed who it was and said, Master, thank you. Forbidden spell flower bloom. The red spider lily bloomed across the entire area. The ghost spirit burst into tears. Father, mother, I have finally avenged you. You stepped forward and asked. Her superior had already reported it. What plans did she have next? She replied that she did not know. Perhaps she would also go die to reunite with her parents. Tan Fong understood that once revenge ended, everything was nothing but emptiness. If she had chosen this road of no return, then she must have already prepared herself mentally. If she wished for silence, then he had nothing more to say. However, there was still one piece of information he needed to tell her. The divine game possessed infinite possibilities and countless secrets yet to be uncovered. Among them, there existed a way to revive the dead. As long as a person keeps moving forward, that person will encounter countless possibilities. If she only regarded revenge as her final goal, then she could treat everything he said as meaningless rambling. But if she still wanted to move forward, then she should stand up and follow him. Whatever choice she made would be entirely up to her. These words seemed to awaken Kui Lin. She braced herself against the ground and slowly stood up, then hurried after the disappearing figure of Tan Fong. At Mado Reality, the hidden sanctuary of the purifying soul land, Lin followed him here and asked curiously, "Teacher, this place is?" He revealed that this place was his hiding spot in reality, the purifying soul land. The gate opened to reveal a luxurious room inside. From now on she could stay here. This was truly grand. A maid stepped out to greet them. "Welcome home, master." Kui Lin was shocked. There was even a maid. He ordered dinner to be prepared for the two of them. This was crafted from the Divine Authority Tome. She was surprised. The Divine Authority Tome, and the maid obeyed, understood master. Tan Fong explained that the Divine Authority Tome could create many different items, and was an extremely essential tool. Later that night, he would take her to challenge the Divine Authority Tower in Mado to obtain the Divine Authority Tome. She lowered her head and thanked her master. At the Mado Manor in reality, after Tan Fong and Kui Lin left, Kan Sun, military strategist of Mado and husband of Dong Fuang and Gaiet, arrived. He rushed over urging the guards, "Hurry up, mobilize all forces for rescue. We absolutely cannot allow my wife and child to suffer any harm." He thought silently, and Gaiet had suddenly called him for help. Who on earth attacked this place in the middle of the night? Could it be the darkness? Kan Sun was filled with fear. Had that man discovered their fireworks factory plan? Impossible. The guards were checking the traces left on the floor. The inside of the bedroom was also thoroughly inspected. The guards reported that there were signs of a fight within the mountain estate, but no one was found. He could not believe it. Kan Sun asked, "Where are my wife and child?" "Not found." "Where are the guards and servants?" "None either." The guard replied that no one was found. No bodies either, nothing. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. Exactly like what happened to the Dong Fuang family. Alive without seeing the person, dead without seeing the corpse. Kan Sun thought of the worst possibility, and Gaiet and Nam Thien. The two of them might have, no. He burst into tears and shouted orders that it was the darkness. "He had killed my wife and child. Immediately issue a wanted order. We must capture the darkness and bring him to justice." And Gaiet, who came along, questioned why he was so certain it was the darkness. Because this situation was exactly the same as what happened at the Dong Fuang household. My wife family was also killed by him. The Dong Fuang family incident never had concrete evidence proving the darkness did it. Now that your wife and child are missing, there is even less reason to link it to the darkness. Her voice turned cold. Or perhaps you already know some internal information. For example, that their family had conflicts with the darkness, which is why you suspect he sought revenge. Kan Sun grew gloomy upon hearing this, tears streaming down his face. He warned her to watch her words. "Than and Gaiet, are you suspecting a Mado military strategist like me?" She replied that he did not need to threaten her, strategist. Than and Gaiet recounted that not long ago the Sky Vault Guild had captured members of Heilong Mado and handed them over to the Mado authorities. After interrogation, they stated that he had ordered an attack on the darkness hiding place. They also confessed that he had planned to lure the darkness to the fireworks factory and then detonate it to kill him. "Originally, we planned to catch you in the act at the fireworks factory. However, now that Dong Fuang and Gaiet has gone missing, we suspect that she fled to evade punishment." She raised an identification card, Mado Investigation Bureau. "You are suspected of abusing power and secretly inciting acts of terrorism. Please come with us for investigation." As he was arrested by the police, Kan Sun shouted, "What are you doing? Than and Gaiet, you have some nerve, colluding with those ragtag guilds and now arresting a government official like me." He replied that whether he was a government official or not did not matter. She only stood on the side of justice. He struggled violently. "Let me go." She advised him, "Strategist, you should cooperate with the investigation. If you are completely innocent, then later you can cause trouble for me all you want. We will take you to the Mado prison for interrogation. Inside it, the flow rate of lifespan is 100 times faster. Strategist, you should prepare yourself." Kan Sun cursed as he was escorted into the vehicle. "Damn it. No, you cannot do this to me. I will report this to my superiors." Stop. Hidden on a nearby tall tree branch, Tony had found him. "That unstable-looking man is our target, right?" A companion beside him replied, "Correct, that is him, the Mado military strategist Kan Sun." He ordered his teammates to make a move. The convoy carrying Kan Sun sped down the road, headlights cutting through the darkness. Kan Sun spoke inside the vehicle. "Than and Gaiet, I will report this matter to my superiors. You cannot just throw me into prison like this." She reminded him that the arrest was ordered by higher command. He should save his strength and stop shouting. He was left speechless. Vehicle suddenly braked hard when it was blocked. A beam of light flashed ahead and rushed toward them. It slammed straight into the windshield, forcing the vehicle to stop. After that, the vehicle veered off and crashed down the roadside. Than and Gaiet, sitting inside the vehicle, was violently slammed. "Damn it, What happened? Subordinates shouted that they were stuck and could not move. She looked up in panic and saw something crawling down from the roof. Khan's son collar was lifted up. He was limp and unconscious. Tony pulled Khan's son out of the vehicle. Easy indeed, mission accomplished. On the opposite side, someone in another vehicle ordered them to release the person and raise their hands or be executed on the spot. Tony sneered that these government dogs still did not understand the situation. They aimed their gun barrels at those people. A gloomy-faced man carrying a serrated hammer stepped down. Merciful fire cone strike smashed the vehicle into scrap. Roaring firepower erupted violently. Scorching heat spread outward. Screams rang out from inside the vehicle as flames invaded it. Tony exclaimed at the tremendous power. The one with a shaved head behind him added that Lord the Dew had not lied to them at all. Jang Hai stepped out from the flames and exclaimed in delight, "Satisfying, I love killing these dogs of the great Xia government. This enhancement effect is truly exhilarating. This card from Lord the Dew increased my stats 5-fold, helping me reach level 10 and possess level 50 strength." He continued regretfully that the lifespan of these dogs was pitifully short. All of them combined did not even reach 100 years. Tony reminded him that those were just cannon fodder. After completing the mission, Lord the Dew would reward them with a lifespan of up to 1,000 years. Let us go back, with Lord the Dew help. Killing the darkness and taking revenge for Cayenne, she was only a matter of time. Than and Guyot hid inside the other vehicle, observing their actions. A woman in the team spoke up, "Wait." The shaved head followed up, asking what was it. Killing intent emanated from her. "I sense that there is still one person in the vehicle, a hidden rat." Upon hearing this, Than and Guyot was terrified pale. A fireball spell shot straight toward the automobile. Firepower erupted violently, sparks scattering in all directions. That woman, my tin, sneered and said not even a dog was spared, then questioned her teammates whether they still remembered that girl Tine Thigh Thigh. She said she was truly jealous. Was she, my tin, really not good enough? The other two flattered her, saying Miss My Tin was already adorable. But Miss Tine Thigh Thigh was an old friend who brought them many happy memories. According to Eastern tradition, they must forever remember her, help her take revenge, and assist her in becoming a Buddha. Black smoke billowed upward. The stench of burning spread heavily. Than and Guyot was fortunate to escape and was currently hiding behind a tree trunk. She discerned an hidden profession, ghost hunter, passive skill killing, intent perception, able to trigger evasion at the moment of death. Escaping this time caused a cooldown of 100 hours. They were remnants of the Alice Guild. A man named the Dew had sent them to kidnap So Khan's son. The entire squad had been wiped out. She needed to report this immediately. Currently, the Tan Fong group was at the ruined Void Demon Capital Divine Authority Tower. Introduced that the NPC guarding this Divine Authority Tower was called Mother. Her name was the Crippled Throne Queen Virginia. Before becoming the NPC guarding the Divine Authority Tower, Virginia had 2 children murdered right before her eyes. Afterward, she suffered a mental breakdown and imagined that her children were still alive. If a player challenged her, she would issue a quest requiring the player to help her find her son and daughter. But in reality, this quest could never be completed. The only way to truly benefit from this NPC was to have one young man and one young woman form a team to challenge her. Virginia would treat them as her deceased son and daughter. The difficulty of the battle would be greatly reduced, and the rewards would be better. Therefore, remember that after entering, they must call her Mother. That was why she was called Mother. And Fong urged Kui Lin to go inside. "Let us go." She should call Mother and leave the rest to him, understood. Virginia had long been waiting for the players inside. She spoke up, "My children, you have finally returned. You came back because you want the Divine Authority tome, right?" Kui Lin immediately confirmed, "That is right, Mother." Tears welled up as she said emotionally, "Mother, I miss you so much." Virginia replied that she missed her child, although she truly wanted to hand it to them directly. According to the rules of the Divine Authority Tower, they still had to complete the challenge. Information about her appeared. Crippled Throne Queen Virginia, level 20 Emerald rank. Virginia called to them to come. Defeat Mother Avatar and Mother would cheer for them. Kui Lin stared in amazement at the NPC manifestation before her. So big. System notification received. Mother blessing, all attributes increased by 20%. You immediately took action as shadows spread out. Silent Shadow Execution rushed toward Virginia and attacked. Shield Shadow Slash caused her health points to continuously drop minus 123,512. Update notification, you have killed the avatar of Crippled Throne Queen Virginia. Challenge successful. Kui Lin was stunned. Instant kill. 3 shadows. And shadow quadruple kill spread out darkly around him. The aura extremely dangerous. She stammered that it was an instant kill with 3 avatars. Master, what kind of skill was that? It was too strong. Virginia walked up to them. Erlin, Anna, you have grown up. Both of you have become stronger and braver. She handed the stack of books to her. Especially my little daughter, Anna. You have become a young lady. Here, this is the divine-granted tome Mother owns, take it all. Lin hugged Virginia tightly and thanked her. Her voice became gentle as she said, little Anna, Mother loves you. Tan Fong thought silently that Virginia gave everything she had to her children without hesitation. Therefore, countless players continuously sought her out. Later, she even traded away her lifespan to obtain the divine-granted tome and ultimately died. Virginia asked for your opinion, Alan, what do you want? Tan Fong replied that he wanted the divine-granted tome communication bracer. She immediately agreed and said, wait a moment. Virginia began condensing an entity. Mother currently does not have the divine-granted tome in hand, so I will use my lifespan to make it for you. The book was delivered before you. Here, my son, system notification, you have obtained the divine-granted tome communication bracer. You lost 150 days of tradable lifespan. Virginia smiled and reminded him, my son, you do not need to give Mother your lifespan. Tan Fong insisted angrily that Mother should take it as his sincerity and that they should leave now. Virginia watched their departing backs and only managed to say, take care on the road, my son, little Anna. If you encounter danger, do not stray far from your brother, he will protect you. Lin felt warmth upon hearing this and thought that her master age indeed suited being her older brother. Chasing after Tan Fong outside, she mentioned hesitantly, Master, do you think from now on I should call you Master or older brother? Older brother seems fine too. Suddenly, Lin sensed a dense killing intent spreading out. Reminded her that she could call him whatever she wanted except old brother. Outwardly, she replied okay, while inwardly curious as to why he refused so decisively. Perhaps there was some painful past behind it. At this moment, Tan Fong received a message from Envu asking whether he was there. Yu replied asking what was wrong. She requested whether he could tell her who was on his friends list. Yu were puzzled and asked why she was asking this. Envu revealed that a demonic killer had appeared in Jang Hai City with 7 deaths already. There were rumors saying that he himself was that pervert. Tan Fong was shocked and said what kind of nonsense was that. She continued that the investigation showed the time of the victims' deaths perfectly matched the times he logged on and off the internet. The killer knew government investigators very well, so many suspected he was the murderer. But they understood him very well and believed he would never do something so despicable. You realized that she felt someone was framing you, and that whoever could see your online and offline times must be someone on your friends list. Tan Fong did not argue about this approach and said that was right. Aside from her team members, his friends list also included the guild leader of the Holy Hall Knights Wu De Hui Huang, the player Snow Executioner White Milk. In Demon Capital, there was Zhang Lao Tu, the leader of the Sky Vault Guild. Zhang Lao Tu foster daughter Shi Li Qing Shan Yuan, who was also a member of his guild, and Ling Gui. And Vu agreed and said all right, she would send people to investigate. You asked further where the victims' bodies had appeared. She replied that they were scattered throughout Jang Hai City. She asked whether you intended to personally investigate. Hearing Tan Fong acknowledge, she exclaimed happily that it was great, and that once he took action, the culprit would be caught in minutes. She said the materials had already been sent and asked to trouble him. You then ordered Lin to go offline as you had a mission for her. She acknowledged clearly, Master. Turning to reality, Tan Fong handed her the item and said this was the communication bracer which could connect the game and reality, and this was the Mount Dark Wolf he was giving her. She was to ride it to Jang Hai City and find the serial killer. She hesitated and asked if the mount was really being given to her, but said she did not know how to investigate. You recounted what happened earlier, saying someone was deliberately framing you. They intentionally created a death case where the time of death coincided with when you were offline. You had checked your friends list, and those people were unlikely. Online and offline times would definitely be reported upward by Wang Meng people. You suspected there was an insider among them. Her skill Imperial Selection Tracking allowed her to track objects based on their aura, so she was the best candidate to investigate this matter. The detailed materials had already been sent, and if she used her skills flexibly, she could complete the mission. Lin resolved firmly and said, understood, Master, she would definitely find the culprit behind it. She thought silently that since Master trusted her, she would not disappoint him. In Mado reality, inside some hotel, Tony led Khan's son back and said, Lord the Dew, I have brought that man to you. That man replied, well done, Tony. Khan's son voice trembled as he said, Lord the Dew, could it be you? The Dew turned around and said, Dear, so it seems you still remember me from the embassy banquet not long ago. We chatted very happily, and I could not bear seeing you suffer injustice, so I asked a few friends to help rescue you. Broke out in cold sweat and said it really was you, Lord the Dew, from the embassy. If I am not mistaken, they are all wanted criminals in Great Zia, and all are connected to Tine Thai Thai. Are you targeting the darkness or the Great Zia government? The Dew shrugged and asked what difference did it make. Everyone knew officials and the darkness were colluding. Khan's son questioned angrily that his wife and child had been brutally killed, yet instead of capturing the darkness, they wanted to arrest a military strategist like him. He said he knew the Dew did not save him for nothing, and asked what he wanted him to do. That man revealed that the result of his divination pointed to him and told him that he could help find what he was seeking. Mister, so what is your profession? Only then did Khan's son realize that he was searching for an item. Confessed that he was the only hidden profession of the pastoral system Feng Shui Master. Skill 1 Yin-Yang Harmonization Active Release allowed manipulation of enemy emotions, with a passive effect increasing damage to ghost-type enemies. Skill 2 Earth Surface Perception could be used to find treasures and monsters, and also determine whether a location Feng Shui was good or bad. And it was also a unique hidden profession. Unfortunately, it was a support type and could do nothing against the darkness. A yin-yang symbol manifested from Khan's son fingertips as yin-yang harmonization activated. Tony cursed his companion, "Idiot, did you not hear Lord the Dew say he needed him to help us find something?" The man beside him retorted, "Tony, if you have guts, curse one more time." He cut him off, saying, "If not for Tine Thigh Thigh, I would have smashed your skull long ago." That man flew into a rage, saying, "I have endured enough already." The eyes of the two turned bloodshot as if they lost all reason and charged at each other, punching wildly. "I will beat you to death. I already gave you face, take my punch." Khan's son explained that this was his skill. They would keep fighting without stopping until death. However, this skill had no effect on enemies 5 levels higher than him. The Dew clapped his hands in praise, saying, "Not bad, not bad. Mister, so you truly did well finding him." Took out a card and said that was enough, no need to fight anymore. Our enemies are the government and the darkness. Internal strife is not good. The Moon God Purification card enlarged and floated in midair, flying toward the two men who were going mad fighting. The energy enveloped both of them. It erased the negative effects. The two stopped their movements. My Tin sighed that Mr. So's skill was amazing, and both men were badly injured. The Dew asked Miss My Tin to treat the two of them. She agreed, saying, "Understood, Lord the Dew." He instructed them to rest tonight and wait until they recovered before taking action. Khan's son was stunned, thinking that his yin-yang harmonization could not be broken by ordinary purification techniques. What was the Dew true profession? His thoughts were cut off by the Dew voice asking, "So Mr. So?" The Dew took out another card and officially welcomed him to join them. The unique hidden priest profession, fortune teller, capable of drawing different cards for divination, enhancement, purification, teleportation. The cards could be used once by others. At this moment in Jang Hai City, Hui Lin had already ridden Dark Wolf here to investigate. She touched the red aura floating in midair and said, "Found it." This was the killer aura. Hui Lin stood up and looked in the direction the red specks pointed. She mounted its back and chased after it. "All right, Dark Wolf, let us go." In Jiang Hai City reality at Tan Fong former residence, a knock sounded on the door. Tudu happily opened the door and asked Ran, "You are here?" She looked at the white-haired man beside So Ran and asked if this was the person buying the house. Ran, "You are amazing. I just said yesterday I wanted to sell this house, and today you already found a buyer." He replied, "No, Tudu, this is the fortune teller I hired for you. I want him to help find your brother whereabouts." Enham Du proactively spoke up, saying, "Hello, I am fortune teller Enham Du." Tudu was surprised, saying, "Divine, your brother whereabouts, why?" Her friend replied that she had to move away these 2 days and would no longer live with her. Leaving her alone made her uneasy. She grabbed her friend's shoulder and questioned why she was suddenly moving and where she was going. So Ran replied that the Jiang Hai city government had excavated a platinum-level hidden site, the holy sanctuary near the stadium. The government invited the Dream Sand River Guild, and she would go along. She introduced that Master Enham Dat Lin Divination said he would help find her brother, who was Tan Fong, a very reliable person who would definitely help if sincerely asked. Tiu Du irritably said Ran good intentions were received, but she did not need it. 19 years of sibling bond. If he said no, then it was no. Even if she found him, what then? She said she was currently guarding the entrance of the darkness hiding place and saw the darkness often. The darkness would surely discover her strengths and let her join his shadow guild. So Ran advised that the darkness was still an outsider, and only if her brother took care of her would she feel at ease. She urged her to try since she had not finished moving yet and would return first. She poked her head out the door, calling Ran. Enham Du reminded Miss Tan if she had kept any items of her brother as he needed them for divination. Tiu Du refused, saying she already said there was no need to divine him. That man walked straight inside, saying he heard Miss Yen En-heen say the siblings had always lived together. This house must be where he once lived, and that was enough. She followed in scolding, "Who allowed you to enter? I do not need divination." He cut her off, saying Miss Tan he felt they were fated, so he would do it for free this time. A card was taken out and he said she could see the result. Satisfied was best, and dissatisfaction did not matter. The Spirit Omen card appeared before her. A figure lay silently at the bottom of the deep sea in darkness. Tiu Du panicked, asking what this meant. Enham Du declared regretfully that Miss Tan, her brother, had been burned to death, and the body had fallen into the deep sea. She was shocked, saying, "What?" The mentioned person Tan Fong suddenly sneezed. The maid worried and said, "Master, be careful not to catch a chill." Tudu sighed. She was emotionally unable to believe it. "Tan Fong, damn it, you just died like that. Truly a waste. You should have waited until I became extremely strong, then I would trample you under my feet and force you to admit your mistake." Enhamdu politely offered condolences, and then changed the topic, saying he heard she had connections with the darkness, and coincidentally divined the darkness location here. Asking if she wanted to go with him, she rejoiced, saying, "Really?" He agreed, saying, of course, as long as she agreed to teleport with him, he could use the card to take her there. Although her brother was dead, if she could accept the darkness as her new brother, it would still be a great joy. Tudu stepped into the teleportation gate immediately, saying, "Okay, I agree, good for that Tan Fong, he died so early." But it did not matter as long as the darkness knew she guarded the gate well, he would surely protect her. They were teleported to a new place, a storage-filled room. Tudu looked around blankly, asking where this was and where the darkness was. He put on a coat and replied that he was the one who should ask her that. A heavy punch suddenly struck her abdomen. She was hoisted upside down by him and threatened to tell everything related to the darkness. Tell it all. Tudu painfully said she did not know him. Enhamdu kept punching her stomach, saying she was still lying. Did she not say she guarded the gate and often saw him? Seeing her unmoving, he was disappointed, saying she already fainted, and she did not extract any abilities from the game at all. Enhamdu dragged her away by the leg and called to report that the prey was ready and asked when to act, saying it had been 2 days without killing, and his blade was already starving. The other side warned that he could play as he liked, but without his instruction he must not kill her. He replied that he could not kill her while holding a knife, and said fine, then he would play slowly. The person who contacted him stared intently at the phone. That man thought to himself that the darkness had not gone offline for 2 days, and if game stats were transferred to reality, the need for food would be high, so the darkness could not avoid logging out to eat. The only explanation was that Envu did not report it, and they had discovered someone was framing the darkness. Damn it, he had to speed up. At this moment, a subordinate came over calling Captain Ma. Neng thought that darkness, if everyone believed you were a psychopathic killer, how would you cope? Soon public opinion would explode, and society would fall into chaos. Even if the government did not want to deal with you, they would have to. On Quilin side, the footsteps of Dark Wolf stopped, cheered joyfully after catching up to the blazing red aura, saying arrive. Quilin looked down to where the aura pointed, which was that room. She activated shadow concealment and jumped down to pursue. Quilin followed the aura along the silent corridor. Suddenly, as she passed a doorway, she heard sounds, and a voice inside saying, "Excellent, this is too enjoyable." Her eyes widened in shock at the scene inside. Tudu was hanging upside down high in the air with both legs bound. Hamdu below licked his tongue, catching the dripping blood, saying it had been so long since he had such fun. A notification on Tudu's side displayed prayer failed combat state, cannot enter the divine game. She struggled desperately at her tightly bound wrists. The old notification repeated, and Tudu burst into tears. She lamented inwardly why this happened. She only wanted to sell a room. Why did this happen to her? She was about to die. In despair, Tudu did not know whose name to call, crying for help. In her mind appeared his image, and if Tan Fong were here, he would definitely save her. Tan Fong, bastard. Why did you die? You clearly should have protected me. Stream of green healing energy enveloped Quilin body. She was shocked, realizing this was a healing spell. Someone had saved her. Enhamdu introduced himself. "Beautiful little sister, let me introduce myself again. The one walking beside you in the game is the serial killer Enhamdu, profession priest. It turned out he had cast a healing spell on her. Baby, do not worry, I will not let you die so quickly." He revealed a twisted smile. Playing with prey to the extreme and then slowly killing them was the only way to call it a perfect experience. That was exactly why he chose the priest profession. Enhamdu declared, "Baby, next I want to cut off your breasts." Hearing this, Tudu's eyes widened, and she fainted from terror. He burst into laughter, saying she fainted already. This girl was truly weak and helpless. At that moment, a blade shot straight toward Enhamdu. Countless imperial selection, blades coiled around his body. Enhamdu's entire body was lifted by the blade. Quilin appeared and said, "Why do you kill people?" Her voice turned icy. "And why do you want to frame the darkness?" He attempted to cast a healing spell to mend his wounds, but his entire body was already tightly bound by threads. Quilin charged forward and punched his throat, making Enhamdu vomit blood. She threatened him to tell everything he knew, or she would let him taste what it meant to have his legs sawed off. He begged, saying, "Do not, I will talk, I will tell everything." The divine game abandoned ruins of Jang Hai city side. The agent group gathered together, and Vu spoke, saying that since they stopped reporting the darkness online, and offline times there had been no new murder cases. The darkness' constant logins and logouts proved someone was deliberately trying to frame him. Dai Lai Zai said confidently that he had said it before the big boss could never be a psychopathic killer. If the big boss killed someone, not even bones would remain. How would he have the leisure to observe? And Vu continued that no one among them believed the big boss was a psychopathic killer. But the masses thought differently. Once rumors spread, uncontrollable chaos could easily erupt. That was precisely the true goal of the murderer. By then, even if the darkness was innocent, the government would have to intervene to eradicate him and suppress the chaos. Lai Zai asked doubtfully whether the government could truly defeat the darkness. She smiled and replied, absolutely impossible. If it truly came to that step, the government would suffer severe losses, and other nations would seize the chance to invade. Great Xia would fall into danger. Wang Meng concluded that therefore they must quickly clear the suspicions surrounding the darkness. It could now be confirmed that the one trying to frame the darkness was hiding within the Jang Hai city government. And Vu pondered and said that the Jang Hai city government had once clashed with the darkness, and she could only think of one person. Ai Liang sighed. No news had arrived, and he grew anxious. He was irritated, saying why there was still no news of the darkness going offline. It had already been 2 days. That killer might not be able to endure and would kill the prey. Damn it, hadn't Vu Group truly discovered it? And Vu, in your eyes, is there only the darkness? If he did not eliminate the darkness, he would never obtain her. And Vu, for her sake, he did not hesitate to oppose even Great Xia. Suddenly his phone vibrated. Nai Liang was startled, thinking, could it be that the darkness had gone offline? Message arrived saying the prey had escaped, and he wanted 3 years of lifespan to extract the tracking skill, and told him to come to this address and hand over the lifespan. He cursed, saying, damn it, such a small matter could not even be done. If this was exposed, it would be disastrous, so he could only make a trip himself. Nai Liang teleported to the place where Enhamdu was hiding. He walked to the main gate and shouted, killer, I am here. What are you doing? How could you let the prey escape? Nai Liang froze when he saw the scene before him. 2 people, including Enhamdu, were bound and hanging in midair. He was shocked. At that moment, a blade shot out from the darkness. His entire body was wrapped tightly by threads, leaving him unable to resist. Liang himself was also bound and hung in the air. Enhamdu shouted that he was trying to harm his master. Nai Liang replied, damn it, release me. Do you know who I am? Hui Lin stepped forward and said she of course knew. The killer had already told her. He was Ma Nai Liang's son of Ma Qiang, the mayor of Jiang Hai City. He ordered the killer to murder people, and then waited for the darkness to go offline to observe and plot against him. The killer had fulfilled his promise and lured out the mastermind. As a reward, she would give him a chance to enjoy himself. She ordered Enhamdu to go and kill Ma Nai Liang using his favorite method. He was overjoyed and thanked her. Nai Liang cursed, saying, damn it, killer, stop right now. Enhamdu, brandishing the knife, rushed forward, saying, sorry, President Ma, I was forced into this. The blade stopped before him, unable to advance further. A card loosened the binding threads on Nai Liang, and Enhamdu was kicked flying. Fierce flame erupted before Quilin eyes. In front of Enhamdu, 2 radiant spheres of light hovered. A agility card appeared on Nai Liang's forehead. He shouted that they thought he came unprepared, then asked if she was a disciple of the darkness. Solar divine power enhanced attributes based on the player profession and maintained the boost for 3 minutes. He declared he would deal with her first and kill the darkness and all his lackeys. Streams of power shot toward Quilin as he shouted for her to die and attacked repeatedly. She activated shadow concealment and retreated to evade. Nai Liang held his bow in panic, saying he could not see her anymore. This one was an assassin type, just like the darkness. Behind threads wrapped tightly around his body. A single slash pierced through his arm, making Nai Luang scream in agony. Ghost Ling said coldly, a weakling like you deserves to die. This card skill is definitely not yours. Say it. Who else is backing you? Nai Luang cried from the pain. It hurts so much. Do not kill me, I will tell you everything. He confessed everything. It was a group of foreigners together with Tine Thai Thai. They came to me wanting me to help them kill Dark. She questioned him. They gave you this card too? He confirmed yes. They also said a big figure was backing them. Told me not to worry. Ghost Ling continued. Who is that big figure? Nai Luang begged. Honestly, I really do not know. It hurts too much. Spare me. I will tell my father to thank you. Ghost Ling silently continued to increase her strength. As spikes pierced through him, he screamed, you know my father is the mayor. Whatever you want, he can give it to you. Felt utterly disgusted. Ghost Ling still remembered the lesson clearly. Master had said it, never spare any enemy. She glanced at Tudu. Right there is still this girl. Both legs are gone, truly miserable. Call the authorities to save her. As for whether she can live or not, that depends on her fate. Soon after, city officials from Jiang Hai arrived at the scene. After receiving an anonymous report, police rushed toward Tudu. Quickly call the medical team. An officer was confirming the bodies, 2 deceased. One is Ma Nai Luong from our department. The other is unidentified. The injured girl is unconscious, but her life is not in danger. A subordinate shouted from behind, "Captain, there is information left here." A note was left on the wall. This perverted serial murder was carried out by two individuals acting together. Moreover, they intended to frame Dark. The evidence is in their phones. The girl is also a witness. Good deeds leave no name. He was shocked. There was an audio recording in the phone. It is real. Ma Nai Luong colluded with Ren 2 to kill people and frame others. Additionally, someone inside leaked Dark online and offline times to Ma Nai Luong. Quickly send people to arrest him. While Tan Fong was enjoying dinner, his phone vibrated. He received a message from Envu. "Big shot, Dark, I have good news. The serial killer case has made major progress." Tan Fong was surprised. The culprit has been found. She replied, "Preliminarily identified as Ma Nai Luong and someone named Ren 2. Questioned, "Preliminarily identified?" Envu confirmed yes, because both are already dead. However, we found evidence and the victim girl. She continued, "The evidence shows a 99% probability these two were the killers, but the girl lost both legs and suffered severe abuse. She is currently in a coma at the hospital. For safety, we need to wait for her to wake up and testify before closing the case." Tan Fong immediately guessed it. It seems Ghost Ling completed the mission perfectly. And Vu added, "Big shot, this caused trouble for you. Truly sorry. To make it up, I will tell you some intelligence." She said a strange phenomenon appeared in Newbie Town in Jang Hai. 5 flying monsters are hiding in the sky, continuously hunting players. Moreover, even if we kill one, their number does not decrease. It always stays at 5. This is similar to the situation with 7 bosses gathering in Dark Moon Town last time. Big shot, there must be something extraordinary there. A super treasure. Please go deal with them quickly. Tan Fong secretly rejoiced. Another ancient god stone tablet appeared. He praised the intelligence as not bad. Tan Fong analyzed based on Envu description. This stone tablet must be at high altitude. Players would need flight capability in the later stage, meaning he needed a flying mount. He remembered last time at the Leaning Magic Tower he obtained the Skull City key. That place was once part of the Merga Empire and the homeland of the dragon race. There might be flying mounts there. Tan Fong immediately teleported. To enter that place, one must be level 20. He was currently level 19. One more level would be enough. Time to set off. On the seaside outside Skull City, waves crashed loudly. He appeared at this desolate shore. Suddenly, movement behind him caught Tan Fong attention. Turned and saw a group of people fighting monsters in the distance. The massive insect monster was radiating immense power. Than and Guyot asked in shock, "These bubbles, what kind of skill is this?" A teammate spoke up, "Watch me." It was activating energy, the unique hidden profession Soul Pilgrim, one of the strongest support types that can turn himself and teammates into soul state. In that state, no attacks can be launched, but no damage can be taken either. Not even physical contact is possible. A torrent of power blasted toward them from the monster. He ordered them to exit soul state after the attack. "Grow, shoot it." Someone drew a bow and fired toward the monster head. Tan Fong hid and observed. He remembered in his previous life the Taoist, Zuma, and others conspired to deceive the Mado authorities, causing massive casualties that left Mado unable to maintain social order, leading to 3 months of chaos, and indirectly causing the deaths of over 100,000 civilians. Than and Guyot warned her teammates, "Be careful, the boss' health is low. It is about to enter phase 2. Under the boss body, bubbles emerged. They were eggs hatching into small insects. One person struggled to block with a shield. Damn it, it actually summoned so many monsters. Than and Guyot shouted orders. Zuma quickly used Soul Shift on the minions. "If the others focus the boss, we can win." "Zuma, hurry, what are you doing?" The insects rushed toward her. Than and Guyot fired arrows while cursing, "Damn it, there are more and more. We cannot hold them much longer." Zuma stopped, spacing out, "Hurry up." One insect struck her. Than and Guyot screamed in pain. She was sweating in fear, staring at the vicious insect before her. Sharp sword lights cut through the insect body. Shield Shadow Moon / Lotus Severance wiped out the swarm. Than and Guyot collapsed unconscious, while Tan Fong was attacking the boss. Crimson Dark Knight Returning Blade burst out like a raging vortex. System notification, you have slain Green Vine Shrimp level Emerald. You gained 15,000 experience points. Congratulations, you gained 55 evolution points. You gained 9.17 years of lifespan tradable. You obtained 13 equipment items. You obtained 6 skill books. Zuma, hiding in the shadows, exclaimed in shock, "Dark, why is he here?" Soon he appeared before him. Then he slashed straight down, decapitating the opponent. Notification update. You have killed player Zuma. Than and Guyot asked curiously, "Dark, thank you for saving us, but why did you kill our teammate?" He asked coldly, "Rain falls at midnight. Why is there a foreigner in your Mado authority team?" She explained he was hired support. His profession was key to defeating the boss. Who would have thought he would lose focus at such a critical moment? Tan Fong pointed out, "I saw he was not distracted at all. Have you heard this saying? Those not of our kind harbor different hearts. Than was confused. You mean he did it on purpose, but what benefit would that bring him? He replied, that is for your authorities to investigate. You can report to motto authorities. If you encounter bosses you cannot handle, contact me directly. All I want is assassin equipment and lifespan. Everything else is yours, just like my cooperation with Jang Hai authorities. They cheered happily, really. He reminded them only platinum bosses or above, and the kill right belongs to me. Than agreed. Fine, I will message the pioneering teams now. Notification displayed. Attention all pioneering teams, upon discovering platinum level bosses or above immediately report coordinates. Dark has agreed to assist. He only wants assassin equipment and lifespan and kill rights. Team members cheered while nearly becoming monster bait. Great, we finally will not die anymore. Has spring finally come for our motto authorities? Elsewhere others were also near danger. Finally they could be like Jang Hai authorities and use good equipment. Reports kept coming in. I have a platinum boss here, hurry over. I am farming an emerald boss, come to us first, I am about to die. Than reported. Big shot, they sent many boss locations. Several are nearby. Tan Fong was surprised so fast, he thought because he often cooperated with Jang Hai authorities their levels and equipment improved, but Motto was still in dire chaos. Left immediately. Send me the coordinates, I am heading over now. She happily agreed. Okay, I will send them right away. Other members waved goodbye. Thank you, Big Shot, for helping. Safe travels. At another boss location, the monster was vigilantly scanning around. Two team members hid and chatted. Captain Lin said Dark is coming to our place. Really, I have never seen Dark before. Wonder if he is handsome. A nearby member teased her. Daydreaming again? No one knows what Dark looks like. She denied it. No way, I am just curious. Dark has killed emerald bosses before. Do you think this platinum one can withstand 2 hits? He was shocked. Impossible, platinum bosses are not easy. With those attributes, I think it would take at least 10. Single slash descended straight onto the boss body outside, startling them. System notification. You have defeated long-haired 2-axe Minotaur platinum level. You gained 72,000 experience points. Congratulations, you gained 20 evolution points. You gained 5.17 years of lifespan tradable. You obtained platinum assassin skill smoke bomb. And Fong moved on to the next target. Alright, Minotaur is done. Next is the one to the east. As he vanished, the 3 were stunned. What just happened? Where is the boss? Dead already? Dark must have come. 1/kill then left. I did not even see his shadow, but Big Shot is really trustworthy. He did not take non-assassin loot. He had already arrived at another location with steep and dangerous rocky terrain. The battle here was extremely fierce. An entire team was blasted away by an explosion. Ahead stood a ferocious boss wielding a greatsword. Member shouted, "Damn it," I said, "do not let them get close." Someone realized the sensing range of an emerald boss is double that of platinum. As a blazing molten slash came down this person, despaired, "It is over, my life is about to end." At the critical moment, a radiant sword strike slashed down onto the boss's body. The other members stared blankly at the scene before them. Fragments of the boss fell downward. Shadow slash doppelganger appeared. Streams of darkness manifested. The notification displayed, "You have killed Lulu the traitor, the eldest son of a Jade tier noble. You have obtained 160,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have obtained 60 evolution points. You have obtained 1035 years of lifespan. Tradable. You have obtained the assassin skill harmony and shadow of Jade tier." The onlookers were stunned. There were 4 shadows. The damage of each reached 310,000. Am I dreaming? Am I really playing the same game as Shadow? Someone realized. The gap between me and those shadows is like the difference between humans and gods. I decided from now on that the Star of Shadow is my god. System updated. Congratulations, your level has reached level 20. Tan Fong sighed. Farming bosses really levels you up fast. System notification. The stone slab of the forbidden curse of the ancient calamity god has been fully recharged. He eagerly anticipated that he could engrave more runes again to see what good item might drop this time. System reminder, you have consumed 321 evolution points. Remaining points 252. Harmony and Shadow upgraded from Platinum to Mythic. Assassin system skill. Grants the user and allies level 5 invisibility. Gains 20% damage immunity under obscured conditions. Invisibility level increased to level 10. Duration unlimited. Tan Fong secretly rejoiced. A perfect replacement for Shadow concealment. Using Harmony and Shadow, his stealth level could reach level 21. Most Diamond tier bosses would not be able to see through it. Notification reminder, you have consumed 251 evolution points. Remaining 1 point. Smoke bomb upgraded from Platinum to Legendary. Assassin system skill. Fires a smoke bomb that obscures enemy vision, dealing a small amount of dark element damage. Chuckled while looking at the item in his palm. Smoke bomb directly evolved and devoured. Notification reminder, Bloodline Spirit Devourer. You have used Spirit Devour on the legendary Smoke Bomb skill. your spirit attributes change. Each point of spirit converts from 3 to 5 points. All element resistance from 5 to 7 points. Elemental attack from 1373 to 1895. Total elemental resistance 1623. Elemental damage reduction from 61.8% to 21.45. Elemental damage reduction 68.2%. Tan Fong felt even more satisfied. Very good. This way it would be completely safe to head to the Skull City ruins. But he did not know how to get there. There were no boats nearby and no transport equipment either. Beneath the sea, hundreds of blood-red eyes were staring at him. He knew the sea was full of monsters, and he had no ability to walk on water or ride mounts in the god game. Fighting underwater without preparation would be nothing but suicide. Tan Fong opened the map and examined it carefully again. He pointed at a spot. Why is there a locked gate on the beach? Logically speaking, there should be many caves around here. Tan Fong decided to go check it out. To take a look, the gate appeared right in front of him at this location. Notification reminder, the main gate is locked. Do you want to use the Skull City key to open the door? Tan Fong was surprised. This key was actually used here. Notification reminder, you have used the Skull City key. As the heavy door slowly opened, he was curious. But how could a door on the beach lead to ruins on the opposite shore? Tan Fong stepped into the dark corridor. He looked ahead and found the path blocked. Tan Fong stopped and observed the situation in this direction. Could it be? He finally realized. So that is how it is. I understand now. Tan Fong's figure blended into the dark atmosphere around him. In the distance was a deep tunnel entrance emitting streams of air. He stepped out of the tunnel and moved forward. The castle atop the mountain ahead was being struck by thunder repeatedly. The system notified, you have arrived at the Manga Empire, Skull City ruins. This area is an extremely dangerous storm zone. Lifespan drain in this area is 100 times normal. Tan Fong evaluated the place. The design was truly exquisite. Who would have thought a tunnel connecting two coastlines was hidden deep beneath the sea, Skull City ruins? Recalled that in his previous life, a madman said there was a secret passage beneath the sea, but no one believed him then. Everyone said he confused it with another game called Din. Unbelievable that the madman's words were actually true. Tan Fong revealed himself and moved forward. There was currently a gigantic skeleton lying on the ground. The gigantic skeleton suddenly sprang upward. Tan Fong watched the creature before him with vigilance. Its information displayed, guardian of the Skull City ruins, 1,000-blade centipede, Morven, diamond tier. He thought to himself, the upper body still retained a human form, while the lower body had transformed into a monster. Moreover, the festering wounds on its body were identical to those of the white dragon eights. Most likely these were the people of Manga corrupted by the curse of Sithos. Tan Fong observed carefully, looking at the wounds on her upper body. When she was alive, she must have endured inhuman torture. Bone branches shot toward him. He dashed away to dodge. Then Tan Fong landed and used the momentum to leap high. Notification reminder, Liberation Grace. Liberation Grace applies a follow-up attack effect. Within 3 seconds, it will create massive additional wounds. He unleashed killing intent shadow. Countless shadow shield slashes struck toward the boss in 4 consecutive cuts. Its health bar was rapidly dropping further. Notification displayed. Shadow shield cooldown not yet complete. Liberation Grace cooldown not yet complete. Liberation Grace caused the aura around the boss to flare brightly. Continuous arcs of sword light relentlessly slashed toward the boss. Tan style, 4 extremes kill. Its body was cleaved in 2 by Tan Fong. Notification displayed. You have eliminated the guardian of the Skull City ruins. 1,000-blade Morven, Jade tier. You have obtained 180,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have obtained 60 evolution points. You have obtained 1023 years of lifespan. Tradable, you obtained 16 pieces of equipment. You obtained 4 skill books. He said in a low voice, rest well, Marvin. Her face showed peace as she was finally liberated. Dark clouds covered the sky. Thunder roared as lightning struck down. Tan Fong extended his hand forward and launched a sword shadow strike. This boss was successfully annihilated. Notification displayed, you have killed the fire element spider Mori. You have obtained 180,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have obtained 60 evolution points. You have obtained 15 years of lifespan. Tradable, you obtained 15 pieces of equipment. You obtained 3 skill books. Tan Fong discovered that the monsters here all had human-like upper bodies, but their lower bodies were distorted into monstrous forms. Moreover, all of them had human names. The nearby skeletons were also distorted beyond recognition, clearly bearing the shape of dragon skulls, yet seemingly having many eyes and many bones growing from them. The entire Skull City ruins resembled a site of biochemical modification. In order to win the war, the people of Manga summoned Sithos. That ancient god of calamity cast a curse upon this city. Curse twisted everyone and transformed them all into monsters. He could feel that the closer he got to the center of Skull City, the stronger the curse became. He abruptly stopped speaking as something rushed toward him. It slammed onto the ground with a loud crash, standing directly in front of him. Notification displayed. Commander of the Royal Capital Forbidden Guards, Marine, level 25, Platinum Tier Defense. Tan Fong was astonished that a Platinum Tier had such a low level. The boss was preparing to attack him. Its arm throbbed. Strike slammed straight down. Tan Fong quickly dodged backward. Blade of Sword Shadow, strike immediately shot out to annihilate the opponent. The boss continuously lost a large amount of health. At this moment, Tan Fong was struck from behind by a surge of power. His body was attacked and his health dropped sharply. When Tan Fong fell down, the boss had already risen and stood before him. He finally discovered another abnormality. Tan Fong calmly analyzed counter damage. Its health was 10 times that of a normal platinum boss, and it even had a counter damage effect. Judging from the recent data, this was still the strongest move, 100% counter damage. If not for the Dark Radiance shield, he would have died just now. He activated vigilance mode. He could not be careless. This place was extremely dangerous. Tan Fong dashed upward to escape the boss's targeting range. Created a level 10 Dark Radiance shield to protect himself. Then used Sword Shadow strike to attack the opponent. Its health was reduced by 2284x10. Tan Fong had his own plan. First, use many low damage skills to accumulate for the finishing blow. Then use the Dark Radiance shield to block the counter damage. He was very patient, waiting until the finishing blow was fully charged. Then he directly used Liberation Grace, Frenzied Crimson Blade, slashing toward it. Its health dropped sharply by 45,000. Tan Fong also received an equivalent amount of damage. Took 45,000 counter damage. A heavy blow struck his body. Tan Fong looked at the water ripples appearing on the shield. Counter damage was nothing serious. At his own plan, Frenzied Crimson Blade had 600% lifesteal, granting him a fully restored barrier reaching 27 million. Counter damage of 450,000 was nothing more than a scratch. The notification displayed. You have killed Marin, Commander of the Royal Capital Forbidden Guards, Platinum Tier. You have obtained 250,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have obtained 85 evolution points. You have obtained 1426 years of lifespan. Tradable, you obtained 13 pieces of equipment. You obtained 6 skill books. The commander of the Skull City Forbidden Guards has died. All forbidden guards in the city have been alarmed. Tan Fong was shocked by this terrifying news. What? The sound of an alarm horn rang out from a monster. A large number of other monsters received the order. They gathered and gradually advanced toward him. The footsteps of the giant monster stomped down, shaking the ground. System notification. You have triggered the Dusk Berserk monster event. You must kill all monsters before you can continue forward. Tan Fong stood surrounded by them and exclaimed, Dusk Berserk monsters. He felt no fear at all and casually said, this is great. Monsters stared blankly at the situation before them. He activated Dark Knight Ring Blade. Dark slashes cut through their bodies. System notification. Killed humanoid monsters X32. System reminder. You have annihilated all monsters. The passage leading to the center of the Skull City ruins has been unlocked. You obtained 500 experience points. You obtained an additional 1 year of lifespan. Tradable. Tan Fong asked unhappily. That little, this meant that even after the city residents were transformed into monsters, their lifespan was still being drained. Orbs of light floated before him. They connected together, forming a brilliant band of light. Next, that band of light extended from this mountain to the neighboring one. A path stretched before Tan Fong. He realized that after the monsters died, the orbs of light merged into a bridge leading into the city. Tan Fong's entire body was enveloped by that stream of light. System reminder, you have received a strengthening effect. Blessing of the Skull City citizens. You have liberated the souls cursed by the origin curse, so they thank you. While fighting in Skull City, there is a chance to gain the power of dragons. Tan Fong stepped onto the bridge and said with interest, Dragon power, interesting. It seems the source of the origin curse lies within the city and they are hoping I can break it. At this moment he gradually approached the bridgehead. The cliff was right ahead. Tan Fong set foot on the other mountain and advanced toward the crater mouth where countless blood-red eyes glowed below. He jumped down without hesitation, his clothes fluttering in the wind. System notification, you have arrived at the Great Origin Curse Abyss of Skull City. Lifespan is drained at a rate 1,000 times faster. Tan Fong landed at the bottom of the crater where crimson fluid covered the ground. Stood firm within this blood-colored swamp. Within the massive clusters of cells a monster emerged. He lowered his face when he saw someone dare to intrude here. Tan Fong stood before him, his expression extremely solemn. From Archelite's mouth, the boss here spoke an ancient god's name. He thought in shock, ancient god language. That man said Marvin. No one knew what madness drove him as he kept roaring Marvin. Archelite's appearance twisted into a monster with a hideous face. Its information displayed, Achilles, the final guardian of Lever City, level 20, Jade tier. Tan Fong immediately merged into the darkness to hide. However, Archelite's hand still reached toward him. A punch smashed down where Tan Fong stood. The crimson fluid below splashed violently. He activated Phantom Shadow Blur and thought in confusion, strange, I now have level 21 stealth. How could that man possibly see me? Achilles roared the name Marvin madly. The moment his two hands clapped together, Tan Fong quickly dodged backward. He paid attention to this detail. That man kept calling Marvin's name in the ancient god language. Tan Fong formed a speculation. Could it be because earlier that man killed Marvin and obtained her lifespan, and this Archelite could lock Marvin's lifespan and thus track me? He felt uneasy, but the spikes on that man's body were exactly the same as those on the previous Royal Capital Forbidden Guard commander. Could he also have counter damage? Tan Fong released Shadow Blade. Sword slash struck Archelite, dealing 3840 damage. He also took the same amount. Tan Fong immediately had the answer. As expected, Archelite let out a roar and activated his power. Spiked eggs suddenly grew around him. Tan Fong guessed these carried counter damage effects. If they hatched, they would definitely become elite mobs. When Archelite's egg took 3184 damage, he suffered the same. Tan Fong estimated it would take 3 shadow blades to destroy one egg, which meant consuming 3 layers of Dark Radiance Shield. Although his cooldowns were greatly reduced, Dark Radiance Shield still required about 2 seconds to form one layer. There was no way to remove these eggs. It seemed he could only wait for them to hatch, but his finishing move had already fully charged. A blazing crimson finishing blade slammed down. Archelite took 45,000 damage. The protective barrier sphere around him cracked slightly. Those eggs grew even larger spikes. Within, Origin Cursed Dragon hatchlings level 20 Jade tier crawled out. Tan Fong landed among the hatchlings that had just emerged. He unleashed Dark Knight Ring Blade, and their health dropped continuously. System display, you have killed Origin Cursed Dragon hatchlings X9. Tan Fong said calmly, as long as there is fresh blood, your counter damage is nothing to fear. Orbs of light appeared before him. He gradually took shape as a voice rang out outsider. A new boss formed and declared, do not even think of destroying our race. Blood Oath Achillite Scale Scar, level 20, Jade tier. Boss suddenly leapt from its position. He charged toward Tan Fong, attempting to finish him. In this critical moment, Tan Fong's body emitted a cold blue light. Countless shield shadow slashes densely intertwined and burst forth. The boss gained immunity X9. Its body suffered no damage from the attacks. Tan Fong was shocked beyond belief. What immunity? 5 gigantic fists swung toward him. One punch sent Tan Fong flying high into the air. Damage 28,769. His body slammed hard into the wall behind. Boss's gloomy voice echoed, as long as bloodline and soul remain. He declared that the homeland Skull City would never fall. Tan Fong thought that in the God game only epic tier monsters could speak. This one was clearly only Jade tier, yet possessed self-awareness. He released a field, Skull City, Mariga, and all its residents. A demonic cannon carrying immense energy descended. The boss continued saying, it is protected by me. Tan Fong quickly retreated from this dangerous area. He activated Shadow Blade to attack, but the boss already had immunity. Tan Fong was irritated. Damn it. How am I supposed to break this immunity barrier? The boss's arm, covered in crimson tentacles, slammed down. Those tentacles formed a flesh and blood prison. He was trapped within a gigantic skeleton. Notification reminder. Lifespan is draining. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Tan Fong cursed. Damn it. That man is draining my lifespan dry. This is the ability of Sithos. This move could neither be defended against nor dodged. If this continued, his lifespan would soon be drained completely. System reminder, you have activated Bloodline power. Detection confirms you possess the skill Ultimate Shadow Suppression from Dragon Guardian, a TES. After using Ultimate Shadow Suppression, you gain Destruction Flame of a TES. All attacks will gain Destruction Flame effect. Destruction Flame ignores all defensive effects, directly incinerates the opponent's soul, and deals an additional 100% damage. Tan Fong's eyes burst forth with brilliant golden light. This is the power of the dragon. He activated the dragon's skill, Ultimate Shadow Suppression Counterstrike. This time it was also infused with bloodline power. Shield Shadow slash blades wrapped in fiery energy. Destruction Flame engulfed the boss's body. Continuous damage notifications appear. He screamed as the reverse burning flames gnawed at him. No, I cannot die. Sithos, grant me power. I must preserve the dragon race. He spoke as if the incarnation of a TES. What you have done is fundamentally not protection. Everyone is trapped in an eternal curse because you summoned Sithos. the destruction flame and atone for your sins. A furious crimson finishing blade crashed down upon his burning body. An extremely massive amount of health was deducted. 467,850. Notification displayed, you have annihilated the final guardian of Skull City. You have obtained 100,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have obtained 120 evolution points. You have gained an additional 39 years of lifespan. Tradable, you have obtained 60 evolution points. You have gained an additional 39 years of lifespan. Tradable, you have obtained diamond tier bone spikes. The power of the dragon has faded. Tan Fong was astonished. This boss actually had 1 million experience points. This means all monsters in the city supplied resources to him. But his lifespan was only 39 years. This is very strange. Perhaps his lifespan had long been taken away by Sithos. Notification update. You have used the power of the dragon to kill monsters and received additional rewards. He exclaimed in delight. There is even bonus loot. New notifications appeared. You obtained Dry Bone Rune. You obtained Spirit Lantern Mount. Epic tier. Item information displayed. Dry Bone Rune, Tomb Rune of the Dry Bone God. When 3 are collected, you can enter the Dry Bone God Tomb Ruins. Tan Fong accepted the rune. 2 more pieces and the mysterious ruins could be activated. He eagerly wanted to check it out. It even gifted an epic tier mount. Let me see what it is. A mount appeared, the King of Predators, Osirius, level 20. Epic tier, soul-bound, cannot be traded. One of the former guardians of Skull City. A flying combat mount capable of wind and skull combat. Also possessing the ability to assist and revive small bone dragons. Sirius looked around and asked, Human, you actually swept clean Skull City. Did you kill Archelaus? Tan Fong confirmed, that is right. Do you know what happened here? He replied. I was originally an ancient guardian of Skull City, but died many years ago. However, when the surrounding continents were at war with Manga, I was resurrected by necromancy and became combat power. Throughout the war, Manga continued to suffer defeat. In order to try to salvage the situation, Archelaus, the lord of Skull City, stubbornly summoned Sithos. The price to summon Sithos was to sacrifice the one he loved most. Initially, Archelaus intended to sacrifice his own daughter, Morven. However, at the final moment, that man regretted it. That man saved Marvin, and instead sacrificed all the residents of Skull City, including himself. Everyone in Skull City was origin cursed to gain immense power, and also transformed into monsters. They successfully resisted the external enemies, but gradually lost their humanity. And as the only human left in the city, Marvin could not escape being affected. The residents who had turned into monsters deeply resented her, hated her, and treated her like a toy, subjecting her to extremely brutal torture. In the end, she was origin cursed into a monster. Sirius said solemnly, Therefore I thank you, human. You have brought release to these miserable people and ended this tragedy. Moreover, I can smell a familiar aura on you. I am willing to follow you forever. Please tell me your name. Tan Fong introduced himself as Shadow. Sirius bent down and lowered his head. Shadow, I submit to you. From now on, you are my master. He was pondering. It was an epic tier mount. The attributes of this bone dragon were somewhat peculiar. Judging by health alone, a level 20 epic boss should have at least tens of millions of health. But Sirius only had 100,000. Tan Fong guessed this might be related to it being resurrected by wind spirit magic. It had already died long ago, and its power had dissipated over 5 months. Then it was forcibly summoned when its body barely retained any strength. Its skills, such as summoning bone shields and launching bone spikes, were fairly ordinary, but summoning 12 Jade tier bone dragons was not bad. It could help him gain aerial vision. Precisely because its body was almost entirely bone, its weight was extremely light. Therefore, its flight speed was 360%. This was the fastest speed. At nearly 450 meters per second, it had clearly surpassed the speed of sound. Overall, this was quite a good mount. Although its combat strength was somewhat weak, it was not an issue. Just the supersonic speed alone was enough to satisfy him. A new notification updated. You have met the requirements for class advancement. Do you wish to advance? He could not help but feel delighted. I can advance my class already. Who would have thought a Skull Ruins could actually grant me 1 million experience points? The moment Tan Fong chose to advance his class, his eyes flashed with golden light. Darkness wrapped around Tan Fong within a swirling vortex. A red beam of light appeared amid the gloom. Sinking into the darkness, only his brilliant eyes remained visible. A blazing red orb appeared above Tan Fong's head. Notification displayed. Your Phantom class has advanced, now advancing from Tier 2 to Tier 3. Class attributes increased. Strength 2754, Constitution 2754, Agility 72144, Spirit 4590. New passive class skill increased to 5, Phantom Arc. When you take damage, negative effects are stealth breaking effects, while in stealth their effects are delayed by 1 second. This does not apply to higher tier attributes. During this 1 second, you may release stealth skills before stealth breaks. You may use healing, lifesteal, or gain shields to nullify damage within 1 second. You may use dispel or cleanse to nullify negative status effects within 1 second. Tan Fong was confident. As long as he reacted quickly enough and executed properly, Phantom Arc would allow him to neutralize any attack while in stealth. From what he knew, he dared to assert that anyone who had obtained the Phantom class in a previous life would certainly not survive the third advancement. Otherwise, with Phantom Arc, whether in game or reality, the mortality rate would be greatly reduced. It seemed that 1 second of reaction time was very short, but in reality, as levels increased, reaction speed and skill release speed also increased. In later stages, unleashing multiple skills within 1 second was commonplace. Weapon appeared before him, making Tan Fong even happier. He also obtained a diamond tier weapon. Item information displayed: bone accumulator, diamond, assassin type weapon, physical attack plus 255, elemental attack plus 255, strength plus 40, spirit plus 40, armor penetration plus 30%, elemental resistance ignore plus 30%, equipment requirement level 20, unique effect on hit, further reduces target physical defense and all elemental resistances by 30%. Note: negative status effects are reduced when facing diamond tier bosses or above. He held the bone weapon in his hand, armor penetration attributes. Not bad at all. This time it was truly a huge upgrade. When Asura sensed Tan Fong standing on his back, he immediately took flight. He was now standing atop its head. Tan Fong activated the skill merge into darkness. Asura was also concealed together with him. As it flew, it asked, "This is level 21 stealth. The stealth level is even higher than mine. How did you do it?" He acted mysterious. "There will be many more things that surprise you in the future. No need to say more. Fly higher and let me see your speed." Asura obeyed the command, spreading its massive wings and flying off. Clapping sounds rang out as it carried him toward the crater mouth. Asura's massive body shot upward at a terrifying speed. In no time it soared into the sky. He could even feel the whistling wind rush past his ears. Tan Fong finally acknowledged it. It really was extremely fast. Asura moved like the wind, crossed over the ancient castle atop the mountain. He hesitated. Now should I go find the sky monster in Vu mentioned and obtain the remaining ancient god stone steel? First go to the Mado ruins and then teleport to Lucky Town where PHI letter 1EC1 and A acute is. From Mado to Skull City took several hours. On the side of Tu Than's squad, they were facing a monster. Tiu Thai raised her staff and activated Holy Light Fireball. She was beside Vu. Fireball shot toward the monster, while another teammate held a shield and advanced. Suddenly something streaked past at extreme speed. It was Asura. Tu Than was suddenly surrounded by a beam of light. Tiu Thai anxiously called out, "Hong Tu Than, what happened?" Another teammate collapsed to the ground dizzy. "Why did a hurricane suddenly pass through? The boss crashed into my sword and rolled over dead." Meanwhile, Tan Fong was still lost in thought with Asura. Returning to the Mado City ruins would only take 10 minutes. At the Mado City ruins teleport point, a young couple were holding hands affectionately. The man coaxed, "Darling, listen. It only happened once with him. And even then my heart was only with you. Can you forgive me?" The woman demanded. "Then you must promise me to cut ties with him forever." The two were about to kiss and confess their feelings. He agreed. "I love you." The woman replied, "I love you too." Asura swooped through and split the lovers apart. The young man fell backward onto the ground unconscious. Girlfriend fell face first and also fainted. Tan Fong landed on the ground and felt that he might have just caused trouble. He muttered, "It seems I bumped into something. Forget it, whatever." Tan Fong used teleportation to another location. For him was a staircase. The notification displayed, "You have consumed 545 years of lifespan." Teleporting to Lucky Town, Tan Fong complained, "Every time I return to the beginner town it costs double." Although he had over 2,000 years of lifespan, he was always cautious and frugal. For him, even 545 was too expensive. He should avoid coming back unless absolutely necessary. Tan Fong remained invisible and glanced at the people around him. These people belonged to the authorities. He remembered that this town had many guards from the authorities. Unexpectedly, the authorities had now begun supporting beginners. They helped new players fight monsters to level up and also prevented players from killing each other. Tan Fong strolled through the town. He recalled that in his previous life it took several months before the authorities paid attention to the beginner town. It seemed his cooperation with them had greatly accelerated development efficiency. These older players could now survive quite well. By the roadside, two elderly people were being affectionate with each other. Suddenly, a shrill cry for help rang out behind Tan Fong. A person was being grabbed by a winged monster. The person shouted, "Save me." A young woman ran over shouting, "Hold on." She opened a book and began chanting. Energy spread around. A holy shield enveloped that person's body. Sun Ditch supported with an attack. That damn monster. A leaping strike came down. A sharp blade slashed straight into the monster, and Sam added support with a holy fireball striking toward it. The monster was hit by attacks from two sides. It was forced to flee. Sun Ditch cursed, damn it. It escaped again. She reminded him that even killing it was useless since it would respawn later. He was still furious. Damn it. And Fong thought to himself upon seeing this scene, these 5 golden tier monsters were not strong strategically. Any authority squad could easily defeat this boss. The difficulty lay in the fact that the boss would fly away if it could not be restrained, leaving the authority teams completely helpless. Sun Ditch went over to check on the elderly woman who had just been attacked. "Auntie, are you all right?" She burst into tears, shouting, "Useless." Angry shouting rang out, "You are all useless trash." You and criticized them. "You call this caring for the elderly? You cannot even handle something this small. I will go find your superiors and report you." Then Sam tried to persuade her. "Auntie, please calm down. There has already been an announcement from above. Shadow will be coming soon," Sun Ditch added. "Auntie, please watch your words." Theo Ann snapped. "What respect is there? What kind of attitude is this? What shadow are you talking about? Where is he?" The surrounding people echoed her words. "Exactly, it has been so long and he still has not come. We have not even seen his shadow. What kind of big shot is this? So busy. Even killing a few bosses takes this long." Voiced their dissatisfaction. "With such strong power, he should help fellow citizens more. I still have to wait for my son to take me to earn lifespan. This is really a waste of time." Then Sam reminded them to be patient because Shadow had said he would come, so he definitely would. "If you cannot wait, then please rest for now." Sun Ditch urged her. "Do not mind them, let us go." They kept blaming the two of them. "The monsters outside are not even dealt with, and you still want to shirk responsibility. Using our tax money. Cannot even deal with a few bugs, a bunch of trash. Today you must explain yourselves clearly." Sun Ditch could not hold back and shouted, "We already helped you reach level 3. What more do you want?" They sneered. "What use is just level 3? Other elderly people spoke up. "What are you doing? Are you trying to hit the elderly? This is too much." An old man named Wang Ba deliberately bumped into Sun Ditch. The old man fell to the ground pretending to be hurt. "The authorities are beating the elderly. I am done for. I am about to have a heart attack." Sun Ditch stepped back saying, "I did not even touch you." The surrounding people shouted, "Come on, if you have the guts, kill us. Our lives are worthless anyway. Your authorities have gone too far. Not only do you not help us, you even want to beat us. I warn you, do not come any closer. If you dare, then kill me." And Sam's face turned red with anger under this situation. She swung her arm and slapped the person beside her. The person was sent flying backward, passing over the old man Wang Ba. His body turned into a streak of golden light. That group became completely agitated. "Murder, the authorities killed someone. We will fight you to the death." Then Sam denied it. "No, someone just touched me." Sun Ditch used his shield to brace the formation. "Damn it, these lunatics, forget it. Let them hit us. They cannot break my shield anyway." A glob of spit was spat toward Than Sam. Theo Ann in front pointed and cursed loudly. More filthy things were continuously thrown at them. And Feng watched this group brawl from afar. He stood atop Osiris, his body still invisible. Its eyes flashed with brilliant gold. Osiris's body was releasing the power of the dragon. Streams of energy swept toward the crowd like a fierce wind. An entire group was blasted out of the sphere and fell backward. Theo Ann crashed headfirst into a tree. One ditch inside the sphere stared in shock toward one direction. That is. Osiris was flying at the center of firepower, filling the sky. Flying insects buzzed toward Tan Fong. The two of them stood below, quietly observing the aerial battle. Osiris flew toward them at terrifying speed. Beside those monsters was a body maintaining energy for them. His eyes flashed with cold purple light. Slashing strikes cut the flying insects into pieces. The severed parts fell downward, trailing bright red blood. The two from Than Sam's group below were stunned at this sight. The opposing group had revived and gathered again. Theo Ann cursed. "Who was it just now that killed us? I am already 80. You dare hit the elderly." An old woman playing the victim shouted, "You must compensate us for the lifespan we lost." Sun Ditch was speechless. It really never ends. At this moment, the corpses of those bosses fell down. Those massive bodies slammed heavily onto the ground. Key-shaped stones smashed into someone's head, knocking them out. Osiris landed beside him and asked curiously, "I clearly only killed 5 bosses. Why is there so much loot on the ground?" Theo Ann lay on the ground shouting, "Damn it. How dare you throw items from above? Is there any law left?" Pointed at him and said, "I am talking to you, brat. I have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice." Seeing Tan Fong did not respond, Theo Ann rushed forward to touch that small stone tablet, shouting, "I am talking to you." Her whole body was suddenly struck by a surge of electricity. It was then unfortunately blasted into the air. Orbs of light fell down. Tan Fong picked up the small stone tablet and called Osiris to summon small bone dragons. Osiris did not hesitate and immediately obeyed. Countless small bone dragons appeared in the sky. And Sam exclaimed, So many small bone dragons. What is Big Shot Shadow trying to do? Thieu An had just revived and began shouting. So you are Shadow, that talentless bastard, someone come. Shadow is in collusion with the authorities, killing people to seize loot. Now I had 1,000 years of lifespan and it was stolen by Shadow. Than Sam argued back, who are you trying to fool? How could you have 1,000 years of lifespan? Thieu An retorted, how would you know my son gave it to me? You are defending Shadow. You must want a share too. Thieu An continued shouting, everyone help me get back my 1,000 years of lifespan. I will pay each of you 1 year. We cannot let the authorities and Shadow oppress us elderly. The rest of the shameless elderly joined in. That is right, well said. Shadow, return the lifespan. He shouted toward Sun Ditch. Thief, return it. Thief, return it. He became furious. Damn it. I really want to arrest all these old people. Than Sam realized they had become clever. They would not leave the town. We cannot kill them. They just stood there shouting, return the lifespan, return the lifespan. An old man froze when he saw his companion seized by a thin stream of bones. These people were dragged into the sky. They were shocked, wondering what this was. Flying dragons. Where did these monsters crawl out from? From high above came shrill cries for help. Save me. Let me go. Thieu An was released by the thin stream of bones and dropped freely toward the ground. The other old men suffered the same fate and could only howl loudly. Who told you to let go now? Do not let me go. I never said I wanted to be let go. Tan Fong walked over to the two of them and revealed that the safe zone could only ensure players would not bleed, but did not affect physical laws. He explained these bone dragons would be stationed here and drive out anyone causing trouble in the town. Whether to save them or imprison them or let them fall to their deaths. How to deal with it was up to them. As for the boss in the sky, it had already been dealt with. I am leaving now. Sun Ditch looked curiously at the light orbs around them. But Big Shot, what about the remaining loot? Are you not taking it back? Tan Fong generously gave it all to everyone. He immediately put it away. The dark Big Shot really was as generous as the legends said. So many golden tier treasures. Sun Ditch glanced at the girl beside him. Than Sam, you should take some too. Seeing the dazed look on her face, he asked in surprise, what are you doing? Than San replied, I feel like my heart is gone. It flew away with the dark Big Shot when he left. A light orb was thrown straight into her face, and Sam snapped out of it in pain. It hurt so much. What are you doing? Sun Ditch scolded her. Stop falling in love. Would a Big Shot even notice a small character like you? A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. She threw the orb back at him. Who are you calling that? You are the toad. Sun Ditch could not argue back. Fine, fine, I am a male toad. You are a female toad. These words made Than Sam blush deeply and her throwing motion stopped. He hesitated and said, are you secretly in love with me? Sun Ditch cut her off. Do not say it. How could that be? That is disgusting. I said no. Stop being narcissistic. Than Sam did not believe it, really. Outside Jang Hai City Hospital, in reality, a beeping sound echoed in the ward. Tudu had woken up. Deep Kiu stood beside the bed and announced, Miss Tan, we know you lost both legs and are deeply saddened. We are also extremely sorry. Your treatment at the hospital consumed a total of 50 years of lifespan. She was shocked. That much? Deep Kiu continued. The government helped cover 10 years, so you only need to pay 40 years. Tudu proposed, I do not have that much lifespan right now, but I still have 2 houses. Can I mortgage them to you? She estimated. We have already completed the valuation of the houses under your name. The total value is 3 days of lifespan. Tudu was stunned. 3 days. Back then I sold 200 days of tradable lifespan and spent over 2 million to buy them. I still have 500,000 in cash here. Can it be used as collateral? Deep Kiu replied, sorry Miss Tan, but all cash from the old era is now obsolete. All transactions are currently settled using lifespan as the currency unit. She hesitated, but I do not have that much lifespan to trade. Deep Kiu informed her, you still have 3 days to gather lifespan. If the medical expenses are not paid before then, we will stop all treatment. We'll transfer you to the government logistics team. You will have to work there until the debt is fully paid off. There are many kinds of jobs there, such as hunting monsters, gathering materials, cooking, rebuilding destroyed structures. Although the work requires at least 15 hours a day, it is very simple and safe. Tudu covered her face and said sadly, but I am already disabled. How can I do such hard work? She was reminded that although she was disabled in reality, in the game she still had a complete body. Only some attributes were slightly reduced. In the future, there would also be advanced medical technologies that could heal her legs. Tudu became even more hesitant. No, I do not want to. I do not want to do manual labor, being close to those people covered in sweat. It is disgusting. She was nearly going insane. I am already miserable enough. Why are you treating me like this? None of this is my fault. With this attitude, the 2 people beside her silently waited for Tudu to vent. Luha spoke up and asked, Miss Tan, do you have any family or friends? You could ask them to stand as guarantors for you. If the conditions are truly met, we can lend you 40 years of lifespan with an interest rate of only 3 points. That way you would only need to find a way to repay the debt and would not need to go to the logistics team. Images of Tan Fong and So Enheen appeared in her mind. Family, Tan Fong. Tan Fong was already dead. Enheen would she guarantee for her. At this moment, Tudu burst into tears, hugging her body tightly with both arms. She lowered her head and cried, "I do not know, there is probably no one willing to guarantee for me." The ward door was kicked open and a voice sounded from outside, "Tudu, I am here to help you." All three were startled and turned to look toward the door at the same time. Wu Dan appeared like a god to save her. "Is it not just 45 years of lifespan, Tudu? Take out your phone." Tudu asked suspiciously. "You are the guild leader," he replied. "That is right, Tudu. I heard you encountered such a great disaster, so my heart truly aches for you." Wu Dan operated his phone. A notification sounded. The phone had received 100 years of tradable lifespan. She was moved. 100 years, you actually gave me so much. Thank you so much, guild leader. He sat down beside the bed and hugged her shoulders. "Tudu, no need to thank me. If it is not enough, I can continue helping you." She stared at the phone screen in shock. There really were 100 years. "But what does this 30% annual interest mean?" he explained. "A 30% interest rate, also called 3 points, means I am guaranteeing for you. Tudu, focus on your treatment and strive to be discharged as soon as possible. Our Holy Temple Knights Guild is your strongest backing and also your home." She was deeply moved. "Yes, thank you, guild leader." Wu Dan left. "Rest well. I still have matters to attend to, so I will leave first. You just need to remember one thing. No matter when it is, we will always be waiting for you to return." From beginning to end, the camera from that subordinate never moved away. Tudu burst into tears again, moved by this support. After going outside, he asked, "Did you record everything?" The subordinate replied, "Of course." Wu Dan ordered, "Edit it properly and upload it. This needs to be promoted well. The more pitiful Tan Tudu looks, the better. No one else is willing to help her, only our guild is." That man ordered clearly. In the released video, the voice said, "100 years. You actually gave me so much. Thank you so much, guild leader. If it is not enough, you can continue helping me." Wu Dan calculated calmly. "This Tudu has caused us far too many losses. Using her for promotion to attract more people to join the guild is the real way to make use of waste." Subordinate echoed, "President Tran is wise," he urged. "It is time to go online. The appointment with Dark is almost here." In the Divine game, the abandoned ruins of Jang Hai City served as the hidden base of the Holy Temple Knights. Wu Dan was curious upon logging in. Why were there suddenly so many posts online scolding Dark? He was delighted. It seems he offended people everywhere and made many enemies. "Dark, you filthy bastard. If it were not for seeing that you are 10 times stronger than me, I would want to kill you." Tan Fong suddenly appeared and asked, "Tran Wu Dan, are the remaining people to be killed prepared?" He knelt down eagerly to flatter him and replied, "They are ready. They have been ready for a long time. I have been waiting for Big Brother Dark for ages." Pointed toward the toilet beside him. "Look here. It has been silent for who knows how long. Big Brother, please sit." He refused. "No need. Bring all the killers here now." Wu Dan brought out a group of bound people. "Big Brother, these people are all yours to deal with as you please." Tan Fong gave a sound of acknowledgement as confirmation. Darkness spread out. The bodies of those people were instantly severed. A notification displayed, "Murder value decreased. Current murder tier 2 tiers, Tan Fong declared. The debt between the two of us is settled. I am leaving." He stopped him. "Wait, Big Brother. I still have something to report." Then he showed him a post. "Big Brother, did you offend someone?" Inside was a title, shocking. The old woman from Shi Diane had been attacked by Dark. Continued, "There are many posts smearing you, saying you scammed money and women, killed indiscriminately, and colluded with government officials." He realized, is this not the old woman from that lucky small town? He remembered reading a piece of hot news online. Tan Fong was paying attention to news about Tudu, a poor girl who lost both legs because of a serial killer. The Holy Temple Knights Guild had spared no effort to support her. He thought to himself, so Tan Tudu was the girl Ghost Ling saved last time. The world was really small, such a coincidence. Tan Fong turned around and left immediately. "I know." Wu Dan acted enthusiastic. "Go carefully, Big Brother. Come visit again when you have time." He sent a message to Ghost Ling. "Help me investigate who is spreading false rumors about me online. Kill him." Tan Fong felt this was a small matter and did not need his personal action. She received the message and became furious. What? Someone actually dares to smear Master? Utterly damn. "I will go right now." In reality, Jang Hai City. Ghost Ling had already arrived to investigate. This was going too far. Someone actually dared to spread rumors about Master. Looking at the news, Ghost Ling was shocked that it even said Master had improper intentions toward an old woman. It was utterly disgusting. He held a grudge against that old woman. "I remember you now, just you wait." After speaking, she left immediately to track down the source of the rumors. Ghost Ling sped off like the wind. I will go and punish you right now. She crossed the street in reality, her speed not slowing at all. In Jang Hai City, Hu Can Iron in front of the home of Feng Thiuan. Knocking sounds echoed from outside. Someone outside cursed at Feng Thiuan. Get out here. Your dog knocked my son down the stairs and left him half paralyzed. Do not think you can dodge responsibility. No response came for a long time. He crazily pounded on the door. Open up now. I know you are inside. Get out here. You need to explain this clearly. Yuan opened the door and shouted, Are you still not done, Ma Dai Can? I already gave you face. You are always using your clairvoyant ability to spy on me bathing. I will call the police and have you arrested. Your son is clearly too stupid and fell down the stairs himself. Yet you are blaming my dog. Do you have any evidence? Already had video recordings. This was surveillance footage. Evidence piled up like mountains. Thiuan kicked the phone out of Dai Can's hand. That woman was domineering. What evidence? Where is it? Bring it out here. He gritted his teeth in fury. Feng Thiuan. I did not come today to reason with you. I've already locked onto you with my eyes. I can launch extremely poisonous smoke at you at any moment. If you keep acting unreasonably like this, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Thiuan covered her body with both hands and declared, A nameless actress in some rural romance film actually thinks she is special. Come on. If you have the ability, then kill me. Daikin activated Eagle Eye, refusing the toast only to drink the penalty wine. Then I will grant your wish. A system notification sounded. Target locked. Visual perspective acquired for the duration. All skills released will automatically pursue the target. Thiuan could only curse wildly. Shameless, Feng Dai Can. I knew you harbored indecent thoughts toward me, pervert trying to spy on me. Suddenly he froze. The blue color in his pupils dimmed. The notification displayed, You cannot release skills. Cannot release skills. He subconsciously leaned backward. Why? Thiuan let out a sinister laugh when she saw the other party unable to use skills. She smugly asked, Feng Dai Can, what is wrong? Where did your skills go? Why is there no effect? You really think I am not afraid? Is it because I am stupid? Daikin stared blankly at his palm. Damn it. Why can I not release my skills? The wife beside him asked, Daikin, what exactly is going on? It is time for Thiuan to lay her cards on the table. Someone stepped out from behind her. My son has a hidden profession, anti-magic warlock. This place was long ago set up with an anti-magic barrier by him. No one can release skills here. He asked coldly, Mom, what is all this noise? She said angrily, It is that neighbor Daikin. He tried to scare me. It was terrifying. Son and the dog in his arms looked toward Daikin at the same time and said, How could there be such logic? He was instantly grabbed by the throat. Daikin's entire body was struck by a straight punch. Fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. She panicked beside him when she saw her husband being beaten. Daikin. Tiut rushed over and used healing magic on the wound in his abdomen. Daikin, hold on. I will heal you, damn it. I cannot release skills, Daikin. Feng Du mocked from behind. With such low extraction rank, you still dare to cause trouble at my house. He lifted Tiut with one hand, causing her to cry out in fear. Feng Du declared, I do not hit women, so take your idiot and get lost. Never appear before me again. Tiut burst into tears unwillingly. It is clearly your fault. On what basis should we leave? You should be the ones taking responsibility. Take responsibility for my son, for my husband. He released her with a sneer, an obstinate fool, then prepared to attack. She still did not understand. Is this really the era where the strong bully the weak? As Tiut waited for the pain to descend, her hand subconsciously covered her face. That moment, a rope wrapped around her body and pulled her away. His punch missed and smashed into the wall. Feng Du glanced at the third party who intruded into his fun. Ghost Ling spoke up. You freaks made me search everywhere. Who are you? You are not qualified to know who I am. But I know who you are. Tiut stood up emotionally and said, Thank you for helping us. He spoke coldly, spreading rumors everywhere and smearing dark. I will make you pay. Misunderstood. Could it be that you are dark? Thiuan hastily corrected. Do not be afraid. Her son is not dark. Dark stature is not that small. Feng Du felt relieved upon hearing this. If Dark really came, what could he do? I am already level 16 now. All attributes are invested into physique and strength. Inside my anti-magic barrier, in pure physical combat, I am invincible. Ghost Ling released her power. Ignorant fool. I will let you know just how stupid you are. Feng Du took a defensive stance and said arrogantly, Inside my anti-magic barrier, I am invincible. At this moment, Ghost Ling's eyes glowed with eerie purple light. She sneered, a frog at the bottom of a well. With a whoosh, her shadow flashed past Feng Du before he could react. So fast, seizing the moment when he was unprepared, Ghost Ling kicked backward into Feng Du. Such extreme agility. Was this the assassin class? After that, Feng Du managed to turn around to face Ghost Ling and defend. Ghost Ling countered with an upward punch, but he managed to dodge. However, a flurry of follow-up punches appeared, and Feng Du could not react in time. After taking many blows, he quickly noticed the next attack came from behind. He successfully blocked that strike from Ghost Ling. Du successfully locked her fist, plenty of speed but lacking strength, unable to use skills. Your attacks are nothing more than scratching an itch to me. After speaking, he swung his arm and struck back with the same move she used earlier. With just one blow, Ghost Ling was sent flying far away. Seeing her fall, Feng Du flexed his muscles and said confidently, "Try tasting this punch of mine. Let you know what absolute suppression is." Thiu An cheered enthusiastically beside him. "Good job, my son." Seeing no movement, Feng Du called out, "Hey, do not die. You work for Dark and your profession is also assassin class. You must have some connection. I must interrogate you thoroughly." He walked over to Ghost Ling and interrogated her. "That dark bastard killed my mother several times in the game. I must kill him." Then Feng Du grabbed Ghost Ling collar and lifted her up. He threatened, "You have 10 seconds to tell me everything you know about Dark. Otherwise, I will break one of your arms." Ghost Ling smiled strangely and spat out an insult. Idiot," she said. "Look carefully at your own body." Feng Du quickly looked at his body. He exclaimed in shock, "When did this happen?" Ghost Ling mocked him. "An idiot who understands nothing about the divine artifact game yet thinks himself invincible. Inside your anti-magic barrier you cannot cast skills. But that does not mean skills cast beforehand lose effect. I had already used a skill, Toxic Enchantment. After the enchantment, all attacks deal continuous severe poison damage. It can stack at least 10 layers. Feng Du screamed in pain and cried for his mother. Mom, save me." Thiu An cried out in panic, "My son, what should I do?" Ghost Ling looked coldly at Feng Du writhing on the ground and said, "It is useless. I have investigated your backgrounds clearly. Feng Thiu An, level 3 mage. A useless piece of trash who loves relying on status to cause trouble everywhere. Your son Han Bang Chuang, priest class, hidden profession anti-magic warlock, a super brute. Despised the priest class, so he put all attribute points into strength and only learned skills like anti-magic barrier and silence. Specializing in attacking players and plundering lifespan. Thiu An did not know what to do and only screamed, 'Son, son.'" Ghost Ling watched him die before her eyes and continued. "If he had learned the mandatory priest skill Dispel, he would not have been poisoned to death." Thiu An was furious and hurriedly took out her phone. "You damned bastard, you killed my son. I will immediately report to the government and have you executed." Suddenly a foot shot out and kicked her phone, flying away. It was Dai Kan. He had recovered to full health and warned, "Your son is dead and the anti-magic barrier has dissipated." Tiu Tiat followed up. "Feng Thiu An, next it is your turn." She flailed in panic. "You do not come closer, save me, I will kill you." Even after framing others, she still dared to scream. But before long, a foot slammed directly into Thiu An's mouth. Daikin kicked her to the ground and said calmly, "Do not worry. I will report to the government to arrest you. But before that, I need to beat you thoroughly." Tiu Tiat supported him and said, "Daikan, go all out. I will heal her." Daikan immediately transformed into a muscular giant and replied, "With those words from you, I can rest assured. The ultimate move is severe toxic enhancement, greatly boosting my attributes, but also entering a poisoned state." Daikan unleashed a barrage of punches on her. With Tiu Tiat from Vu An continuously healing him, he fought more and more fiercely. Daikan continued, "I can still be healed." Only Thiu An was beaten, until she was completely unrecognizable. After venting fully, Daikan returned to normal. He propped himself up and panted, That was satisfying, but Tiu Tiat, are you sure she is still alive?" Thiu An had already entered a soul state. Tiu Tiat was the one who put her into this state, she replied. "She is alive. At the final moment, I used Great Angel True Heart." Daikan was very satisfied and called the government to have them come handle it. "Thank you very much today, if not for you helping us." But Ghost Ling was no longer here. He exclaimed in confusion, Where did our benefactor go?" Tiu Tiat could only reply helplessly, "No idea when she left." In change, outside a shadow was leaping from one building to another. It was Ghost Ling. She reported to Tan Fong, "Master, the mission is complete." He was surprised and praised her. "So fast, well done." Ghost Ling laughed happily and replied, "Hee, thank you, Master, for the praise." At the same time, far away from here, outside the ruins of Mado, over 300 kilometers away, a group of people were in the wasteland. Someone spoke up. "Mr. Su, did you find the wrong place?" That man complained, "This ghost land is filled with poisonous miasma everywhere. Staying long causes continuous health loss. There cannot possibly be life here. This place is full of molten rock and extremely hot." Everyone was drenched in sweat. Kun Sun replied after hearing this, "My electromagnetic sensing will not be wrong. We are about to find it. Nearby there is a rock cave. What we are looking for is inside." They continued forward and finally Kun Sun said, "We are here. It is right below." Taoist instructed, "Zuma, once you detect something is wrong, immediately use Pilgrim Soul and turn us into an invincible state. Zuma acknowledged the order and replied, understood Taoist. After speaking, the group decided to head deeper into the cave. When they reached the end of the path, they felt scorching heat rising from below. Kun-sun pointed ahead and said, quickly look over there. The Taoist exclaimed in delight, it is this. Before them was a crimson-red flower surrounded by molten rock. The Taoist said excitedly, they finally found it. The Hell Nightmare flower, with this dark is sure to die.